Introduction. What does it matter to possess immense wealth and boundless power? I hold the key to your very existence. Qin Luo, hailing from an ancient lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, is endowed with a rare yang meridian and possesses extraordinary skills as the sole inheritor of the long-lost ancient acupuncture technique, the Taiyi Divine Needle. This is an inspiring tale of a humble physician who ascends to the pinnacle of life through his unparalleled mastery of Chinese medicine. Chapter 1 for the lives of 36 children. Undoubtedly, this is one of the most severe medical incidents in the history of Huaxia. The female host, clad in a gray professional suit, addressed the countless viewers before their screens. The backdrop displayed the golden plaque of the first affiliated hospital of Yenjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. In the neonatal intensive care unit, 36 infants have collectively reported critical conditions. 36 fragile lives, having just arrived in this world, are hanging by a thread. The alarming symptoms were discovered this morning. All 36 infants exhibited simultaneous fever and vomiting, and according to the records, they all suffer from varying degrees of pulmonary infections. The hospital has stated that the cause of the infection is still under investigation. It is rumored to be the invasion of a novel virus. Worry etched on her beautiful visage. The host lifted her gaze toward the towering hospital building, saying, "The hospital has established an emergency rescue team comprising numerous medical experts. We hope they can work their magic and save these 36 delicate yet beleaguered lives." Dear viewers, let us join in prayer for these 36 precious children. With a decisive click, Lin Qingyuan, the hospital director, turned off the television and addressed the assembled crowd. "We are all aware of the grave situation we face. Should this become a reality, it would not only be a disgrace in the annals of medical history, but also the most significant medical scandal in the world. The hospital's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and the esteemed first affiliated hospital of Yenjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine would lose the trust of its patients entirely. Each of you present is an expert in this field. Some are from the affiliated hospital, while others are distinguished talents drawn from various institutions. We have been summoned in this moment of crisis, bearing the hopes of the government and the people. I shall not waste words. Let us discuss how we might save the lives of these 36 children. Until the bacterial culture results are available, we have no viable solutions. We cannot prescribe treatment without a diagnosis," a bespectacled middle-aged doctor remarked with a tone of discontent. What a stroke of misfortune it was to be assigned to this dreadful task. If successful, the accolades would be plentiful, the media would sing their praises, and there might even be recognition from the hospital upon return. But should they fail, their futures would be irrevocably marred. The thought of being accountable for the lives of 36 children sent chills down their spines. Observing their pulse, it appears to be a pulmonary infection. Yet, we have exhausted all antiviral medications, with no signs of improvement, which raises questions, an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner interjected. After these words, silence enveloped the conference room. The dichotomy of Eastern and Western perspectives echoed in the minds of those present. Moreover, even if suggestions lingered in their thoughts, none dared voice them. If they managed to save the children, recognition and rewards would surely follow. But if their treatment proved ineffective, would they not become the scapegoats? Who would willingly bear such a burden? Does anyone else have something to contribute? Lin Qingyuan's gaze swept across the assembled doctors, urging them to speak. No one responded, and those who met his gaze instinctively averted their eyes. With a faint sigh, he pondered that perhaps his career was destined to end here. "I have some thoughts." A voice suddenly pierced the oppressive silence of the conference room. Hearing someone willing to offer suggestions, the attention of the 20-odd doctors in attendance converged on the speaker. He sat in a dim corner of the room, nearly overlooked until he spoke up. His hair was dark and smooth, obscuring half of his eye. His face was delicate with bright, spirited eyes, and he could be considered a modestly handsome young man. Yet, his complexion was pallid, resembling that of someone just recovering from a severe illness. What struck one as peculiar was his attire despite his youth. He donned a black robe that clashed sharply with his appearance. He resembled an old scholar, completely at odds with the youthful vibe of the international metropolis of Yenjing. With a smile, he scrutinized the assembled experts and professors, his slender fingers, reminiscent of a woman's, lightly tapping on the table. His lips curled slightly, and the pride in his demeanor was subdued yet palpable, akin to an officer inspecting his troops. Unsettling to some present was the notion that, in his eyes, They appeared as soldiers awaiting inspection. Recalling the young man's family background, Lin Qingyuan's expression brightened, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. How could he have forgotten? He looked at the young man and inquired, "Qin Luo, what do you wish to say?" "I have a hypothesis," the young man replied. "Then please share it. Do not hesitate. We are here to pool our ideas," Lin Qingyuan urged, forcing a strained smile. He feared the young man might falter and say nothing. Qin Luo, however, was unacquainted with fear. He spoke boldly. "I believe this is cholera." A collective gasp rippled through the room. Had the atmosphere not been so serious, many might have burst into laughter. "Young man, do not speak of what you do not understand. How could it possibly be cholera? Those infants have been in the NICU and have never been outside. Do you comprehend what NICU means? It is a neonatal intensive care unit, completely isolated from the outside air. Do you even grasp what cholera signifies? If we were to release this information, it would incite public panic." "Enough. Let him leave. We shall continue our discussion." "How did he even make it into the expert panel?" Someone questioned skeptically. "He is the grandson of a close friend of mine, who has made significant contributions in traditional Chinese medicine," Lin Qingyuan explained. Initially intending to invite Qin Luo's grandfather to provide assistance, he was taken aback when the old fellow claimed to be unwell, asserting that his grandson was in Yinjing for business and could represent him. Although Lin Qingyuan had not planned to include this young man in the expert group, he had sought him out this afternoon, exuding enthusiasm. Out of respect for an old friend, he could not dismiss him. At such a critical juncture, still playing the favors game, murmured Vice President Ma Yukai, his voice barely above a whisper, yet audible to all in the conference room. This young fellow, regardless of his privileged background, what could he possibly contribute? Moreover, his sickly appearance made it challenging to trust him. Lin Qingyuan's expression darkened further as he cast a glance at Qin Luo, stating, "Let us all remain quiet for a moment. Let us hear what Qin Luo has to say. Perhaps he possesses a valuable suggestion." Qin Luo's countenance darkened. Anyone would feel uncomfortable under such scrutiny. "How do you know it is not cholera?" "Fine. Let us assume your hypothesis holds water. How is cholera transmitted? Why is no one else affected? The nurses have also entered the monitoring room. Why have they not exhibited any symptoms? How it is transmitted, I cannot say," Qin Luo admitted. "However, the 36 infants are suffering from severe pulmonary infections, with coarse respiratory sounds and increased secretions in the trachea. They exhibit high fever, coupled with urinary tract infections, and their organs face the imminent threat of failure. This bears a striking resemblance to a strain of cholera bacteria that has long been eradicated in Huaxia." "Qin Luo, are you certain?" Lin Qingyuan pressed urgently. "Certain," Qin Luo affirmed with a serious nod. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "This is a mutated strain of cholera bacteria. A small-scale outbreak occurred in Malaysia 2 years ago. Is there a treatment?" "There is. Acupuncture, supplemented with traditional Chinese herbal remedies. However, it must be administered promptly. If the infant's organs fail, there will be no recourse." "This is sheer madness," the vice president retorted angrily. "Director, you cannot gamble with the lives of dozens of children. What does this boy know? Do you have a better solution?" Lin Qingyuan shot back, his gaze icy as he regarded the vice president. This man, who relied on his powerful connections, never missed an opportunity to contest him. At such a critical juncture, he still clung to his ideological battles. Whatever Lin Qingyuan advocated, he would oppose. "I do not, but we cannot haphazardly experiment. Administering herbal remedies to those newborns, what if their conditions worsen? You must understand, those children cannot withstand further turmoil," the vice president argued vehemently. In his eyes, allowing Qin Luo to treat them amounted to reckless experimentation. Lin Qingyuan regarded Qin Luo, uncertain whether to trust him. Yet upon seeing the young man's clear and resolute gaze, a profound sense of conviction began to take root. Could it be that he truly held something of value? Let him give it a try, Lin Qingyuan finally resolved, though he had no better alternatives. Give it a try? Such words roll off the tongue so easily. But if anything goes awry, who shall bear the responsibility? "I shall take it upon myself," both Lin Qingyuan and Qin Luo declared simultaneously. A shared understanding, a silent bond of honor and disgrace, began to blossom between them. "Very well. You are the dean, your word is law. However, should any misfortune occur, you shall bear the full weight of the consequences," the vice dean remarked, his expression dark yet inwardly reveling in delight. If there are fools willing to shoulder the responsibility, then let them proceed with their folly. He cared little for the lives of those children. His only concern was to secure his own position. Rest assured, if anything happens, I shall resign, Lin Qingyun retorted, fully aware of the vice dean's thoughts, his expression one of disdain. Should any calamity befall those children as dean, he would indeed be held accountable. Those are your own words. The rest of us shall bear witness, my Yukai said with a sinister smile, his pockmarked orange skin making one wish to stomp on it vigorously. I beg of you, Lin Qingyuan said as he approached Qin Luo, giving his shoulder a firm pat. Dean, you need not worry, Qin Luo replied solemnly. Rising to face the elderly man with graying hair at his temples, Qin Luo felt a gentle sigh escape his lips. In this era of waning faith, certain matters require someone to step forward and accept responsibility. Though he could easily distance himself from the situation, he resolved, for the sake of those 36 innocent children, I shall play the fool just this once. Chapter 2. The Inferno on the Mountain. The head of pediatrics, Lin Tangwazhong, furrowed his brows deeply, incessantly issuing a flurry of emergency commands. Lin Mei, go and console the parents of the children. Do your utmost to calm them. Their clamor here serves no purpose and only hinders treatment. Who will bear the responsibility for that? He instructed Li Ming. Have the results of the bacterial culture come through yet? If so, bring them at once. Huang Xiaoran, instruct the rescue team to administer a heightened dosage of lactam antibiotics to the infected infants based on the situation. As Lin Qingyuan, the hospital director, approached with an entourage, Tangwazhong hurried to greet him. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he spoke gravely. Director, the situation is dire. If we fail to present a treatment plan soon, these children may. I am aware it could potentially be pediatric cholera, Lin Qingyuan interjected. Trusting in his choice to let Qin Luo handle the treatment, he believed in the conclusions drawn. What? Cholera? Tangwazhong's pupils dilated in shock. How could it possibly be cholera? The director has spoken. It must indeed be cholera, came the reply. Director Tang, do not waste any more time. The director has summoned a renowned expert from the field of traditional Chinese medicine, who will undoubtedly bring about a miraculous recovery, urged Vice Director Ma Yukai, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Qingyuan ignored Ma Youcai's petty remarks and turned to Qin Luo, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. Qin Luo, I am counting on you. Rest assured, Director, Qin Luo replied confidently. However, I will require an assistant. He sensed the elderly gentleman's lack of faith in him. If he did not project more confidence, the director might reconsider his decision right then and there. Time was of the essence, and there could be no delays. What kind of assistant do you need? Any member from the expert group can be requested. I am sure no one would refuse, Lin Qingyuan stated. Qin Luo glanced around and casually pointed to a lovely young nurse, saying her? Her? Lin Qingyuan responded, slightly taken aback, but then nodded. Very well. You will accompany Dr. Qin. Whatever he requires, do your utmost to assist him. He instructed the nurse. Despite her trepidation at the prospect of cholera's terrifying contagion, the nurse, under the director's authority, dared not voice any resistance. It will be fine. Qin Luo reassured her with a smile, taking her hand and resolutely pushing open the sealed glass door to the neonatal intensive care unit. Many had followed with a sense of morbid curiosity, skeptical that a rustic and inexperienced youth could succeed where seasoned experts struggled. As Qin Luo entered the ward, they stood by the glass wall, observing his every move. Qin Luo retrieved a rectangular silver box from his pocket and addressed the nurse. Let us begin with bed 001. Please fetch me some disinfecting alcohol. The nurse complied without hesitation, promptly supplying the necessary items to Qin Luo. As Qin Luo meticulously disinfected the silver needles with alcohol swabs, he instructed, remove the infant's clothing. I am about to commence with the acupuncture. The young nurse complied promptly, swiftly fulfilling Qin Luo's request. Well done, he remarked, before deftly piercing the infant's chest at several acupoints, including Tiantu, Guanyuan, and Zhuwei, alternating between deep and shallow punctures, thrusting and lifting with precision. He executed a total of 18 swift insertions and withdrawals, the process seamless and almost magical, leaving the assisting nurse in a state of awe. All done. Cover the baby with a blanket. Now, remove the clothing of the infant in bed 002. Be quick. Our time is limited. Is that it? The nurse asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Yes, next. All right, Is it the burning mountain fire? She gasped. Outside the glass wall, an elderly traditional Chinese medicine expert in the panel initially wore a grave expression, only to exclaim in astonishment moments later, "Old Wong, what is this burning mountain fire?" Ma Yukai inquired with irritation. Observe the lad's technique. It truly seems remarkable. The burning mountain fire, an exquisite skill of the Taiyi Divine Needle. The elderly doctor appeared oblivious to the vice president's demeanor, animatedly explaining, "Taiyi Divine Needle? The legendary technique of the renowned physician Zhang Qingshan from the Yongjing era. Wasn't he said to have been lost to time?" Lin Qingyuan, well-versed in lore, interjected, "If it has been lost for so long, how can you be certain he employs the Taiyi Divine Needle? How could one so young possibly grasp such profound techniques?" Ma Yukai questioned skeptically. "There can be no mistake. He is indeed using the Taiyi Divine Needle. I came across its description in an ancient text that requires a needle measuring 1 inch and 6/10, with 3 thrusts and 3 withdrawals, followed by the phoenix soaring technique to nourish the body and dispel miasma and dampness." The elderly doctor insisted obstinately. "However, they say the Taiyi Divine Needle necessitates internal energy to wield. Could this young man possibly practice Qigong? Given his frail appearance, it seems unlikely he possesses such abilities. Perhaps it is merely a superficial resemblance. Let us await the outcome," Ma Yukai scoffed. Unbeknownst to Qin Luo in the intensive care unit, his acupuncture technique had sparked a heated debate outside. He concentrated all his energy, persistently inserting and withdrawing needles. His pallid complexion had grown even more ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks like a stream, evident of his exhaustion. "Dr. Qin, may I help you wipe your sweat?" the young nurse offered bashfully, holding a clean white towel. "Certainly. Thank you." Qin Luo nodded, yet did not cease his disinfection of the silver needles. The nurse approached, delicately wiping the perspiration from his brow. The young woman, captivated by the charming figure before her and his astonishing acuity with needles, found herself drawn to him, momentarily forgetting the contagious nature of cholera. "Just 2 more to go," Qin Luo gasped, having already treated 34 children in succession. Acupuncture was an endeavor that demanded immense physical and mental fortitude. One must be precise in locating acupoints, swift in execution, and skillful with the needle. Yet, paramount is the understanding that the intensity of pressure varies according to the specific acupoint being targeted. Moreover, the elder traditional Chinese medicine practitioner spoke truthfully. Employing the Taiyi Divine Needle necessitates the manipulation of qi through the needle. Although Qin Luo has laid a foundation with the Taoist 12 sections of brocade and has practiced pull-up techniques, the innate vital energy within him remains insufficient to sustain the continuous application of the Taiyi Divine Needle over 30 times. "Dr. Qin, you should take a rest," the young nurse gently urged, her face etched with concern. "We cannot delay any longer," Qin Luo replied, shaking his head. "No parent wishes to lose their child." "Then please remove the garments from bed 035. "Very well," the nurse acquiesced. Qin Luo grasped his right hand with his left, ensuring that his right hand would not falter due to fatigue, and once more directed the needle toward the infant who was desperately struggling and crying, tormented by the virus. Qin Luo emerged with the support of the young nurse. After treating the last 2 children, his strength was utterly depleted. Just as he exited the neonatal intensive care unit, a crowd surged forward. "Qin Luo, how did it go?" Lin Qingyuan grasped Qin Luo's hand, urgency evident in his voice. "Are you inquiring about me or the infants?" Qin Luo replied with a smile. "Both," Lin Qingyuan responded. "How are the children?" "They are out of danger now," Qin Luo assured him. 4 parts licorice, 2 parts angelica, 3 parts stone salt, and 1.5 liters of water. Simmer on low heat for half an hour before administering. "That is wonderful news," Lin Qingyuan exclaimed repeatedly. Ma Yukai initially intended to voice a few words of contradiction, but upon reconsideration, he approached Qin Luo with a broad smile, clapping him firmly on the shoulder as he jovially remarked, "Heroes emerge from youth. One would never suspect it. You have saved 36 children, salvaged 36 families, and preserved our hospital's reputation. On behalf of the affiliated hospital of the Traditional Chinese Medicine University, I extend my gratitude to you. I apologize for my earlier remarks. My concern for the children's safety may have led me to speak too harshly. I hope you will not take offense." Ma Yukai was aware that this incident had drawn considerable media attention, and it was only natural to present Qin Luo, the key figure in the rescue, to the public. Establishing a good rapport with him now would surely be more advantageous than allowing relations to sour. "Apology? Why not offer me 3 cups of punishment wine? Qin Luo scoffed. What is your attitude? How do you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Ma Yukai retorted, blood boiling with indignation. This scoundrel had rejected the olive branch extended to him. What attitude? Qin Luo chuckled. Are you my superior? Do I seek your favor? If neither applies, why should I be courteous to someone like you? He gestured toward the white coat Ma Yukai donned, stating, as a doctor, if you cannot save lives and alleviate suffering, then you ought to remove that attire, though not tarnish it. He had long harbored disdain for this deputy director. Had it not been for the urgency to save lives, he would have confronted him much earlier. In his eyes, such scum within the healthcare system valued only promotions and wealth, regarding all else as trivial. Including the most precious of lives, it is precisely the existence of such individuals that leads patients to harbor numerous misconceptions about the noble profession of medicine. A physician devoid of medical ethics is unworthy of the respect of their peers. Ma Yukai's face contorted with frustration, his finger pointed at Qin Luo, yet he was rendered speechless in his anger. Lin Qingyuan did not expect the seemingly gentle Qin Luo to be so domineering, unwilling to concede even a little. Nevertheless, he found satisfaction in seeing Ma Yukai's discomfort. Just as Ma Yukai was on the verge of an explosive outburst, Lin Qingyuan chuckled and said, Qin Luo, you're exhausted. Please take a proper rest. We will handle the matters ahead. All right, Qin Luo replied, indeed feeling utterly drained. His vision blurred, and he felt himself about to collapse. Lin Qingyuan quickly opened his arms, ready to catch Qin Luo. How terrifying men could be. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. Just as Qin Luo was leaning forward, he suddenly halted and executed an astonishing 180-degree reversal. Then, amidst a girl's gasp, he tumbled into the embrace of the beautiful nurse standing behind him. Soft, tender, warm, like a mother's arms. Chapter 3. The elegant woman. When Qin Luo opened his eyes, the room was shrouded in darkness. Awake? If you are weary, please rest a bit longer, Lin Qingyuan said with a smile. Sitting beside Qin Luo, I have rested enough. How are the children? Qin Luo asked with concern. Although he possessed ample confidence in his medical skills, he believed that it was better to be cautious. Do not worry. They are all recovered. There were no medical mishaps whatsoever, Lin Qingyuan replied cheerfully, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. Qin Luo, you have a commendable grandfather. The pupil surpasses the master. If he were to hear you praise me so, he would certainly puff up in indignation. Qin Luo chuckled. He did not consider his medical skills to be particularly extraordinary. It was merely his grandfather's deep affection for him. Your grandfather is stubborn, often speaking contrary to his true feelings. I am well aware of this. By the way, is he truly unwell? At least that is what he claims. Qin Luo sat up in bed. Where is this place? This is the rest area in my office. Sometimes, when I do not return home for lunch, I take a brief rest here, Lin Qingyuan explained, moving to draw back the heavy curtains adorned with intricate designs of oracle bone script. Outside, the sun shone brightly, casting light that flowed in like mercury, enveloping Qin Luo's body in a lazy, comfortable warmth. How long have I slept? Qin Luo asked in astonishment. He remembered attending an expert meeting in the afternoon. How could it now be morning? You've slept through the night. Today is the 16th? Lin Qingyuan replied with a grin. He found this young man increasingly agreeable. It seems you were truly exhausted. Qin Luo, despite our connection through your grandfather, I must extend my gratitude to you. Not only did you save those children, but you also salvaged our hospital and preserved my reputation, Lin Qingyuan, for all time. Had anything happened to those children, director, you are being overly polite. This is no mere politeness. I speak the truth, Lin Qingyuan said earnestly, waving his hand. What is it? Do you still call me director? Wouldn't it be more fitting to address me as grandfather? After all, I have been a long-time friend of your grandfather. Otherwise, why would he be willing to send his precious grandson to assist me this time? Grandfather, Lin said. Lin grandfather, Qin Luo could only force himself to call out. Haha, I understand that you young people are unconcerned with such titles. I won't press you. Call me whatever feels comfortable. Lin Qingyuan was indeed an open-minded elder. Qin Luo, there is something I must candidly share with you, and I hope you won't take offense. What is it? Well, after those children were healed by you yesterday, our hospital held a press conference. After all, it's not just us who are concerned about this matter. The media and the public are also paying attention. However, you were unconscious at the time, so I could only allow other members of the expert panel to attend the conference. Seeing that Qin Luo's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by the idea of public exposure, Lin Qingyuan continued. You saved those lives, and the credit should rightfully be yours. Yet, as you know, the expert panel is led by government officials. We could only inform the media that it was a collective effort. I hope you can understand this. Perhaps feeling that the hospital's actions were somewhat excessive, Lin Qingyuan awkwardly added. I also mentioned your name in the media. If you wish, I can arrange for some reporters to conduct a special interview with you. Grandfather, I completely understand what you were saying. It's all right. Since the credit has already been attributed to the expert panel, it would be inappropriate for me to accept a special interview. How would I explain during the interview? Would I claim that I healed them myself? That would be a slap in the face to the expert panel. I can't bring myself to say it was a collective effort. Lin Qingyuan was taken aback and said, You young people are remarkably sharp. It's almost intimidating, Lin grandfather. I merely express what I genuinely wish to convey. Many people, constrained by various limitations, find it difficult to do so. Do you have any plans for the future? How about working as a doctor in our hospital? With your medical skills, it would be safe to establish a specialist clinic. I will do my utmost to meet any other conditions you may have. Lin Qingyuan felt a sense of guilt towards Qin Luo regarding this matter and was eager to compensate him in some way. Qin Luo shook his head and replied, Thank you, Lin grandfather. Even if I were to become a doctor, it would not be in an affiliated hospital. Why not? I just had a disagreement with the vice president. Wouldn't rushing in now be akin to walking into a trap? Qin Luo said with a smile. That's not a problem. Although I am nearing retirement, I still have some students. My yukai wouldn't dare to treat you poorly, Lin Qingyuan quickly assured him. Qin Luo shook his head and said, Life is fleeting. Why should we make it unpleasant for everyone? Very well, I won't press you further. Do you have any matters to attend to during your visit to Yinjing? Yes, I am here to annul an engagement. Annul an engagement? Lin Qingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. I have only heard of men proposing. I've never heard of someone actively seeking to annul an engagement. Qin Luo smiled but chose not to elaborate, indicating his reluctance to delve deeper into the topic. Haha, well, it's good to know you are well. I have a meeting to attend now. Let us leave it at that. You find yourself without a place to stay in Yinjing. Hence, it would be imprudent to seek accommodation in a hotel that would be inconvenient. I shall have Xiao Qin escort you to my residence. My home boasts ample rooms and they lie idle. If you acknowledge me as your grandfather, do not stand on ceremony. I have much to discuss with you. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Qin Luo, who was not one to easily turn down a request, acquiesced to Lin Qingyuan's proposition. Xiao Qian, Lin Qingyuan's secretary, is a young man of unassuming appearance, adorned with spectacles. Qin Luo found it unsurprising that Lin Qingyuan would select such a person for the role of his secretary. I am Lei. You may call me Xiao Qian, he introduced himself while driving. Qin Luo noticed that as he spoke, a flush crept onto his cheeks. Fortuitously, being no beauty himself, he mused that otherwise, Lei might have trembled at the wheel. Qin Luo, with the Qin of Qin Huang and Han Wu, and the Luo of Luo Shui, he added, not harboring any aversion towards the young man. Your name is more melodious than mine? Lei remarked, Name is merely a moniker. Qin Luo replied with a wry smile that it seemed rather absurd for two grown men to discuss the appeal of their names. Lei's earnest chatter left Qin Luo at a loss for words. As the vehicle turned into the neighborhood, it came to a halt beside a koi pond. Lei gestured towards a two-story villa nearby, saying, That house belongs to the director. You may go on ahead. I shall not accompany you. The way he said this, as though he were confessing to a guilty secret, rendered his face crimson and his gaze evasive. Sensing something amiss, Qin Luo inquired with a smile. Why won't you come with me? I doubt what's wrong. I'm afraid to go, he stammered. Why are you afraid? Qin Luo pressed further. The director has a granddaughter. Miss Lin may be at home. A granddaughter? Qin Luo pondered, then asked, Is she unattractive? No, on the contrary, Miss Lin is quite beautiful. Then why are you afraid? His curiosity piqued further. She does not like me. I truly cannot go. Lei nearly pleaded, panic evident in his voice. Very well, I shall proceed alone. Thank you for bringing me, Qin Luo replied with a smile, choosing not to press the honest fellow further. Yes, thank you. Here is the key from the director. You may go now? Lei said. Qin Luo waved farewell and stepped out of the car. Lei sped off in a flurry. Qin Luo stood momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be that the women of the Lin family were akin to tigers? After a moment's hesitation, he clutched the key and approached the Lin family's villa. He had made a promise to Lin Qingyuan and could not allow the fearsome reputation of a woman to deter him. Peering through the open iron gate, he was immediately captivated by the enchanting scenery within the courtyard, or rather, by the stunning woman tending to the flowers. She was focused, watering them as if nurturing her most cherished treasure. Dressed in a casual white cotton outfit, she stood at an impressive height of nearly 1.70 meters. As she bent down, her ample bosom seemed to sway precariously, resembling a deep-sea bomb ready to fall. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, obscuring half of her captivating visage. However, that ephemeral glimpse of the other half of her face was enough to captivate anyone. With a voluptuous bosom, an elegant stature, and an alluring physique, she was truly a celestial beauty. More importantly, she appeared to be around 27 or 28 years of age. There was not a hint of youthful naivete in either her appearance or her form. She was akin to a perfectly ripened peach. A mature woman? I adore mature women. Qin Luo sighed inwardly, gently tapping on the iron gate of the Lin residence. I in the presence of such a mature beauty. Qin Luo felt compelled to maintain the demeanor of a gentleman. Although the knock was soft, the woman tending to the flowers was evidently startled, turning her gaze to Qin Luo with a piercing glare. Just that one look extinguished half the flame of desire burning within him. Cold, it was unbearably cold. He could only wonder what experiences had shaped her, as her gaze felt like a chilling blade, sending shivers down his spine. Qin Luo finally understood why Thunderous Brother had fled in panic without even daring to enter. At this moment, Qin Luo himself felt the urge to flee. The woman set down her watering can and approached him, her beauty becoming increasingly intoxicating with each step. Yet, the penetrating chill emanating from her intensified as well. "Who are you?" she asked icily, her voice devoid of any human warmth. "I am Qin Luo." Qin Luo strained to lift the corners of his mouth, forcing what he believed to be the most charming smile of his life. "I don't know you." Bang! The woman abruptly slammed the iron gate shut. With a click, she locked it. Qin Luo stood in stunned silence for a moment, only to realize he had been rejected at the threshold. What in the world was this? I haven't even introduced myself, of course. You wouldn't know me. Chapter 4. Lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot. Perhaps it was the inherent flaws in a man's character, or perhaps it was the deep-seated fascination Qin Luo held for mature women, or maybe it was the bruised pride within him. But for whatever reason, Qin Luo felt an undeniable urge to enter that door today. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the icy woman, he produced a key and unlocked the iron gate himself. "How do you have a key to my house?" the icy woman inquired coldly. "Your grandfather gave it to me," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "Why did he give you a key? Who are you?" "As I mentioned, my name is Qin Luo. For why he entrusted me with a key, that remains a mystery to me." With that, Qin Luo stepped inside. "Stop! If you dare to come in, I will call the police," she commanded fiercely. "Suit yourself. But before you do, it might be wise to call your grandfather first." Qin Luo shrugged nonchalantly, donning a black robe that lent him an air of effortless charm. "Just wait." The icy woman shot him a menacing glare before swiftly making her way to the hall, clearly intending to call her grandfather for clarification. According to the wisdom of the elderly in Huaxia, a woman with ample bosom and shapely curves was destined to bear a son. As Qin Luo observed the curvaceous figure of the icy beauty sway into the house, he mused that she would indeed make an excellent wife. Upon entering the hall, he found the icy woman already on the phone with Lin Qingyuan. It seemed the outcome was not to her satisfaction. As the frost upon her visage deepened, her gaze fixed on Qin Luo felt as if it could strip the flesh from his bones. "Well, I didn't deceive you, did I?" Qin Luo chuckled. "Where is my room? Find it yourself. What if I accidentally enter the wrong room and see something I shouldn't?" Qin Luo inquired with a playful smile. "Then I shall gouge out your eyes," the icy woman retorted angrily. "It's the room on the second floor, the leftmost one, thank you. That way, I won't mistake the room." The icy woman shot Qin Luo a fierce glare before striding out, as he observed her retreating figure. Qin Luo wore a contemplative expression. This woman is quite peculiar. Upon locating his room on the second floor, Qin Luo hurriedly shed his garments and dove into the bathroom. While lathering himself with shower gel, he suddenly recalled a troublesome predicament. He had no change of clothes. The black robe he wore was certainly unfit for further use, having been drenched in sweat from his rescue efforts the previous day, leaving it with an unpleasant odor. Moreover, He had not brought any luggage on this outing, not even a spare outfit. Surely, he could not venture out wrapped in just a towel. He was not one to be so indiscreet. After hastily rinsing off the suds, Qin Luo dashed out to rummage through drawers and cabinets in search of something to cover himself. Fortunately, he discovered a bathrobe tucked away in the wardrobe. Unfortunately, it was a woman's robe, oversized and pink, crafted from silk, adorned with delicate floral patterns. When he donned it, it left little to the imagination. Realization dawned upon Qin Luo. The icy woman had mischievous intentions. Leading him into the female guest quarters, in his haste to wash off the stickiness, he had neglected to inspect his surroundings carefully. What was he to do? There was no way he could wear this robe. If word of this incident got out, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Was he to step out in the nude? Qin Luo rushed to the windowsill, hoping the icy woman might assist him in procuring some clothing. To his dismay, she was no longer in the courtyard. With no other options, he hastily grabbed a towel to cover his modesty. Quietly, he opened a door just enough to check the corridor for any onlookers. Finding it empty, he bolted outside. He needed to find Lin Qingyuan's room to borrow some attire. As Qin Luo sprinted, bare-bottomed, halfway down the hallway, the sound of a door opening reached his ears. He turned to see the icy woman staring at him with wide eyes. "What do you think you're doing?" she inquired. Her tone frosty. "I'm not doing anything," Qin Luo replied, his face contorted in discomfort. "Then what are you doing?" "I'm looking for clothes," she scoffed, curling her lips in disdain. "I didn't expect you to have a penchant for running around naked." Qin Luo's temper flared. How could he find himself in such a predicament, all due to her scheming? He feigned loosening the towel around his waist, wearing a mischievous grin as he said, "Well, since you've caught me, I suppose I'll indulge you." Typically, one would expect a woman to blush and cover her face in embarrassment when confronted by a man's lewdness, peeking through her fingers while playfully chiding, "You're such a nuisance," before fleeing in a fluster. Yet, this woman's reaction was utterly unexpected. She stood there, arms crossed, with an air of haughty indifference, her striking eyes coldly scrutinizing Qin Luo, as if she were eagerly awaiting his next move. "What's the matter? Afraid to undress?" the icy woman taunted with a mocking smile. You are a rogue," Qin Luo retorted, feeling as though he were a wronged spouse enduring humiliation, indignantly protesting. With both hands gripping the ends of the towel, Qin Luo shielded his intimate parts and dashed back to his room. Bare-bottom, he flung himself onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow as he wept bitterly, exclaiming, "It's truly outrageous." After a prolonged bout of crying, exhaustion took over, and he succumbed to slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Qin Luo was roused from his drowsy state by the sound of knocking at the door. Enraged, he muttered, "This woman truly believes I wouldn't dare to undress? I am a man. How could I be at a disadvantage?" The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to leap out of bed without even wrapping the towel around himself. He stormed to the door and flung it open, declaring, "Do you truly think I wouldn't dare, Grandpa Lin?" Standing at the threshold, Lin Qingyuan stared in astonishment at the sight of the naked Qin Luo, his eyes wide and his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, he completely forgot the purpose of his visit. "Qin Luo, you." In a fit of urgency, Qin Luo slammed the door shut and hurried to fetch a towel. When he reappeared before Lin Qingyuan, he had managed to wrap a white towel around his waist, smiling awkwardly as he said, "Grandpa Lin, I apologized, I was just in the shower." "I in the shower?" Lin Qingyuan replied, "Indeed. After my bath, I realized I had no clothes to change into." Qin Luo continued, "I wouldn't want Grandpa Lin to think of me as an exhibitionist." "Oh, that's my oversight," Lin Qingyuan acknowledged. "Wait a moment. Huanqi bought me a set of sportswear that I've yet to wear. I'll fetch it for you. You can make do with it for now." "Huanqi? My granddaughter. Haven't you met her?" "Oh, I have," Qin Luo nodded. "All right, I'll go get you some clothes. After you've changed, we'll head downstairs for a meal," Lin Qingyuan said with a smile. Qin Luo, who was of a similar stature to Lin Qingyuan, found that the clothes fit him adequately. However, wearing a Nike tracksuit for the first time felt somewhat unfamiliar. Upon arriving on the ground floor, he found Lin Qingyuan and the icy woman already seated at the dining table, while a young maid busied herself serving the meal. Qin Luo hadn't encountered her earlier, likely because she had gone out to buy groceries. "Qin Luo, come sit with us. Shall we share a drink?" Lin Qingyuan cheerfully gestured as he arranged the cups. "Grandpa Lin, I cannot drink alcohol," Qin Luo replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Cannot drink? How can one visit the north and abstain from alcohol? Our northern men drink from bowls. Lin Qingyuan insisted. I won't pressure you today. Let us each have 3 small cups. I'm old now, so I can't drink too much either. Unenthusiastically, Lin Qingyuan spoke, knowing that northern men typically prided themselves on their drinking prowess, often urging their guests to partake. Grandpa Lin, I truly cannot drink. Not a drop. Qin Luo replied, his expression somber. Why is that? Is your health not well? Lin Qingyuan asked, concern etching his features. Yes, Qin Luo nodded, his face shadowed with melancholy. Your grandfather possesses such remarkable medical skills, yet he cannot cure you? Lin Qingyuan inquired, observing Qin Luo's pallid complexion and beginning to understand the gravity of his frail condition. This ailment, it requires a stroke of fortune, Qin Luo sighed. Very well then, I shall abstain as well. Let us, grandfather and grandson, enjoy a few glasses of juice instead. I saw, could you please open a bottle of Sprite for us? Lin Qingyuan inquired. Although Lin Huanqi, seated in a chair, wore an expressionless face, she secretly eavesdropped on their conversation. Upon hearing that Qin Luo was unwell, she felt a tinge of sympathy for him. Lin Qingyuan urged Qin Luo to sit down and asked, Is your intention to come to Yinjing to annul the engagement due to this reason? Indeed, Qin Luo nodded in affirmation. Why should I jeopardize others because of my own condition? Moreover, in this day and age, the notion of betrothal by proxy is truly difficult to accept. I have never even met that girl, so there can be no emotional foundation between us. Alas, you speak the truth. Young people nowadays certainly dislike being coerced. However, Qin Luo, I hold you in high regard that a young man as exceptional as you, with such remarkable medical skills, will have no trouble finding a suitable partner. Grandfather Lin, you flatter me, Qin Luo humbly replied. Flattery it is not, Lin Qingyuan remarked, gesturing towards Lin Huanqi, who sat opposite him. What do you think of my granddaughter? Ah, she's quite nice. Qin Luo responded perfunctorily. He could not very well declare that she was emotionally frigid, despite the truth of the matter. You find her agreeable? Lin Qingyuan pressed. Indeed, Sister Huanqi is very beautiful, Qin Luo answered. Forcing himself to respond, an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him. Very well, if you consent, I would be willing to betroth my granddaughter to you, Lin Qingyuan declared earnestly, as if his granddaughter were a product that needed to be sold off. Qin Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Qingyuan would broach this subject so directly. Having just praised his granddaughter, it would be tantamount to shooting himself in the foot to refuse now. Chapter 5. Fear of Men. Grandfather Lin. Such matters ought to be determined by fate, don't you think? I believe Sister Huanqi, being so accomplished and beautiful, will undoubtedly attract many admirers. Besides, she may not even fancy someone of my ilk. Qin Luo chuckled awkwardly, his face contorting as though his muscles were about to cramp from the strain. Experiencing the sensation of being relegated to the nice guy role for the first time was rather unpleasant. Suddenly, Lin Huanqi, who had been quietly eating, slammed her chopsticks onto the table in surprise, exclaiming, Grandfather, what are you saying? Who would want to marry him? Her delicate, porcelain-like face flushed with a rosy hue, and her captivating eyes were filled with indignation. The sight of an angry goddess was simply breathtaking. Huanqi, you are no longer a child. It is time to consider such matters, Lin Qingyuan gently urged. Please continue your meal that I am full, Lin Huanqi declared. Setting down her chopsticks and rising to head upstairs, as they watched her figure vanish at the staircase, Qin Luo and Lin Qingyuan exchanged wry smiles. Alas, Qin Luo, I am not jesting, if you both are inclined. I genuinely wish to play matchmaker. However, Huangzai. Lin Qingyuan sighed heavily, unsure whether he lamented his granddaughter's marital prospects or mourned her rejection of his goodwill. Grandfather Lin, you needn't worry. Each generation has its own fortune. Nowadays, it is men who fret about finding brides. Where is the worry for women seeking husbands? Qin Luo reassured him with a smile. Not worry? Qin Luo, how could I not worry? Huanqi is already 27. In 3 years, she will be approaching 30. What is the popular term used in newspapers? Ah, yes, leftover women. How many girls her age remain unmarried? Yet, to this day, she has not even had a boyfriend. I introduced her to a doctor from our hospital, but she refused. She has many admirers at school, yet she dismisses them all. The students have even given her an unflattering nickname. Iceberg teacher, isn't that absurd? My only concern now is her marital status. Qin Luo wore a bitter smile, No wonder that old man began promoting his granddaughter the moment they first met. He fears she might become a leftover woman. After pondering for a moment, Qin Luo candidly stated, Grandpa Lin, I suspect Sister Lin has a problem. A problem? Lin Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, a psychological issue. Qin Luo furtively glanced towards the staircase, wary that the iceberg woman might return. Could it be that she is attracted to women? Lin Qingyuan asked in a hushed tone. That should not be the case, I mean. She suffers from a psychological condition. This ailment causes the patient to harbor an aversion towards men, even to the extent of avoiding any interaction with them. Medically, it is termed androphobia, Qin Luo explained. His suspicion stemmed from the disdainful gaze Lin Huanqi cast upon him when they first met. Such a delicate flower as himself should not be treated with such contempt, even if he did not swoon at first sight. After hearing Lin Qingyuan's confession, Qin Luo felt even more convinced of this reality. However, since this was his first encounter with Lin Huanqi, he was not fully aware of her past. Therefore, he could not ascertain with absolute certainty whether she indeed suffered from this condition. Androphobia refers to an irrational fear of males or masculinity, often rooted in experiences from early life, particularly during puberty. Perhaps it arises from witnessing repulsive male behavior during adolescence, or from observing male violence in films. It may also stem from a failed marriage or romantic relationship. The precise cause can only be understood through interaction with the patient. Androphobia? Is there a chance you can cure Huanqi? Lin Qingyuan grasped Qin Luo's hand, his expression filled with concern. I shall give it a try. Qin Luo replied, Qin Luo, I entrust her to you. Please help Huanqi, Lin Qingyuan implored earnestly. After dinner, Qin Luo instructed the housekeeper to prepare a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. He then personally carried the steaming bowl to the door of Lin Huanqi's room and gently knocked. Upon opening the door, Lin Huanqi, upon seeing Qin Luo, coldly inquired, What do you want? I noticed you hadn't eaten anything tonight, so I brought you a bowl of noodles, Qin Luo said with a smile, extending the fragrant bowl towards her. I don't want it, she replied, attempting to shut the door. With a swift motion, Qin Luo pressed his hand against the door, preventing her from closing it. Honestly, given your unpleasant attitude towards me, it would bring me great joy if you refused to eat, as it would grant me a sense of vindictive satisfaction, Qin Luo retorted with a cold smirk. However, for the sake of Grandpa Lin, I must come to your aid when you are in need. Help me? What gives you the right to assist me? What is it that I require your help with? Lin Huanqi asked coldly, her hands instinctively pulling her nightgown together. She had just bathed, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned in a purple silk nightgown. Although the dark red patterns concealed much of her smooth, snow-like skin, her slender, swan-like neck, alluring collarbone, and voluptuous bosom still stirred the imagination. The righteous Qin Luo, while earnestly proclaiming his intent to rescue this wayward lamb, couldn't help but steal several glances at her. Naturally, such a scene only intensified Lin Huanqi's disdain for Qin Luo. Men, not a single one is trustworthy. You are delusional, Qin Luo remarked. You are the one who is delusional. You truly are unwell. You are the one who is truly unwell. Leave that I am about to close the door, Lin Huanqi snapped, her temper flaring. Had this man lost his mind? In the dead of night, he barged into someone else's room with a bowl of noodles, yet dared to accuse her of being unwell. He might as well be the one in need of help. I mean, you have a psychological issue, Qin Luo explained, his frustration evident. You are the one with issues in your mind. You are a mess all over. Get away, I am closing the door. Lin Huanqi reached out to push Qin Luo away, but he firmly grasped her delicate wrist, and no longer inclined to be polite. Qin Luo pulled her arm and stepped into the room, swiftly kicking the door shut behind them. What do you intend to do? Lin Huanqi asked, a hint of panic in her voice. This man seemed to be enraged. With a crash, Qin Luo placed the bowl of noodles on Lin Huanqi's vanity, speaking harshly. I am here to treat you, as a medical instructor. Have you not recognized your own psychological afflictions? At 27, you have never been in a relationship. Do you truly believe that is normal? I simply have not found someone I like. What does that have to do with you? Why should it concern you? It is not that you have not found someone you like. Rather, you harbor a deep-rooted disdain for men. Have you not realized this? Are you still in denial? Do you believe you are normal right now? Do not forget, I am also a doctor. Furthermore, I have just assisted Grandpa Lin with a serious medical incident. Why medical skills surpass those of many so-called experts, Qin Luo asserted. His intent was not to boast before the beautiful woman, but to instill confidence in his patient. If a patient lacks faith in their physician, they would rather face their afflictions alone or let them fester than seek help. After all, expressing one's ailments often leads to a sense of shame, particularly in the mindset of many in Huaxia, where illness is considered a disgrace. Consequently, the number of individuals seeking regular medical care in Huaxia ranks at the bottom among developed and developing nations. Driven by fear of diagnosis and embarrassment, of course, many are also deterred by the burden of exorbitant medical expenses. Lin Huanqi gazed blankly at Qin Luo, unsure of how to proceed. She was aware of her issues. She understood that an indelible scar marred her psyche. However, must she so brazenly expose herself before this stranger? To engage candidly with a man who is several years her junior? As your attending physician, I require a comprehensive understanding of the events that transpired, Qin Luo said softly, her demeanor no longer as confrontational as it had been earlier. I, Lin Huanqi, wished to speak but found myself at a loss for words. Qin Luo dared not let her guard down in the slightest. She had painstakingly shattered this woman's defenses using a firm approach. Should the woman regain her composure, eliciting her words would prove to be an even greater challenge. Who is he? Qin Luo inquired tentatively, as this matter delved into the realm of psychology. Qin Luo had always harbored a keen interest in this field, having perused various works such as Falling in Love with the Tango, Abnormal Psychology and Psychotherapy, and Neuropsychological Assessment. Now, the knowledge felt far from foreign. Guasu. Uncontrollably, Lin Huanqi found herself ensnared in the linguistic trap set by Qin Luo. Could you share his story? Qin Luo asked. It was only then that Lin Huanqi realized she had revealed a crack in her armor. Watching Qin Luo warily as she sharply questioned, "What exactly do you wish to know?" "A reason is required. We must ascertain what has led you to harbor such disdain for me and do you intend for this to persist indefinitely? To keep your family in such distress? Moreover, this condition will only intensify. Currently, it is merely unfamiliar men you detest. In the future, perhaps even your grandfather will be unable to approach you. What will you do then? Live in solitude? Sever all ties with your family and friends?" Qin Luo admonished. Under Qin Luo's relentless onslaught, Lin Huanqi's defenses finally crumbled, and she collapsed to the ground, embracing herself as she wept uncontrollably. She had suppressed her emotions for far too long. Chapter 6. The one on the white horse is not necessarily a prince. The pale moonlight filtered through the gauze, casting a delicate glow. A gentle breeze caressed Lin Huanqi's cheek, stirring her long hair. Draped in the coat Qin Luo had retrieved for her, she sat across from him in a wicker chair on the balcony. She did not meet Qin Luo's gaze, instead fixating on the hazy, golden orb that illuminated the night sky. Lin Huanqi was extraordinarily beautiful, her features akin to a painting, exuding a cool elegance. Yet, her alluring peach blossom eyes and captivating figure rendered her enchanting, brimming with charm and grace. Radiant yet not gaudy, voluptuous yet not unwieldy. More significantly, she was 5 years his senior. This woman epitomized the ideal mature woman in Qin Luo's heart. Yet, she suffered from that wretched fear of men. As a physician, Qin Luo felt it was his duty to rescue this woman from her plight, to enable her to once again embrace the warmth of a man's affection. After graduating from university, I was recommended by my school to attend Harvard Medical School to study pharmacology and immunology. Lin Huanqi suddenly broke the prolonged silence between them. "Indeed, it is evident you must be exceptionally talented," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "With such a face that could bring nations to ruin, coupled with intellect to match, a woman like her would undoubtedly be the center of attention wherever she went. In this day and age, women in their late 20s who remain unmarried are quite common. The term leftover woman has become a fashionable trend. However, why is it that Lin Huanqi consistently draws attention and captivates the public's gaze? Is it not simply due to her striking beauty? Were she to resemble Feng Jia, would anyone still be trailing behind her, concerned with her marital status or romantic involvements? Which man would marry Feng Jia at the age of 80, only to discover her virginity on their wedding night? You need not be astonished, for it is an inevitability. One need not doubt that her hymen is undoubtedly original, rather than a mere rubber membrane purchased for 80 yuan. In the initial days after my arrival, life was tranquil yet fulfilling. The academic atmosphere there was palpable. No one compelled you to study, yet one had to exert oneself continuously. He felt as though one had suddenly stepped into a treasure trove, where surprises awaited at every turn. Then, there came a prolonged silence. Lin Huanqi's visage appeared sorrowful and perplexed, as if her soul had transcended into another realm. retreating into distant memories, both beautiful and painful. Qin Luo perceived that this was the authentic Lin Huanqi. The version of her that regarded others with indifference and preferred to frown while conversing was merely a fade, a mask imposed by illness that she could not remove. Is he also remarkable? Qin Luo inquired softly, striving to steer the conversation. He, too, was a native of Huaxia Yinjing, and being away from home imbued him with a heightened sense of kinship. Moreover, he was indeed impressive, having entered Harbin Medical University a year prior. He had already obtained a doctorate in immunology. He was also the president of the Alumni Association, wielding significant influence among the international student community. Qin Luo nodded, recognizing that only a man of such caliber could be worthy of Lin Huanqi. He was polite to others, never overstepping his bounds in their interactions. He had never made excessive demands. In fact, she had always believed that they had never even held hands. It was precisely this demeanor that led her to consider him a man deserving of lifelong commitment. What transpired subsequently? Qin Luo asked. But I was too naive, Lin Huanqi replied, shaking her head weakly. By chance, I witnessed him driving away with a girl from M country. That woman was notorious, a well-known socialite at the school. I then followed them in a car. Before they even entered the house, they embraced in the vehicle. Qin Luo nodded in understanding. So, from that moment on, did you begin to despise men? Yes, I find them all so filthy. Every man, regardless of how respectable they may appear, is the same. And what of me? Qin Luo leaned back slightly, allowing her a clearer view of his handsome countenance. You are tolerable, she admitted, though she felt a mix of disdain and reluctant acceptance. When they first met, she had found this man, clad in a tattered black robe, exceedingly irritating. Moreover, his rudeness, entering her space without permission, made him 1,000 times more detestable than any man she had encountered before. However, my grandfather mentioned that he had recently rendered significant assistance by resolving the nationwide uproar surrounding the infant infection incident, thus salvaging the hospital's reputation. He could silently offer tissues in moments of his own sorrow and provide warm clothing when he sensed the chill. He does not appear to be a malevolent individual. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. Qin Luo remarked, you are still young. Eventually, you will marry and have children. Moreover, your current symptoms may continue to deteriorate. When you see a man, do you not feel an intense surge of anger, as if your inner self is under siege, yearning for an explosive release? Indeed, Lin Huanqi nodded. To be precise, you are experiencing a fear of love. If this progresses further, it could develop into an aversion and dread of all men. Subconsciously, you may perceive every man approaching you as having ulterior motives, coupled with your loss of faith in love. This has led to your present condition, Qin Luo elucidated. This has extended into the realm of psychology. Unfortunately, fear of men is fundamentally a psychological ailment. Such ailments require psychological remedies for healing. If you trust me, I possess the means to assist you in your recovery, Qin Luo stated with unwavering confidence. He discerned that Lin Huanqi was reluctant to remain ensnared in her predicament. However, those embroiled in their own dilemmas often find it challenging to confront their issues directly and have yet to identify the precise breakthrough. As long as the patient is willing to cooperate, Qin Luo was confident he had an 80% chance of facilitating her healing. Thank you, Lin Huanqi murmured softly. Indeed, this marks a promising beginning. Qin Luo replied with a double entendre. The fact that she no longer despised herself and was willing to express gratitude to a man signified her progress towards recovery. Naturally, additional methods would be required to support her treatment. What should I do now? Lin Huanqi inquired. Your affliction has persisted for far too long. Due to frequent anger, your liver energy is severely stagnated. Firstly, I must help you unblock your liver meridian, Qin Luo explained. If you can maintain a consistently joyful disposition, your symptoms will naturally alleviate. Should the liver meridian remain obstructed, old ailments may resurface. How do we unblock it? Lin Huanqi asked. Through acupuncture, Qin Luo replied, once again retrieving the silver iron box from his pocket. Acupuncture? Yes. The points to be targeted are Dazhui, Xingjian, and Zisanli. Qin Luo specified. Is it now? If you have the time, Qin Luo shrugged indifferently. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Lin Huanqi replied. Anyone, upon learning that their ailment can be treated, cannot help but long for a swift resolution. Even Lin Huanqi, known as the ice goddess, was no exception, her eyes betraying a glimmer of desire. Qin Luo glanced around and suggested, let us return to the room. The wind is strong outside, and you must avoid drafts after acupuncture. Okay. Lin Huanqi obediently stood and followed Qin Luo into her chamber. Please have a seat on the bed, Qin Luo instructed. Lin Huanqi cast a glance at him and complied. Sitting down on her large bed, she tugged at the hem of her nightgown, inadvertently raising the fabric and revealing a generous expanse of her snow-white thighs. Do you have any disinfectant alcohol? Qin Luo inquired. As her gaze inadvertently swept over Lin Huanqi's thigh, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. I in the first aid kit in the cabinet, Lin Huanqi remarked, her complexion slightly flushed. She felt quite uncomfortable under Qin Luo's intense gaze. After locating the first aid kit, Qin Luo sterilized the silver needle with alcohol and then crouched beside Lin Huanqi's calf, extending his hand to touch her delicate foot, which resembled a golden lotus. Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me, Lin Huanqi exclaimed angrily, attempting to withdraw her foot from Qin Luo's grasp. She was utterly infuriated, never expecting this man to be so reckless. As a teacher at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, you must be aware of the locations of the dating and Xingjian acupoints, correct? Qin Luo inquired with a smile. Lin Huanqi certainly knew. The dating acupoint is located on the outer side of the toe's tip, 0.1 inches from the nail's corner, while the Xingjian is found on the dorsum of the foot, just behind the webbing of the second and third toes. In other words, would she really allow this man to toy with her feet, which had never before been touched by a man? I am a doctor. A doctor possesses no gender. Qin Luo reiterated this rather dubious statement once more. Lin Huanqi gazed into Qin Luo's earnest and sincere eyes, hesitating before she ceased her struggle, permitting her delicate foot to rest in his almost feminine hands. The foot is a woman's second face. A truly discerning man appreciates a woman from the ground up, beginning with her feet and culminating at her head. The notion of exquisite feet encompasses several criteria: distinct contours, elongated shape, smooth lines, tender hues, orderly toes, and a fragrant aroma. Those who meet more than 3 of these conditions are exceedingly rare. If one fulfills all criteria, they become the ultimate object of desire for foot fetishists. Lin Huanqi's feet undoubtedly fell into the category of exquisite beauty. Shall we begin? Lin Huanqi observed Qin Luo cradling her foot with a look of delight. Yet he showed no intention of proceeding with the acupuncture. An unusual sense of satisfaction washed over her. However, her feminine modesty prompted her to subtly shift her foot, nudging Qin Luo to commence. I was just locating the acupoints, Qin Luo replied dismissively. Fortunately, Lin Huanqi graciously refrained from publicly exposing Qin Luo's fib. When Qin Luo composed himself and assumed the role of a doctor, he exuded an air of seriousness, professionalism, and efficiency. His precision in locating acupoints and swift insertion of needles was devoid of any unnecessary hesitation, his movements so beautiful they left one entranced. Though she had witnessed acupuncture before, she had never seen anyone wield a needle with such aesthetic grace. Lin Huanqi mused that such a man, if he so desired, would undoubtedly attract many admirers. Releasing Lin Huanqi's delicate foot, Qin Luo said, "Please pull your nightgown up a bit. We will treat the zuwuli acupoint." The zuwuli is situated on the inner thigh, 3 inches below the hip joint, beneath the pubic tubercle, along the outer edge of the adductor muscle. In other words, did he want her to part her thighs for him to see? Lin Huanqi wore a troubled expression, uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 7. The 12-section brocade of Taoism. Observing Lin Huanqi's blushing face and glistening eyes, caught in a state of embarrassment and difficulty as she sat still, Qin Luo finally understood her concerns. This acupoint was of great significance. Blind needling could potentially risk injuring the femoral artery and vein. I am not entirely confident either, Qin Luo explained. Can you perform blind needling? Lin Huanqi asked, her face a portrait of astonishment. As a teacher in the hospital, specializing in human immunology, she possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the fundamentals of traditional Chinese medicine. Blind needling, as the term suggests, refers to the practice of acupuncture performed with one's eyes closed. Mastery of the technique, force, and acupoint selection could be described as second nature in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. There are scarcely a handful of practitioners who have mastered the art of blind needling. Yet, the young man standing before her, who could easily be her younger brother, had evidently acquired this skill. In our family, one cannot embark on a professional journey without the ability to perform blind needling, Qin Luo said with a smile, a sense of pride swelling within him for his family's heritage. Lin Huanqi regarded Qin Luo as if he were an anomaly, contemplating the fact that he was a genuine master of traditional Chinese medicine. If she continued to feign superiority, Would it not be a slight against the integrity of the medical profession? Moreover, his gaze was sincere, devoid of the lecherous demeanor that often accompanies those who take pleasure in exploiting women. What harm could it do to request his assistance with acupuncture? Lin Huanqi felt weary of her own disposition. She was acutely aware that such behavior was detrimental, yet she found herself powerless to change. Her personality had rendered her virtually friendless within the school. Men were distanced from her, and women shunned her company. She resembled a solitary bird soaring through the skies, occasionally beset by feelings of isolation. "Could you wait a moment? I need to change," Lin Huanqi said, her cheeks flushed. "Change?" Qin Luo assessed the silk nightgown adorning Lin Huanqi's form and remarked, "There's no need for a change. This outfit is quite suitable. It allows for ease of movement. I would prefer to change," Lin Huanqi insisted, her face nearly ablaze. She felt a pang of embarrassment in revealing to Qin Luo that she had hastily donned the nightgown after hearing a knock on the door while showering, neglecting to put on any undergarments. Although the nightgown was sheer, its length provided adequate coverage, shielding her from prying eyes. However, should he need to perform acupuncture near her thigh, exposure would be inevitable. Unable to discern Lin Huanqi's insistence, Qin Luo acquiesced, nodding, "If you wish to change, that is fine. However, I would recommend a skirt for ease of needling. Long pants may prove cumbersome." "All right," Lin Huanqi replied, discreetly retrieving clean undergarments from the wardrobe before dashing to the bathroom to change. When Lin Huanqi emerged once more, Qin Luo observed that she still wore the same purple nightgown. The only alteration was the addition of a camisole, which restrained her previously unconfined figure, rendering it less startling. Everything else remained unchanged. "Didn't you say you were going to change?" Qin Luo inquired. "I have changed." "Let us proceed," Lin Huanqi responded, unsure of how to answer his question, adopting a stoic expression reminiscent of someone afflicted by misandry. It must be said, this was an effective guise. "Very well," Qin Luo said, as he retrieved a sterilized needle, reaching to lift the hem of Lin Huanqi's nightgown. Truth be told, deep within every individual lies an innate desire for destruction. Whether peeling corn or disrobing a woman, such acts can evoke a peculiar sense of exhilaration. This also elucidates why couples often resort to throwing objects during quarrels, or why some individuals find solace in tearing paper when angered. It seems that men are inherently drawn to women in skirts, not merely for the garments themselves, but for the allure of their legs. This is not a matter of perversion, but rather a statement of fact. Well-proportioned thighs that lack excessive flesh serve as a potent tonic for languid men. Whether in domestic films or Hollywood blockbusters, when directors wish to introduce an erotic subplot, they need only have a woman recline on a bed or sofa, gently biting her lip, and lift her thigh towards a man, causing his eyes to glimmer with anticipation, eager to explore beyond the thigh. Though you understand why Tony Leung's character in Lust, Caution engages in BDSM with Tang Wei? It is because that day, Tang Wei donned a qipao, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her sensuous, elongated legs. Had she been dressed in jeans, it is likely that Tony would have lacked the same enthusiasm, struggling to remove them, thus testing his patience to the limit. Well, I confess, the reason I have elaborated on women's thighs is due to Qin Luo's reaction. I must find an excuse for his indiscreet behavior. Such a thing was truly unexpected for Qin Luo. When he lifted the hem of her nightgown, he approached it with a compassionate heart, intent on healing. Yet, upon raising the fabric and catching sight of Lin Huanqi's alluringly long legs, his thoughts became disarrayed. The rapid beating of his heart inevitably caused his hands to tremble, leading to potential misjudgments in his needlework. To spare herself from embarrassment, Lin Huanqi closed her eyes, leaning back against the pillow. This very gesture was so enchanting that it overwhelmed the inexperienced Qin Luo, resulting in a loss of composure. After a moment, realizing that Qin Luo showed no inclination to proceed with the acupuncture, she opened her eyes and inquired, "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" "No." Qin Luo quickly shook his head. "Let us begin." He initiated the heart preservation technique from the 12 Dan Jinch of Taoism, calming his thoughts and steadying his heartbeat. With a smooth motion, he inserted the needle, then gently twisted and withdrew it, completing the process seamlessly. All done. Qin Luo exhaled softly, recognizing that he still had many hurdles to overcome in the realm of medicine. For instance, the challenge of desire was something he could not face with equanimity. Perhaps it was due to his status as a virgin, he mused. The text he had read indicated that virgins are the most easily stirred by emotion. If he could encounter numerous beauties and become accustomed to viewing women's bosoms and thighs, Would he not find himself in such an uncontrollable predicament today? Lin Huanqi, pulling down her nightgown to cover her thighs, blushed and said, "Thank you." Although she had been labeled a leftover woman by Lin Qingyuan, she had never before encountered such an ambiguous and awkward situation. In fact, she had not been in such close proximity to a man before. When Qin Luo's fingertips inadvertently brushed against her skin, her body quivered involuntarily. "You're welcome," Qin Luo replied. "From now on, we shall conduct acupuncture every night for a week." Lin Huanqi's previously composed demeanor flushed crimson as she asked, "Every night for a week? Indeed. The liver meridian is obstructed, and the stagnant energy remains unresolved. Thus, your ailment will be difficult to heal," Qin Luo remarked. "Anger harms the liver. When liver energy is congested, it leads to an excess of fiery temperament. If Lin Huanqi continues to be easily provoked, it will indeed be quite challenging for her to interact with men as a normal person would." Each morning, Qin Luo maintained a habit of exercising. As he descended the stairs clad in athletic attire, the elderly Lin Qingyuan was already practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. "Qin Luo, what brings you up so early?" Lin Laozi inquired with surprise upon seeing Qin Luo emerge. "How many young people these days can rise at 6 or 7 in the morning?" "I simply prefer to exercise," Qin Luo replied with a smile, positioning himself next to Lin Qingyuan to perform the 12 postures of Taoism, echoing the rhythm of the heavenly drum, adopting the posture of the 24 movements. The 12 postures of Taoism is a profound art of health preservation bestowed upon Qin Luo by a wandering Taoist by mere chance. Along with it came an old, yellowed tome titled Body Cultivation Techniques. Initially, Qin Luo mistook it for a cheap pirated book sold by street vendors for 10 yuan. Yet when his grandfather, Qin Zheng, who possessed profound knowledge of health practices, examined it, he began to insist that Qin Luo study the contents of both works daily. Qin Luo understood that, had it not been for the foundational practices of the 12 postures of Taoism and the physical conditioning from the body cultivation techniques, coupled with his natural constitution of yang veins, he might have succumbed long ago to the consuming flames of excessive yang energy. That old Taoist was essentially Qin Luo's savior, yet regrettably, years later, he never had the chance to see him again. Alas, young people like you are indeed becoming increasingly rare. Our ancestors' treasures have all but been cast aside, Lin Qingyuan lamented, his hands continuously tracing circles as he spoke. Early to bed and early to rise, practicing 2 rounds of Tai Chi daily, is far superior to any fitness club's taekwondo. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps they simply prefer a more exhilarating lifestyle, Qin Luo replied with a chuckle. He did not feel inclined to criticize others' ways of life. Everyone has their own path, and one cannot impose their preferences upon another. What one finds beneficial may not resonate with another. Perhaps due to his practice of Taoist principles, Qin Luo highly valued the natural flow of life in all matters. "Oh? Qin Luo, what are you doing?" Lin Qingyuan inquired, noticing Qin Luo's hands cupped over his ears, with his index fingers resting atop his middle fingers, sliding down powerfully to strike the back of his head, resembling the act of drumming. "This training method is quite unprecedented," he remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Lin Grandpa, this is my personal exercise method," Qin Luo answered with a smile. "What is it called? Does it work well?" Lin Qingyuan asked with intrigue. "It's called the 12 postures of Taoism." "I find it quite effective," Qin Luo modestly replied. In truth, the 12 postures of Taoism possesses benefits for health, longevity, and anti-aging. "And how does it compare to Tai Chi?" "Each has its merits," Qin Luo responded. "Both are rooted in Taoist principles and share some similarities in their efficacy. Shall we have a comparison then?" Lin Qingyuan said, his excitement peaked. Qin Luo shook his head, saying, "Perhaps not." Reflecting on Qin Luo's physical condition, Lin Qingyuan's eagerness to compete waned. He thought to himself, having indulged in Tai Chi for decades, it would be unwise to put the younger generation in an awkward position. "If we do not compete, then so be it. I find myself a bit fatigued as well. In order to provide Qin Luo with a graceful exit, Lin Qingyuan remarked, "I happen to have the day off today. Allow this old man to accompany you for a stroll, and I can assist you in purchasing a couple of outfits. Perhaps I should go instead." "What do you know about selecting clothes?" Lin Huanqi interjected from the balcony on the 2nd floor. She had been observing the two engage in their exercises in silence for quite some time. "Very well. Your presence would indeed be beneficial." Lin Qingyuan looked up at Lin Huanqi with a perplexed expression and asked, "You are going?" He could scarcely believe his ears. When had his beloved granddaughter ever shown a willingness to accompany a man on a shopping expedition? Chapter 8. An old ox grazes on tender grass at the breakfast table. Lin Xingyuan oscillated his gaze between Qin Luo and Lin Huanqi, stifling laughter behind his hand. He even began to sing an abandoned Peking opera tune. I urge you, my lord, to drink and listen to the enchanting melodies, to relieve your worries and dance with abandon. The treachery of the Qin has shattered the realm. Heroes arise to wage war, as the ancients have oft reminded us. The rise and fall of empires occurs in an instant. Take heart and sit to drink in comfort, and let us hear how the military affairs unfold. Qin Luo, well aware of this old man's morning antics, chose to ignore him. They were merely at the initial stage of diagnosis, rendering further explanation unnecessary. The local delicacies, freshly procured by the servant, were quite delightful, and Qin Luo was wholly absorbed in his meal. However, Lin Huanqi could no longer contain herself. Casting a glance at Lin Xingyuan, she remarked, Grandfather, do you intend to eat or not? With such off-key singing, are you not making it difficult for others to enjoy their meal? Her tone remained as frigid and distant as before, devoid of any expression, mirroring her demeanor prior to Qin Luo's treatment. Yet, Lin Xingyuan appeared unfazed, chuckling, Ha ha, I am indeed eating. Am I not engaged in the act? My dear granddaughter, since Qin Luo is new to Yinjing and is our esteemed guest, do take him out for a proper exploration today, and do not return for lunch. Surely, Qin Luo has never savored the renowned Peking duck from Quanjude? Take him to experience that. The small intestine from Qingyan Pavilion and the crispy tripe from Feng are also delightful. If you do not return tonight, perhaps you could visit that famous bar street, Sanlitun? Why not immerse yourselves in the lively atmosphere? The old man's intentions were unmistakable. He wished for his granddaughter and Qin Luo to spend more time together outside. Ideally, they would not return until later that evening, perhaps even to check into a hotel, allowing them to explore all the possibilities that could arise between a man and a woman, with tomorrow heralding the joyous news to friends and family. I am full now. Let us take our leave, Lin Huanqi declared, setting down her chopsticks, unable to endure the eagerness of her grandfather, who seemed intent on marrying her off. I am not yet satiated. Qin Luo replied, lifting his head, his mouth still glistening with oil from the fried liver he was devouring. We can eat outside. Then let us go, Lin Huanqi said, already pushing her chair back and rising. Upon seeing Lin Huanqi ascend the stairs, Lin Xingyuan chuckled as he patted Qin Luo on the shoulder, saying, Young man, you've got what it takes. I was not nearly as capable as you in my youth. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Qin Luo replied, pulling out a napkin to wipe his mouth. He was beginning to find the old man quite overwhelming. Heh, feeling shy, are we? A grown man, yet bashful? Fear not. I shall support you wholeheartedly, Lin Xingyuan assured him. In the past, no matter how exceptional a man was that he introduced to Lin Huanqi, she never cast a glance at anyone else. Not only was she unwilling to go shopping, but even an invitation to dine together was met with refusal. However, today she took the initiative to accompany Qin Luo on a shopping trip for clothes. Such a stark transformation is truly remarkable. Thus, he was convinced that Lin Huanqi and Qin Luo shared some form of ambiguous relationship. At the very least, his granddaughter harbored no aversion towards Qin Luo. As long as there was no distaste, there remained a glimmer of hope for success. If he could keep this young man in Yinjing for a while longer, perhaps their feelings would deepen over time. The youthful are often less adept at self-restraint, and when passion ignites, parental concerns swiftly fade away. Once they find themselves in a situation where the rice is cooked, he could approach old man Qin to propose. Or better yet, invite him to their home to do so. Lin Xingyuan reveled in his own self-indulgent fantasies, oblivious to the fact that Qin Luo had already risen from the table and was making his way towards the door. As Qin Luo reached the entrance of the community, the sound of a car horn echoed from behind. Lin Huanqi gracefully drove up in a champagne-colored BMW 7 Series, her ethereal beauty matched only by her exquisite features, delicate brows framing almond-shaped eyes, a refined nose and cherry-red lips, with rosy cheeks glowing softly. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her neck and shoulders, her slender arms and rounded shoulders leading down to a voluptuous bust that left Qin Luo unable to discern further. The champagne hue, reminiscent of the luxurious drink itself, exuded an air of opulence, allure, and romance. Lin Huanqi, a woman blossomed into maturity, embodied a captivating charm that harmonized beautifully with the color of the vehicle. Yet, her gaze remained as frosty as ever. Get in, she said coolly as the BMW came to a halt beside Qin Luo. He obediently opened the door and settled into the passenger seat beside her. It was then that he noticed she wore a light beige short skirt and cotton slippers, while a pair of silver high-heeled shoes adorned with fine diamonds lay beside her, perhaps a practical choice for driving. Once Qin Luo closed the door, Lin Huanqi started the car anew. Apart from her brief command, there was no further exchange between them. The silence persisted until they arrived at the city center. With not a single word uttered throughout the journey, the atmosphere inside the car felt almost suffocating. Lin Huanqi's naturally cold demeanor rendered her lack of conversation unsurprising, while Qin Luo found himself at a loss for topics of discussion. "Is this how you assess others?" Lin Huanqi suddenly remarked, unable to endure the scrutiny of Qin Luo's gaze any longer. His eyes were calm, neither fervent nor vulgar, but they lingered persistently as if he were admiring a work of art. For 20 minutes, he had maintained his gaze without faltering. "Not really," Qin Luo replied, his shyness evident. Anyone would feel a pang of embarrassment when so openly exposed. "Occasionally." "What kind of clothes do you wish to buy?" Lin Huanqi inquired. A long robe, like the one I wore when I came." Qin Luo responded. "A long robe?" Lin Huanqi's brows furrowed slightly. She genuinely did not know where to procure such attire and found it perplexing that a young man would desire to wear something so antiquated. "Indeed, it's part of our family rules," Qin Luo chuckled. "Family rules? What are those?" Lin Huanqi was aware that Qin Luo deliberately refrained from revealing everything at once, intending to provoke her curiosity. She tried to resist the urge to inquire further, yet ultimately succumbed. Studying traditional Chinese medicine, clad in a long robe, Qin Luo gazed at Lin Huanqi and remarked, "Marrying a Huaxiao wife. Such an unusual custom." Lin Huanqi responded with an impassive expression. However, inexplicably, when he mentioned marrying a Huaxiao wife, a sweet sensation stirred within her heart. Though not overwhelming, it was undeniably present, subtly permeating her thoughts. Perhaps it was simply her aversion to foreign women, Lin Huanqi reassured herself. Uncertain where to procure the hanfu that Qin Luo had mentioned, she parked her car at the entrance of the renowned New World Mall in Yanjing. She intended to guide Qin Luo through the shops, one by one. Even though it was not a holiday, nor even the weekend, the entrance of the building was still bustling with crowds and the incessant flow of vehicles. Fashionably attired women passed by in small groups, leading one to wonder if all the beauties of Yanjing had congregated here. Occasionally, men could be seen, yet the gender ratio was evidently skewed, evoking sympathy for the male compatriots who should be toiling away in their offices, earning capital for their women's shopping sprees. "Stay close to me. Be careful not to get lost," Lin Huanqi advised. "I was just worrying about that," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "Why not take my arm?" Lin Huanqi shot him a sidelong glance, resolutely forging ahead. "I knew you wouldn't agree." Qin Luo shrugged nonchalantly, lamenting Lin Huanqi's lack of appreciation for his humor. Strolling with a beautiful girl was hardly tiring. However, the vastness of the New World Mall was overwhelming, leaving Qin Luo disoriented. Had it not been for Lin Huanqi leading the way and occasionally pausing for him, he would surely have been lost in the throngs of people. It must be said that Qin Luo's sense of direction left much to be desired. Over there, Lin Huanqi pointed to a quaintly decorated fabric store ahead. "Jianxiu Shijia?" Qin Luo nodded, suggesting, "Let us step inside at home." His clothes were custom-tailored by a seamstress, but now he felt no need for such formality. Any shop would suffice. Upon entering, a beautiful attendant clad in a qipao greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, feel free to browse." Another staff member presented them with fragrant tea. "Please help me select a well-fitting long robe," Qin Luo stated, noticing Lin Huanqi's lack of response. "Certainly. May I inquire about your preferred color and style?" "If it's for a gentleman, I would recommend our latest model, the Jinxiu Chang'an. It features a vibrant hue and a fashionable design, perfect for someone your age." "Let me take a look." Qin Luo nodded. It was a silver-gray long robe. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but the longer one gazed, the more it revealed an understated elegance. Crafted from soft fabric, it was tailored to accentuate the waist, presenting an exceptionally slender silhouette. The exquisite workmanship and meticulous cutting techniques conveyed a sense of high quality. When Qin Luo tried it on, the beautiful attendants were momentarily taken aback. "Miss, your boyfriend truly looks splendid in that long robe. There is an undeniable charm and captivating elegance about him." The young female attendant responsible for hosting Lin Huanqi remarked with admiration, her expression tinged with envy. "He is not my boyfriend," Lin Huanqi replied, casting a sidelong glance at the waitress. "Ah, I apologized. Is he your brother? Your brother is remarkably handsome. Your family's genetic inheritance is truly splendid. He is not my brother, Lin Huanqi stated. The waitress, visibly embarrassed, was at a loss for words on how to engage with this beautiful patron. Just then, a new customer arrived, prompting her to quickly offer her apologies and make her exit. Sir, this garment suits you exceptionally well, the attractive saleswoman said as she fastened a fabric button for Qin Luo, her expression one of genuine appreciation. It is quite rare to see a young individual wear a robe with such grace. I agree, Qin Luo nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the attire. How much is it? Sir, our store is currently running a promotion. After the discount, it is 120,000 huaxia coins. What discount is applied? An 88% discount. Could it not be a 38% discount instead? I am afraid that is not possible. Very well, please wrap it up for me, Qin Luo instructed. Certainly, sir. Will you be paying in cash or by card? By card, Lin Huanqi interjected, retrieving a credit card from her purse. No need. I have my own funds, Qin Luo replied. His family had provided him with a card before his departure, which he had yet to utilize. Considering it for medical expenses, I have no need for assistance, Lin Huanqi stated impassively. Upon seeing Qin Luo's insistence, she relented. As the pair stepped outside with their purchase, a middle-aged man clad in a checkered shirt approached, his arm around a beautiful woman. Upon noticing Lin Huanqi, the man exclaimed in surprise, Teacher Lin, you're out shopping too? Yes, Lin Huanqi responded coldly, her disdain evident in her tone. Observing this exchange, Qin Luo sighed softly, realizing that her condition would require prolonged treatment. How rare it is to see you. I thought Teacher Lin never indulged in shopping, the middle-aged man remarked, his gaze shifting to Qin Luo. Who is this? A friend, Lin Huanqi replied impatiently. A friend? Is he a student from our school? The woman beside the man, noticing the fervent admiration in her partner's eyes as he looked at Lin Huanqi, smirked with mischief. She possessed a delicate beauty, reminiscent of a refined young lady, yet her words dripped with arrogance and coldness. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Lin Huanqi said, casting a glance at the woman before attempting to leave with Qin Luo. Teacher Lin maintains her distance from others at school, avoiding any social interactions. I truly thought she was an ethereal being, untouched by worldly affairs. It appears instead that an old cow has taken to grazing on tender grass. Pursuing her own student, the woman remarked sarcastically from behind them. Chapter 9. A fractured urine flow. Chen Xiaoxue and Lin Huanqi are colleagues, sharing an office. Their striking appearances and grace led students to affectionately refer to them as the two golden flowers. This title eventually caught on among some teachers who often tease the duo. Despite being both beauties, their approaches to dealing with others diverged drastically. Chen Xiaoxue was warm and welcoming, easily mingling with everyone. Lin Huanqi, on the other hand, is aloof and distant, rarely engaging in conversation with her colleagues in the office. Logically, Chen Xiaoxue should be the one more favored in the workplace. However, the reality tells a different tale. Although everyone maintains a close rapport with Chen Xiaoxue, they remain cautiously guarded around her. The general sentiment is that her enthusiasm seems excessive, leaving an impression of ulterior motives. While Lin Huanqi tends to be reticent, she is also unlikely to speak ill of others behind their backs, which paradoxically instills a sense of security in those around her. Thus, the frigid Lin Huanqi garners more admiration than Chen Xiaoxue. Despite numerous male colleagues facing rejection from her, a mere word from her can give them something to boast about for days. This situation incites profound frustration in Chen Xiaoxue, leaving an indelible knot in her heart. Another source of her turmoil is the man beside her, known as Wang Hao, the CEO of a medical equipment company. Leveraging his family connections within the health department, he has amassed considerable wealth through the sale of medical devices. During a collaboration with the affiliated hospital of Yinjing University, he became acquainted with the strikingly aloof Lin Huanqi, and thus began his fervent pursuit. Flowers were sent, only to be cast aside. Jewelry was presented, only to be returned unopened. A car was gifted, but the next day it was brought back, while his own gift, a beetle, was disregarded completely. After 6 months of unrequited affection, Wang Hao resigned himself to despair. In the course of his attempts, he inadvertently struck up a connection with Chen Xiaoxue. Fortunately, the beetle did not go to waste, as it was subsequently gifted to her. Women's competitive spirit is particularly fierce. Comparing beauty, fashion brands, breast size, diamond carats, men, and their status and wealth. In such comparisons, Chen Xiaoxue feels utterly diminished. Despite her earnest efforts to ingratiate herself, she finds little warmth from her colleagues. The man she calls her own only sought her out after being spurned by Lin Huanqi. Every time she sees that beetle, she is overwhelmed by an impulse to smash it to pieces. The pale yellow beetle, parked beneath the administrative building, drew considerable attention from the faculty, all of whom recognized it as a gift for Lin Huanqi. Now, she feels utterly humiliated to drive that beetle to work. Given all of this, she truly finds no reason to harbor any fondness for Lin Huanqi. Each encounter is tinged with an inexplicable hostility. She once contemplated venting her frustrations, but every time she attempts a sharp retort, Lin Huanqi seems impervious, as if her barbs fall harmlessly, akin to striking a cotton pillow. Today, however, she could no longer restrain herself and readied for another confrontation. Lin Huanqi turned to face Qin Xiaoxue, her words cutting like a knife. "What is my business to you? It has nothing to do with you. I'm merely expressing my thoughts. What concern is it of yours? Since you have the audacity to seduce students, why feign the guise of a saint?" Qin Xiaoxue scoffed. To her surprise, Lin Huanqi responded, igniting a thrill within her, as she trembled with anticipation for a fierce exchange. "Aside from spreading rumors, what else are you capable of?" Lin Huanqi gazed at Qin Xiaoxue, her expression tinged with pity. Her reluctance to speak does not imply her lack of understanding. She is loath to relinquish what she currently possesses, yet finds herself ensnared in these very possessions. She is acutely aware that this man has been spurned by her, while others may perceive him as merely a substitute for herself. Nevertheless, she is unable to forsake the material pleasures he provides. What a pitiable woman, sowing discord. Is this truly an act of inciting trouble? Qin Xiaoxue pointed at Qin Luo, sneering as she proclaimed, "The two of you, entwined in affection, were caught red-handed by us. Do you still wish to deny it? Entwined in affection? Caught in an embrace?" Qin Luo responded in astonishment. He indeed wished to share an embrace with Lin Huanqi, even to lie on the ground and let her whims run rampant. However, such indulgences require mutual consent. Qin Luo remained oblivious to the identities of the man and woman before him, as well as their relationship with Lin Huanqi. Thus, he adopted a stance of detached indifference, prepared to observe how Lin Huanqi would navigate this predicament. This approach would also facilitate a more targeted treatment for Lin Huanqi's fear of men. Yet, this woman has ignited the flames of conflict upon herself, which irked him considerably. "Which of your eyes witnessed our embrace?" Qin Luo inquired with a smile. "Both of my eyes saw it." "What, do you still want to deny it? Which department are you from?" Qin Xiaoxue fixed her gaze upon Qin Luo. With his handsome countenance and youthful appearance, clad in a white Nike tracksuit, he bore a striking resemblance to a student. Consequently, she concluded that Qin Luo must be a student of the school. She was aware that Lin Huanqi had no brother and would not easily venture out shopping with a man. Could there be any possibility beyond that of a romantic relationship? Both eyes saw it? "You must be unwell," Qin Luo asserted with utmost seriousness. If she perceived non-existent occurrences, then it was not her eyes that were faulty, but rather her mind. "You are the one who is unwell. How dare you insult me? Have you no decorum?" Qin Xiaoxue, the accuser, shrieked indignantly. Her outburst caused the flow of passers-by to halt. Centered around the four of them, a circle of onlookers quickly formed. The more spectators there were, the more Qin Xiaoxue felt compelled to perform. With righteous indignation, she pointed at Qin Luo and Lin Huanqi, exclaiming, "Teachers nowadays have truly lost their shame, entangled with their students like an old cow with tender grass. What a disgraced teacher! Student? An illicit student-teacher romance." Upon hearing these provocative keywords, the bystanders seemed to be invigorated, their curiosity piqued, as they gazed intently at Lin Huanqi and Qin Luo, gesturing and whispering amongst themselves. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Qin Luo turned to see Lin Huanqi's face pale, teetering on the brink of eruption. He leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "Do not be upset. Allow me to handle this." Observing the two engaged in their private conversation, Qin Xiaoxue felt as though she had discovered irrefutable evidence of their affair. Addressing the crowd, "Did you all see that? Can you attest to the fact that I did not lie?" Qin Luo, exasperated, shook his head and approached Qin Xiaoxue, speaking softly into her ear. "What are you saying? Do not come near me. Speak loudly." Qin Xiaoxue recoiled slightly, for she had not heard a word of Qin Luo's murmured comments. Qin Luo appeared to be quite impatient, loudly exclaiming, "I say, miss, you've wet your pants." "Nonsense. Although Qin Xiaoxue was skeptical, her body's instinct compelled her to lower her gaze toward her pants. Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, the others also shifted their attention to Qin Xiaoxue's trousers. A shocking scene unfolded. Qin Xiaoxue's white casual trousers seemed as though they had been drenched, suddenly displaying a considerable wet patch. Moreover, the dampness was rapidly spreading, as if Qin Xiaoxue had indeed urinated in public. Heavens, look, the line of people. She's still going. Haha, how utterly embarrassing. Urinating in the street is quite the spectacle. Quick, little Xue, capture this moment. Hurry. Ah, Qin Xiaoxue screamed, clutching her bag to cover her pants as she dashed toward the restroom, followed by the crowd's cheers and jeers. Was it you who did this? Wang Hao glared fiercely at Qin Luo, questioning him. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Qin Luo replied, feigning innocence. I will settle the score with you later. Wang Hao retorted sharply, hastening his exit from the mall. He couldn't bear the humiliation any longer, even forsaking his girlfriend. Lin Huanqi cast a knowing glance at Qin Luo, fully aware that he was the culprit. After all, how could anyone not in a vegetative state commit such an embarrassing act in public? I merely accidentally brushed against her bladder meridian, Qin Luo shrugged, nonchalantly explaining in Qin Xiaoxue's eyes. Qin Luo was a person of poor character. Naturally, a person of such character would engage in equally disgraceful actions. Thus, when he approached Qin Xiaoxue, he pressed on the sanjiao point located on her lower back, specifically 1.5 inches lateral to the first lumbar vertebra. This point is known to promote the functioning of the sanjiao and facilitate the flow of fluids within the body. With Qin Luo's profound understanding of acupoints, inducing her to lose control at that moment was hardly a formidable task. Vulgar, Lin Huanqi remarked disdainfully. Qin Luo, filled with indignation, felt an overwhelming urge to pin this woman down and teach her a lesson. How could she not appreciate his efforts and instead label him as vulgar? Was not all of this done for her sake? Had he not intervened? Who knew how long this woman would have persisted? Thank you, Lin Huanqi suddenly said, a hint of a smile gracing her face. No need for thanks, Qin Luo replied curtly. He regarded Lin Huanqi thoughtfully, sensing a change in her demeanor. Goodness, she is actually smiling. She can smile. So effortlessly, naturally, as if 100 flowers had suddenly bloomed, radiating unmatched beauty. You smiled, Qin Luo said, pointing at Lin Huanqi's face in a dazed manner. I am aware. Lin Huanqi quickly resumed her serious expression. Chapter 10. The Marriage Cancellation, Part 1. Are we going today? Indeed, we shall go today. Are we truly going? What if it fails? Qin Luo paused, ceasing his action of combing his hair in front of the mirror, turning to face Lin Qingwen. Grandfather Lin, I am going to annul the engagement, not to propose. Why are you concerned about such matters? Lin Qingwen wore an awkward smile, thinking to himself, you foolish lad. You are already the designated choice for my future granddaughter-in-law. How can I not be concerned? Of course, such words could never be uttered aloud. I fear you might be disheartened if the engagement falls through. But fret not, I can withstand it. Besides, this time it is I who am calling off the engagement. What blow could I possibly suffer? At worst, I shall adopt a more resolute stance, Qin Luo reassured him. Exactly, Qin Luo, you must remain steadfast. Lin Qingyuan emphatically patted Qin Luo's shoulder, his expression grave. Marriage is a significant matter. It cannot be treated lightly. This is a lifelong commitment. If one enters into it devoid of genuine affection, it would be a disservice to both oneself and others. The speaker seemingly forgot who had been the first to insist on introducing his granddaughter to others on their very first meeting. Grandfather Lin, I shall do just that. I will make things clear to them. Marriage is not a mere transaction. One cannot force a sale, can they? Moreover, I have never even met that girl. If I go to call off the engagement, they will surely welcome it, Qin Luo said with a smile. Yes, that is excellent. That is excellent, Lin Qingyuan nodded repeatedly, growing increasingly fond of Qin Luo. Suddenly, Lin Qingyuan's brow furrowed. Qin Luo, may I discuss something with you? Grandfather, please feel free to speak. Oh, not hesitate, Qin Luo replied while adjusting his robe in front of the mirror. Could you possibly change out of that robe you were wearing? A hint of crimson crept cautiously across Lin Qingyuan's face. Why? Qin Luo questioned, somewhat bewildered. I find it too flamboyant. It is quite eye-catching, Lin Qingyuan stated. Qin Luo gazed at Lin Qingyuan, speechless, unsure how to respond. Just yesterday, upon their return, Lin Qingyuan had praised this very garment, which Lin Huanqi had purchased for him, lauding its elegance and sophistication, even claiming it made him look distinguished. How could it have transformed overnight in his eyes to become flamboyant and eye-catching? Change it, Lin Qingyuan continued. Elders prefer young people to exude a more composed demeanor. The black robe you wore previously was quite suitable. Lin Qingyuan persisted. Even when calling off an engagement, one ought to leave a good impression. Lin Qingyuan thought, this lad is so handsome. If he goes and catches the eye of that girl, what will happen to our Huanqi? If he wears that old-fashioned black robe, the likelihood of such a scenario diminishes considerably. Alas, the heart of a parent is a pitiful thing. Very well, I shall change, Qin Luo agreed, feeling unable to resist the earnest counsel of an elder. He removed the robe he wore and took out the previous black robe from the wardrobe. Lin Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction, offering a few words of praise, before finally feeling reassured enough to leave. Gazing at the crumpled note in his palm, Qin Luo questioned whether he had arrived at the correct location. Though the note was stained with perspiration, a line of penmanship remained clearly visible. 18 Xianren Road, Xianren Mountain, Yanjing. Qin Luo checked the house number at the entrance once more. Indeed, this was the place. Yet everything before him suggested that it could not possibly be real. This exquisite standalone villa is nestled on the slopes of the national-level geological park, Xianren Mountain, with the entire mountain serving as its verdant backyard. The castle-like European-style villa is shrouded amidst lush green mountains and clear waters, exuding an air of mystery and aristocratic elegance. Adjacent to it are several similarly remarkable villas, each a testament to opulence. Detectable even to one like Qin Luo, who harbors little concept of wealth. According to a taxi driver, these villas belong to the wealthiest magnates in Huaxia, their true identities shrouded in secrecy. Here, one can find a pastoral park reminiscent of Western European meadows and the foremost ranch in the east. In summer, it is a refuge from the heat, while in winter, it transforms into a snowy wonderland, perfect for skiing and indulging in wild delicacies. Could it be that the person I am meant to withdraw my engagement from resides here? What sort of individual did my elders save back in the day? In today's Huaxia, where the gender ratio is severely imbalanced, finding a spouse is no small feat yet. I am extraordinarily fortunate. Even before my birth, a prospective bride was already predetermined for me. Given the circumstances, it seems she is a well-to-do young lady worth reconsidering. For how many men yearn to be supported by a wealthy partner in these times? Hey, what are you doing? A man clad in a black suit and wearing an earpiece barked at Qin Luo, his expression one of vigilance after observing him for quite some time. Goodness, my fiancée truly is affluent. Just look at how distinguished this bodyguard is, donning a suit that costs several hundred rather than a mere imitation worth a few dozen. Excuse me, I am here to find someone, Qin Luo replied courteously. Looking for someone? The bodyguard seemed unconvinced, his eyes scanning Qin Luo with skepticism. Who are you seeking? Is the owner of this residence surnamed Wenren? Qin Luo inquired, gesturing toward the opulent mansion before him. The bodyguard scoffed derisively, expressing disdain. You claim to be looking for someone, yet you do not even know the owner's surname. I am aware of his surname, but I cannot be certain he resides here. Qin Luo clarified. The bodyguard's demeanor darkened as he admonished, regardless of who you are, I advise you to leave immediately. This is not a place for someone of your ilk. What do you mean by that? What makes this place unsuitable for me? Qin Luo retorted, his expression icy. Must I spell it out for you? You don't seem to be one of us. While minor skirmishes outside may be tolerable, this territory is not open to you. There is security and surveillance around the clock. I suggest you abandon such thoughts, the bodyguard remarked with a tone of derision, clearly mistaking Qin Luo for a petty thief. I am indeed here to find someone, Qin Luo insisted. Enough. Let us move along. Those we've apprehended in the past have also claimed to be looking for someone. When we checked with the police, well, they all had criminal records. Forget it. I do not wish to explain myself to you, Qin Luo replied irritably, hastily approaching the doorbell of the mansion at number 18 and ringing it. Hey, I advise you not to press that indiscriminately, the bodyguard warned, alarmed. You must be out of your mind. Qin Luo shot back. If I were here to scout, would I brazenly ring the doorbell? He thought to himself, hoping fervently that he had not come to the wrong place. Otherwise, one might fear being unceremoniously ejected with a mop. Cease at once. The bodyguard grasped Qin Luo's sleeve, preventing any further movements. Qin Luo furrowed his brow and replied, Release me, do not wrinkle my garments. Upon witnessing the altercation, the other two guards in the security booth hastened towards the scene, one even unsheathing a stun baton from his waist. You wish to resort to violence? Fearing for his own safety, Qin Luo executed a pull-up maneuver, skillfully subduing the guard who had seized his clothing. With a twist of his body and a deft shift of his feet, he delivered a kick to the guard's rear, sending him stumbling forward into the embrace of his companion wielding the baton. The technique employed was a form of physical training and combat skill, akin to the Taoist principle of borrowing strength to overcome strength, reminiscent of Tai Chi halt. A commanding voice rang out, filled with authority. The speaker was an elderly gentleman in his 50s or 60s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle reminiscent of the character Wen Chong from Shanghai Bund. He donned a flowing white robe, evoking a sense of admiration from Qin Luo. In these times, not many dared to exude such flamboyance. Clearly, the old man possessed an air of authority, for upon his utterance, the bodyguards ceased their actions, standing before him in meek compliance, without a word of defense. What transpired here? The elder scrutinized Qin Luo before turning to the guards for answers. Wen Bo, one of the guards whispered, casting furtive glances at the entrance, I feared he was a thief, so I attempted to intervene, but unexpectedly he retaliated. The guard whom Qin Luo had kicked explained quietly, Oh, you have business here? Wen Bo inquired, his gaze fixated on Qin Luo, whose eyes conveyed a palpable sense of danger. This was a seasoned fighter. Qin Luo discerned cautiously, I am here to seek someone. Qin Luo replied. Whom do you seek? Wen Renting, he answered. The elder's expression shifted, and he regarded Qin Luo once more, asking, Who are you? What business do you have with the master? Ah, does Wen Renting reside here? Qin Luo inquired with a smile, relieved to have found the correct location. Indeed, he resides here, but you ought to refer to him as Master One. Young man, one must understand the importance of etiquette, Wen Bo remarked, bemused. It was rare in this world for anyone to address a master so directly, and the audacity of this youth struck him as rather absurd. Haha, my surname is Qin, and my name is Qin Luo. I'm the grandson of Qin Zheng. Would you be so kind as to convey my message? Qin Luo responded with a grin. Qin, you are the grandson of the divine Dr. Qin. Wen Bo's expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. The divine Dr. Qin? Indeed, Qin Zheng is my grandfather. Qin Luo affirmed, thinking to himself how this old man, usually so stern, held quite a notable reputation. Please, come in, Wen Bo urged, warmly taking Qin Luo by the hand. He then turned to the anxious bodyguards and admonished. In the future, be vigilant. When guests arrive, you must inform me. Yes, the guards replied in unison. The master has mentioned you several times. You have finally arrived, Qin Luo. Are you here to propose to the young lady? Shuib led Qin Luo into the interior, his face alight with excitement as he spoke. Chapter 11. Breaking the Engagement, Part 2, Proposal. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, then offered an awkward smile. It seemed that this elderly gentleman was aware of the engagement. Otherwise, how could he have so confidently assumed that Qin Luo was there to propose? Surely, he must have considerable confidence in the young lady from their family. If he were to discover that Qin Luo had come to break off the engagement, he might not be so warmly inclined. Moreover, it was plausible that perilous circumstances could arise. The old man's capabilities were indeed unfathomable. To Shui Bi, Qin Luo's smile appeared as shyness. He patted the back of Qin Luo's hand, offering encouragement. A man should not be bashful, rest assured. The master will support you. He has mentioned it several times, saying you ought to come. Yes, I will, Qin Luo replied dismissively. Such matters were best discussed discreetly with the venerable WNRNT. Otherwise, it would tarnish the young lady's reputation. Under Shui Bi's guidance, the two ascended the stone steps, first passing by the Poseidon swimming pool. This was an oval-shaped pool, designed entirely in the style of ancient Greek and Roman architecture. Its bottom was laid with green marble, while the front featured a temple dedicated to Poseidon, flanked by a dozen or so ivory-white Roman columns. Between the columns were 4 vividly lifelike reliefs, and nearby stood a breathtaking collection of white marble statues. Judging by the craftsmanship and materials, one could easily surmise that they were the work of a master artist. That moment, precisely at noon, under the blue sky and white clouds, the entire pool glimmered with rippling azure waves, casting a dazzling display of light and shadow. The entire villa was meticulously managed with strict order. Every hedge was trimmed to perfection, and each pathway was maintained in immaculate cleanliness. The passing servants were courteous, their smiles perfectly measured. Just like the villa's exterior, ostentatious yet understated, opulent yet devoid of vulgarity. For a fleeting moment, Qin Luo felt his resolve waver. Was he truly prepared to relinquish the opportunity to be with a girl of such esteemed lineage? Was he genuinely willing to forego the wealth and splendor that lay within his grasp? Making such a decision was indeed agonizing to Qin Luo. Please sit in the parlor for a while. The master is in the back garden. I shall inform him, Shuaibi said as he escorted Qin Luo into a spacious, brilliantly lit hall that was equally magnificent. All right, Qin Luo nodded in agreement. Make yourself comfortable, I shall return shortly. Shuaibi urged Qin Luo to sit before he joyfully made his way to the back garden. Soon, a servant brought forth tea and pastries, the latter appearing irresistibly tempting. Yet Qin Luo felt no appetite. He could only lift the emerald-hued tea, taking small sips that did little to satisfy his hunger. Proposal? Or breaking the engagement? Perhaps he should simply acquiesce. This house would then be his, free from the burdens of servitude. Yet, what if the woman were unappealing? What if her face were marred with blemishes? What if her bosom resembled an empty expanse? Just as Qin Luo was lost in a whirlpool of thoughts, a clear voice suddenly broke through his reverie, asking, "Who are you?" Qin Luo looked up to find a handsome man standing behind him. It was the first time that Qin Luo contemplated the existence of the term beauty to describe a man. His skin, fragrant and supple, exuded an ethereal quality. His demeanor was as refined as the most exquisite of blossoms. With a well-proportioned physique and features that mirrored the elegance of lotus flowers, he was the epitome of classical beauty. Each angle of his striking visage was astonishingly perfect. Standing there with an air of grace, he rendered Qin Luo momentarily spellbound. "Who are you?" the man inquired, arching an eyebrow, clearly displeased by Qin Luo's unabashed scrutiny. "Qin Luo," he replied, internally lamenting the cruel reality of comparison. He had always prided himself on being a dashing young gentleman, the most handsome among the Qin family, yet in the presence of this man, he felt like nothing more than a pile of rubble. "Qin Luo?" The beautiful youth pondered for a moment before responding. "I do not recognize you. Is there something you need? And who might you be?" Qin Luo retorted. Despite the man's exquisite attire, the bluntness of his question stirred Qin Luo's innate pride. The Qin family had a long-standing legacy in medicine, renowned through the ages, commanding respect from kings, generals, and wealthy magnates alike. Who could they possibly fear? When Ran Zhao, the man declared with an air of arrogance, "I do not recognize you. Is there something you need?" Qin Luo mirrored his earlier words. "Do you even realize who you are speaking to?" The beautiful youth, lacking the refinement of Qin Luo, erupted in indignation. "If you do not recognize me, then naturally you would be unaware," Qin Luo replied. In truth, he had gleaned some insight from the man's name. With the surname Wenran and the audacity to act so brazenly within the esteemed Wenran family, who else could he be but the grandson of the venerable old master Wenran? Sighing inwardly, Qin Luo mused that perhaps it was best to withdraw from this marriage. The estate was not his, nor was the house, and now there was someone to contest it with him. "Whatever you seek, I can assure you, you will leave empty-handed," when Ran Zhao stated darkly, his pride wounded. "How dare you speak so insolently? When did this family grant you the right to voice your opinions?" An elderly man with a youthful visage interjected sharply. The elder, of a similar age to the water steward, exuded a more vigorous spirit, his complexion rosy, and his white hair framing a face that seemed ageless. Clad in a silk tang suit embroidered with the Taiyi symbol, he moved with remarkable agility, embodying a commanding presence. "Grandfather," when Ran Zhao exclaimed upon seeing the elder, instantly tempering his arrogance and addressing him with reverence. "Humph! Such a lack of decorum," when Ren Ting chided, casting a stern gaze at his grandson. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Qin Luo, the grandson of Qin Zheng," he said as he rose to greet Wen Ting. "Ah, I have been friends with your grandfather for many years. Feel free to call me grandfather as well," the old man replied warmly, a smile illuminating his face as he scrutinized Qin Luo. Much like a grandfather would assess a prospective grandson-in-law. This gaze felt oddly familiar to Qin Luo, stirring thoughts within him. "Very well," Qin Luo acquiesced. "How is your grandfather's health?" when Ran Ting gestured towards the sofa, inviting everyone to sit and converse. "Quite well," Qin Luo answered respectfully, though his mind raced with thoughts on how to convey his true intentions. Indeed, was that not a rather redundant question? My dear brother Qin is well versed in the art of health preservation. Even the daily regimen of small Taiji practice is taught by him. How could his health possibly be poor? Lord Wanrenting chuckled heartily, prompting others to join in the laughter. However, Qin Luo's smile was strained. burdened by thoughts that weighed heavily on his mind. Observing Qin Luo, Wenren spoke with a nostalgic expression. Qin Luo, our Wenren family owes a great debt of gratitude to the Qin family. Back in the days when our Wenren clan was embroiled in a perilous business entanglement with the Bai family, I fell gravely ill. Had it not been for your grandfather pulling me back from the brink of death, our family would have been reduced to mere scraps by the Bai family. At that time, Wenren Zhao's father, Wenren Ji, and your father, Qin Feng, were both newlyweds, with neither family expecting children. I told your grandfather, should the Wenren family have a daughter, she shall be the wife of the Qin clan. If a son is born, he shall be at their service. Upon hearing Wenren Ting's solemn vow from the past, Wenren Zhao's delicate face turned pale with fear. If a son is born, he shall be at their service? Just recently, I was contemplating that the time for this promise was drawing near. Surely, the Qin family would send someone to propose. Must we, as the female side, take the initiative? Even if we disregard our pride, such actions would surely clash with the customs of our great Huaxia. At long last, you have arrived today. Alas, if only Mu Yu were present. Otherwise, you could have met her first. Mu Yu? Wenren Mu Yu. Qin Luo pondered. Is this woman to be my future bride? Her name sounds rather pleasant, yet he understood that the most poisonous of things often appear the most perfect on the surface. Take Luo Yufeng, for instance. Her name is exquisite, yet her visage is utterly ghastly. Unbidden, the image of Feng Jie's yet-to-be fully evolved face surfaced in his mind. Grandfather, what age are we in? Must we still adhere to the antiquated practice of betrothal by the finger? Wenren Zhao could no longer contain herself, interjecting vehemently. She was adamant that her family should not be associated with this impoverished young man. From the very first glance, she found Qin Luo quite displeasing. Silence, Wenren Ting rebuked sharply. What do you know? The Wenren family conducts business with integrity. When have we ever spoken of going back on our word? When has it been your place to voice such opinions? Leave my presence, grandfather. You cannot push my sister into a pit of fire, she retorted. Look at him. What part of him is worthy of her? Any of her suitors would be 100-fold, 1,000-fold better. Wenren Zhao exclaimed in indignation, showing no fear of her grandfather's authority. Clearly, the bond between the siblings was quite strong. Am I truly to be cast into a pit of fire? Qin Luo mused. I am well aware of my own worth. Waterbow, escort him out, Wenren Ting commanded, striking the table with authority. Yes, my lord, the young man replied, approaching to take Wenren Zhao away. Grandfather, you cannot sacrifice my sister's happiness for the sake of your own gratitude. He is utterly unworthy of her. Wenren Zhao continued to protest as she was dragged further away. She has been spoiled, Wenren Ting expressed apologetically. Do not concern yourself. It appears their sibling relationship is quite strong. Qin Luo remarked, Grandfather, I have other matters to discuss. Indeed, I am well aware you have other matters at hand, Wenren Ting replied with a smile, encouraging him to continue. This may differ somewhat from what you anticipate. Qin Luo steeled himself as he spoke. What is it? Is there a problem? Wenren Ting's brows twitched slightly, as if a thought had crossed his mind. I am not here to propose. The smile on Wenren Ting's face gradually faded. I am here to withdraw from the engagement, Qin Luo replied with great difficulty, as though he had exhausted all his strength in the process. Chapter 12. Serve me tea. The term aura is defined in the dictionary as the power and influence exhibited by a person or thing. In the past, Qin Luo had a vague understanding of this term, lacking a concrete concept. However, when the elder Wenren Ting suddenly changed his demeanor, the colossal presence of those two words instantly surfaced in his mind. The aura derives from power, and power nurtures the aura. Wenren Ting, a commercial titan unknown to the media and the public in Huaxia, was furious. His beloved granddaughter, Wenren Mu Yu, hailed as the hope of the Wenren family, had unexpectedly been jilted by an arrogant young man. Have you found someone you like? Wenren Ting suppressed the anger swelling within him and inquired. The two families had originally had a betrothal, even if the other party wished to choose another spouse. They ought to have informed the Wenren family in advance, rather than prolonging the matter. No. Qin Luo shook his head. He felt an intense stiffness in his neck, and even the act of nodding was exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the Taoist practice of 12 sections of silk reeling within him was functioning promptly, alleviating a considerable amount of pressure. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by the imposing aura emanating from the old man. Do you believe Mu Yu is unworthy of you? Wenren Ting's frown deepened. No, although I have yet to meet Miss Wenren, I can imagine her beauty from the appearance of Wenren Zhao. She must certainly be a paragon of grace and charm. Qin Luo had initially held little fondness for that delicate young man, yet now, to appease Wenren Ting's inquiries, he had no choice but to suppress his distaste and offer praise for the lad. Then give me a reason. Wenren Ting refrained from pressing further, allowing Qin Luo the opportunity to confess willingly, "Grandfather, you should know that I have never met Miss Wenren. Hence, there exists no emotional foundation between us. Such a union would inevitably lead to a profound conflict in our views on love. Not only for me, but I believe Miss Wenren would feel similarly. We both possess the right to pursue our true affections. This kind of gratitude-driven obligation is not a form of love I wish to accept, nor should it be a sacrifice Miss Wenren ought to make. Many opportunities and moments of happiness in life are fleeting. One might easily let slip the happiness within their grasp, only to regret it later when it is too late. I do not wish to relinquish my chance at love with someone I genuinely cherish simply because of a binding engagement. That is not my style." "What is your style?" The expression on Wenren Ting's face finally softened. As he smiled and asked, it seemed that Qin Luo's explanation was rather acceptable to him, unfettered. "Do love whom I choose." Qin Luo replied with conviction. If he were standing at a podium, with countless beautiful girls and women aged 18 to 38 as his audience, his performance would undoubtedly be even more spirited. "Ha, what a beautiful sentiment. To love whom you choose. Very well, Qin Luo. It appears that the members of the Qin family possess not only exceptional medical skills but also a silver tongue. I, an old man, find myself swayed by your eloquence. However, are you truly unwilling to reconsider? If you were to retract your statement now, I would still aid you in creating opportunities. I, Wenren Ting, have conducted business my entire life and have never once reneged on a promise." The elder Wenren gazed at Qin Luo with a jovial expression, his face brimming with persuasion. "Grandfather, I have already made my choice," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "As you can see, our Wenren family is not lacking in resources. Muyu is my most cherished granddaughter, and she possesses considerable acumen in business matters. I may very well entrust the future of the Wenren family into her capable hands." The Wenren family is one of the 4 ancient clans of Huaxia, wielding formidable influence in both political and economic spheres. Their enterprises extend into various sectors, including dining, retail, jewelry, automotive, energy, and aerospace materials, with their reach spanning 5 provinces and 16 cities in the Yangtze River Delta region, rivaling entire nations in wealth. Should this fortune fall into the hands of a woman, then whoever manages to claim this golden flower would effectively seize a commercial empire. This, however, is the destiny of Miss Wenren and has no bearing on me. In matters of commerce, I confess my ignorance. However, I am fortunate to possess medical expertise. While I may not achieve great wealth, I can certainly provide for my family. Qin Luo spoke stubbornly, his heart silently pleading, "Elder Wenren, please refrain from further tempting me. Should you continue to entice me, I might very well change my mind. Although Muyu may not be the epitome of beauty, she is certainly renowned in Yinjing. From what I know, the suitors vying for her hand could line up from my doorstep to the Xuanwu Gate of Yinjing. Are you truly willing to forego such a match? I believe that love and beauty are not inherently linked. It is merely a fleeting moment of infatuation. The woman I choose to marry may not necessarily be exceptionally beautiful," Qin Luo lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. Is there truly such temptation to err? Do you not understand that while I, Qin Luo, can refuse many things, temptation is not one of them? Wenren Ting nodded and said, "Very well, Taiyi, seems you have firmly resolved to withdraw from this engagement. Grandfather, I hope this does not affect your friendship with my grandfather. Moreover, this decision is in the best interest of Miss Wenren," Qin Luo explained. "Indeed. Though Muyu has not voiced her opinion, I am aware that she too holds a similar stance. If you genuinely wish to propose, I would need to discuss this matter with her. Since you have come to rescind your proposal, I am relieved of a burden," Wenren Ting remarked. "However, what if you were to develop feelings for Muyu in the future?" "Ha ha, if I were to fall for her, I would simply pursue her again," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "Nevertheless, given Miss Wenren's exceptional qualities, while I may like her, she may not reciprocate my feelings. She is bound to find someone far more suited to her. Let us hope so. Since neither of you harbors such intentions, I cannot press the matter. A reluctant fruit is seldom sweet. Where are you staying during your time in Yinjing?" "I am residing at the home of a friend of my grandfather," Qin Luo answered candidly. Your grandfather is a skilled physician, and countless have benefited from his benevolence. There is truly no need for me to concern myself with your living arrangements. How about this? Stay for lunch. And from now on, consider this place your home. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to voice your needs, as long as it is within our means. Feel free to make use of it. Thank you, Grandpa, Qin Luo said with a smile. On his first visit, it would be rather impolite to simply sit for a moment and then depart. Thus, Qin Luo agreed to stay at the Wanren household for lunch. With the mealtime yet to arrive, the elder Wanren retreated to his room to change, leaving Qin Luo to enjoy tea in the living room. Before long, Wanren Zhao, who had been previously dismissed by his grandfather, stormed back in, his fair and handsome visage flushed with anger, his eyes blazing with fury. Upon seeing Qin Luo leisurely sipping tea, his irritation reached a boiling point. He snatched Qin Luo's cup away and shouted, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to call off the engagement? What makes my sister unworthy of you? Who do you think you are, that you should be the one to end this engagement? It should be my sister coming to you to break it off." Wanren Zhao was utterly incensed. Moments ago, he had barged into his grandfather's room, berating him for entrusting his sister's lifelong happiness to someone like Qin Luo. To his astonishment, his grandfather had held back, only to reveal that it was not a proposal but rather a withdrawal of the engagement. This revelation further inflamed Wanren Zhao's emotions. His sister was akin to a celestial being, always rejecting the advances of other suitors. How could she possibly be spurned by such an unsightly creature? In Wanren Zhao's eyes, Qin Luo's appearance hardly qualified as handsome. Realizing that Qin Luo had not yet departed, he charged in with a fierce demeanor, seeking to confront him. Qin Luo felt utterly helpless, having initially believed he was there to propose, only to find himself the target of Wanren Zhao's wrath, being likened to a toad aspiring for a swan. Now, upon understanding that he had come to withdraw from the engagement, Wanren Zhao's indignation only grew. "How dare you, a mere nobody, come to break off the engagement when you deem yourself unworthy of my sister?" In the minds of the wealthy, did they truly believe themselves to be so exalted that others were denied the agency to dictate their own fates? At this moment, Qin Luo felt a strange sense of relief at being able to withdraw from the engagement. If his sister harbored similar sentiments, then perhaps it was for the best that he walked away. "I am thirsty. Pour me a cup of tea," Qin Luo instructed Wanren Zhao, pointing at the teacup. Wanren Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Did this fellow truly consider himself so important? In the Wanren family, who would dare issue such commands to the young master? "Did you not hear what I said? I am thirsty. Bring me a cup of tea. Discard the first brew." "I only wish to drink the second," Qin Luo reiterated, his gaze resolute and defiant. "Have you lost your mind? Why should I fetch you water? Who do you think you are?" Wanren Zhao scoffed coldly. "I have not lost my mind," Qin Luo replied. "Have you forgotten your grandfather's words? If there is a daughter, she shall be my Qin family's wife. If there is a son, he shall be at my service. Do the Wanren family members not stand by their word? Can you not fulfill even this simple request?" Qin Luo harbored no fondness for this wealthy scion. Thus he resolved to teach him a lesson. "You think you can contend with me? You are woefully outmatched." Wanren Zhao trembled as he pointed a finger at Qin Luo, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Just moments ago, when my grandfather uttered those words, he was indeed present, and I heard him with utmost clarity. There was no room for denial." "What? Did you not hear my words? Pour the tea." Qin Luo tapped his fingers on the table and remarked, "If I were to publicize this matter, it would certainly tarnish the reputation of the Wan family, wouldn't it? You are a man of the Wan lineage, yet you lack even this minimal sense of responsibility. I wish you ill." Wanren Zhao, infuriated, felt utterly helpless against this rogue before him. He seized the cup from Qin Luo's grasp, intent on rushing to the tea room to pour him some tea. "Remember, I only drink the second infusion of tea," Qin Luo called out from behind. "Once you bring the tea, I shall pour half for you to drink. Should you wish to spit in it?" "I have no objections." Wanren Zhao's body stiffened, taken aback that his own malicious thoughts had been so easily exposed. "Bastard, let your arrogance reign. Dare to come to my home to call off the engagement, and see how my sister deals with you." Wanren Zhao thought fiercely, his grip on the teacup tightening, the ceramic vessel creaking ominously in his hand. Chapter 13. A man scoring 65 yen jing. A private mansion. The air was suffused with the fragrance of essential oils and aromatherapy, the soothing sound of flowing water harmonizing with gentle music, while the outside world presented the freshest natural scenery. As if a tender touch of magic led one into a long-forgotten paradise, I and the gentle stream, a girl, as beautiful as an elf, rested peacefully. The crimson wooden door swung open, and a professional woman clad in a black uniform with dark glasses entered. "Miss, the time has come. In 30 minutes, the high-level managerial meeting will commence. You have 20 minutes left to prepare." With black stockings accentuating her elegant legs and a well-endowed figure, the woman bore a striking resemblance to the secretary of Fan Wei Inn if you are the one, certainly capable of captivating every man's gaze as she walked through the crowd. The woman, soaking in the hot spring, remained still but inquired with a melodious voice. "Mayue, where are the documents I requested you to deliver?" "Miss, I have them ready," the woman replied, opening her folder to present a thick stack of materials. An arm, as delicate as lamb-fat jade, reached out from the pool to receive the documents, meticulously flipping through them. Should Qin Luo lay eyes on this dossier, he would undoubtedly be astonished to the point of swallowing his tongue. The first page bore Qin Luo's photograph. He appeared quite youthful then, his visage somewhat juvenile. Despite his radiant smile, his complexion was pale as paper, and his cheeks were alarmingly gaunt, resembling that of a drug addict. Qin Luo, male, age, 12. Height, 135 centimeters. Weight, 35 kilograms. Special skills, traditional Chinese medicine, calligraphy, painting, education, no formal schooling history, languages, huaxia. Character, average. Bad habits, excessive sleeping, physical condition, suffers from a hidden illness, extremely poor health. Following were over a dozen major categories, each accompanied by countless detailed descriptions and annotations. Then came the annual assessment reports, continuing until Qin Luo reached the age of 18, at which point the evaluations concluded. However, on the final page's overall scoring, a shocking score was inscribed in red ink, 65. The review section bore this commentary: no exceptional talents, no healthy physique. Average appearance, moderate character. It is advisable to abandon the pursuit. Why is it suggested to relinquish hope upon reaching the age of 18? A woman inquired. Indeed, this conclusion was reached by our esteemed intelligence team after thorough evaluation, Mayu responded. After coming of age, the young lady has been pursued by countless admirers. Among them are the sons of prominent figures such as Li Zhongyin, the owner of Shijin Group, and Su Guofeng, the chairman of Greentown Real Estate, as well as the offspring of General Ji, all of whom boast comprehensive scores exceeding 90. There are 27 suitors who fall below the 90 mark, while 34 are rated below 80. Those scoring under 70 are as numerous as fish crossing a river. We believe it is unnecessary to invest excessive time in a man who barely meets the passing criteria. Barely passing? The woman by the pool chuckled softly. Yet, I find myself rejected by this barely passing man. Miss, Mayu exclaimed in astonishment. She found it difficult to accept this reality. An hour ago, when Ren Zhao called to inform me that a man named Qin had come to call off the engagement. I presume he is the one my fiancé, during our last meeting, came to dismiss me. The woman's voice was elegant and calm, as if recounting a matter of no personal concern. However, what thoughts occupied her mind remained a mystery. Even to Mayu, whom she regarded as a confidant in this world, who could possibly match the lady's intellect. Miss, this only demonstrates his self-awareness. He was never worthy of you, Mayu remarked. Indeed, I share that sentiment, the woman replied, discarding the documents at the edge of the pool before rising from the hot spring. Mayu approached and offered a white silk robe, which the woman gracefully draped over herself. Although the delicate fabric concealed her warm and fragrant form, it could not obscure her unparalleled beauty. Striking and ethereal, she radiated the brilliance of spring blossoms and the clarity of an autumn moon. With long hair cascading over her shoulders, she stood tall and slender, her waist delicate and her figure voluptuous. Her curves were exquisite, captivating the hearts of many. Particularly, her enchanting eyes sparkled with depth and emotion, as if they spoke directly to the beholder. Her aura was irreplicable, her elegance a divine creation. Even Mayu, a beauty in her own right, felt a surge of reverence in the presence of such perfection. Standing before this stunning woman, Mayu found her own confidence as a woman and her modest pride in her beauty diminished. The woman stepped out, revealing her fair, rosy feet, prompting Mayu to quickly fetch a towel to dry her damp hair. Yet, I am unwilling to accept this outcome. The woman gazed into the mirror, admiring her refined and transcendent beauty, biting her delicate lip. Mayu paused momentarily, her actions halting as she looked at the lady and inquired, Mayu, you are also a woman. You should understand that every woman who is cast aside by a man will not easily resign herself to that fate. and no matter how proud or indifferent she may pretend to be, a lingering sense of regret will remain deep within her heart. What do you mean, miss? Mayu asked. Tio conduct a renewed investigation and evaluation of him. Moreover, I want the intelligence team to present a feasible plan. The woman declared with resolute determination. Miyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter astonishment. The goddess Wanren Muyu, revered by countless wealthy young men as unattainable, is surprisingly intent on approaching a man. Who would believe such a statement? Qin Luo patted Wanren Zhao's shoulder and remarked with a smile. Indeed, I am quite pleased with your hospitality today. Today, he had thoroughly put this privileged young man through his paces. He had made him brew 6 cups of tea and made 3 rounds of fruit and pastries. During the meal, to demonstrate his affection for children, he enthusiastically served the young lad 3 chicken legs, 2 giant crabs, and an abundance of various meats. He was aware that these affluent individuals could hardly consume such rich fare. Yet the elder generation typically favored frugality and detested the egregious habit of wasting food. Consequently, even as Wanren Zhao felt overwhelmed and nearly rolled his eyes, he forced himself to finish the food on his plate. Ultimately, Wanren Zhao found himself keeping his distance from Qin Luo, apprehensive that this gentleman might impose upon him again. However, Qin Luo had no intention of letting him off the hook just yet. After a hearty meal and drink, he requested Wanren Zhao to drive him home. Old Master Wanren Ting assumed that Qin Luo and Wanren Zhao had struck a chord with each other and were quite compatible. So he had Shui Bo drag the reluctant Wanren Zhao out from his room to bid farewell. Wanren Zhao shook off Qin Luo's hand and retorted, Don't touch me. Just wait until my sister deals with you. Your sister? Wanren Muyu. What have I done to provoke her? Qin Luo inquired with a chuckle. Are you truly this Navi or merely pretending? Wanren Zhao regarded Qin Luo with disdain and said, At your age, you can't still be a novice, can you? Do you understand women? Are you not aware that your actions have already undermined a woman's dignity? Women? Dignity? By the time Wanren Zhao sped away in his red Ferrari, Qin Luo remained perplexed by the notion of how he had harmed a woman's dignity. If I were to propose, it would be her body that would be at stake, he mused, shaking his head. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lin Qingyuan's villa, he noticed an elderly man lingering outside the iron gate, seemingly hesitant to ring the doorbell. Qin Luo felt a sense of familiarity with the old man. He appeared to be a member of the expert group established to aid the 36 children. However, he could not recall his name. There's something amiss. Qin Luo inquired with a smile as he stood behind him. Startled by the sudden voice behind him, the old man turned to face Qin Luo, and his expression of anger instantly transformed into one of delight. Grasping Qin Luo's hand, he exclaimed, Qin Luo, you've finally returned. I've been searching for you. Please, let us speak civilly. We're not that acquainted, Qin Luo said, struggling to free his hand from the old man's enthusiastic grip. Qin Luo, you don't remember me? I am Old Wang from the expert group. Old Wang, I recognize you as a member of the expert group. But what brings you here? Are you looking for Director Lin? Qin Luo asked. No, I'm not looking for Director Lin. I came to find you, Old Wang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Tio, find me? What is the matter? Qin Luo queried, puzzled. I must ask you, when you treated those 36 children last time, did you use the Taiyi Divine Needle's burning mountain fire? Old Wang looked at Qin Luo with an anxious expression, fearing a negative response. Indeed. Are you familiar with this acupuncture technique? Qin Luo was quite astonished. The Taiyi Divine Needle had been lost for a century, and the burning mountain fire was a skill few could master. Had it not been for his study of the Taoist 12-section brocade, he might have been unable to employ such profound needlework using internal energy. Ah, is it truly so? Is it genuinely the burning mountain fire? Old Wang once again became animated, grasping Qin Luo's hand and bouncing with excitement. Noticing the security guard of the community peering curiously in their direction, Qin Luo wore a pained expression and said, Old Wang, let us speak inside. Please refrain from such exuberance. It is not good for your health. Haha, how can I not be excited, in my lifetime, to witness someone wielding the Taiyi Divine Needle's masterful technique of burning mountain fire? What a marvel! Old Wang remained undeterred by Qin Luo's words, exclaiming with the joy of a child. Lin Qingyuan, resting at home, heard the commotion outside and emerged from his room. Upon seeing Qin Luo and Old Wang entering together, he inquired curiously, How did you two come together? Old Wang, welcome, welcome. What brings you here today? Director Lin, I have come to seek Qin Luo, Old Wang replied with a smile. Qin Luo, you seek him for something? Indeed, I wish to become his apprentice. Old Wang looked at Qin Luo earnestly as he spoke. Become an apprentice? Lin Qingyuan's voice rose significantly. Even Qin Luo looked at the elderly man, who was old enough to be his grandfather, in astonishment. He never anticipated that this elder would make such a request. Chapter 14. The Lack of Modesty. Old Wang, please don't jest. You are the chief physician of our hospital and a renowned authority in traditional Chinese medicine in Yinjing. Why would you consider apprenticing under a young man? Lin Qingyuan questioned, equally perplexed. Director Lin, a true master is worthy of being a teacher. Qin Luo's displayed medical skills are more than sufficient for him to be my mentor, Old Wang stated nonchalantly. Moreover, how many in the world can truly wield the Taiyi Divine Needle? Old Wang, let us forego the formalities of master and apprentice. If you do not mind, we can engage in discussions and exchanges whenever the opportunity arises. Qin Luo gently declined. Wouldn't accepting an elderly gentleman as a disciple shorten my lifespan? Qin Luo, to be honest, I have come specifically for your Taiyi Divine Needle, Old Wang candidly revealed. You wish to learn the Taiyi Divine Needle? Qin Luo asked with a smile. Old Wang nodded and said, I understand that the Taiyi Divine Needle is a unique skill of the world. As an outsider, it may seem presumptuous of me to seek to learn this art, and perhaps it might invite ridicule. However, I cannot bear to see such a remarkable technique fade into obscurity. Old Wang produced a tattered ancient book from his pocket, its pages yellowed with age, and handed it over, saying, My family, the Wang clan, has a legacy in traditional Chinese medicine. My ancestor, Wang Hozhai, was a renowned physician. This is our family's heirloom, the Taiyi Divine Needle. Unfortunately, only the first half remains intact. The latter part has been mysteriously lost. Over the years, I have endeavored to restore it, yet the depth and complexity of this needle technique have eluded me. When you treated those children with needles last time, I felt your technique resembled that recorded in this ancient text. I even inquired about you from Director Lin. I know it is quite presumptuous to intrude, but I am truly anxious. Should you depart from Yinjing, it seems that my lifelong aspiration may forever remain unfulfilled. Qin Luo perused the tome in his hands, discovering that it indeed chronicled the techniques of the Taiyi Divine Needle. Yet, whether due to the passage of time or the negligence of its custodian, the latter portion of this invaluable manuscript was severely damaged, with numerous pages missing. Having studied the Taiyi Divine Needle, Qin Luo understood that an incomplete version could not be deemed the authentic Taiyi Divine Needle. The needle must be guided by the flow of qi, and the path of this vital energy is of utmost significance. The needle cannot be separated from the qi, nor the qi from the needle. This embodies the essence of the Taiyi Divine Needle. If pages are missing, it would lead to a disconnection between the needle and the qi, resulting not only in ineffective treatment, but also the potential to harm the patient. Qin Luo returned the ancient book to Elder Wang, remarking, Elder Wang, you flatter me. To be candid, if anyone could wield this skill, I would not hesitate to pass it on. However, the average person cannot master this needle technique. Could it be true, as stated in this text, that the Taiyi Divine Needle must be guided by the flow of qi? Elder Wang inquired, astonished. Indeed, Qin Luo affirmed with a nod. Elder Wang let out a heavy sigh. At my age, how could I possibly learn qigong? It appears that mastering this needle technique is beyond my reach. Qin Luo, you must safeguard the treasures passed down from our ancestors. Should the Taiyi Divine Needle be lost to time, it would be a heart-wrenching tragedy. Grandfather Wang, I fully comprehend your sentiments. All that I have learned is not for me to hoard. I am willing to impart my knowledge to anyone of upright character who expresses an interest in traditional Chinese medicine, Qin Luo assured earnestly. This aligns with the values of the Qin family. The disciples of the Qin clan practice medicine worldwide, embodying compassion in their healing and treating others with profound integrity. Those of virtuous character are always welcome to learn the art of healing. Elder Wang gazed at Qin Luo with admiration, exclaiming, the youth possesses remarkable resolve. To be frank, we elders lack the breadth of spirit that you display. Our ancestors imparted the wisdom that teaching a disciple may lead to the master's own demise. Thus, each of us has kept our knowledge closely guarded, putting the future of traditional Chinese medicine at risk. Indeed, the reason Western medicine has gained global traction is that all its methodologies are transparent and accessible for all to study. The quality of learning relies solely on one's own abilities. While some may misuse the knowledge, others will excel. As the number of practitioners increases, so too does the demand for their services, thus allowing Western medicine to flourish, Lin Qingyuan added, resonating with the sentiment. My grandfather often reminds me that traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure. Yet, due to various circumstances, its current plight is indeed dire. In fact, just a few years ago, policies were introduced aimed at undermining traditional Chinese medicine. However, this situation is far too pervasive to be reversed by a single individual, Qin Luo lamented. He recalled his grandfather, Qin Zheng, who, with a mixture of indignation and helplessness, would speak of the decline of traditional Chinese medicine and the rise of Western practices. Even though traditional Chinese medicine boasts a history spanning thousands of years and has nourished generations, it remains largely misunderstood and increasingly alien to the very people it has healed. Many have forgotten that during the SARS epidemic, not a single patient treated with traditional Chinese medicine succumbed to the illness amidst the rampant spread of non-iodine treatments. This is not only a lament for traditional Chinese medicine, but also a sorrow of our era. Why is human effort irreversible? Qin Luo, you could indeed reverse it. Old Wang stated astonishingly. Me? Qin Luo shook his head with a bitter smile. Old Wang, please do not jest. I possess the will, but lack the strength. Why the lack of strength? You are skilled in medicine. How could you possibly lack strength? Proficiency in medicine can only heal ailments and save lives. But how can we promote traditional Chinese medicine to greater heights? What do you believe should be done to elevate traditional Chinese medicine? Old Wang, as if fueled by ammunition, pressed on assertively. The entire populace should learn and utilize traditional Chinese medicine. Qin Luo responded. How can we ensure that everyone learns and employs traditional Chinese medicine? We should establish traditional Chinese medicine schools and hospitals. However, as far as I know, the enrollment situation for traditional Chinese medicine is not promising. It seems not many wish to study it, Qin Luo remarked with a bitter smile. Not merely poor. It is abysmally low. Few students, and even fewer willing to teach at the schools. The president of Capital Medical University is an old friend of mine. Just a few days ago, he lamented that finding a truly talented individual to teach traditional Chinese medicine is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Most applicants are lacking in both ability and virtue. Which is truly disheartening, Lin Xingyuan interjected. Dean Lin, ISNT, they're a splendid candidate right here. Old Wang pointed at Qin Luo with a beaming smile. Qin Luo? Indeed. Qin Luo, I recommend you take up the role of a traditional Chinese medicine teacher. You would undoubtedly excel, Lin Xingyuan said with excitement. He had been contemplating how to keep Qin Luo in Yinjing, and now he finally found a commendable excuse. I shall consider this further, Qin Luo replied. According to his plans, he intended to return home after the engagement was concluded. Qin Luo, as a beneficiary of traditional Chinese medicine, cannot you do something for our field? Yes. Qin Luo, impart your knowledge to your students. Let them flourish everywhere. Only then can our traditional Chinese medicine be saved. Old Wang urged. I will discuss it with my grandfather first. Caught between the two elderly gentlemen's insistence, Qin Luo felt a stirring of inclination. It seemed as if refusing them would be an affront to reason. There is no need for discussion. Your grandfather will surely support your current choice. Qin Luo, I had previously wanted to invite you to practice at the hospital. However, I now believe it would be a waste of your talents. Go forth and teach. This is a noble endeavor that benefits countless people across generations. Come, I shall take you to meet my friend right now. Old Wang, you should join us as well. Lin Xingyuan grew increasingly animated, pulling Qin Luo along without giving him the chance to refuse. Isn't this too hasty? Qin Luo remarked. Not at all, Lin Xingyuan replied. If you slip away, it will be too late to say anything then. Where else could I find such a wonderful son-in-law? In this age, the affluent reside in the suburbs while the less fortunate dwell in the city. Lin Xingyuan's friend lived in a stylish, independent two-story villa in the outskirts of Yinjing, surrounded by tall walls, with 2 hunting dogs standing sentinel, their imposing stature casting a watchful eye on visitors. The garden was adorned with a variety of flowers and herbs, alongside a patch of vegetables and garlic sprouts. A few plump ducks waddled about the yard, their posteriors adorably raised, embodying an idyllic scene of tranquility reminiscent of a pastoral paradise. Witnessing this charming spectacle, Qin Luo was instantly transported back to thoughts of his own home, warm, comfortable, and equally leisurely. Old Lin, what brings you here today? Greeted a fair-skinned elder with a prominent belly, approaching warmly upon noticing the guests. Haha, Old Li, didn't you lament last time about the difficulty of finding a good traditional Chinese medicine teacher? Well, here I am, delivering talent. Lin Xingyuan chuckled as he shook hands with Li Yonggang. Talent? This individual? Li Yonggang inquired, glancing at Wang Lao. Not him. It's him, Lin Qingyuan replied, pointing at Qin Luo. Li Yonggong's brow twitched imperceptibly as he scrutinized Qin Luo, remarking, I wouldn't have guessed. He's rather youthful, isn't he? Implicit in his words was the skepticism of what such a young man could possibly know. Old Li, what are you up to? I've tried giving Jia Jia a bowl of vinegar, but the fishbone remains lodged. The child has been crying incessantly. Perhaps you should take her to the hospital. An elderly woman interjected, rushing out. What happened? Lin Qingyuan asked, puzzled. Alas, during lunch, Jia Jia choked on a fishbone. After toiling for half the day, feeding her rice balls and vinegar, nothing has worked. It seems a trip to the hospital is inevitable. Li Yonggang replied with a wry smile. For such a trivial matter, a hospital visit is unnecessary. Qin Luo interjected. You have a solution? Li Yonggang asked, looking at Qin Luo. Just give me a clean bowl. Qin Luo requested. Fetch a bowl. Li Yonggang called to his wife. All right, she replied, swiftly disappearing into the house. Moments later, she returned with a pristine bowl. Qin Luo approached, seized a plump duck, and lifted its leg, positioning its head downward. Saliva began to trickle from the duck's beak, dripping into the bowl. After 5 or 6 drops, he released the duck and handed the bowl containing the viscous liquid to the elderly woman, saying, have her drink this. The fishbone will dissolve. At the hospital, they would have to extract it with pliers, which would be far more distressing for the child. Is it truly effective? The woman asked, eyeing the transparent mucus with skepticism. Indeed, it is, Qin Luo affirmed confidently. Give it a try, Li Yonggang encouraged. The elderly woman, now resolute, took the bowl and hurried inside. Come, let us sit indoors, Li Yonggang invited. As they entered, the water for brewing tea had yet to boil. The elderly woman soon rushed back, her face alight with excitement. Old Li, it truly is miraculous. After I fed Jia Jia that concoction, the fishbone dissolved almost instantly. Li Yonggang turned to Qin Luo, smiling as he remarked, it seems one cannot judge a book by its cover. This young man possesses quite a bit of talent. Typically, one would expect Qin Luo to respond with humility, perhaps suggesting that he only had a superficial understanding and sought guidance from his elders. However, he wore an expression of rightful pride and replied, if I lacked any talent, I wouldn't dare to think of stepping into a school to mislead the youth. It was not a lack of humility, but rather a profound confidence in his medical skills that fueled his assertion. Chapter 15. Narrow path of resentment. Upon hearing Qin Luo's audacious declaration, the crowd paused in surprise before the 3 elderly men burst into hearty laughter. Ah, Qin Luo, my admiration for you grows ever stronger. As practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, we ought to embody a certain assertiveness, a belief that we shall prevail. In the realm of literature, there is no first, and in medicine, there is no second. If a physician lacks confidence in their own skills, how can they expect their patients to trust them? Wang Lao remarked, heartily patting Qin Luo on the shoulder with a smile. You, young man, should exhibit a modicum of humility in front of Principal Li, Lin Qingyuan chided, though the smile on his face betrayed his words. He spoke from a perspective of seniority over Qin Luo, feeling a closer bond with him compared to others. After all, they were both candidates for the designated son-in-law, weren't they? Ha ha, why should one be humble? If one possesses genuine talent and knowledge, humility becomes mere pretense. If one lacks true ability, then it is nothing but arrogance, Li Yonggang stated, gazing at Qin Luo. At the very least, Qin Luo left a favorable first impression on him. The importation of knowledge is no trivial matter. It is not sufficient for Qin Luo to have cured Principal Li's granddaughter of a fishbone lodged in her throat through some unconventional method to qualify him as a competent teacher of traditional Chinese medicine. That is far from enough. If Li Yonggang were a principal, he would undoubtedly subject Qin Luo to a rigorous assessment. Consequently, Lin Qingyuan recounted the circumstances surrounding Qin Luo's resolution of the difficulties faced by the affiliated hospital of Yinjing University. Wang Lao, standing nearby, embellished the tale, almost mythologizing the Taiyi Divine Needle that Qin Luo had employed. In his words, the Taiyi Divine Needle was a miraculous entity capable of curing all ailments, transcending the boundaries of heaven and earth. What? The medicine king, Qin Zheng, is your grandfather? Li Yonggang inquired with a look of admiration when Lin Qingyuan mentioned Qin Luo's lineage. Indeed, Qin Luo replied with a wry smile. I once believed I could carve my own path based solely on my skills, but I now realize that wherever I go, I am inevitably influenced by my grandfather's reputation. Although I specialize in Western medicine, I too have benefited from Qin Luo's teachings. His book, Tang Yao Ji, has been a bedside companion of mine, and I have gained immensely from it, Li Yonggang remarked with a sense of reverence. Qin Luo is a towering figure in traditional Chinese medicine. Surely you are not the only one to have benefited from his wisdom. Most of us studying this discipline can be considered half-disciples of Qin Luo. That book, Tang Yao Ji, is practically a staple for all of us, echoed Wang Lao, who also hailed from a background in traditional Chinese medicine. Li Yonggang nodded in agreement and turned to Qin Luo, saying, though you may not be a graduate of a prestigious medical institution, the renown of Qin Luo holds more value than any certificate from medical schools worldwide. I believe that, given Qin Luo's character, his willingness to allow you to practice medicine signifies his complete confidence in you. Both Old Lin and Old Wang have corroborated this point. I too hold you in high regard. However, Li Yonggang, observing Qin Luo's slightly youthful and possibly overconfident visage, inquired, may I ask, if it is not too presumptuous, how old are you? 22. Qin Luo answered honestly. You are indeed young and accomplished, Li Yonggang mused, at your age, you are akin to the students at our school. Some of them might even be older than you. What if they do not trust you? I am there to impart knowledge to them. It is not a matter of comparing who is greater or lesser. Qin Luo shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, all right, I hope you can adjust your mindset. Should any students cause a disturbance, feel free to bring it to my attention. If all goes well, you should be able to start working at the school tomorrow, Li Yonggang said. No problem. Qin Luo nodded in response. He did not feel an overwhelming joy at securing a job. Rather, a vague sense of responsibility enveloped him. Being a teacher is not akin to the escapades depicted in YY novels, engaging in flirtations, brawls, or idling away time, but rather about genuinely imparting knowledge to students, enabling them to apply what they learn in their future endeavors. The mediocrity of some university instructors, who merely read from textbooks, has led many students to face the predicament of graduation equating to unemployment. In the job market, fresh graduates are often the most disregarded by employers. Upon noticing a lack of work experience on a resume, candidates are promptly dismissed. As the finest traditional Chinese medicine teacher, I aspire to cultivate the most exceptional students. Qin Luo silently set this goal in his mind. Drawing from previous experience, the second acupuncture session proceeded more smoothly. Lin Huanqi cooperatively donned loose pajamas, and Qin Luo expertly administered acupuncture to her large dun, targeting 5 specific acupoints. The atmosphere this time was less awkward than the first, however, when Qin Luo's hand brushed against Lin Huanqi's delicate, soft foot and he caught sight of her exposed thigh beneath her pajamas, he could not help but feel a stir of emotions. It seemed that resolving the matter of his virginity should indeed be prioritized. Even that little brat, Wen Rinzhao, dared to look down upon him for being inexperienced, which filled Qin Luo with a sense of shame. I heard from my grandfather that you were going to teach traditional Chinese medicine at the medical university? Lin Huanqi suddenly inquired, her eyes still closed. Yes, I just decided today, Qin Luo replied with a smile. Then we shall be colleagues, Lin Huanqi remarked. Colleagues? You are also a teacher at the medical university? You only just realized this? Qin Luo nodded and then gestured toward Lin Huanqi's thigh, which was nearly exposed. Could you pull your pajamas down a bit? I am not a man who easily succumbs to temptation. Yet with you like this, it becomes difficult for me to resist the urge to act indiscriminately. Is the acupuncture finished? Lin Huanqi exclaimed, suddenly realizing, and hurriedly pulled down the hem of her pajamas. She had been lost in her own thoughts, recalling her grandfather's words during dinner about Qin Luo teaching at the medical university, prompting her to ask the question without noticing that Qin Luo had already completed the acupuncture on her 3 acupoints and had knelt on the ground to disinfect the silver needles before placing them back in the box. The flush on Lin Huanqi's face extended to her neck as she leapt off the bed, saying, It's quite late now. I won't keep you for tea. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the school for your enrollment. All right, Qin Luo observed Lin Huanqi's expression thoughtfully while holding the silver box as he exited. Logically, her condition should not have improved so rapidly. Qin Luo had discreetly observed her demeanor when interacting with other men, such as the fellow in the checkered shirt from yesterday and Mr. Wang during dinner at the Lin residence. She had maintained an icy, disdainful expression in their presence. Why does she seem to be particularly close to herself? Could it be because I am her attending physician? A troubling thought crossed Qin Luo's mind. According to literature, the use of acupuncture to cure sexual aversion disorders may provoke an emotional backlash in patients. In other words, if their emotional turmoil has led to this condition, then once the repressed feelings deep within are released, The practitioner will become the primary target of those emotions. Is it possible that by healing her ailment, I inadvertently caused her to develop feelings for me? No. Qin Luo resolutely shook his head. He indeed had a fondness for mature women, for those who were strikingly beautiful and alluring. He appreciated the elegance of a woman in a silver suit with black lace, in a nurse's uniform, an air hostess outfit, or even a queen's attire. He fantasized about a woman dressed as a bunny or, quite provocatively, one who wore nothing at all, pressed against the floor, in the kitchen, on the sofa, on a beach, or on a rooftop, even in the restroom of a bustling bar. He had once dreamed of marrying a captivating woman, envisioning a life facing the sea, basking in the warmth of spring blossoms. Yet, he did not wish for such affection to come through manipulation. For someone as inherently proud as Qin Luo, it felt akin to cheating to gain a woman in this manner. If another individual were to treat her, she might have developed feelings for them as well. Did he truly need to resort to such means to attract a woman? Clearly, he did not. So how should he navigate the current situation? Should he cease treatment? Or perhaps switch to a slower-acting medication? Burdened with thoughts, he returned to his room, clutching a pink Snoopy that had been left behind by an unknown person, tossing and turning in sleeplessness. After having breakfast, Qin Luo got into Lin Huanqi's BMW, heading towards a medical university in the capital. Today marked his inaugural teaching experience. Did you not sleep well last night? Lin Huanqi inquired as she drove, noticing the prominent dark circles under Qin Luo's eyes. Qin Luo replied lethargically. What happened? After I returned, I couldn't fall asleep, so I began reciting the three-character classic. When I reached the lines at 8, can recite poetry, me at 7, can compose chess, I forgot what came next and ended up pondering it all night. Lin Huanqi's lips twitched, managing to suppress a laugh. The Capital Medical University was a prestigious institution in Yinjing City, comprising the main campus and affiliated hospitals. The main campus housed the School of Basic Medicine, the School of Biomedical Engineering, the School of Public Health and Family Medicine, and the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Among others, Lin Huanqi was a teacher at the School of Biomedical Engineering, specializing in human immunology, while Qin Luo was heading to the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Although both were faculty members at the same university, their offices were not located together. I'll park the car downstairs and then escort you to the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine for your registration, Lin Huanqi said. All right, Qin Luo agreed. Just as Lin Huanqi's car came to a stop outside the office building of the School of Biomedical Engineering, a beige beetle sped towards them. Qin Xiaoxue leaped from the vehicle, pointing at Lin Huanqi and Qin Luo, exclaiming, Now you have nothing to say, do you? Caught red-handed in an affair, I see. Lin Huanqi, do you still dare to claim he is not a student at the university? Keep on arguing. Let's see how you defend yourselves this time. Chapter 16. Do you fancy yourself as the Bodhisattva Guanyin or the Tathagata Buddha? In the novels of Gulong, by Yujing remarked, there are three types of individuals in the martial world who are most formidable: beggars, monks, and women. In contemporary society, we rarely encounter beggars or monks, and we seldom see them in their true essence. Certainly, there are many individuals on the streets who pester passers-by for alms, yet they hardly compare to the disciples under the command of Hong Qigong. As for monks, they have now become high-ranking professionals, holding state salaries in their hands. With the first two categories eliminated, the only remaining challenge lies in women. Regrettably, Qin Luo has provoked such a woman. If grenades were priced at 50 cents apiece, Qin Xiaoxue would undoubtedly purchase a dozen to hurl in his direction. Her loathing for the couple before her is palpable, and recalling the humiliation of having wet her pants in public at the mall yesterday makes her teeth grind audibly. That was undoubtedly the most mortifying moment of her life. To add insult to injury, Wang Hao's phone remains unreachable, and he must surely believe that his actions have brought him disgrace, likely leading to an irrevocable rift between them. After all, he is her financial benefactor. How could it end like this? Throughout the day and night, she has failed to find solace in sleep, not due to heartbreak, but rather contemplating how to ruin Lin Huanqi. That wretched woman. Unexpectedly, an opportunity presents itself as the pair of adulterers brazenly stroll into the university campus. This time, I shall see how you extricate yourselves from this predicament. I will ensure that your disgraceful deeds are broadcast far and wide. What? You have nothing to say. As educators, you should not be pursuing your own students. Surely, this is not a commendable practice. I wonder how the department head will react upon learning of this. What will other colleagues and students say when they become aware of this? Qin Xiaoxue declared triumphantly, her demeanor that of a victor. She had resolved to report this matter to the department head, armed with incriminating evidence that would leave them no room for denial. Lin Huanqi raised an eyebrow, about to retort, yet Qin Luo seized her icy hand, an unprecedented occurrence for Lin Huanqi to be publicly held in such a manner. In her moment of panic, she completely forgot her intended words. This presented Qin Luo with an opportunity to ensnare her further, as he feigned anger and glared at Chen Xiaoxue, saying, "What business is it of yours regarding my relationship with Teacher Lin? Where have we wronged you? Why do you oppose us at every turn?" "Oppose you at every turn?" Chen Xiaoxue shot back, pointing her finger adorned with silver-black nail polish at Qin Luo's face. "You haven't wronged me? Wasn't he at you in New World yesterday?" At that moment, Chen Xiaoxue was rendered speechless, for admitting her embarrassing incident at the mall was far more painful than being slapped in public. She could not fathom why she had suddenly felt such an overwhelming urge to urinate. She had no stomach issues and had just resolved her needs at the CAF. Other than shifting the blame onto this eccentric scoundrel, she found no other justification. After all, he had deliberately approached her. "What happened in New World?" Qin Luo, with a perplexed expression, asked. The look on his face was such that anyone who witnessed it would want to slap him with a $20 bill. "You are shameless," Chen Xiaoxue said, her entire body trembling with anger. If not for the high-end makeup on her face, it might have just fallen off like dandruff. "I don't understand what's going on. How am I shameless? Surely, you aren't so quick to cast aspersions." Qin Luo maintained his innocent facade. "Very well. Just keep pretending. We'll see how I deal with you," Chen Xiaoxue retorted with a cold, mocking laugh. Deciding to cease this futile verbal sparring, she prepared to return to her office to present the evidence she had gathered to the department head and her colleagues. As she stormed out in a fit of frustration, Qin Luo called after her, "Are you referring to the New World incident with the urinary incontinence? Don't worry, we won't let this leak." Chen Xiaoxue stumbled slightly, nearly losing her footing on the staircase. "Damn it, you wretched scoundrel, I will ensure your ruin," she cursed through clenched teeth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Let us go," Lin Huanqi suggested. Qin Luo looked at Lin Huanqi's face and smiled. "Do you feel pity for her? She is merely a pitiful woman." Lin Huanqi indirectly affirmed this. Those who are pitiable often possess qualities that are detestable. Do not hastily bestow compassion simply because she is a woman. The destructive potential of such women can rival that of a multitude of men. Just wait and see by the time you return. Everyone in the office will be aware of your romantic entanglement with the students. If they misunderstand you, you might as well bring them to my class." Qin Luo shrugged. "Since we speak of gender equality, then everything should be equal. The privileges enjoyed must be matched by corresponding responsibilities, love or hatred. If you cannot bear the consequences of failure, it is best not to enter the game." Lin Huanqi nodded, seemingly moved by Qin Luo's words, though she hurried ahead, guiding him through the sun-drenched campus of Yinjing Medical University. Countless students pointed and whispered about their retreating figures. Some comments even reached their ears. "Goodness, isn't that our iceberg teacher? I can't be mistaken, can I?" "Indeed. When did the iceberg thaw? I always believed Teacher Lin was an ice maiden. Who was that man? He seems so arrogant in his long robe." Qin Luo almost turned back to give that person a sound thrashing. "Who says wearing a long robe makes one arrogant? This is sophistication. Do you understand?" He dismissed it. "Forget it, a bunch of kids. You wouldn't comprehend." After traversing several cobbled paths, 3 ornamental ponds, and a basketball court, Lin Huanqi finally led Qin Luo into an opulent office building. A golden sign at the entrance read, "Office Building of the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine." They ascended to the 3rd floor, where Lin Huanqi pointed to a room at the end of the corridor, saying that is Director Guo's office in the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Principal Li has already informed him. You should report to him, he will arrange your work. "All right, I can report by myself." "You should return to your duties," Qin Luo replied. "Remember my words. If they trouble you, bring them to my workplace." Qin Luo reiterated. He was confident that events would unfold as he had envisioned. The methods by which good people perform good deeds are myriad, yet the ways in which bad people commit misdeeds are rather few and far between. "Understood," Lin Huanqi replied, casting a glance at Qin Luo before turning to retrace her steps. Watching her silver professional attire accentuate her ample curves as she swayed, Qin Luo could not help but swallow hard. Thanks to Principal Li's strong endorsement, Director Guo treated Qin Luo with considerable courtesy. The School of Traditional Chinese Medicine was in need of instructors for 3 courses: Fundamentals of Traditional Chinese Medicine, History of Chinese Medicine, and Traditional Chinese Medicine Diagnosis. Director Guo permitted Qin Luo to select one to teach. He chose traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis, as it allowed for a more seamless integration of theory and practice for the students. As for fundamentals of traditional Chinese medicine and history of Chinese medicine, they were also significant, but Qin Luo felt that these subjects should be entrusted to more talented and experienced educators. Declining Director Guo's generous offer to escort him to class, Qin Luo carried the textbooks he had just received and made his way to room 306 in Building 2 inside. A sparse group of students occupied the seats, chatting and laughing among themselves. The arrival of the new teacher went largely unnoticed. At this juncture, it was likely that no one believed him to be a teacher, as class time had not yet arrived. Qin Luo took a seat in the front row. Next to him sat a girl wearing a baseball cap, her long, dark hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her delicate features, bright black eyes, and long eyelashes made her resemble a porcelain doll. Her fair complexion and slender figure made her appear slightly taller than Qin Luo, although he suspected this was merely due to her hat. This was a form of cheating. If he wore a hat a meter tall, he could outshine Yao Ming. The girl, clad in a red hoodie, leaned back slightly, earbuds in place, seemingly lost in the music. Upon noticing a stranger seated beside her, she removed her earbuds and inquired, "Who are you?" "I don't think I've seen you before. I'm new here," Qin Luo replied with a smile. Her response was a smile in return, her large, round eyes curving like crescent moons as she said, "Hello, my name is Wang Jujiao. You can call me Xiao Jiao or Jiao." "Wang Jujiao. What an unusual name," Qin Luo remarked. "Tch. How outdated. Naming with numbers is quite fashionable. You wouldn't understand. Besides, my name has a special meaning. I was born on September 9th at 9:09. Wang Jujiao rolled her eyes, expressing her dissatisfaction with Qin Luo's comment about her name. "By the way, what's your name?" "Qin Luo." He introduced himself simply before turning his attention to his textbook. He had yet to prepare for the class and was uncertain about what he would present when it was his turn to speak. Upon witnessing the courageous young man seated before her suddenly lapse into silence, Wang Jujiao felt a twinge of curiosity. "I've heard that a new teacher is coming to teach us diagnosis. Are you aware of this?" she inquired, seeking conversation. "I have indeed heard," Qin Luo responded with a nod. "Have you heard so soon? I thought I was the only one well informed," the girl remarked with a hint of disappointment, as if her exclusivity and knowledge had been undermined. "I only just learned about it myself," Qin Luo replied, having indeed recently discovered that he would be instructing this class in traditional Chinese diagnosis. "Wow, even as a new transfer, your information network is impressive," the girl praised. "That I wonder if this teacher will be competent. If not, we might end up driving him away." "Drive him away?" Qin Luo exclaimed, astonished. "Yes, if he lacks the necessary skills, why should he come to misguide us?" "We've already dismissed 2 teachers," Wang Jujiao declared with a sense of pride, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Qin Luo's face. "Was their teaching quality really that poor?" Qin Luo queried. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. He must not repeat their mistakes, he thought. Not just poor. It was utterly appalling. Who knows where they emerged from? Quacks from some remote corner. "They couldn't even answer our questions." One student with acute appendicitis was misdiagnosed as having a stomach upset, nearly costing him his life. How can such individuals be teachers? Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Connections, of course," Wang Jujiao scoffed, curling her lip disdainfully. Her gesture was surprisingly graceful and endearing. "The new teacher certainly won't be like that," Qin Luo asserted confidently. "That remains to be seen." The girl shook her head, then added dreamily, "However, I genuinely hope for an instructor who is both virtuous and talented, preferably young and handsome." "You might just see your dreams come true," Qin Luo replied. "Do you think you're some sort of bodhisattva or Buddha, able to dictate reality?" The girl giggled behind her hand. Just as Qin Luo was about to respond, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. "You might just see your dreams come true," Qin Luo reiterated to her. Under the gaze of all their classmates, he ascended to the podium, holding his textbook, and announced, "I am Qin Luo. Qin from the Qin dynasty, Luo from the Luo River." Turning, he elegantly inscribed his name on the blackboard with chalk. Confident in his calligraphy skills honed under his grandfather's tutelage, "I am your teacher, and I will be instructing you in traditional Chinese diagnosis. Now, let us commence our lesson." A profound silence enveloped the room, as the students remained stunned by the shocking revelation before them. "Oh, my God. He is the teacher. How can he be the teacher? Let me die. Let me die." A girl in the audience cried, covering her face in despair. Chapter 17. My medical skills are not so cheap. Upon returning to the office, Lin Huanqi sensed the peculiar gazes of her colleagues, their expressions replete with amusement and mockery, as if to say, "We are all aware of your situation." Qin Luo was indeed correct. She was not deserving of sympathy. Lin Huanqi let out a gentle sigh within her heart. Qin Xiaoxue approached with a cold smile, stating, "The director is already aware of your situation. He has requested you to visit his office after you arrive." With that, she turned and walked away, heading directly towards the office of the department head. It appeared that she intended to publicly cast further aspersions on Lin Huanqi, ensuring that she could not escape with a mere defense. She certainly did not underestimate her rival, despite her icy demeanor. This woman was quite adept at manipulating others' sentiments. Lin Huanqi stood up expressionlessly, trailing behind her towards the director's office. Behind them, whispers circulated, rife with gossip regarding Lin Huanqi's alleged scandalous affair with a student. How brazen these students had become, even daring to pursue their teachers. It was utterly outrageous. Sigh, the students of today. Could we have ever imagined such audacity during our school days? Surely not. That woman, Qin Xiaoxue, was the epitome of troublemaking. I fear that Lin Laosher has fallen victim to her machinations. Indeed, it is quite possible. Usually, Lin Laosher hardly acknowledges us. How could she possibly pay attention to a student? The head of the Department of Biomedical Engineering, surnamed Xiong, was a returnee from the United States, a sea turtle of sorts. With a modest 5 points of talent, 4 points of background, and a touch of luck, he ascended to the position of department head within just a few years, demonstrating considerable skill. At the age of 40, Director Xiong exemplified a middle-aged individual who had achieved success. With a fair complexion and a slightly plump figure, he donned a well-tailored black suit, complemented by a dark tie and expensive gold-framed glasses, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Standing by the fish tank, he attentively tended to the highly priced dragon-patterned cichlid. Casually inquiring, "Teacher Chun, do you have any evidence to support your claim that Lin Laosher is involved with a student?" Such allegations cannot be made lightly, as they tarnish reputations. "Director, if I had no evidence, would I dare make such a statement? I witnessed it with my own eyes," Qin Xiaoxue replied, her demeanor taking on a more alluring tone, her voice noticeably softer than when she had spoken to Qin Luo and Lin Huanqi earlier. "What evidence do you possess?" Director Xiong finally set aside the fish food, wiped his hands with a clean towel, and turned to sit in his office chair. "I captured a photograph of them together." Qin Xiaoxue retrieved her phone from her bag, pressed a few buttons, and presented it to Director Xiong. Indeed, the image displayed Lin Huanqi leaning closely against a young man, a candid shot taken while they were oblivious in the car. Lin Huanqi furrowed her brow, taken aback by the calculated nature of Qin Xiaoxue's actions. "This does not prove anything," Director Xiong remarked, handing the phone back to Qin Xiaoxue. "Director, how can this not signify anything? Consider, when has Lin Laosher ever been seen in the company of a man? When has she ever been cordial to another man?" Qin Xiaoxue spoke effortlessly, completely forgetting that this director had also faced Lin Huanqi's rebuff. Awkwardly attempting to justify, aside from the director, has she ever exchanged even a word with any man in the office? Director Xiong smirked inwardly. It would have been better if she had refrained from making such explanations. Truly, she was a foolish woman. This was not the first instance. Yesterday, while I was perusing the mall with Wang Hao at the New Century, we unexpectedly encountered them. Did you not observe the intimacy with which the two were holding hands? Qin Xiaoxue remarked, clicking her tongue in admiration. Director Xiong, on the other hand, was somewhat exasperated. As the head of the first hospital, he could easily dismiss the presence of this woman before him, even going so far as to have her removed. However, he could not afford to disregard her boyfriend, Wang Hao, who possessed considerable influence in Yinjianglin. What exactly is the situation? Director Xiong finally directed his gaze towards Lin Huanqi, who sat silently in the corner of the sofa, and inquired, "He is my friend," Lin Huanqi replied, her tone frosty. "What kind of friend?" "A good friend." "Must one report their acquaintances to the director?" Lin Huanqi could no longer restrain her retort. "Director, did you hear that?" Qin Xiaoxue interjected with a series of mocking laughs. "Of course, everyone has the freedom to make friends, and this does not necessitate reporting to me. However, what is his status? Is he a student from our school?" Director Xiong's voice tinged with irritation. This woman had never shown him any respect. Were it not for her connections, he would have expelled her from his domain long ago. "He is a teacher at our school," Lin Huanqi stated. She finally understood why Qin Luo had repeatedly urged her to bring them to her workplace if they made things difficult for her. It seemed he had anticipated all of this. That cunning fellow. A teacher, Director Xiong frowned at Chen Xiaoshui. It is entirely reasonable for a teacher to be involved with another teacher. They should not only refrain from interference, but should also offer robust support. Dual-income families enjoy advantages in housing allocation and promotions, among other benefits. Director, that is impossible. You saw that man earlier, did you not? There are no teachers at our school who are that young. Moreover, if he truly were a teacher here, how could I possibly not recognize him? Chen Xiaoshui retorted derisively. Director, do not be deceived by her. Lin, can you verify his identity? Director Xiong asked. He was skeptical that such a youthful man could be an educator at the medical university. After all, he had only had the opportunity to teach at this prestigious institution at the age of 30, which had already provided him with a sense of accomplishment. The man in the photograph clearly resembled a mere student. I can take you to the classroom, Lin Huanqi asserted. Upon seeing her unwavering expression, Chen Xiaoshui suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Could that scoundrel truly be a teacher? Silence, an oppressive silence. Hey, buddy, are you serious? A student clad in Nike gear shouted from the audience towards Qin Luo. I am not jesting with you, Qin Luo replied, tapping the podium with his finger, his expression earnest. Are you kidding? Show us your teaching credentials. Where could there be such a young teacher? I suggest you come down from there. Do not make fools of us. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. A burly, bald-headed student with a face full of acne threatened menacingly. I apologize. My work permit is not yet ready if you wish to see it. I can bring it next class, Qin Luo responded. Looking at the burly student, one cannot help but wonder, how can this individual behave like a rogue? Is such a person truly capable of mastering traditional Chinese medicine? What purpose do you serve here? Depart at once. A student donned in a casual suit laughed boisterously, exuding arrogance. His audacity knew no bounds as he brazenly embraced the girl beside him, both appearing utterly enamored, as if they wished to shed their attire right there in the classroom. Qin Luo recognized the brand of the suit, Armani. Those who could afford such luxury among students hailed from affluent families. I am here to teach, Qin Luo stated firmly. Furthermore, do you not understand the importance of respecting your teacher? I do not concern myself with your personal relationships below. However, in my classroom, I kindly request that you refrain from such displays of affection. If you are in such a hurry, you may attend to your needs and return. I will not mark you absent. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to dictate my actions? The suited young man retorted angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Luo. I am Qin Luo, your teacher. And at this moment, I believe you are unworthy of being my student. Qin Luo maintained his composure from the podium, showing no regard for the unruly students before him. Enough of this commotion. Wang Juju rose from her seat. It was then that Qin Luo noticed her remarkable height. Her long legs were undeniably captivating. What is all this fuss about? Is there any merit in arguing? Why don't we test the teacher's knowledge? Wang Juju clearly commanded great respect within the class. Her reprimand silenced any dissenting voices. How shall we test? Qin Luo inquired with a smile directed at Wang Juju. Teacher, 9 out of 10 are unwell, and the remaining 1 is merely subhealthy. How about this? Why don't you assess our physical conditions? It could serve as a practical application of our theoretical studies in diagnosis. Wang Juju suggested playfully. Does anyone object? Qin Luo scanned the classroom, awaiting a response. No objections. A few voices replied weakly. If there are no objections, then let us begin with Wang Juju, Qin Luo declared, descending from the podium. Observing her expression, he remarked, You seem to be suffering from insomnia and palpitations. I presume you haven't been sleeping well these past few days? Ah, indeed. How astute of you! Wang Juju exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. She had recently moved into school accommodation and was struggling to adapt, resulting in restless nights filled with insomnia until dawn. Qin Luo approached a girl seated at the back, examining her face closely. You exhibit facial blemishes and fatigue. There is an excess of stagnant blood. Be mindful of promoting circulation. Teacher, do you have any remedies to alleviate this? The girl asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Qin Luo took the pen from her hand and swiftly inscribed a prescription in her open notebook. 3 times a day. It can be cured within a week, he assured her. Thank you, teacher. The girl beamed with joy, cherishing the prescription as if it were a precious treasure. Your complexion is pale, your meridians are in disarray, and you exhibit severe internal heat. Symptoms indicative of hemorrhoidal bleeding suggest a need for both warm and cool treatments, accompanied by cramping abdominal pain. Menstrual flow appears obstructed, akin to the previous student's condition. Your pupils appear yellowish, and your upper lip is darkened. These are symptoms of liver disease. You need not examine further. It is simply obesity. Qin Luo navigated through the throngs of students, deftly identifying their ailments with remarkable precision. He uncovered even the hidden maladies that many were oblivious to. Furthermore, he tailored treatment plans for each individual based on their specific conditions. Expressions of astonishment, admiration, and elation adorned the faces of every student, their eyes following Qin Luo's movements intently. Each time he diagnosed a student's ailment, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Once he provided his remedies, animated discussions erupted as they deliberated the efficacy of his prescriptions. The classroom resembled a bustling marketplace, filled with lively chatter. By the time Qin Luo reached the last row, having resolved the endocrine issues of a boy plagued by acne, nearly 50 students had been attended to. Of course, he deliberately overlooked the suited gentleman and his girlfriend cradled in his embrace, casting them not even a glance as he strode past. What could be more humiliating than such disregard? You haven't diagnosed me yet. What's the matter, are you stumped? The suited man boasted arrogantly. His demeanor incited disdain among the students, who had already been captivated by Qin Luo's exceptional medical prowess. Witnessing such insolence directed at their teacher was irksome to them. Are you certain you truly wish for me to examine you? Qin Luo asked, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Absolutely, the man replied. Confident in his own health as Qin Luo approached him, scrutinizing his somewhat handsome visage, he remarked, lower back pain, weakness in the knees, 5 hearts feeling hot, dizziness, tinnitus, and a thin physique. After delineating some of his symptoms, Qin Luo reached a conclusion. You suffer from kidney deficiency. A collective laugh erupted. He was the first student to be so unflinchingly diagnosed by Qin Luo. You're talking nonsense, the suited man shouted, pointing an accusing finger at him. What? Do you dare claim my diagnosis is incorrect? Qin Luo retorted with a cold smile. He reserved no kindness for those who dared to insult a teacher. The suited man was about to retort, but the astonished expression on his girlfriend's face revealed the truth of his condition. Ignoring him, Qin Luo strode confidently to the podium, casting a severe gaze over the classroom as he declared, I care not from whence you hail or what background you possess. I in my classroom. You are bound to adhere to my guidance. If you believe my youth disqualifies me from teaching, you may leave. If you regard me as incompetent, you are also free to depart. Those who refuse to abide by classroom decorum, leave this space. Those who engage in frivolous displays of affection, exit immediately. If you approach your studies with a lackadaisical attitude, dismissing traditional Chinese medicine, I similarly do not welcome you. I am here to teach. To impart knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, I owe you nothing. Rather, it is you who owe me. If you believe that your tuition entitles you to disregard my authority and demand my respect, I regret to inform you that I am not in want of your money. I can candidly express to everyone that those who find dissatisfaction with me may choose not to attend my classes. Rest assured, I shall not hold your absences against you. At the conclusion of the term, I shall still grant you a passing grade of 60. My medical expertise has been painstakingly acquired over more than a decade. I shall impart my knowledge solely to those who hold a genuine affection for traditional Chinese medicine and who can maintain respect for both myself and the esteemed sages of the medical path. Qin Luo stood majestically at the lectern, his azure robes billowing, long brows arching fiercely, exuding an air of lofty pride akin to that of an eagle. Pointing towards the students below, he declared with resounding conviction, I shall not implore you to learn as other teachers do, for my medical skills are not so trifling. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The male students' eyes burned with fervor, nearly bursting forth in shouts of exhilaration. Meanwhile, the female students, amidst their clapping, found themselves dabbing at their tear-filled eyes, inexplicably moved to tears. Chapter 18. A few spectators outside the classroom, with ulterior motives, fortuitously overheard Qin Luo's speech and felt their own blood surging with fervor, their throats parched as if something were yearning to break free. Director Xiong adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and remarked to Qin Xiaoxue, Is this what you refer to as a student? Director, I failed to conduct thorough research. I did not anticipate he would truly be a teacher. My apologies. Qin Xiaoxue's countenance was as pallid as that of a dead fish. her gaze towards Lin Huanqi increasingly venomous. She placed the entirety of her embarrassing predicament upon Lin Huanqi, refusing to acknowledge any personal responsibility. Some individuals never reflect upon their own faults. What a farce, Director Xiong said with evident anger. Teacher Qin, your duty is to perform your work diligently. Henceforth, refrain from spreading such trivial gossip. It disrupts the camaraderie among colleagues and tarnishes your own reputation. Yes, Director. I am truly sorry, Chun Xiaoxue replied, nodding repeatedly. Do not apologize to me. Direct your apologies to Teacher Lin. Now, return to your duties, Director Xiong stated, turning away towards the direction of the School of Biomedical Engineering. Humph. Chun Xiaoxue cast a fierce glare at Qin Luo, who stood at the lectern, then disdainfully glanced at Lin Huanqi before clicking away in her high heels. Throughout this exchange, Lin Huanqi's expression remained unchanged. She remained focused and earnest, gazing at the man in the long robe, a garment she had purchased herself, which he wore with such elegance and poise. This young man, though still in his youth, possessed a heart both resolute and expansive. His admonishing words to the students reverberated in her ears like thunder, echoing persistently. The emphatic declaration, "My medical skills are not so trifling," struck like a sharp knife, piercing the most vulnerable parts of one's heart. In the vast expanse of China, a national treasure lies. After a century of decline, it hangs by a thread. Fortunately, we have Qin Luo, with him present, who dares to claim that traditional Chinese medicine shall not rise again. With him here, who would dare assert that it shall not flourish? With him, the spirit and path of medicine remain undying. With him, there is still great potential for traditional Chinese medicine. In that moment, Lin Huanqi felt the strings of her heart tremble gently, like the gentle breeze caressing the willows by the river, like the silver carp leaping from the water's surface, like the ethereal sound of a zither. This feeling is both warm and clear, tearing open the vast shadows within her heart, allowing the deepest dampness to be nourished, revealing the moonlight through the parted clouds. This sensation is exquisite. Qin Luo had long noticed Lin Huanqi and her companions outside the classroom. All of this had been anticipated. With a profound understanding of psychology, he was well acquainted with the thoughts of a woman like Chun Xiaoxue and could easily surmise her intentions. Smiling at Lin Huanqi, who stood outside the window, Qin Luo addressed the students present. Now, I offer you a choice. This is the only opportunity you shall receive. If you are unwilling to attend my traditional Chinese medicine class, you may leave now. I assure you, even if you answer not a single question during the final examination, I will grant you a passing score of 60. Silence enveloped the room. No one rose to leave. The man in the suit surveyed the class, exclaiming, "Is there anyone who wishes to step out? Pizza Hut, my treat." Had he made such an offer before, he would have been met with eager responses. After all, for university students, Pizza Hut remains a luxury not everyone can afford. Yet this time, he was met with disappointment. No one replied, and everyone regarded him with cold indifference. It dawned on the man in the suit that he was isolated within the class. With a grim smile, he reached for his girlfriend, yet directed his words at Qin Luo. "We have only just begun. Just wait." Qin Luo, disinterested in engaging him, strode over and opened the classroom door. "I am not leaving. I still have a class to conduct. You may go if you wish." His girlfriend, displeased, shook off his hand and retorted, "You scoundrel. Just you wait." Publicly rejected by his own partner, the man in the suit felt an acute sense of humiliation. His face twisted with resentment as he spat. "Are you done? If you wish to leave, do it swiftly. Why the incessant chatter?" The burly student who had previously demanded to see Qin Luo's credentials scowled and barked. Enough with the nonsense. After Qin Luo pointed out that the acne on his face was due to hormonal imbalances and prescribed a remedy, the burly student became steadfastly devoted to him. Everyone harbors a desire for beauty. It is merely that most do not possess a lovely visage. The man in the suit jabbed a finger at the burly student in frustration before storming out. Once the man in the suit had exited, Qin Luo smiled and inquired once more, "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? If you choose to stay, from this day forth, you will be my students." "Teacher, we are not leaving. I would rather die than leave." "Indeed, we are not foolish. Once in college, who does not wish to learn more?" "Teacher, you are so handsome. We have no desire to leave. It is a pleasure to behold you." Qin Luo sighed in a bemused manner at the girls who chose to stay due to his looks, saying, "If you remain, then you must study diligently. Should you expect to achieve a score of 95 or above in the exams, I will once again advise you to reconsider your choice. Wow. Teacher, you cannot be that strict. Teacher, I have never scored so high in my life. Teacher, please show us some mercy. We stayed because we adore you. Qin Luo gazed at the vibrant faces brimming with youthful exuberance, smiling softly, yet they remained blissfully unaware of the arduous journey he had traversed. From the tender age of 3, he had recited the Tang Tu Gu, delved into Shang Hanluan by the age of 5, explored Bin Chao at 10, and commenced memorizing prescriptions post the age of 12. Are you aware of the multitude of medicinal herbs that flourish in the land of Huaxia? Do you comprehend the countless prescriptions that can be concocted from these herbs? Yet, under the stringent expectations of his grandfather, Qin Zheng, Qin Luo dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. A single error in recounting a herb or a formula could result in his grandfather imposing the punishment of standing on his head, with a bowl of water placed precariously on each foot. These children, indeed, lived far more fortunate lives than he did. You possess no bargaining power, for I am your teacher, Qin Luo declared with a stern expression. Suddenly, he found this phrase eerily familiar in his own youth. He too had felt disgruntled by his grandfather's rigorous demands. That old man had similarly chastised him with, "You have no right to negotiate with me, for I am your grandfather." The words he once loathed now resonated with an unexpected warmth. Qin Luo rapped his fingers against the podium, silencing the buzzing chatter below, and proclaimed, "Put away your textbooks, for I am well versed in all that they contain. What I know, they have failed to articulate. From this day forth, I shall impart to you the true essence of traditional Chinese medicine." A collective rustle ensued as the students cast aside their copies of Chinese medical diagnosis, their faces alight with eager anticipation for Qin Luo's lessons. To be taught by such an instructor was exhilarating beyond measure. As the final bell rang, and Qin Luo's presence faded from the classroom, an explosion of exuberance erupted among the students. They had suppressed their joy for far too long, eager to share and express their excitement. "Oh my goodness! Teacher Qin is so handsome, so charismatic, so unique. I absolutely adore him," a girl squealed, clutching her companion's arms. At their age, girls often found themselves enveloped in the enchanting fantasies of love. "Can you please stop being so infatuated? It's rather pathetic," another chimed in. Yet, even she had to admit that Teacher Qin was undeniably alluring, donning a long robe reminiscent of Lu Xun, exuding an effortless charm. "Hey, Menggu, do you think that Ma Hong fellow might try to harm Teacher Qin? We should be on guard on why future hinges on him," a boy declared as he approached the burly figure. "He wouldn't dare. I would take him down," Li Ming retorted, clenching his fists. Observing the girls' faces, each awash with youthful longing, Wang Jujio disdainfully exited the classroom. Sitting by the lotus pond on the side of the teaching building, she lingered in contemplation for a moment before retrieving a petite, elegant red mobile phone from her pocket. After dialing a number, she exclaimed into the receiver, "Zhang Yi, I am in love. It's love at first sight." A frantic voice on the other end erupted, "You reckless child. How dare you address your mother by her name? If you utter that again, I shall confiscate your allowance for the month. Go ahead and take it. I could always ask Dad for more. Wasn't it you who encouraged me to call you Zhang Yi in the first place?" Wang Jujio retorted dismissively. Her mother, having given birth at a young age, still resembled a girl herself, hardly fitting the image of a married woman with children. As Wang Jujio's daughter grew a bit older, she would remind her to address her friends as auntie or sister whenever they went out to play together. She even fabricated a story, claiming that they were the daughters of a distant relative. Wang Jujio, feeling indignant, would call her friends by their names directly. Eventually, when everyone discovered that Wang Jujio was Zhang Yi's daughter, she stubbornly continued to address her mother by her name. Despite Zhang Yi's numerous protests, the mother and daughter often clashed over this issue. "All right, let's set this aside for now. When you return, I will have a word with you." "What was that you just mentioned?" "Love. Goodness, my daughter, are you falling in love? Whose unfortunate child has caught your eye? Zhang Yi, are you truly my biological mother? After all the effort I put into finding the feeling of love, do you have to be such a wet blanket? Enough of this, I am hanging up." Wang Jujio exclaimed angrily, "Oh dear, my sweet daughter, my precious girl, I was merely jesting. With your beauty that rivals the grace of a fish and the charm of a flower, any man who wins your affection must be extraordinarily fortunate. Now, pray tell, who is this boy? You can count on my full support. I shall give you 2 words. Pursue him. He is my teacher. Wang Juzhou whispered softly. Pursue him, Zhang Yi proclaimed with enthusiasm. Wait a moment. Teacher. Wang Juzhou detected a quiver in her mother's voice. Yes, the new teacher, ahaha. My daughter's taste is indeed exceptional. The men she fancies are always of such refined quality. Zhang Yi cackled on the other end of the line, prompting Wang Juzhou to quickly pull the receiver away. Is he around 50? After her laughter subsided, Zhang Yi asked anxiously. Wang Juzhou, I am being serious. Please do not jest. If you continue this way, I will sever our mother-daughter relationship. Wang Juzhou stamped her foot in frustration, feeling utterly helpless against her eccentric mother. What kind of karma did Dad incur in his past life to marry such a peculiar woman? My dear child, I am quite serious as well. If he is over 50, then it is simply out of the question. When he steps through our door, will your father refer to him as son-in-law or big brother? Wang Juzhou burst into laughter, saying, Mom, you truly are my biological mother. I am utterly in awe of your vivid imagination. He is young, not yet 30. A teacher who is under 30. My daughter, as your mother, I bestow upon you 2 words. Pursue him, pursue him, pursue him. If you cannot manage it, I shall take matters into my own hands. Wang Juzhou was at a loss for words. If you take charge, will he be considered your boyfriend or mine? Volume 2. Medical Arts Unparalleled Chapter 19. Scandal. When one is truly interested in something, time seems to pass in the blink of an eye. Qin Luo's 2 classes came to an end before anyone realized it, and as he gathered his books to leave, everyone suddenly realized that their teacher was departing. Why did it end so quickly? I thought there was still another class to go. Indeed. When is the next session of traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis? I believe it is on Wednesday, so we have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Woo. I won't be able to see Teacher Qin tomorrow. I will miss him dearly. Wang Juzhou hesitated for a moment, swiftly stuffing her textbook into her canvas bag before hastening to catch up. Exclaiming, Teacher Qin! Qin Luo turned around, and upon recognizing the first student he had met in class, smiled and remarked, I told you, your wishes would surely come true. I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Teacher Qin, you're rather shameless, aren't you? I certainly don't perceive you as a handsome man. Wang Juzhou chuckled, revealing 2 deep and enchanting dimples on her face. In a way, Qin Luo lamented, I am a handsome man. Why don't you take a closer look? Not at all. Wang Juzhou shook her head. However, you are quite the stylish gentleman. Look at how cool boys look in long robes nowadays. Aside from our principal, who occasionally wears one, you are the only one brave enough to don such attire. I am a man, not just a boy. Qin Luo replied with a laugh, shaking his head. You're still a boy. Not much older than us, Wang Juzhou insisted. By the way, Teacher Qin, there is something I must remind you of. What is it? Qin Luo asked, gazing into her delicate and charming eyes, surprised to find such a lovely girl studying traditional Chinese medicine. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Juzhou was renowned throughout the medical college. It was said that on the very first day of freshman orientation, a student council member had attempted to flirt with her while helping her with her luggage, only to be thrown into the koi pond by her in a swift shoulder throw. Those present were left in shock, unable to comprehend how such a seemingly gentle and sweet girl could exhibit such ferocity. Even more astonishing was the strength she displayed, defying expectations of her delicate appearance. As a result of this incident, her reputation soared within the school. With her height and grace reminiscent of the lead character from the immensely popular Korean drama My Sassy Girl, she earned the nickname Sassy Girlfriend. Typically, no one dared to sit next to her in class, yet Qin Luo, an oblivious newcomer, approached her, piquing her curiosity. It was precisely because of her notorious reputation that when everyone in the classroom questioned Qin Luo's identity earlier, her single reprimand silenced any dissent. Mei Hong has a complicated family background. If you embarrass him today, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Wang Juzhou warned Mei Hong. Oh, you mean the student you expelled? She reminded him. Oh, so his name is Ma Hong. Qin Luo nodded. I didn't expel him. He simply refused to attend my class. Please bear witness to this during the school investigation. Heh, Teacher Qin, I'm merely looking out for you. You must be cautious of his revenge. He frequently associates with individuals from outside the school. Individuals from outside the school? I also came from outside, Qin Luo replied. He thought to himself that if this young man let things go without retaliation, it would be for the best. However, if he foolishly decided to seek revenge, he need not blame Qin Luo for being merciless. Humph. Regardless, I've warned you. Take care of yourself, Wang Juzhou said. After a moment's thought, her eyes sparkled mischievously as she asked, Teacher Qin, What is your phone number? My mother has developed a peculiar illness, and if any issues arise, may I call you for advice? Strange illness. What kind of ailment is it? Qin Luo inquired with a hint of curiosity. It manifests as severe abdominal pain whenever she has her period, and she tends to lose her temper quite easily. Even the most trivial matters can provoke her fury. Wang Juju replied, her mind racing to comprehend such peculiar symptoms. Mother, for the sake of your daughter's lifelong happiness, perhaps you could make a small sacrifice. This isn't truly an unusual affliction. It simply signifies a blockage during menstruation. One must avoid cold, spicy, and raw foods, and drink plenty of brown sugar water. These are fundamental principles to as a medical student. You should grasp this. Qin Luo expressed his confusion. My mother's condition is quite distinct from others. It's rather strange, and I feel awkward being too explicit. You understand, it's a woman's issue, she chuckled. Please share your phone number with me. I'd like to consult you should any matters arise. Wang Juju responded nonchalantly, plotting to acquire the boy's contact information before devising a plan for how to pursue him later. I do not possess a phone, Qin Luo said, shaking his head. No phone? Teacher Qin, you aren't from Shenangjia, are you? In this day and age, who is without a mobile phone? Surely, you wouldn't withhold that information from me. Rest assured, I won't let it slip, she teased. Qin Luo sighed. I genuinely do not have a mobile phone. He was not lying. He truly lacked one due to his constitution. His grandfather had prohibited him from using any devices that emit radiation while he lived at home. Furthermore, even if he had a phone, there would be no one to call him. Thus, throughout his years, he had never owned a mobile phone. I see. Well, I'll take your word for it, Wang Juju nodded. If my mother encounters any issues, I will still seek your advice. Rest assured, I will assist as much as I can, Qin Luo assured her earnestly. Then it's settled. Goodbye, Wang Juju said, inserting her earpiece and waving back at Qin Luo as she walked away. This girl possessed a demeanor typically associated with men, a refreshing and decisive charm. When such qualities are embodied by a woman, they become particularly enchanting. Since Lin Huanqi had 2 classes to attend in the afternoon, Qin Luo felt no inclination to return home alone. He decided to spend some time in the office. As a lecturer, he did not have an independent office. His desk belonged to his predecessor and was situated in a corner by the window. By tilting her head at a 45-degree angle to the right, she could gaze upon a grove of camphor trees and a winding path strewn with gravel. The large office was shared by over a dozen instructors, all of whom were faculty and staff from the traditional Chinese medicine college. When Qin Luo entered, only a few teachers who had classes in the morning were present. Those without classes typically stayed away from school, preferring to consult at local clinics rather than waste time. Moreover, Capital Medical University had its own affiliated hospital, ensuring that the instructors had no shortage of opportunities for extra income. Xiaoqin, how did your first day of teaching go? A male teacher in his 50s asked. Following Director Guo's introduction, Qin Luo learned that his surname was Zhu, and he taught selected readings from the inner canon. Due to his extensive teaching experience, he held considerable authority in the office. Apart from the office director, he is the only one whose words carry considerable weight. It's all right, Qin Luo remarked. He discerned a mocking expression on Teacher Zhu's face. The youth of today tend to be rather impetuous. If I speak a bit harshly, please do not take offense. Both of your predecessors in teaching traditional Chinese medicine diagnostics resigned due to their inability to endure such pressures. Do not stoop to the level of the students. While ostensibly offering comfort to Qin Luo, there was an underlying belief that Qin Luo's teaching proficiency was inadequate, and that he would be subjected to the students' ire. Not at all, I find them quite obedient, Qin Luo replied with a smile, as he carried his textbooks to his desk and took a seat. It is commendable for young people to be spirited. Teacher Zhu chuckled with a veneer of mirth, then turned to a plump teacher wearing glasses and inquired, Xiao Zheng, what were you just saying? Which teacher is involved in a romantic liaison with a student? Oh, Teacher Zhu, are you interested in this too? You would never guess who it is, the portly man replied with a lewd grin. These educators, who stand on the podium as paragon figures, are no different from ordinary men off stage, indulging in idle chatter about women. With so many teachers in the school, how could I possibly guess? Teacher Zhu frowned. How about the most renowned ones? Li Qingsheng? Or Lin Huanqi? Teacher Zhu asked. These 2 women are the most celebrated instructors at the medical university, one fiery and passionate, the other cold and aloof, affectionately dubbed the duality of ice and fire by the students. If it were Li Qingsheng, would everyone react so vehemently? Isn't it rumored daily that she changes boyfriends? The hefty man jested. Could it be Lin Huanqi? Teacher Zhu's tone revealed surprise. It is precisely because these two women are so famous that everyone is familiar with their personalities. One possesses an overseas education and is reputedly quite liberal in that regard, changing boyfriends weekly, treating men like pets. In contrast, Lin Huanqi is her polar opposite, keeping her distance from strangers. If any man converses with her for more than 3 exchanges, her brows knit in disgust. Her expression one of aversion. At such moments, even the thickest-skinned suitor cannot help but flee in panic. Initially, Qin Luo paid little attention to their discourse, but upon hearing Lin Huanqi's name, he could not help but eavesdrop intently. This matter seems to be connected to Lin Huanqi. Indeed, I heard it from a friend at the School of Biomedical Engineering. Currently, the entire department is abuzz with rumors. It is said that Lin Huanqi's student fans have offered a handsome bounty to track down and brutally confront the individual who dared to pursue their beloved idol. How outrageous! What are these teachers thinking? What sort of man is so hard to find that he resorts to pursuing a student? What of it? Has Teacher Zhu not been online recently? A middle school math teacher was caught passionately kissing his class representative in the classroom. That teacher is even a married man. Truly disgraceful. As educators, how can they engage in such behavior with their students? Lin Huanqi is equally shameless. I believe that during the upcoming faculty meeting, the school administration should emphasize the importance of teacher moral education. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will surely be crooked. Teacher Zhu, with a heart full of anguish, criticized sharply. Upon hearing his words, Qin Luo felt a twinge of discomfort. He had no qualms about the harsh words directed at that married middle school math teacher. In fact, he would wholeheartedly welcome such criticisms. Yet, how could he condemn Lin Huanqi for her lack of shame? Lin Huanqi was an unmarried young woman, and he was an unmarried young man. Their passionate connection was entirely natural. Moreover, it was Chen Xiaoxue, that gossiping woman, who had deliberately tarnished Lin Huanqi's reputation by spreading the rumors. What did this have to do with Lin Huanqi? Qin Luo lifted his head, a smile gracing his face, and said, "What's the issue? Love has nothing to do with age, nationality, gender, or number." Chapter 20. Kanka and Nokia. The crowd did not anticipate Qin Luo to voice a rebuttal. One by one, they gazed at him in astonishment. Every new employee in any department is usually cautious and circumspect, yet this was the first time anyone had seen someone like Qin Luo, on his very first day, directly opposing seasoned staff. A kind-hearted teacher, aware of Teacher Zhu's fiery temperament, discreetly shot Qin Luo a warning glance, suggesting he temper his words. After all, provoking Teacher Zhu might result in him facing difficulties before the director. Why should a newcomer seek the limelight in such a manner? Indeed, Teacher Zhu's expression darkened, and turning to Qin Luo, he coldly inquired, "What did you just say? Love has nothing to do with what?" "I said, love is unrelated to age, nationality, gender, or number." Qin Luo articulated each word with precision. Those who truly understand love would grasp the significance of this statement. What words inflict the most pain? The truth. Qin Luo's words were venomous, striking directly at Teacher Zhu's heart. Individuals of their generation knew little about love. It was all arranged by parents and matchmakers. Before marriage, they would barely glance at their future wives, and if they were somewhat shy, they might not even discern whether their future spouse had a round or square face. It was only on their wedding night, when lifting the red veil, that they would finally see the true visage of their bride. Teacher Zhu's wife was not particularly beautiful, especially in light of his rising income, rendering her even less attractive in his eyes. He typically spent most of his time at school, and even the monthly intimacies were merely to satisfy his desires. To him, a wife was merely a companion, or rather, a full-time caretaker. Strictly speaking, Teacher Zhu could hardly be regarded as someone who understood love. Yet, it was precisely this lack of understanding that fueled his anger towards Qin Luo's words. With a resounding clap, Teacher Zhu slammed his hand on the table, abruptly rising from his rattan chair. Pointing at Qin Luo as he berated, "Who are you to say I don't understand love? I have consumed more salt than you have rice. What do you know?" Qin Luo frowned, as he detested those who relied on age to assert their superiority. If you truly wish to scold someone, at least choose words with some originality. If you had indeed consumed that much salt, you would have long since been afflicted with cardiovascular disease. Qin Luo tilted his face slightly backward, allowing the breeze from the window to cool his slightly flushed cheeks. Due to the innate characteristics of his yang pulse, he must refrain from excessive anger, as it could lead to a sudden surge of heat within his body. If the situation escalates, it could result in severe damage to his internal organs. You rascal, are truly disrespectful. How did you manage to enter this institution to teach? Do you possess any sense of decorum? Qin Luo remarked with a cold smirk. From beginning to end, you have been the one hurling insults. Have I ever spoken ill of you? The lack of propriety is glaringly evident. Addressing the man as a petty individual, he declared, I shall not waste any more words with you. I intend to seek out the director and inquire how such an immature brat has secured a position at this medical university. Teacher Zhu, upon witnessing Qin Luo's demeanor, was not like other instructors who would bang their fists on the table and glare, obediently conceding to authority. Some might even offer a few conciliatory words of apology, recognizing that this young man was indeed a thorn in their side. Knowing that a prolonged argument would yield no advantage, he resolved to leverage his seniority in discussions with the director. It was rather ironic, he thought, to label others as petty while intending to report to a superior. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt that engaging in conflict with this individual was utterly pointless. Perhaps it was the harshness of the insults directed at Lin Huanqi that compelled him to defend her. By what right do you elevate yourself to a moral pinnacle? Do you consider yourself to be the Bodhisattva Guanyin or the Buddha? Upon uttering this line, Qin Luo paused, struck by its familiarity. It had slipped from his lips effortlessly. Teacher Zhu's expression darkened further as he shot a venomous glance at Qin Luo and hastened towards the director's office. You are finished. The hefty man adjusted his glasses and remarked to Qin Luo. Our department director's wife is his cousin. Alas, as a newcomer, why bother contesting with him over such matters? 2 instructors of traditional Chinese medicine have already departed before you. Were they dismissed? Qin Luo inquired. No, they were driven away by the students. The hefty man replied, as long as the students do not drive me away, I shall remain. Qin Luo asserted with a smile. The man shook his head and said, You are still quite young. Some matters do not unfold as one wishes. Given your age, you must have just graduated. Consider this an investment in experience. Take heed in the future. Let us hope so? Qin Luo replied with a grin. In this society, it is only when one is in need of another that they adopt a subservient and docile demeanor. Qin Luo, however, showed no concern for such dynamics. Just as he dared to confront the director of the Chinese medicine hospital, Ma Yukai, he had no intention of remaining in that institution, thus he felt no need to temper his words. Ma Yukai harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Qin Luo, but what could he do? Since Qin Luo did not reside within his domain, his reach was limited. Ma Yukai. Ma Hong. Why is it that both share the same surname? Qin Luo pondered his zodiac sign, wondering if perhaps their fates were misaligned. As teacher, Zhu prolonged his absence. Qin Luo was certain he would encounter obstacles. After all, he had been personally brought in by Principal Li, and even the director would grant him a modicum of respect. Since Zhu had failed to garner support, he would naturally be unable to return and posture before Qin Luo, ultimately deciding to make an early exit. Qin Luo felt quite content with this outcome. Avoiding encounters with those he disliked was indeed a great pleasure in life. Those who harbor no enemies are unlikely to comprehend such a profound happiness. Should you doubt this, I implore you to strike a colleague in the office across both cheeks and witness the outcome. The other teachers in the office, noticing that Teacher Zhu had yet to return, began to murmur amongst themselves. The glances directed at Qin Luo were imbued with a heightened intensity. After school, as Qin Luo approached the parking lot beneath the School of Biomedical Engineering, Lin Huanqi was already awaiting him in the car. It was the peak hour for students departing, and amidst the bustling crowd, Qin Luo distinctly felt countless eyes lingering upon him, many of which bore an unfriendly demeanor. To exacerbate matters, some individuals were fervently capturing his image with their phones. It appeared that the Lin Huanqi teacher-student romance scandal had spread widely within the School of Biomedical Engineering. Qin Luo climbed into the car, offering a wry smile as he remarked, We should depart swiftly. If we linger any longer, I fear your admirers may drag me out for public display. Boredom. Lin Huanqi ignited the engine, and the champagne-colored BMW gradually exited the campus. You typically don't dine at school? Qin Luo inquired. He had heard from Director Gua that the faculty had access to a staff cafeteria where some teachers would have their lunches. I do, Lin Huanqi replied. Then why not today? He pressed. Is it because of our scandal? You could simply clarify the matter with them, he suggested with a smile. I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications. It hardly seems necessary, Lin Huanqi stated. How callous, Qin Luo scoffed. To Qin Luo's surprise, rather than driving him home, Lin Huanqi steered the vehicle towards Wang Fujing pedestrian street. Dining here? Qin Luo glanced around, questioning her choice. Purchasing a phone, Lin Huanqi responded. A phone? Indeed, I ought to acquire one myself. Otherwise, communication becomes rather inconvenient. Lin Huanqi led Qin Luo into a mobile phone chain store. Approaching a counter where she addressed the salesgirl, "Please bring me that model for inspection." "Certainly. Please hold on," the salesgirl replied with a broad smile. Lin Huanqi took the phone, swiftly handing it to Qin Luo, stating, "See if you like it. I do." Qin Luo affirmed with a nod. He found himself quite fond of the seemingly hefty yet remarkably substantial device. "Are you purchasing it for me?" "I already possess a phone," Lin Huanqi clarified. "This time, I shall cover the cost." Qin Luo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, countered, "It seems rather awkward, considering that all my clothing is from you. I cannot allow you to buy me a phone as well." Lin Huanqi remained silent, gesturing for Qin Luo to power on the device. He examined the phone for a moment before reaching for the red button adorned with a telephone icon. He pressed it once, but it remained unresponsive. He pressed again, yet still no reaction. With increasing urgency, he pressed harder, but to no avail. Qin Luo then turned to the salesgirl and inquired, "Is there a battery installed?" The salesgirl, her face flushed with suppressed laughter, replied, "Sir, the power button is located at the top of the phone." "That black button, is it?" Qin Luo stammered, feeling sheepish. "The phones I previously used all had the power button located here." "Yours was Konka. This one is Nokia," Lin Huanqi remarked with an impassive expression. "Aren't they akin to identical twins?" "They seem quite similar," Qin Luo defended himself, feeling somewhat guilty. After the playful banter concluded, Qin Luo prepared to settle the bill, only to find Lin Huanqi already extending her credit card. "I have money," Qin Luo remarked, intending to offer his own card. "I know." Observing Lin Huanqi deftly signing the receipt, Qin Luo chuckled wryly, "I feel like a mistress." Once the two exited the mobile store, they strolled along the pedestrian street, where a turn ahead led to a vibrant food street. The entrance of a shopping mall. A group of fashionably unconventional youths was engaged in a street dance performance. Their flamboyant moves elicited delighted shrieks from the onlooking girls, who incessantly clicked away with their phones and cameras. Mahong, spotting Qin Luo and Lin Huanqi passing by, excitedly clapped his hands. "Hey guys, hold on, remember what I just told you? It seems we need to take action sooner than expected." Chapter 21. Street Dance? Zombie Dance? Ma Hong was a fervent street dance enthusiast. He had begun skipping classes in middle school to learn from the street performers. After several years of dedication, he had achieved a modest level of skill. His street dance performances became a staple at various school events. During high school, he was quite the prominent figure, charming several female classmates with his flashy moves. However, excelling in street dance did not equate to academic success. He had several subjects flashing red lights, making it unlikely for him to gain admission to prestigious institutions like Capital Medical University. Yet, as Li Ning often reminded them, anything is possible in the land of Huaxia. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a challenge at all, and Mei Hong happened to come from a privileged background, making everything fall into place. Being a golden child, he could hardly tolerate criticism or ridicule from others. Thus, when Qin Luo embarrassed him in class, he immediately concocted a plan for revenge. With no shortage of funds and a circle of street dance friends, he intended to wait for an opportunity to catch Qin Luo alone and give him a thorough beating. As fate would have it, having just discussed this plan with his friends, Ma Hong was taken aback to see Qin Luo appear right under his nose. It felt as if Qin Luo was not just asking for trouble, but actively seeking it out. Ma Hong shouted, prompting his friends, who were performing, to halt their dance. "Magoo, what is up? Is there a problem?" "What? That kid is out." "Where is he?" "Brothers, let us go teach him a lesson." "Hurry up, and after we're done, we can continue. I'm still planning to photograph that 36D girl." Ma Hong pointed to Qin Luo's figure and said, "Yes, right over there. The one in the long robe. Wow, that's the guy. What era is he from? Still wearing a long robe. He is even cooler than us." "Exactly. But that girl next to him is quite a catch. She has got curves." "Very promising." Mei Hong chuckled and asked, "Do you know who she is?" "Who?" A blonde-haired youth inquired. "Our teacher from school, the infamous ice goddess. Do you dare to approach her?" "Hey, I've played with all sorts of girls. Just never a teacher. Brothers, let us go." As they spoke, the group surged forward with enthusiasm. "Hey, take it easy. Just give him a good beating," Ma Hong shouted from behind, his face adorned with a cheerful grin. To be frank, Lin Huanqi was not an ideal companion for a shopping excursion, as her pace was exceedingly brisk and her intentions distinctly focused. For instance, if she aimed to purchase a mobile phone, she would head directly to the phone store, disregarding any clothing boutiques or snack stalls along the way. This approach significantly diminished the pleasures of leisurely shopping. Nevertheless, the opportunity to stroll alongside a stunning beauty, occasionally brushing against her fragrant shoulder, greatly satisfied Qin Luo's restless desires. "What cuisine do you prefer?" Lin Huanqi inquired. "I'm indifferent," Qin Luo replied with a semblance of restraint. "How about Sichuan cuisine?" "I'm afraid of spicy food," he admitted. "Then let us opt for Cantonese cuisine," Lin Huanqi said, somewhat exasperated. "You just claim to be indifferent, yet you exhibit anything but." "All right then," Qin Luo conceded with a nod. Just as they were about to enter the Yuehai restaurant, a group of young individuals suddenly rushed over, encircling them with playful grins, observing them as if they were animals in a zoo. "Is there something you need?" Qin Luo queried, having spotted Ma Hong trailing behind. It seemed that Wang Jujio's warning had proven correct. This fellow was indeed one to bear a grudge. "Heh, we're merely here to see you," a stylish young man with a trendy haircut and ear piercings remarked. This lad bore a striking resemblance to a member of a popular boy band, undoubtedly appealing to young girls, which stirred a deep sense of imbalance within Qin Luo. Such a character ought to possess a pig-like visage instead. If only all the world's villains bore the marks of their malevolence on their faces, it would be a cause for celebration. Aside from being somewhat handsome, I possessed little else of interest. Qin Luo shrugged. "Oh, quite the cocky one, aren't you? I hear you're a teacher. That's impressive, isn't it?" "Well, it depends on whom you're comparing me to. Against you lot, I suppose I am rather commendable," Qin Luo retorted disdainfully, recognizing that this gang had come looking for trouble. Displaying fear would only embolden them. Confronting them head-on would result in an inevitable beating. Better to stand firm and face the consequences than to kneel in submission. "Are you seeking death? Go on, keep talking tough and see what happens." One young man, whose head was wrapped in a white cloth as if mourning a loss, yelled menacingly at Qin Luo, dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt. With an enigmatic tattoo adorning his arm, he resembled a second-rate gangster. "Leave," Lin Huanqi commanded frostily, disapproving of their crude remarks. She felt a sense of responsibility for Qin Luo's safety, as he was so young, delicate, and seemingly vulnerable. "Heh, Teacher Lin, you truly live up to the title of campus sweetheart. Even your angry demeanor is breathtaking." Ma Hong squeezed through the crowd, grinning. "Is he a student at the medical university?" Lin Huanqi asked Qin Luo, her gaze inquisitive. "I don't know him." Qin Luo shrugged again. Ma Hong, once more ignored by Qin Luo, felt a surge of frustration. Pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Luo, he declared, "Qin, I don't care what your background is. Today, you must apologize right here. Are you aware of the emergency hotline?" Qin Luo turned to inquire of Lin Huanqi. "I am." Lin Huanqi nodded in affirmation. "Call the police," Qin Luo stated. "Ha ha, Tiger brother. Did you catch what they just said? Call the police, it's utterly ridiculous." A group of onlookers laughed heartily at the figure whose head was shrouded in white cloth. "How about this? Let us see if we can make him call the police. That won't he do. What if we wait an eternity and no officers arrive? Are we to remain here, idly waiting?" It was evident that among this group, there were individuals with connections to law enforcement. They paid no heed to Qin Luo's threats. "Is it truly unnecessary to call the police?" Qin Luo probed. "If you wish to report it, you may try," Ma Hong replied. "However, I advise you to abandon that notion. Wu Hue's father is the chief of this district." Qin Luo shook his head, wearing a look of regret, and said, "I was considering your well-being. We don't need your concern." "Qin, weren't you rather arrogant in class? Now, apologize at once." Ma Hong scrutinized Qin Luo from head to toe, suppressing a chuckle, and added, "You'll need to demonstrate some sincerity." "What would constitute sincerity?" Qin Luo inquired. "Follow the lead of my brother here. Mimic his movements exactly." Ma Hong indicated a small, monkey-like fellow. This was Ma Heng's cunning scheme, inspired by the humiliation Qin Luo had suffered in front of their classmates. He envisioned having Qin Luo, in the guise of a teacher, don that peculiar robe and perform street dance, surely creating a sensation on Wangfujing Street. He could then capture the video and post it on the campus intranet, leaving Qin Luo with no face to return to teaching. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Luo surprisingly agreed, stating, "Very well, I quite enjoy street dancing." Lin Huanqi nearly stumbled to the ground. astonished that a country bumpkin who couldn't even turn on a mobile phone claimed to enjoy street dancing. "Let us go, we needn't pay them any mind," she urged, tugging at Qin Luo's sleeve as she attempted to weave through the crowd. "Wait, that I wish to join them for a moment. It's a rare opportunity to learn," Qin Luo declared, remaining rooted in place. "You can't possibly dance," Lin Huanqi exclaimed in alarm. "No worries. I know some basic moves," Qin Luo assured her. "So, you are in agreement?" Ma Heng asked with a mocking smile. Inwardly puzzled, could this fellow genuinely be a street dance aficionado? He certainly didn't appear to be one. Agreed. "I will mimic him." Qin Luo pointed at the slender monkey-like individual. "Indeed," Ma Heng confirmed, then turned to the monkey. "Hogo, show our teacher Qin a few moves, don't make them too difficult. Otherwise, teacher Qin might injure himself." He winked playfully as he spoke. "Got it," the monkey replied with a grin. He was the best dancer among the group, known for his mechanical dance in yin jing. Thus, the monkey took the lead, with Qin Luo following closely behind, forming a neat line for their impromptu lesson. Their peculiar movements captivated numerous passers-by, who mistakenly believed that two dance virtuosos were about to engage in a demonstration of their skills, prompting a crowd to gather in eager anticipation. "I can see clearly now. I am about to commence," declared the monkey. "Wait a moment," Qin Luo interjected. "What is it?" the monkey inquired impatiently. "You have some dust on your shoulder. Allow me to brush it off," Qin Luo replied, stepping forward to swiftly pat the monkey's shoulder and the nape of his neck. "Are you done yet?" "Haha, we can begin now." Qin Luo retreated a couple of steps, ready to witness the monkey's performance. "Look closely. Don't blink. I will only demonstrate once. If you cannot replicate it, then simply crawl through our legs," the slender monkey reiterated. "Are you finished? Can we start?" Qin Luo urged with impatience. "Just wait," the monkey snapped back. He raised his hand, but it felt inexplicably immobile. He lifted his leg, only to find it equally unyielding. Attempting to twist his neck, a loud crack echoed as it dislocated. With a thud, the slender monkey lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. "Oh dear, I nearly shattered the marble floor." The crowd paused in shock, then erupted into uproar. Laughter rang out, phones were whipped out to capture the spectacle, and some began to whistle derisively. Ma Heng and others turned pale, bewildered by the monkey's antics. "What on earth is this? This isn't breakdancing. It's more akin to a zombie dance." Qin Luo pointed at the moaning monkey sprawled on the ground and remarked to Ma Heng, "Is this what you wanted me to learn? Fine, I apologize. This is truly beyond my capabilities." Chapter 22. Like father, like son, a few street dance youths rushed over, attempting to assist the monkey to his feet. Yet he appeared as though he had transformed into a robot devoid of power. His arms were unresponsive, his legs immobile, maintaining his previous stance, requiring two individuals to support him to stand upright. "Monkey, how do you feel?" urgently inquired a substitute gang member with a fish tattoo on his arm. "Brother who, I'm finished. I'm done for. My arms one T-move. My legs are paralyzed. I can no longer dance." This unexpected predicament shattered the slender monkey's fragile nerves, as he wept uncontrollably, resembling someone who had truly become disabled. Indeed, he genuinely believed so. The bizarre physical transformation left him with no doubt that he had become incapacitated. "Was it you? Did you have a hand in this?" Ma Heng accused, pointing at Qin Luo, visibly exasperated. "Don't slander me. This has nothing to do with me. Everyone witnessed it and can testify on my behalf." "I thought this was the street dance you wanted me to learn," Qin Luo replied innocently, eliciting a ripple of good-natured laughter from the onlookers. In their eyes, these oddly dressed youths were nothing more than delinquents, and they relished the prospect of witnessing their downfall. "It must be you. You patted the monkey's shoulder just now. What sort of trickery have you employed? Heal the monkey, or we shall not be merciful," Ma Heng threatened, encircling Qin Luo with a group, wary of any sudden escape. "What do you mean by not merciful?" Qin Luo scoffed. "Ma Heng, why are you wasting your breath on him? That scoundrel has meddled with the monkey, rendering it incapacitated, and in turn, we shall do the same to him, the life for a life." The man known as Taiyi spoke with his eyes aflame, his countenance bespeaking a murderous intent. "I cannot acquiesce to this." Qin Luo firmly rejected the notion. "Why should I pay the price for your lives, you imbeciles consumed by ignorance? If you were to perish, it would merely rid the world of a nuisance." "Damn you, brothers, take him down." Taiyi, known for his explosive temper, had already launched a fist towards Qin Luo's face as he shouted. Qin Luo swiftly pulled Lin Huanqi aside, shielding her from any unnecessary harm. He stepped in front of her, and in a flash, retaliated. The moment their fists collided, Daiyu's expression twisted in agony. Before his comrades could rush in to assist, they heard Daiyu kneeling on the ground, clutching his right hand, shrieking, "Ah, it hurts! I'm in excruciating pain! Brother Hu, what's wrong? Brother Hu, are you all right? Brother Hu's hand is bleeding. Quickly, fetch some medicine." Upon noticing Lin Huanqi's puzzled gaze, Qin Luo revealed the concealed plum blossom needle nestled between his fingers, stating, "I neglected to inform them I possess a needle. Are they unscathed?" Lin Huanqi inquired. In an instant, those who bore enmity towards Qin Luo found themselves with one incapacitated and another maimed, leaving Lin Huanqi genuinely concerned that Qin Luo might incite a greater calamity. "It's nothing," Qin Luo replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Just a tad painful." Observing Daiyu writhing on the ground, Lin Huanqi contemplated that it must be more than merely a slight discomfort. Anyone delivering a full-force punch upon a slender needle would likely react as he did. Fortunately, Qin Luo had shown restraint, leaving only the needle tip exposed. Had he allowed more to protrude, it could have easily pierced through his palm. Ma Heng, witnessing yet another comrade fall, felt a surge of unspent rage. Teetering on the brink of frenzy, "Brothers, incapacitate that Qin fellow!" Ma Heng bellowed, charging forward with reckless abandon. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes, 3 fingers poised around the silver needle, adopting the standard stance as if preparing to administer an injection. He then sidestepped Ma Heng's assault, swiftly aiming the needle towards his ribcage. Heng, too, let out a cry, clutching his side as he collapsed to the ground. Those youthful dancers, still clamoring to engage, halted abruptly upon witnessing Ma Heng subdued in a single exchange, hesitating to confront the glinting silver needle in Qin Luo's grasp. "No dares to approach?" Qin Luo inquired with a smile. The dancers exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to advance. "Call the police! Hurry, call the police! You bunch of fools!" Daiyu shouted from the ground, teetering on the brink of tears. Finally, someone reacted, hastily retrieving their phone to dial for help. "Just a moment ago, I kindly offered to call the authorities on your behalf, and you dismissed the need for it." Qin Luo mockingly kicked Ma Heng, who lay at his feet. "Qin Luo, I will not let this rest." Ma Heng cursed, clutching his side, genuinely on the verge of tears, as he felt an unbearable pain akin to being sliced by a knife at a sensitive point beneath his ribs. Qin Luo crouched down, gazing at Ma Heng, and said, "Curse at him. Administer another needle." With a subtle lift of her wrist, the silver needle pierced through once more. Consequently, the entire pedestrian street echoed with Ma Heng's blood-curdling screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Let us depart," Lin Huanqi reminded from behind. She sensed that the situation was escalating and urged Qin Luo to leave promptly. "Does JC know where you live?" Qin Luo inquired. "Probably not," Lin Huanqi replied. "Then let us hasten home," Qin Luo said, taking Lin Huanqi's hand to leave. However, this time, JC arrived more swiftly than they had anticipated. Just as they prepared to escape the scene of the crime, 2 plainclothes officers approached briskly. "It appears we cannot leave," Qin Luo remarked with a bitter smile. If JC had not come, their departure would have gone unnoticed. At worst, JC would have come to investigate later. Yet, fleeing at this moment would undoubtedly result in their capture, and Qin Luo, who was merely acting in self-defense, would be implicated in the crime of fleeing after causing injury. At that moment, Ma Yukai was at a tea house discussing business when he learned of his son's injury. "Which bureau? Milan Sub-Bureau? All right, I will head over immediately." With a calm demeanor, Ma Yukai ended the call. "Director Ma, has something happened?" inquired the middle-aged man seated across from him. "Nothing of consequence. Why, son had a minor altercation. I am going to handle it," Ma Yukai replied with a smile. After all, he could not afford to provoke the man before him, who possessed an intimidating background. "Do you require assistance?" the middle-aged man offered. "Haha, Mr. Wong, you are too kind. It is merely a trifling matter. There is no need for your intervention. If the situation escalates beyond my control, I will certainly seek your esteemed help," Ma Yukai graciously declined. "Very well, then our agreement stands. As for the 20% commission, I will transfer it to your Swiss bank account as before. Is that agreeable?" "Indeed. I am quite reassured by our collaboration, Mr. Wong." After standing up and shaking hands with Mr. Wong, Ma Yukai hurriedly exited with his briefcase in hand. In a state of urgency, he arrived at the Milan Sub-Bureau and directly barged into the chief's office, where a plainclothes officer was on the phone. Old Wu, what on earth has transpired? Where are Ma Hong and the others? Was it that scoundrel who harmed him? It seemed Ma Yukai had a considerable rapport with this officer, hence his brusque manner. The round-faced officer gestured for silence before continuing his phone conversation. After a few anxious minutes, the officer finally hung up. Old Wu, what exactly happened? Ma Yukai pressed, his concern palpable. Officer Wu tossed a cigarette to Ma Yukai and lit one for himself, saying, "Rest assured. They have all been brought back to the station. Not only was your son injured, but our boy suffered even more severe injuries. He has been sent to the nearby 3rd hospital for examination. It is not a grave matter. What kind of people are they? Why are they so brazen?" Ma Yukai inquired. In no significant background, I questioned those rascals, and they claim to be a first-year professor from the medical university, Officer Wu stated dismissively while blowing a smoke ring. Old Wu, this is your territory. You must help me avenge this grievance. Ma Yukai placed the cigarette beneath the tea table and, with a sullen expression, declared, "Rest assured. Watch how I bring them to their knees. Come, as the family of the victim, let us first seek some benefits." Director Wu chuckled in response. "Very well, let us take a look," Ma Yukai replied. As the door to the detention room swung open, Qin Luo was engaged in a quiet conversation with Lin Huanqi. Lin Huanqi had already contacted her father, and Lin Qingyuan was on his way. Given Lin Qingyuan's stature as the director of the hospital and his extensive connections in Yinjing, it seemed this matter would not be overly complicated to resolve. "Why are you here again?" Ma Youcai's face visibly stiffened upon seeing Qin Luo. When Qin Luo lifted his head to meet Ma Yukai's gaze, he was momentarily taken aback, then squinted with a smile, saying, "Director Ma, it's been quite a while. Do you know each other?" Director Wu inquired, looking perplexed at his old friend. Recalling his purpose, Ma Yukai shook his head, stating, "I wouldn't say we know each other. We merely crossed paths once." Director Ma, saying that is rather ungrateful, "Wouldn't you agree? I helped you resolve such a significant issue, yet you haven't even treated me to a meal. Just the other day, I saw the newspapers filled with news of your interviews, proclaiming how under your leadership, the expert team labored tirelessly for countless hours, finally overcoming a monumental challenge in medical history. Surely, as a member of that expert team, I deserve some recognition? To turn your back on me now is rather disheartening," Qin Luo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Following the resolution of the serious medical incident at the affiliated hospital of the traditional Chinese medicine university, Qin Luo, the key figure in the matter, had suddenly fainted. During the subsequent press conference, Ma Yukai, as the vice president, had basked in the limelight. He voiced what others dared not, and did what others hesitated to do. Consequently, nearly all media outlets credited the successful resolution of the medical incident to his astute leadership. As Lin Qingyuan approached retirement age, he had emerged as the most favored candidate for the position of hospital director. Rumor had it that during high-level meetings at the Health Bureau, there were proposals to expedite Lin Qingyuan's retirement, thereby promoting Ma Yukai, the meritorious official. Confronted by Qin Luo's piercing words, Ma Youcai's complexion shifted from red to purple. He believed it unwise to engage in this issue with Qin Luo and barked loudly. "Is your injury the result of my son's actions? What right do you have to harm others, your son? Who is your son?" Qin Luo responded with a smile. "Ma Hung, don't pretend you don't know him." "Oh, Ma Hung is your son?" Qin Luo asked in astonishment, then, with a knowing expression, continued, "I was puzzled as to why both of my adversaries shared the surname Ma. Now I understand. Even without a DNA test, it's clear your wife has been faithful. This son is undoubtedly yours. You two are remarkably alike, truly cut from the same cloth." Chapter 23. I will make him owe me. When Lin Qingyuan arrived, he happened upon the scene of Ma Yukai, pointing at Qin Luo, rendered speechless in anger. His face, as unappealing as a withered orange peel, was a sight to behold. He secretly reveled in the moment, thinking to himself that Qin Luo was indeed Ma Youcai's nemesis. Ma Yukai is a formidable figure, possessing a remarkable prowess that leaves countless individuals at his mercy, yet each encounter with him leaves others feeling utterly humiliated and unable to maintain their dignity. There were even leisurely afternoons when Lin Qingyuan pondered the root of this predicament. Each person exists within a system, confined by its myriad constraints, which renders it rare for anyone to express their innermost thoughts unabashedly. Qin Luo is an anomaly. He exudes an aura of being detached from the mundane world, a peculiar individual unbound by societal constraints. Such a person lives with the utmost authenticity, embracing life with a carefree and unrestrained spirit. He resembles an ancient wanderer, traversing the realms with a sword in hand, robbing the rich to aid the poor, championing the weak against the strong, while indulging in wine and song, relishing in the joys and sorrows of life. Qin Luo wields his unparalleled medical skills like a sword, engaging in deeds akin to those of ancient heroes, at times. Even Lin Qingyuan finds himself envious of this young man's existence. Tio put it in colloquial terms. I bear no grudges. I settle scores on the same day they arise. Life is too brief to be subjected to the pettiness of small-minded individuals. Director Ma, what has transpired? Lin Qingyuan inquired sternly. Regardless, he held a higher position than Ma Yukai as the head of the affiliated hospital, and he maintained a semblance of authority. You should ask him, Ma Yukai replied with a scowl. The prominent figure in the hall had already signaled to him that once Lin Qingyuan arrived, he would be supported into the meeting. Presently, he did not regard the old man with much respect in any case. Qin Luo has rendered significant contributions to our hospital. At the very least, he deserves the respect of everyone here. Lin Qingyuan asserted with unwavering confidence, dismissing Ma Yukai, especially since he was nearing retirement and no longer considered Ma Yukai a mere triviality. You've spun so many lies that you might as well believe them yourself. Do you truly think those 36 children were saved by you? That was the work of the expert team, Ma Yukai retorted, nearly choking on his own words. Is that so? I beg to differ. You were the most vehement in opposing the idea of allowing Qin Luo to attempt it in the first place. Lin Qingyuan countered with reasoned logic. That was solely for the safety of those children. Some bureaucrats can find an excuse for anything, Lin Qingyuan scoffed. He ignored Ma Yukai, whose expression grew increasingly sour, and approached Qin Luo, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Only when he confirmed that Qin Luo had sustained no injuries did he exhale in relief. Qin Luo, your health is fragile. You must not roam about recklessly. The world is chaotic, and there are many ruffians outside. You must exercise caution. If you were to be harmed, how could I explain it to Elder Qin? Huanqi, you too. What were you thinking, taking Qin Luo to such a place? Are you unaware of the dangers posed by the multitude of people there? What if he were to get hurt? Lin Huanqi merely pouted in silence, contemplating that it was uncertain who might have harmed whom. Grandfather, I'm fine. Qin Luo smiled as he reassured, of course, it's well if you are. But what if something were to happen? Lin Qingyuan exclaimed in exasperation. By the way, Huanqi mentioned on the phone that someone was injured. Who was it? It seemed the old man still had not grasped the reality of the situation, initially believing that Qin Luo had been assaulted. Hence he meticulously examined Qin Luo for any injuries. It is only now that I have come to realize the situation. After this young man has caused my son harm, Yukai, unable to contain his indignation, spoke out with a face full of fury. Impossible, Lin Qingyuan immediately refuted. Qin Luo's health is frail, his body exceedingly weak. How could he possibly engage in a brawl? The fact that he is confined to a hospital bed leaves no room for doubt. Not only has my son been assaulted by him, but Director Wu's son has also suffered injuries at his hands. Director Lin, you must protect him this time, Ma Yukai said with a desperate, twisted smile, his resolve firming to expedite the process of ousting this old man from his position. Qin Luo, what exactly transpired? Lin Qingyuan, naturally disbelieving Ma Yukai's words, turned to Qin Luo for clarification. It happened like this. Today, Sister Lin took me to the pedestrian street to purchase a phone. After acquiring it, as we were about to have lunch, a group of young ruffians surrounded us. Initially, I mistook their disheveled attire for that of petty thugs, only to later discover they were performers of some street dance. Indeed, they were ruffians, Lin Qingyuan interjected. Had it not been for the old man's status, Ma Yukai and Director Wu would have eagerly rolled up their sleeves to confront him directly. I later learned that the ringleader, Ma Hong, is actually one of my students. He was expelled from my class for his failure to adhere to classroom discipline. To my astonishment, he gathered a group to ambush me on the street and pressured me to learn street dancing from them. As a university professor, I hold the principles of being a role model in high regard. No matter how inept I may be, I must not tarnish the reputation of the medical university, Qin Luo stated, his posture embodying the spirit of a literary hero, full of righteous indignation. Exactly. It is imperative that a teacher does not stoop to learning street dance from a band of delinquents. It would be a disgrace, Lin Qingyuan praised. This is indeed a fine future son-in-law. Just look at him, scrutinize him closely. Handsome, is he not? Dashing indeed. Lin Huanqi could hardly bear to watch as her grandfather, who prided himself on his astuteness, was so easily outmaneuvered by Qin Luo, who appeared quite pleased with himself as he counted his gains. As tensions escalated, the ruffians prepared to strike. Left with no option, I retrieved a silver needle from my pocket for self-defense. Consequently, their fists met the silver needle instead. Qin Luo lamented with a face of grievance. "This is outrageous," Lin Qingyuan exclaimed, his anger boiling over. "These ruffians have brought this upon themselves. What right do they have to detain you? Come, we shall leave and let our lawyer negotiate with them." "Wait," Director Wu interjected, his expression darkening. "I fear you cannot leave just yet." "And you are?" Lin Qingyuan retorted. "I am Wu Qinglong, the chief of the Milan Sub-Bureau. Is it your son who was assaulted? What, do you seek to exact personal revenge? Your son, a thug, got beaten. He brought this upon himself. If Qin Luo didn't strike him, someone else surely would. If you desire vengeance, come at me." Wu Qinglong discarded his cigarette but onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. "We must conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. He has intentionally caused injury, and with 3 victims currently hospitalized. We cannot allow the suspect to escape. If anything were to happen to those 3 injured individuals, who would be held responsible? Do not impose such heavy accusations on others," Lin Qingyuan remarked with impatience. "Should the fault lie with us, we shall naturally bear the consequences. However, if they instigated the altercation, then they deserve what they get. Indeed, we must await the victim's release from the hospital and complete our testimonies to ascertain who bears the blame. Xiao Li, ensure that the suspects are kept under strict watch. Should they attempt to flee, I will hold you accountable," Wu Qinglong said with a cold smirk, preparing to exhaust this individual's patience. "Yes," a young officer responded authoritatively. "The law is inexorable." The Yukai cast a sly glance at Lin Qingyuan, following Wu Qinglong as they departed. Once they were gone, the officer named Xiao Li firmly secured the interrogation room door. To prevent any escape attempts, he even moved a chair to sit at the entrance, the butt of his service weapon subtly visible at his waist. "I refuse to believe they can act with impunity. I shall make a call for assistance," Lin Qingyuan declared, his face a mask of fury. The table was adorned with a vibrant array of fruits and vegetables, their fragrances intoxicating. Paired with a bottle of exquisite wine from the Louis Latour estate in France, it constituted a high-quality luncheon. Seated at the grand antique dining table, reminiscent of a French palace, was a young woman, delicately savoring her meal, with the grace of a noble and the poise of a goddess. Every gesture and smile radiated unparalleled elegance and beauty. She emanated an air of sophistication and intelligence, yet her languorous demeanor imparted a sense of laziness. The combination of a phoenix and a wildcat evoked no dissonance, but rather a dangerously alluring charm. Miyu entered briskly, halting respectfully behind the woman, and said, "Miss, there has been an incident." The woman did not pause her actions, deftly spearing a piece of asparagus and bringing it to her cherry-like lips. Yet she remained attentive. "There was a conflict on the pedestrian street, and he has now been detained at the Milan precinct." "Who is to blame?" "The other party. Secure his release." The woman replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of authority and composure. "Miss, this is not part of our established plan," Mayu cautioned. She was Wenrun Yu's most trusted confidant, overseeing the crucial strategic team. Not only was she responsible for various affairs in Wenrun Yu's life, but she was also expected to challenge her decisions or offer superior suggestions. The woman glanced at Mayu, set down her fork, and delicately wiped her lips with a silk napkin, saying, "Are you not aware? Some matters fall outside the realm of planning. In my life's blueprint, I never envisioned approaching a man voluntarily. Yet, here I am, doing just that. But what is the reason for your actions, miss?" "The reason?" The woman wrapped the napkin around her slender, unadorned ring finger, her gaze distant and clear like the sky above, her voice dreamy as she replied, "I want him to owe me. The more he owes, the better." This is a woman's method of reclaiming her self-respect through vengeance. Might it be foolish? Chapter 24. Lei Feng's unnamed acts of kindness. As Wu Qinglong and Ma Yukai deliberated on how to deal with Qin Luo in the office, the door was suddenly pushed open. Wu Hu, Ma Hong, the lanky monkey, and a group of street dance youths stood at the threshold, peering cautiously inside, hesitant to enter. Wu Hu, though fearless by nature, still harbored some trepidation regarding his father. "Come in already. What are you lurking about for? Look at your sorry state," Wu Qinglong admonished with irritation. Just moments ago, Lin Qingyuan had scolded his son as a ruffian, and although he felt a surge of anger, he found himself at a loss for a retort. fully aware of the character of his own offspring, who had often required his assistance in cleaning up after him. "Why are you all out here? Is there nothing to worry about?" Ma Yukai inquired, scrutinizing his son Ma Hong with a discerning gaze. The lanky monkey had inflicted a jab on him, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. We had planned to let him lie in the hospital feigning death, but unexpectedly, he recovered within an hour. Both Wu Hu and I received a jab from him as well. The pain was excruciating at the time. Yet now we feel perfectly fine, with nary a trace of the needle left. "That damned Qin is too cunning," Ma Hong exclaimed in exasperation. "That is merely a testament to his skill. If you were capable of dealing such a blow that left no witnesses, it would spare me some trouble." Wu Qinglong chided. Wu Hu, a sly grin spreading across his face, darted behind his father's desk to retrieve a police baton, brandishing it and declaring, "Brothers, let us take our revenge." "Very well," the group responded in unison, eager to confront Qin Luo in the interrogation room. "Return at once," Wu Qinglong thundered, slamming his cup down on the table. "Father, you cannot fathom what he has done to us. When that needle struck, I felt as though I could perish. Now, I must avenge this affront," Wu Hu protested from the doorway, visibly disgruntled. "Are you a law enforcement officer? On what grounds do you intend to assault someone? What authority do you possess? My son, that lad is no ordinary individual. He has the director of the affiliated hospital safeguarding him. Should this escalate, your father will not emerge unscathed," Wu Qinglong lamented, exasperated by his son's foolishness. What thoughts consumed that boy's mind? Tumbling? Handstands? Or was it his delight in performing, dangling his legs in the air like a slingshot, a steel helmet on his head, spinning on the ground like a top? Had that boy not been so quick to rise, Wu Qinglong might have inadvertently sent this crazy spinning top flying with a kick. Your obsession with wealth, power, and women is one thing, but why this insipid passion for dance? It is beneath the upper echelons of society, do you understand? Will we simply let this go? Allow him to strike us without consequence? Wu Hu argued vehemently. Can you not engage your brain? Do you think that simply beating him will resolve everything? Moreover, if you truly possess the capability to do so, you wouldn't have needed to call me for assistance. I wouldn't have to rush over to manage this mess. Now, you will all heed my words. Who among you was left immobile by that jab? Monkey? Very well, monkey. You shall return to the hospital and lie down. You merely stated that your limbs remain immobile, possibly leaving behind some aftereffects. Wu Hu and Ma Hong have gone to take a statement. Were there any who did not resort to violence? Those who refrained should provide a witness statement. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to my capable hands. After all, Wu Qinglong is a department head. Handling such affairs is quite trivial for him. With just a few deft maneuvers, he will set everything right. Upon hearing his father's words, Wu Hu felt a glimmer of hope for revenge, responding with a grin as he departed with his gang of subordinates to take their statements. Ah, these youngsters, they pale in comparison to our youth. Back then, we were the ones who bullied others. When were we ever bullied? Ma Yukai remarked with a smile, observing their retreating figures. Indeed, this group of aimless lads truly requires some guidance. Wu Qinglong agreed with a chuckle. By the way, Lao Ma, have you not yet sorted out those trivial matters in your courtyard? I heard from Director how that they were planning to have Lin Qingyuan retire early, paving the way for you. If it weren't for Lin Qingyuan meddling today, we could have resolved this differently. It will be soon, Yukai replied with an air of inscrutability. Haha, then I shall extend my congratulations in advance. My dear brother, once the appointment is finalized, I shall host a banquet for you at Donghuang. Wu Qinglong responded cheerfully. You too should stir yourself a bit. You have occupied that position for several years now. Aren't you weary of it? Haha, I am indeed exerting myself, and I wish you the fulfillment of your aspirations as well. Just as the two were basking in the prospects of a promising future, the telephone on the table rang abruptly. It must be Lin Qingyuan's reinforcements, Ma Yukai scoffed. Regardless of who it is, I intend to leave him hanging, Wu Qinglong declared. Unexpectedly, the phone rang twice before disconnecting, only for the red hotline on the desk to erupt with frantic ringing once more. Oh, that old man's influence remains formidable, Ma Yukai exclaimed in surprise. Alas, I cannot ignore this call, Wu Qinglong sighed, rising from the sofa to answer the phone at his desk. Director Du, greetings. How may I assist you? Wu Qinglong spoke with utmost respect. What nonsense is this? Wu Qinglong, let me ask you, have you apprehended a young man named Qin Luo? The man on the other end sounded as if he had swallowed half a kilogram of gunpowder, his tone thick with hostility. Wu Chenglong was taken aback, glancing at my Yukai before reporting. Yes, Director Du, release him immediately. The other party commanded in an authoritative tone. Director Du, Qin Luo is implicated in a significant assault case. The victim is still hospitalized, and our personnel are conducting further investigations. The results are not yet conclusive. Should the investigation reveal that Qin Luo is indeed innocent, I will release him at once. Wu Chenglong aimed to delay the matter under the pretext of official procedure. Do you think I am unaware of your trivial matters? I am already acquainted with the circumstances. Release him immediately, Director Du sneered. But, Director Du, no buts, Wu Chenglong. Let me be frank with you. You have offended someone you cannot afford to cross. This call comes from above. If you wish to perish, do not drag me into it. Otherwise, you shall not enjoy peaceful days either. Immediately. Release him. Clicked as the other end of the line disconnected. Wu Chenglong still felt a lingering buzz in his ears. Had he offended someone of considerable stature? Was it Lin Qingyuan? Or perhaps that Qin Luo? How should he address this? My Yotsai's expression was one of discomfort as he inquired, having overheard some hints of the situation. Release him, Wu Chenglong gritted through clenched teeth. After making several calls, Lin Qingyuan turned to Qin Luo and reassured him, do not be afraid. We shall be able to leave shortly. Upon uttering these words, he realized their redundancy. Qin Luo exhibited no trace of fear whatsoever. He sat comfortably, holding his granddaughter's hand, softly murmuring something while occasionally squinting and smiling, resembling a cunning fox, exuding an air of fearless nonchalance. It's fine. There are no classes this afternoon. Staying a bit longer is no trouble. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Indeed. This line signifies love. Your love line is long and clear, without any branches, signifying your unwavering loyalty to love. Lin Qingyuan's elder remarked, I refuse to believe they can act with impunity. He continued. I have already spoken with the deputy director at the municipal bureau. He assured me he would find a way to facilitate communication. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Wu Chenglong stood at the entrance, a smile plastered across his face. Apologies for the prolonged delay, Director Lin. The matter has been thoroughly investigated. We shall not let a good person slip through our fingers, nor shall we wrongfully accuse an innocent. This incident arose from those rascals' initial missteps, and on their behalf, I extend my apologies to Qin Luo. You may depart now. Wu Chenglong felt his anger had rendered him almost incoherent, even uttering the nonsensical phrase about not letting a good person go. Humph, I told you. Qin Luo is blameless. You ought to discipline your son properly. He is young and yet strays from the path. Lin Qingyuan admonished sternly. Yes, I shall confine him to his room upon our return. Wu Chenglong's facial muscles began to twitch. Qin Luo, let us go, Lin Qingyuan declared. All right, Qin Luo replied, glancing behind Wu Chenglong and inquiring, where is Din Ma? Oh, he had some matters to attend to and left early, Wu Chenglong responded with a smile, thinking to himself, does my Yukai have any inclination to see you? Is he seeking trouble? Please extend my regards to Din Ma, Qin Luo said with a smile. Certainly, certainly, Wu Chenglong replied, maintaining a cordial facade as he personally escorted them to the entrance of Milan Subbureau. After they had departed in their vehicle, his smile gradually faded. Dad, you just let them go like that? What about our vendetta? Wu Hu rushed over, his face flushed with anger. Smack, Wu Chenglong retaliated with a sharp slap across his son's face. Cursing, do you wish to court death? Don't drag your father into this. If you stir up trouble again, I will not hesitate to shoot you, as Lin Qingyuan drove, he remarked. People from the same system are indeed easier to negotiate with. I have reached out to numerous connections within the healthcare system, yet they all claimed they could do nothing. This time, it must be thanks to Director Li. I should call to express my gratitude. Lin Qingyuan dialed the number and said, Director Li, this is Lin Qingyuan. Did you make a call to the Milan Subbureau on my behalf? Oh, old Lin. Haha, I remember this matter well. Earlier, a meeting was convened on short notice, and I will call you later to inquire about it. Rest assured, everything will be fine. The man on the other end of the line spoke in a rather dismissive tone. No one wishes to offend someone for the sake of an elderly individual on the brink of retirement. In the realm of politics, having one more ally is far more valuable than having one less adversary. Haha, Director Li, I have already brought the person back, so you need not trouble yourself further. Haha, I still owe you my gratitude. If you have the time, let us go out for tea. After hanging up, Lin Qingyuan, with a look of confusion, remarked, Wasn't it he who made the call? Then who was it that rescued you? Perhaps they suddenly had a change of heart, realizing that framing a good person like me was simply too cruel, and thus decided to release me. Qin Luo replied with a grin. Impossible, both Lin Qingyuan and Lin Huanqi said in unison. Qin Luo gazed at the remarkably in-sync grandfather and grandson pair, forcing a smile as he said, "You should have a bit of faith in our comrades in law enforcement. At the very least, we ought to hold on to a sliver of hope." "Qin Luo, do you know anyone in Yinjing?" Lin Qingyuan inquired. Qin Luo shook his head and replied, "I do know some people, but they certainly would not come to my aid. If when Ren Zhao were to discover that he was apprehended by law enforcement, he would likely be overjoyed." "How curious. Who could it be then?" Lin Qingyuan pondered with a perplexed expression. "Grandfather Lin, perhaps it would be best if you stopped thinking about it. Good deeds are often done anonymously," Qin Luo advised. "However, he will certainly document it in his diary. Thus, there will inevitably come a day when the truth is unveiled." Chapter 25. I am not the person you imagine. This is the latest model of the Nokia smartphone, which not only allows for calls and text messaging, but also enables one to listen to music, watch movies, play games, take photographs, and chat on QQ. This made the country bumpkin Qin Luo feel as though he had discovered a treasure, and he couldn't help but play with it incessantly. Qin Luo first called his elderly grandfather at home, and the two engaged in a lively conversation over the phone. Ultimately, however, Qin Luo, feeling the sting of long-distance call charges, decided to say goodbye to the lonely old man who had been rambling on endlessly. He always reprimands me when I am at home. Now that I am not there, he must be starting to miss me, Qin Luo thought with a sense of vindication. After a bit of exploration, Qin Luo finally mastered the photo-taking function. Thus, he whimsically posed for the camera, pouting, raising his eyebrows, making a peace sign, and pulling funny faces, capturing a series of adorable selfies. Seeing the photos in the album showcasing his quirky and vibrant expressions, he rolled around on the bed in excitement. This poor child rarely had the opportunity to engage with such high-tech gadgets. Qin Luo initially intended to learn how to use QQ, as he knew that contemporary youth were avid users of it. However, after numerous attempts, he failed to succeed. Each time he logged in, the system indicated that his password was incorrect. Eventually, Qin Luo discovered that he had been entering someone else's QQ number. To log in, he would need to apply for an account himself. It was not as simple as inputting a few digits and a password, and of course, he was unaware of such intricate knowledge at present. After dinner, Qin Luo accompanied Lin Qingyuan in the courtyard for tea. "Qin Luo, I called your grandfather today and mentioned that you were teaching at the medical university. He is very supportive of your choice, though he reminded me to advise you to take care of your health." Lin Qingyuan, cradling a superior Tiguanyan tea, spoke with a beaming smile. In the past, this grand house was inhabited solely by him and his granddaughter, exuding an air of desolation. Now, with the addition of Qin Luo, he felt the atmosphere had become much livelier. Having a junior with whom he could engage in meaningful conversations as a son-in-law brought Lin Qingyuan immense satisfaction. "Is it your choice?" Qin Luo pondered internally. "It was you and Elder Wang who unanimously insisted that I remain in Yinjing to teach traditional Chinese medicine. What does that have to do with me? I also called my grandfather, who expressed his support." Qin Luo replied with a smile. "Indeed, promoting traditional Chinese medicine is our duty," Lin Qingyuan lamented. "As it declines, we grow increasingly anxious. Yet, we are aging, with our hearts willing but our strength waning. We can only entrust this to the younger generation like you. Qin Luo, I hope you can forge a path for sustainable development in traditional Chinese medicine. The day we achieve nationwide understanding and application of traditional Chinese medicine will be the moment we, who have dedicated our lives to it, can finally rest in peace. Grandpa Lin, that responsibility is too heavy for me. I'm afraid I cannot bear it," Qin Luo said with a wry smile. "Strive, and you shall prevail. Give it a try, and you may succeed. I have faith in you," Lin Qingyuan encouraged. "By the way, how is Huanqi's condition?" "Well, there has been some improvement," Qin Luo replied. "As long as she is willing to accept my treatment, there is an 80% chance of recovery. This ailment is most fearful of withdrawal. If we cannot unravel the knots in her heart, there will be no remedy. Indeed, Huanqi was such a wonderful child before she went to study in the United States. Upon her return, it was as though she had transformed into a different person. In the initial days, I even doubted she was my granddaughter. Qin Luo, if you can heal her, it would also resolve a deep-seated concern of mine." "I will certainly do my best," Qin Luo reassured him. His current worry was not whether he could cure Lin Huanqi, but rather how to handle the emotional backlash once she was healed. As long as she can be cured, that's what matters. Continue your treatment without haste. Take your time, Lin Qingyuan said with a chuckle. If some emotional entanglements arise during the treatment, that would be even more delightful. I will strive for that, Qin Luo replied. It seems Huanqi has gone upstairs. You should check on her. If she has fallen asleep, you won't be able to treat her, Lin Qingyuan urged. All right, good night, Qin Luo said as he stood up. It was indeed time for Lin Huanqi's acupuncture session. He returned to his room to take a shower before retrieving his needle box and knocking on Lin Huanqi's door. She had long been prepared, appearing as if she had just bathed, her hair still damp, emanating a fragrance unique to women, mingled with the scent of shower gel. The purple nightgown she wore a few days prior had been replaced with a black silk nightdress. Equally as delicate as gossamer, the fitted silk accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding an alluring sensuality that quickened the pulse. Would you like to have some tea first? Lin Huanqi inquired. Now, her conversation with Qin Luo had become much more natural, no longer expressing the aversion and repulsion she had shown towards other men. No, thank you, I just had some, Qin Luo replied. Once more, he stole a glance at Lin Huanqi as she slept, the fullness of her bosom accentuated by her attire, and said, Shall we begin? Would you care to change your clothes? Change clothes? I just changed, Lin Huanqi replied. Then let us commence, Qin Luo said, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Deep down, he wished Lin Huanqi would change, for her current ensemble was a striking visual distraction, one that could easily divert attention. Some women, when clothed, possess an allure that is even more intoxicating than when unclad. Qin Luo felt that Lin Huanqi was akin to a mountain of flames. The closer he drew, the more he felt the risk of being consumed by her fiery presence. When his heart was unsettled, his hands became unsteady, a bead of sweat trickled into his eye. His needle wavered slightly. Lin Huanqi cried out, as fine droplets of crimson began to trickle from her thigh. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Qin Luo exclaimed in a flurry, scrambling to fetch sanitary pads. Lifting Lin Huanqi's skirt to assist her. I can manage myself, Lin Huanqi asserted, her breath quickening under the considerable contact of Qin Luo's hands on her thigh. The strength in her arms, propped against the bed, was waning. Lin Huanqi's body softened, and she fell back. As Qin Luo reached out to catch her, they both tumbled onto the bed. This was Qin Luo's first intimate encounter with a woman, save for his own mother. Although he had once fallen into the embrace of a young nurse, she had been dressed more modestly. Now, with her front unbuttoned, the springtime beauty was revealed, her skin as smooth as jade, exuding a creamy softness. Qin Luo lay quietly in Lin Huanqi's embrace, fully aware of the impropriety yet reluctant to depart from the warmth and comfort enveloping him, the fragrance intoxicating, evoking an almost involuntary urge to sigh. With a slight tilt of his head, he could behold the alluring valley before him. Just then, Lin Qingyuan pushed open the door, exclaiming, Qin Luo, I've given it some thought and decided to come learn from you. Oh? What are you two up to? Lin Qingyuan's pupils dilated, astonished as he stood at the threshold. I ascended this rather sudden. Qin Luo felt a surge of despair. How could this old man have arrived at such an inopportune moment? Hastily extricating himself from Lin Huanqi's embrace, he awkwardly explained. It's not what you think. I understand, Lin Qingyuan replied. Just remember to lock the door next time. With a chuckle, the old man turned and left, even helping them by shutting the door behind him. Qin Luo and Lin Huanqi exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. You're too tense, Lin Huanqi remarked, the initial panic subsiding into a serene stillness. I still couldn't overcome this hurdle, Qin Luo lamented. The 12 sections of Taoist silk reeling could foster a tranquil mind and help transcend emotional barriers. Alas, he had failed to navigate this challenge. Otherwise, his emotional cultivation would have ascended to new heights. The Taoist philosophy states, to transcend the world, one must first engage with it. To forget love, one must first experience it. Qin Luo mused that perhaps it was time he embarked on a romantic relationship. What hurdle? Lin Huanqi inquired, a smile gracing Qin Luo's lips. Does it hurt? Shall we leave things as they are for today? Please, no. Lin Huanqi's gaze was clear, and Qin Luo felt no inclination to entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Regaining his composure, he resumed his acupuncture. This time, he successfully completed the treatment of the 3 acupoints with ease. Rest early. Good night. As Qin Luo tidied up the needle box, he spoke. Qin Luo, Lin Huanqi called out. Qin Luo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she wished for him to stay? It seemed a bit too sudden. He wasn't prepared for such a development. What? Qin Luo turned to inquire. I would like to know, are there others suffering from the same ailment as I? Lin Huanqi asked. Indeed, there are. And how are they faring now? They are living happily, just like ordinary people, falling in love, marrying, and having children, Qin Luo replied with a smile. Unless, of course, there arises an overwhelming emotional backlash. If that occurs, and the attending physician is unwilling to accept the patient's feelings, then the patient merely transitions from one cage to another, without any hope of redemption. When dawn broke and Qin Luo donned his sportswear to head downstairs for exercise, Lin Xingyuan was already waiting in the yard. Upon seeing Qin Luo descend, Lin Xingyuan greeted him with a cheerful, "Did you sleep well last night?" It was fine," Qin Luo nodded, assuming the posture of swaying the heavenly pillar from the 12 stages of Taoist Qigong. Plans seldom survive the unforeseen. You young folks always catch me off guard with your actions. Yet, it is for the best. I sincerely hope Huanqi finds a suitable partner soon. I am growing old and nearing retirement. Perhaps I could help you with the children then, Lin Xingyuan remarked while practicing Tai Chi. A partner? Children? Grandpa Lin, are you misunderstanding something? Qin Luo queried, perplexed. Misunderstanding? What, are you too shy to admit it? No, I simply do not know what I should be acknowledging, Qin Luo replied with a wry smile. Have you and Huanqi not shared anything? No, Qin Luo stated firmly. Really? Nothing at all? Absolutely nothing, he reiterated with conviction. How can that be? Lin Xingyuan remained unconvinced. I am not the person you think I am, Qin Luo asserted. Lin Xingyuan reminisced about the circumstances and then smacked his thigh in regret, exclaiming, It's all my fault. Had I not been curious about how you treat this fear of men, I wouldn't have barged in to find you. If I hadn't gone in, wouldn't everything that was meant to happen have unfolded as expected? Chapter 26. Quack's kill. If it weren't for the striking face of Wang Juju sitting in the front row, Qin Luo would have doubted whether he had entered the correct classroom. He distinctly remembered that his class comprised only 50 students, yet today it had unexpectedly swelled to nearly double that number. The spacious classroom was brimming with students. Even the usually empty front row was filled to capacity. I am pondering whether I have mistakenly entered the wrong classroom, or if some students have mistaken their teacher, Qin Luo remarked as he tossed his textbook onto the lectern and surveyed the sea of students before him. With a ripple of laughter at his humorous quip, the students erupted in giggles. Teacher Qin, I told my dorm mates that our new teacher can instantly identify everyone's physical issues in class and offer solutions. My roommates don't believe that you can help them check for any kidney deficiencies or similar ailments. Teacher Qin, we are skeptical too. Could you take a look at us as well? Hee, I have not permitted them to come, yet they insist on attending to catch a glimpse of the dashing gentleman in a long robe. Due to our similar ages, conversations flow freely among us, devoid of any reservations. The reasons they provide are as varied as they are numerous, yet their intentions remain crystal clear. They have come for Qin Luo. The student body is vast, yet when scrutinized closely, it appears rather small. An amusing incident is bound to transpire, likely to become common knowledge throughout the entire school in no time. From the very first lesson, Qin Luo left an indelible impression, igniting a fervor within the students present, leaving them unable to contain their excitement. His remarkable medical prowess astounded them, prompting them to boast to their roommates and close friends upon returning. Some students, skeptical, sought to witness this for themselves, while others, captivated, desired to draw nearer. Thus, we find ourselves in the current predicament. Qin Luo gently tapped his fingers on the desk, signaling for silence. With a smile, he remarked, I comprehend your sentiments and feel deeply honored. However, I believe that studying should be approached with utmost seriousness. If your interest in traditional Chinese medicine is genuine, I welcome you wholeheartedly and am eager to impart all that I know. If, however, you are merely here to join the fray, I must reserve my opinion regarding your intentions. Teacher Qin, we genuinely love traditional Chinese medicine, someone called out, sparking a round of hearty laughter in the classroom. Actually, I didn't like it before, but now I do, another exclaimed. Indeed, our slogan is, Love Teacher Qin, love traditional Chinese medicine. Qin Luo chuckled wryly and gestured once more for quietude, stating, Well then, let us commence our lesson. I hope you will glean some valuable knowledge from my class rather than squander your time idly seated here. As a teacher who came to this profession later in life, Qin Luo had no prepared lesson plans. Even the textbook provided by the school was merely skimmed through. His current state resembled that of a master who had successfully opened the Ren and Du meridians. The rudimentary knowledge that preceded was, in his eyes, akin to black tiger stealing harder monkey picking peaches, basic skills with which he was intimately familiar. He was confident that his explanations would prove far more effective than those found in the textbook. Let me pose a few fundamental questions to you. As a means of assessing our previous lesson, Qin Luo announced, "I in my class, there is no need to raise your hands, I will call on someone, and they shall respond, no need to stand. That would be a waste of time." What are the manifestations of heat syndrome? He scanned the classroom and pointed to a boy in the third row, saying, "You, please respond. High fever, thirst for cold drinks, profuse sweating, and a rapid pulse," the student answered. "Excellent," Qin Luo nodded. "While I do not advocate for note-taking as a learning method, if one can jot down key points without fully comprehending them, it can serve as a beneficial review strategy. Regarding critically ill patients, if they suddenly break out in cold sweats on their foreheads and their extremities turn cold, what symptom does this indicate?" Qin Luo inquired again, this time selecting a girl in the front row. "You, please answer." "Yang deficiency," the girl replied confidently. "Correct, it is yang deficiency." "Now, I shall pose a slightly more challenging question," Qin Luo said with a smile. "The solar wind is fierce, with yang rising and yin weakening. How can herbal medicine address this?" "Wang Jujiao, you are to respond." This time, Wang Jujiao took a longer moment to ponder, as the previous question was theoretical, whereas this inquiry truly tested her practical skills. After a moment of hesitation, she uncertainly stated, 3 liang of peeled cinnamon twigs, 18 jus of ephedra without its joints, 24 jus of gypsum, 3 liang of fresh ginger, and 12 jujubes. Are you certain? Qin Luo's gaze fixated on Wang Jujiao's delicate and rosy face, inquiring expressionlessly. After some contemplation, Wang Jujiao amended her response. "It seems to be 3 liang of peeled cinnamon twigs, 3 liang of peony, 2 liang of licorice, 3 liang of fresh ginger, and 12 jujubes." Qin Luo stepped down from the podium and glanced at a male classmate's watch, remarking, "It is already late. The patient has been dead for 35 seconds after consuming your concoction. I apologize, teacher." Wang Jujiao's face flushed crimson, a sheepish smile adorning her visage. In truth, she felt a stronger urge to weep. Is there anyone who can be so acerbic? Slap. Qin Luo struck the table with his palm, glaring at Wang Jujiao as he declared, "Are you still laughing? Do you think a mere apology suffices? I might forgive you, but what about the patient who perished due to your negligence? Can the deceased's family forgive you? Do you comprehend the nature of your profession? Do you understand what a moment's carelessness signifies? It signifies the extinguishing of a life, and it may very well herald the end of your career. What use is saying sorry? You shall not repeat this oversight." Wang Jujiao, however, was not intimidated by Qin Luo's fury. Instead, she bravely raised her head, defiantly meeting his gaze. "His strength may impose, but I shall counter with gentleness." Indeed, Qin Luo's expression softened. Perhaps he too realized that engaging in prolonged eye contact with a beautiful student bore an air of intimacy. With a gentle sigh, Qin Luo remarked, "This lapse cannot solely be attributed to you. For the final herbal formulation pertains to the 5th volume of the treatise on febrile diseases, which you may not have yet encountered. However, there is one thing you must indelibly remember at this juncture." Qin Luo's demeanor turned serious once more. "What is it?" Wang Jujiao inquired. "Under your care, a life has been lost. You must remember, you have taken a life," Qin Luo stated, his voice laced with harshness. Wang Jujiao could assert that if any other teacher had uttered such words to her, she would not hesitate to retort with indignation. How could a mere oversight in assessment be construed as taking a life? Yet, upon witnessing Qin Luo's somber expression, the words she nearly blurted out were abruptly stifled. What if this were not a mere assessment, but a genuine prescription for a patient? In that moment, Wang Jujiao suddenly grasped Qin Luo's earnest intentions. "Teacher Qin, I shall remember this. Thank you." Wang Jujiao nodded. Qin Luo, satisfied with her attitude, allowed his expression to soften again, saying, "Well done. You must remember this phrase. An incompetent doctor misleads both others and themselves." As he uttered these words, Qin Luo experienced a fleeting moment of reverie. Gazing at the current Wang Jujiao, he was reminded of himself from many years prior. Back then, when he first erred in prescribing medication, his grandfather had similarly chastised him with such severity. On that occasion, when grandfather struck his palm with a bamboo switch, he simultaneously imparted a profound lesson, Could be said that Qin Luo's recent words were a mere echo of the venerable patriarch's teachings. This clearly illustrates how indelibly that moment was etched in Qin Luo's memory, a recollection that would linger throughout his life. Now, he employs the very methods his grandfather used to educate him in guiding his own students. It is his fervent hope that they will truly grasp the invaluable lesson of life. After class, as Qin Luo exited the classroom, Wang Jujio once again pursued him. "Teacher Qin," she called from behind. With her delicate features and exceptional grace, she could be considered a rare beauty of extraordinary caliber. Unbeknownst to Qin Luo, Wang Jujio was already a prominent figure within the school, regarded as the campus belle. "Are you dissatisfied with my attitude towards you? Wishing to engage in a debate?" Qin Luo remarked with a smile. "Not at all. I understand that Teacher Qin has our best interests at heart," Wang Jujio replied, shaking her head with a smile. "Then are you here to ask for my phone number?" Qin Luo inquired. "Haha, I just happened to get a new phone. I will give you my number. So if your mother has any concerns, she can reach out to me at any time," she responded. "Oh, you got one? Very well then." Wang Jujio's eyes briefly reflected a hint of regret. "However, I am not certain what my number is. If you provide me with yours, I can call you right back," Qin Luo novelly suggested. Wang Jujio glanced at the phone in Qin Luo's hand and recited a series of digits. When the pleasant chime of her phone rang out from her bag, it signified that they had exchanged contact information. "Feel free to call me if you need anything," Qin Luo said, waving goodbye as he made his way towards the administrative building. Watching Qin Luo's figure fade into the distance, Wang Jujio stood silently, letting out a soft sigh. She retrieved a beautiful box from her bag and gazed at the silver-gray screen of her phone. Feeling a sense of melancholy that spread through her heart like wild vines, she lamented her timing. Yet, she vowed to herself that it would not happen again. Wang Jujio dialed a number, and upon hearing a sweet voice on the other end say hello, she spoke into the receiver. "Zhang Yi, I have committed a grave act." Crash! Wang Jujio heard something fall on the other end. A cacophony of chaos ensuing. Is it true? Is that person dead? The woman's voice trembled, unable to maintain her facade. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Jujio replied, "They have likely been gone for about 40 minutes. You troublesome child, why have you never allowed anyone to rest easy since you were little? Hurry, grab some dirt and smear it on your face. You're far too beautiful to be recognized. Exit the school grounds, then catch a taxi to the train station. I will meet you there. We must go into hiding at your grandmother's home for a few days. This cannot reach your father, for I fear he might act with righteous indignation." Wang Jujio clutched her stomach in laughter, thinking to herself how she had never realized her mother possessed such potential for detective work. Chapter 27. I am that fortunate bastard. As Qin Luo had just returned to his office, the office clerk, Xiao Min, approached him. "Teacher Qin, Director Guo requests your presence in his office," she said. Xiao Min was a charming girl with glasses, exuding an aura of refined grace. She is a recent graduate from the medical university this year, having secured a position at the school through connections, temporarily assisting in the office and handling various clerical tasks. "Very well, thank you." Qin Luo nodded and proceeded towards Director Guo's office. He turned back to glance at Teacher Zhu. He noticed a hint of schadenfreude on the latter's face, pondering whether he had once again been set up. Upon arriving at Director Guo's office, he found two guests present, both of whom were familiar faces, Ma Yukai and his son Ma Heng. "Director Guo, you summoned me?" Qin Luo inquired humbly. They were seated on the sofa, enjoying tea and appearing to engage in pleasant conversation. "Teacher Qin has arrived. Please, take a seat." Director Guo gestured towards the adjacent sofa, inviting Qin Luo to sit down. "Qin Luo, this is your student Ma Heng and his father, Dean Ma Yukai." Director Guo introduced the guests while pointing to them. Observing Director Guo's expression closely, and seeing no unusual demeanor directed towards him, Qin Luo smiled and said, "Dean Ma, it is a pleasure to see you again." "Indeed," Ma Yukai replied, his face expressionless, preferring not to appear overly familiar with Qin Luo, nor to let the relationship become too strained and lose his composure. "Teacher Qin, the situation is as follows. Dean Ma wishes to transfer his son to another class. As Ma Heng's teacher, we would like to hear your opinion," Director Guo conveyed subtly. The truth of the matter was that Ma Yukai had come to lodge a complaint, alleging that Qin Luo had expelled his son from the classroom, thus depriving him of his right to an equal education alongside other students. He demanded either a change of teachers or a transfer to another class. Had such a demand come from an ordinary individual, Director Guo would have dismissed it without a second thought. However, a phone call from higher authorities compelled him to take the matter seriously. In the sprawling expanse of Yanjing, where weeds flourish and branches intertwine, one can never truly grasp the extent of influence behind an individual without delving deep into the fray. Even though he now held the esteemed position of a department head, he had to tread cautiously. Since the father and son had brought their grievances against Qin Luo, it was only natural for him to summon Qin Luo for clarification. This young man had been recommended by Deanly, and it would be unwise to treat him lightly. I have no objections. Qin Luo candidly expressed his stance. We should respect the students' freedom. If they wish to transfer, I personally support that decision. Perhaps they would gain more from other classes or disciplines. Director Guo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qin Luo to deftly sidestep the issue of his conflict with Ma Hong. He had no choice but to clarify the matter, stating, I have heard that you do not allow Ma Hong to attend your class? That is not the case, Qin Luo replied. I told the students in my class that if they do not wish to attend my lectures, they are free to self-study. I will give them a score of 60 for the final exam. Upon hearing this, Ma Hong was delighted and was the first to rush out of the classroom. Naturally, he was also the only student unwilling to listen to my teaching, which I deeply regret. What sort of teaching attitude is that? Ma Yukai exclaimed angrily. I sent my son to school to be well guided and nurtured by you teachers. You not only fail to administer strict discipline but also encourage them to indulge in leisure activities, providing them with false grades. How can you call yourself a teacher? Is this the conduct of an educator? Qin Luo turned to Ma Hong and inquired, Ma Hong, are you 20 years old? Of course I am. What business is it of yours? Ma Hong replied, bewildered. Qin Luo nodded and remarked to Ma Yukai, your son is already in his 20s, yet you still expect him to be coddled. A man is considered an adult at 18. He must take responsibility for any choices he makes. If I had a son who still needed nurturing at 18, I might as well poison him with arsenic. Director Guo, just look at the attitude of this teacher. Ma Yukai exclaimed, nearly spitting blood in frustration. He realized that Qin Luo was a formidable opponent in his life. Director Guo waved his hand and chuckled, saying, let us express ourselves calmly. There is no need for agitation. He then turned to Qin Luo and stated, Teacher Qin, our school has an attendance policy. Absences from class will result in point deductions that are recorded in the final grades. How can you allow them to skip classes? Qin Luo sighed softly, feeling suffocated by the rigid constraints of institutional regulations. He pointed at Ma Hong, declaring, on my first day of class, he questioned my identity as a teacher and insulted me. All while the bell had already rung, he was embracing a female classmate and engaging in lewd behavior. One hand on her thigh while the other ventured into her collar. You lie. I never touched her collar. Ma Hong shouted in a fit of rage, feeling deeply insulted by the baseless accusation. Oh, I must have been mistaken. You only touched her thigh. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. Just as Ma Hong was about to concur, he realized something was amiss. Before he could grasp what was wrong, he received a resounding slap to the face. You scoundrel, just wait until I deal with you when we get home. Ma Yukai seethed, his face contorted with anger. How did you end up with such a foolish son? Ignoring the commotion, Qin Luo continued with a serious demeanor to report to Director Guo, stating, I believe Ma Heng's behavior could negatively impact the learning enthusiasm of other students. So I have generously proposed a solution that considers his situation. However, it is the teacher's duty to educate the students. We cannot allow them to develop unchecked. Director Guo sighed, realizing the formidable nature of this young man. I disagree, Qin Luo asserted. University students are adults. They possess their own ways of thinking. Restrictive and dogmatic management will only ruin them rather than foster their growth. Tio put it bluntly, even if they choose a path of delinquency, that remains their choice. Qin Luo glanced at Ma Yukai and his son, adding, of course, familial influences may also play a role. Director Guo, perhaps we should transfer departments, Ma Yukai said with a grim expression, suspecting that his son would be irreparably harmed under Qin Luo's tutelage. Upon returning to the office, Qin Luo found a group of teachers, centered around Teacher Zhu, fervently engaged in discussion. However, when they noticed Qin Luo entering the room, their discussions abruptly ceased. One by one, they fell into a state of taciturnity, their glances occasionally darting towards him. Qin Luo surmised that, had they not deemed him beneath their notice, he might very well be the subject of their whispered speculations. Indifferent to their opinions, he cast aside any concern for the thoughts of those he held in little regard. Tossing his textbook onto his desk, Qin Luo settled into a rattan chair. A brief glance out the window revealed the scenery remained unchanged. Groups of students meandered along the path, Yet nothing particularly captivating caught his eye. Feeling somewhat bored, he reflected on the subtle aversion his colleagues exhibited towards him, largely due to their association with Teacher Zhu. This rendered even casual conversation a challenge. Although they were aware of Qin Luo's potentially impressive background, the presence of Teacher Zhu stifled any inclination to express the warmth that might have otherwise been forthcoming. After all, Teacher Zhu was a veteran in the office, whereas Qin Luo was merely a fledgling in the professional realm. The office housed only 2 computers, primarily utilized by the office director and the secretary. The teachers instructing traditional Chinese medicine were not equipped with computers, and even if they had been, it was likely that individuals like Teacher Zhu would struggle to operate them. Of course, Qin Luo was equally inexperienced with computers. Remembering his newly purchased phone, he decided to indulge in a game. Suddenly, a voice broke the monotony, exclaiming, "Everyone, come quick! Look! The photo of the iceberg goddess's student boyfriend has been revealed," Xiaomin shouted from her computer. Upon hearing her words, the office erupted in a flurry of gossip. A few of the younger teachers rushed over in a frenzy, while several of the more seasoned ones, led by Teacher Zhu, hesitated but ultimately paused their work to direct their attention to the screen Xiaomin occupied. "Someone from our school captured a photo of Lin Huanqi with her student boyfriend, and it's been uploaded to the school forum. This post is bound to go viral, of course. After all, she is the iceberg goddess. Everyone is eager to discover who managed to melt her icy facade." A teacher quipped humorously. "Lin Huanqi truly lacks discernment. With her beauty, what sort of man could she not attract? Why settle for a student? Do you suppose that student might be some rich heir? Quite possible, alas, our medical university's stunning duo has lost one to fate. I wonder which lucky fellow has struck such fortune. Xiaomin, why hasn't he it loaded yet? The internet is so slow," one teacher urged, observing the painfully sluggish progress of the Internet Explorer loading bar. "I can't help it. The school's internal network is already slow, and this post is so popular. Ah, it's loading," Xiaomin exclaimed in delight. "Oh dear, it's a phone photo. Not very clear. How strange. This person looks so familiar. That a long robe. Could it be Teacher Qin?" Someone gasped, prompting all eyes to turn towards Qin Luo with peculiar expressions. "I am indeed that lucky fellow." Qin Luo grinned. The collective reaction of his colleagues was one of utter shock, akin to witnessing pigs soaring through the sky. The campus network of Capital Medical University serves as a common forum for various faculties, including the School of Basic Medicine, the School of Biomedical Engineering, the School of Public Health and Family Medicine, and the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Here, not only students and faculty members roam, but also some doctors from several affiliated hospitals frequently visit. Some senior students are also devoted users of this platform. The forum sees thousands of posts daily, with views reaching into the tens of thousands. Lin Huanqi, renowned as the ice goddess of Capital Medical University, is often mentioned alongside another beautiful instructor, Li Qingqing, forming the duo known as Ice and Fire. When news of her romantic involvement with a student broke, it caused quite a stir. Recently, the release of photographs has ignited a frenzy among countless students eager to investigate further. Within mere minutes of the post publication, views surpassed 1,000, with hundreds of replies pouring in. Moreover, these numbers continue to rise rapidly. Through word of mouth among students and swift dissemination via QQ alumni groups and text messages, this news quickly became common knowledge throughout the campus. Regardless of Qin Luo's willingness, he leveraged Lin Huanqi's fame to ascend rapidly, becoming a prominent figure at the university. Chapter 28. A beauty like no other. Hey, did you hear? Someone posted photos of Lin Huanqi and her boyfriend on the forum. I saw them. He the guy in the robe? Quite handsome. Driving a BMW too. He must be a rich second generation. Otherwise, Lin Huanqi wouldn't be interested in him. Do you even have a brain? That BMW in the photo belongs to Lin Huanqi herself. She's been driving it for almost a year. Don't you find it odd? How could Lin Huanqi, merely a teacher, afford such a luxurious car? That car was given to her by that guy a year ago. You all didn't know, did you? Really? Do tell. What's the story? Wherever Qin Luo went, he was surrounded by discussions regarding his student-teacher romance with Lin Huanqi. Occasionally, skeptics would question the validity of the claims, asserting that the student posting was from the traditional Chinese medicine department and that the instructor involved was their diagnosis teacher. However, these faint voices were swiftly drowned out by the fervor of the students' conversations. They preferred to believe that Qin Luo's identity was that of a student. Even if he wasn't a student, they insisted on perceiving him as one. What could be done? The term student-teacher romance is such an exhilarating phrase, such an enticing and provocative keyword. Only through this narrative could their enthusiasm be maximized, satisfying their desires for self-indulgent fantasies. How many have secretly harbored feelings for their teachers? How many have felt regret? Now that someone has succeeded, inexplicably, others have become equally excited. Today, Qin Luo dared not wait for Lin Huanqi beneath the teaching building of the School of Biomedical Engineering, fearing that her fan club would tear him apart. That group was currently offering bounties on the forum, claiming they would unearth him and bury him alive. He had just called Lin Huanqi, informing her that he would walk to the campus gate to wait for her there. Bang! Qin Luo collided with a plump figure, taking a step back while the figure tumbled to the ground. No, it was a woman with two plump curves. Anyone who laid eyes on her would first notice her ample bosom. The pale gray professional skirt, tailored to a snug fit, enveloped her pert dairy with precision. Her upper attire consisted of a delicate yellow three-quarter sleeve blouse, its neckline daringly open, revealing ample expanse of porcelain skin and a captivating cleavage nestled between two towering peaks. The skin appeared soft and supple, reminiscent of peeled jelly, quivering enticingly, suggesting an exquisite tactile experience. She had collapsed onto the ground, her phone flung some distance away, while a man's voice echoed through the microphone, calling out, "Hello? Hello?" Clearly, as Qin Luo had been lost in thought while walking. She too had been preoccupied with her phone call, oblivious to the person approaching. Her sparkling silver high heels lay discarded nearby, her bare, alluring legs exuding a siren-like sensuality. Unbeknownst to her, her legs had parted, revealing semi-transparent lace panties beneath. That moment, she grimaced in pain, clutching her calf where a patch of skin had been scraped away, blood beginning to seep outward. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to," she said, concern evident in her voice. "How are you?" Qin Luo chastised himself for being a beast. After knocking her down, his first instinct was not to help her up but rather to appraise her from head to toe. The allure of her beauty was irresistible. A lament of a virgin. "Can't you see for yourself?" The woman shot back, her eyes narrowing at Qin Luo. "I can see the abrasion, but I'm worried about whether the bone is injured." Feeling embarrassed, Qin Luo replied, "I'm not that fragile. Help me up," she insisted, attempting to push herself off the ground. Yet, the pain in her knee caused her delicate brows to furrow. "Wait, I should first attend to your wound. If it gets infected, it will leave a scar," Qin Luo interjected. "That still means we need to go to the infirmary." "Who carries medication around?" she retorted. "I do," Qin Luo replied, and, to her astonishment, he retrieved a dull gray ceramic bottle from his pocket. "What is that? Can it really disinfect?" she questioned skeptically, eyeing the dark bottle in his hand. "Of course, it also alleviates pain and promotes skin regeneration," Qin Luo assured her with a smile. Removing the cloth stopper, he poured the black powder from the bottle onto her wound. "That feels so good," she involuntarily moaned. Her vibrant face turned skyward at a 45-degree angle, gazing into the distance, her firm bosom straining against her translucent attire. The sensitive peaks subtly visible before Qin Luo, bathed in sunlight, her gaze became dreamy, her moist lips pressed tightly together, lost in a state of bliss as she sighed. "Ah, that feels wonderful." Startled, Qin Luo nearly spilled the entire contents of the precious powder. Swallowing hard, he sought to make conversation. "Is it feeling better? Does it feel cool?" "Yes, it's still a bit itchy. Tingly, actually." "What kind of medicine is this? It's so miraculous," she exclaimed. "Hee, I concocted it myself," Qin Luo replied with a grin, carefully tucking the bottle back into his pocket. This golden powder was exceedingly rare and held immense value for him. In a bid to atone for his clumsiness, he had reluctantly revealed this treasure, unwilling to engage in the folly of burning a lute to roast a crane. Upon the application of this medicinal powder, once the wound has scabbed over, it will leave no trace whatsoever. Qin Luo was reluctant to see such a beautiful woman bear any mark on her knee due to his own negligence. "How petty! I wouldn't resort to thievery." The woman cast a sultry glance at Qin Luo, her demeanor exuding charm. "I assure you, you won't find the materials either." Qin Luo replied with a smile. "Please retrieve my shoes for me." The woman pointed to her high heels nearby and instructed. Qin Luo placed the shoes before her and inquired, "Are you able to walk now?" The woman shot Qin Luo another glance, remarking, "Whether I can walk or not, I must to remain seated here indefinitely. It is already embarrassing enough for you to have seen me for so long. Must the entire school witness this as well?" Actually, I didn't see much." Qin Luo explained, his face flushed. Indeed, he had glimpsed things he ought not to have. Who told you to wear such sheer underwear? Would you like another look? The woman licked her lips, narrowing her eyes as she spoke. No, thank you. Qin Luo gulped, responding with difficulty. Truly no need, as she spoke. The woman suddenly spread her legs wide. Qin Luo's eyes instantly lit up, but by the time he glanced over, her legs had already closed. She sat on the ground, giggling, her bosom heaving with mirth. Casting a glance at Qin Luo, she said, I see through you men. Qin Luo scratched his nose with a wry smile, saying, If you're feeling all right, may I assist you in standing? Come here, little handsome. Sister is offering you a chance. Help me put on my shoes, my feet are at your disposal, the woman said, raising her alluring calf, eyes closed in a pose of submission. You may put them on yourself. I am not a man of frivolous disposition. Qin Luo replied, he would indeed like to be frivolous just once, yet feared being toyed with by this woman. After all, he was still a pure-hearted virgin. How could he possibly contend with such a beguiling creature? Humph! But you relinquished your chance. The woman laughed, then proceeded to don the shoes herself. Qin Luo hurried over to assist her in standing and helped retrieve her phone. Voices were anxiously inquiring through the receiver. Qin Luo held it to his ear and asked, Can you hear me? There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice responded. I can hear you. Who are you? What happened to Mr. Li? Qin Luo chose not to answer the question, instead handing the phone to the woman, saying, Your phone is unharmed. The woman looked at Qin Luo and laughed heartily, saying, Little brother, could you refrain from being so adorable? I merely wish to ascertain whether I should compensate you for a phone. Since it is undamaged, there is no need for compensation. Qin Luo replied. What about my situation then? You aren't going to compensate me? The woman pointed to her scraped knee. How much do you require for this? I just started working and do not have much salary. Qin Luo observed her warily, asking. The woman clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, stating, I can't take it anymore. Little brother, I am dying from laughter. Have I ever mentioned asking you for money? You must compensate me with something else. What do you desire? Qin Luo inquired. Aside from my virtue, I possess nothing. Answer me a few questions. The woman said. What is your name? Qin Luo, are you a student at the medical university? You mentioned you were employed. I am a teacher at the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Qin Luo remarked. The woman turned her head, scrutinizing Qin Luo from head to toe, and said, I truly wouldn't have guessed. What is your phone number? Rest assured, I won't call you indiscriminately. However, if there happens to be an issue with my leg, I must find someone to hold accountable, right? Qin Luo, feeling helpless, reluctantly provided her with his mobile number. The woman entered Qin Luo's number into her phone, and upon pressing the call button, the device in Qin Luo's hand began to ring. All right, now you can't escape. If there is a problem with my leg, you shall be responsible, the woman said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't run away, Qin Luo promised. Now, you can escort me back. She beckoned to Qin Luo. Back? To where? He inquired. Of course, back to the office. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Luo conceded. He couldn't simply abandon someone he had injured. Wow, look, isn't that Li Qingcheng? Has she changed boyfriends again? Exclaimed a passing student, pointing at the couple's silhouette. Isn't that quite normal? Is the trend now for men to don traditional robes? Hee hee, whoever gets entangled with that enchantress will suffer dearly, remarked another. Although snippets of their conversation reached Qin Luo's ears, his pure and kind-hearted nature prevented him from dwelling on them. He concentrated on supporting the woman, ensuring she could navigate her way, limping slightly with his assistance. His arm wrapped around her slender waist, occasionally brushing against the softness of her bosom. A fragrant aroma engulfed him, igniting a yearning deep within his being. Her exquisite features, cascading waves of hair framing her shoulders, combined with her sultry figure and alluring demeanor, resembled a poppy blooming in the dark of night, vividly beautiful, tantalizingly ambiguous. Though Qin Luo typically shied away from the Biomedical Engineering Institute, he found himself unwittingly led there once more by this woman. Beyond providing support to her, he was oblivious to his surroundings, even neglecting to notice the familiar path they traversed. All right, I've arrived. You can return now. Remember, you are responsible for me, she said, playfully shaking her phone at him. Rest assured, call me if anything arises, Qin Luo replied, thinking to himself that she shouldn't expect to use this as leverage against him. As a doctor, he was well aware of the extent of her injuries. Very well then, little brother, goodbye. The woman laughed charmingly. Little brother? Li Qingqing, is it for him that you rejected me? When did you develop a taste for this type of young man? A man with a fierce expression scoffed from behind them. Chapter 29. Even villains keep a diary. As a handsome man, Qin Luo constantly faced significant pressure in life. Whenever he encountered someone more attractive than himself, his immediate instinct was to approach and land a few punches on their face. Indeed, the man standing behind them was undeniably handsome. His thick brows and large eyes would require no makeup for a shoot in Taiwan's idol film industry. However, his voice was chillingly cold, and his thin lips conveyed an insidious and ruthless aura. Li Qingyang, this matter is ours alone and has nothing to do with him. Li Qingqing arched an eyebrow and retorted with displeasure. Oh, how surprising it is that the infamous poison spider would take the initiative to speak on behalf of a man. Indeed, the sun must be rising from the west today. The man's gaze towards Qin Luo grew increasingly hostile as he said sarcastically, Li Qingqing. Qin Luo tilted his head at a sharp angle, pondering earnestly, why does this name sound so familiar? It seems I have heard it somewhere before. This is my affair now. It has no bearing on you. Li Qingqing scoffed dismissively. Of course, it has nothing to do with me. Li Qingyang nodded. However, if you are to change men, you ought to choose a better one, don't you think? Men of this caliber seem to be a dime a dozen. Originally, Qin Luo intended to sneak away quietly. After all, he wasn't well acquainted with them. Their quarrels, insults, or even knife fights were none of his concern. Moreover, Lin Huanqi might already be waiting outside. Yet, this man suddenly turned his ire towards him, which made Qin Luo quite uncomfortable. We are all born of parents. What gives you the right to insult me? Hey, Mr. Li, I am not familiar with her. Your quarrel is of no concern to me. However, do not involve me. I have no connection to this matter, Qin Luo said, looking at Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang laughed scornfully, pointing at Qin Luo as he spoke to Li Qingqing. The man you found this time is truly subpar, isn't he? After sharing your bed, he lacks even the courage to take responsibility? Li Qingyang, I shall reiterate. I have no relationship with him. Why rejection of you stems from my disinterest. It is remarkable that I have refrained from expressing my disdain for your self-important demeanor right in front of you. Do you genuinely believe yourself to be some elegant gem of the world? Li Qingqing's fiery temper flared up as she placed her hands on her hips and scolded. And what of you? Are you not merely a promiscuous harlot? Indeed, if you cannot even entice a woman so readily available, what purpose does your existence serve? You might as well cease to live. It appears that Li Qingqing was quite experienced in handling such situations, responding with a steady demeanor. You vile creature, just wait and see, I shall make you pay for this. The muscles in Li Qingyang's face contorted severely, evidently shaken by Li Qingqing's words. A man who resorts to such threats against a woman. How can you still bear to live? Why don't you just die? Li Qingqing, you may flaunt your arrogance now, but there will come a day when you will plead for mercy from me. Li Qingyang retorted angrily, pointing at Li Qingqing. He then turned his attention to Qin Luo, jabbing a finger at his face as he declared, And you, kid, prepare yourself to be dealt with. Qin Luo nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket. After rummaging for a moment, he recited a series of numbers to Li Qingyang. What? Li Qingyang looked utterly bewildered. What I just recited was my phone number, Qin Luo explained. What are you implying? Seeking to beg for mercy? Li Qingyang asked with a cold smirk. No, I merely fear that when you decide to confront someone, you might not find me. It's so. I am giving you my number. When you wish to settle the score with me, just give me a call, and I shall gladly cooperate. Qin Luo replied with a smile. A foreign gentleman once remarked, when someone strikes your left cheek, you must extend your right. Qin Luo believed he excelled in this regard. You have quite the audacity. Remarkable. Li Qingyang, trembling with rage, pointed at Qin Luo before turning to leave, her eyes blazing with hatred, embodying a spirit unwilling to relent. After she had distanced herself, Qin Luo gazed at the alluring woman before him, hesitating to speak. Little brother, do you wish to inquire about something? As long as you seek knowledge, I am more than willing to divulge. In fact, even if you desire to know my measurements, it would not pose a problem. Li Qingqing said with a charming smile, her expression laced with seduction. You are Li Qingqing? Qin Luo asked, subtly shifting his gaze, striving to avoid her captivating eyes. Indeed, Li Qingqing candidly affirmed, I've heard of you. Qin Luo replied. It seemed that every time Lin Huanqi was mentioned, Li Qingqing's name accompanied it. Moreover, they were part of some ice and fire duo. Do you often hear rumors about your elder sister? What do they say about me? The woman inquired, her expression reminiscent of an innocent child. Mostly unfavorable, Qin Luo replied discreetly. HMIS. It's something along the lines of Li Qingqing being a promiscuous woman, changing partners weekly, and sharing beds with numerous men throughout the year? Li Qingqing teased. Pretty much, Qin Luo replied in astonishment. This woman seemed to know everything. Would you consider being my new partner? After so many men, my skills in bed are rather commendable, she said, deliberately biting her lip. We are not suited for one another, Qin Luo retorted through gritted teeth. He despised being tempted. Whenever faced with such situations, his heart would waver. He loathed making choices. How can you know we're not compatible without trying? I would be very accommodating, Li Qingqing said with a playful grin. She found this man before her amusingly navi. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Qin Luo said, unwilling to continue the conversation with her, and turned to depart. Hey, little brother. Remember you still owe me something, the woman called after him, laughter echoing behind her. Qin Luo shivered and hastily made his escape. The saying that urban women are like tigers held a kernel of truth. When Qin Luo arrived at the school gate, Lin Huanqi's champagne-colored BMW awaited him. Originally, he intended to evade the attention of others. Yet he underestimated Lin Huanqi's allure. Countless medical students lingered in the shops, restaurants, and bus stops near the school entrance, feigning busyness while occasionally casting glances at Lin Huanqi, who sat quietly in her car. Lin Huanqi, embroiled in a student romance scandal, was undoubtedly the focal point of the school. As she awaited outside in her luxury vehicle, it was clear that everyone sensed there were stories to uncover. Indeed, as Qin Luo steeled himself to approach, he could feel the surrounding chatter escalate abruptly. Numerous voices erupted into discussion, fingers pointed in their direction, and people began pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Qin Luo suddenly felt a swell of pride. Are those illustrious celebrities truly as remarkable as they seem? Are you feeling impatient? Qin Luo inquired with a smile. Not at all, Lin Huanqi replied, shaking her head as she started the car. Had she not made arrangements to wait here for Qin Luo, she would have departed long ago. Being scrutinized like a national treasure by so many was decidedly not in her nature. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she refrained from calling to urge Qin Luo or suggesting an alternative meeting place. Her mindset was evidently shifting. Lin Huanqi reflected inwardly a life akin to that of ordinary individuals, dating, marrying, and raising children, truly suitable for her? Or could she genuinely embrace such a life? Yet, why did she still feel a profound aversion upon seeing those men? Why did conversing with them always evoke a sense of irritation? Lin Qingyuan was tending to the flowers in the courtyard, attended by his secretary, Chen Lei. Upon spotting Qin Luo, Chen Lei greeted him with a smile, saying, Qin Luo, welcome back. I heard you've become a teacher. Congratulations. Thank you, Qin Luo replied, giving Chen Lei a friendly pat on the shoulder. He held a genuine fondness for this thunderous brother. However, when Chen Lei's gaze shifted to Lin Huanqi, his face flushed crimson, and he stammered, Sister Lin, you're back? Lin Huanqi replied coldly. Seeing Lin Huanqi return with Qin Luo, Lin Qingyuan smiled and remarked, Qin Luo, you too have returned. Why is Grandpa Lin home from work so early today? Qin Luo inquired, puzzled. Ordinarily, the hospital kept Lin Lao Yezai busy until late into the night, and his countenance appeared rather grim. Even when smiling, it was a painfully forced expression, a change that did not escape Qin Luo's keen observation. It seemed something had transpired at the hospital. Haha, one grows old, and tending to flowers and growing vegetables is a blessing in its own right. Lin Qingyuan chuckled, though his tone revealed a distinct undercurrent of reluctance. Has something happened? Qin Luo inquired as he approached Lin Lao Yezai. Sigh. You are indeed sharp, young man, Lin Qingyuan sighed, tossing the watering can onto the flower bed. Today, the leaders from the department summoned me for a discussion, suggesting I retire early. Retire? That might not be so bad. You could cultivate your garden. Qin Luo responded with a smile. I understand that sentiment. I am not power hungry. At my age, it is indeed time to step back. Yet, I cannot help but feel discontent, Lin Qingyuan expressed with visible indignation. If the position of director were to be handed to someone else, I might accept it. However, transferring it to Ma Yukai fills me with unease. Ma Yukai as director? Qin Luo exclaimed in astonishment. How does this scoundrel remain so persistent, always stirring up trouble from the shadows? No matter how hard one tries, he cannot be eradicated. Sigh. Previously, the higher-ups also spoke to me, subtly suggesting I step down. Yet, I was unwilling to relinquish this position to Ma Yukai, so I held my ground at a tea that time. I had just gained recognition thanks to your assistance, and they could not make things difficult for me. This time, I wonder which influential figure he has managed to sway, as the decision has already been discussed and the appointment from above is imminent. Lin Qingyuan sighed and shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness in the face of unchangeable realities. It seems he has quite the connections up there, Qin Luo remarked with a bitter smile. Indeed, otherwise, how could he have attained the position of director with his capabilities? Lin Qingyuan scoffed. Just a bureaucrat, hardly deserving of being called a competent physician. A doctor must possess medical ethics. Does he? Then we must find a way to prevent him from becoming the director. Lin Huanqi coldly interjected from the side. What can be done? Lin Qingyuan shook his head. For appointments of such levels, I only have the right to recommend. I hold no decision-making power. Moreover, even if I were to make a recommendation, the higher-ups may not heed my words. There's no need for you to be anxious, Grandpa Lin. The net of heaven is vast and intricate, ensnaring all without fail, Qin Luo comforted. Nowadays, even villains keep diaries. Perhaps one day their misdeeds will be exposed to the world. Chapter 30. Birthday invitation. Good people do not live long, while the wicked endure for 1,000 years. The prevalence of petty individuals gaining success around him has led Qin Luo to question his own outlook on life and values. He even pondered whether he should truly adhere to the grand moral principles espoused by the Qin family teachings. However, as a physician, if one lacks sound medical ethics, how can one earn the trust of patients? The great medical sage Sun Simiao advocated that patients should be treated as close kin and that doctors should not belittle their peers. Yet, how many physicians can genuinely uphold such principles today? If everyone adhered to them, the doctor-patient relationship in Huaxia would not be so fraught with tension. The notion of doctors being labeled as wolves in white coats is not without historical cause. Yet, witnessing others commit wrongdoings and then feeling justified in following suit raises the question. How different am I from the first wrongdoer? I shall neither be a good person nor a bad one. I shall be a person of moderate disposition, Qin Luo contemplated quietly. After assisting Lin Huanqi with acupuncture, Qin Luo remarked while tidying up the needle box, after 2 more sessions of acupuncture, your liver meridian will be nearly fully unblocked. From then on, a regimen of herbal medicine will suffice. Lin Huanqi adjusted the hem of her nightgown and softly acknowledged his words. For reasons unknown, she felt a tinge of reluctance in her heart. Let's have some tea before you leave, Lin Huanqi called out to Qin Luo, who was about to step out the door. She felt that this scene resembled the melodramatic moments in television dramas where lonely women attempt to retain their departing lovers. This thought momentarily flustered her icy demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Luo replied, very well. Night, distinct from the heat and clarity of daylight, presents another chromatic world bestowed by the divine. The vibrant and enchanting hues, slightly veiled yet intoxicating, create an alluring atmosphere in this same space and time. Countless events unfold in reality, while many sit as they do, leaning against the vines, enjoying the moonlight and savoring tea. Lin Huanqi's tea-making skills appeared somewhat unpracticed, suggesting that she seldom engaged in such activities. However, her focused and earnest expression was exceedingly captivating, bringing delight to Qin Luo's eyes. If there were no necessity, Lin Huanqi rarely initiated conversation. Thus, it fell upon Qin Luo, as the man, to assume the role of conversation starter. They could hardly sit in silence for an extended time without exchanging a word, could they? Indeed, the ancients possessed remarkable wisdom. When disinclined to engage with their women, a mere utterance of silence at this moment speaks louder than words would resolve all dilemmas, leaving the foolish woman inexplicably moved. Have you seen the posts on the school forum? Qin Luo inquired. Yes, Lin Huanqi replied, as she presented the brewed tea before Qin Luo. Should I step forward to clarify the situation for you? Qin Luo asked, observing Lin Huanqi's indifferent demeanor. Was this woman truly unconcerned about anything? What clarification is necessary? I can assert that we share a platonic friendship, Qin Luo suggested. At the very least, I can reveal my identity. If he were to disclose that he was a teacher, perhaps this incident would not have garnered such fervor. It seems that the relationship between students and teachers invariably evokes a sense of forbidden excitement, which is precisely why they find themselves at the epicenter of attention from the entire school community. Why should we feel compelled to explain ourselves to them? Lin Huanqi lifted her gaze to Qin Luo and asked, I fear it might tarnish your reputation. Lin Huanqi nodded and remarked, before this incident, they referred to me as the stone woman. Some even questioned my sexuality. Qin Luo pondered, realizing there was truly no need to elucidate matters to those tiresome individuals. and no matter how one articulates it, they would only conjure further speculations. "Do you know Li Qingqing?" Qin Luo queried, and immediately regretted it. "Are you acquainted with her?" Lin Huanqi arched her elegantly shaped brows, clearly harboring a strong aversion towards Li Qingqing. "Not exactly acquainted, merely familiar," Qin Luo replied. "Avoid her," Lin Huanqi cautioned. "Understood," Qin Luo nodded, simultaneously grasping the profound truth of the adage that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. "I truly wish to perpetuate this tranquil existence," Lin Huanqi murmured, tilting her face upwards to gaze at the moonlit sky. Qin Luo greedily admired her momentarily sanctified profile, imbued with an intoxicating allure. It was uncertain whether she referred to life as it currently was or to the state of being in her company. He dared not speculate. Despite being mentally prepared, when Qin Luo entered the classroom, he was taken aback by the spectacle before him. The vast classroom was densely packed with individuals, with students even pulling chairs from the back row to accommodate themselves. Even more astonishing was the sight of two individuals sharing a single chair. It was unclear whether they had come to attend a lecture or to witness a performance. Following Ma Heng's class transfer, Qin Luo's clinical traditional Chinese medicine class had only 49 students. Yet now, nearly 200 individuals had crammed into the classroom. In other words, the number of auditing students far exceeded that of the actual students. "My good looks have caused me trouble," Qin Luo mused, contemplating whether he should impose an entrance fee on the newly arrived students. Standing at the podium, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen." The students erupted into laughter, some even brandishing their phones to capture photographs of Qin Luo. He waved his hand and said, "I am aware that due to various circumstances, I currently attract considerable attention within the school. However, as a teacher, I have a duty to my students. Therefore, if you are merely here for the spectacle, please return after class." At that moment, I felt that you had no impact whatsoever on my life. "Teacher Qin, are you perhaps the boyfriend of teacher Lin Huanqi?" A female voice inquired from behind, as the photos on the forum bore a striking resemblance to you. Wang Juzhou sat in the front row, her expression serene as she awaited Qin Luo's response. However, her hands were tightly clenched beneath the desk. "No." Qin Luo shook his head and replied, "We are merely good friends." "Aren't good friends also akin to romantic partners?" Someone questioned aloud. "Good friends are just good friends. Romantic partners are romantic partners." As a man, if she were truly my woman, I would have the courage to acknowledge it publicly. To do otherwise would be an irresponsible display. Applause erupted from the female students in the audience, as Qin Luo's words resonated deeply with them. "Teacher Qin, you are so handsome that I like you. Would you be my boyfriend?" A bold girl shouted unabashedly. Such words, tinged with both jest and sincerity, could be interpreted in multiple ways. Women possess the unique ability to effortlessly shift their roles, advancing when necessary and retreating when prudent, never finding themselves at a disadvantage. "Perhaps you should wait until you are older to discuss such matters," Qin Luo replied with a smile. He was somewhat unfamiliar with the girl, who seemed to have come from another class to join the commotion. "Teacher, I am already quite grown up," the girl shouted once more. The students in the class began to jeer, with some teasingly inquiring about what aspect of her had matured. Qin Luo rapped the desk with a chalkboard eraser, saying, "Enough, we shall now commence the lesson. I will grant everyone one last opportunity. Those here merely to spectate may leave now. Once I begin teaching, free movement within the classroom will not be permitted." Qin Luo gestured to the aisle in the middle of the classroom, stating, at that point, "I will be the only one allowed to move about the class." One left, fully aware that his lecture was about to begin. Qin Luo felt a twinge of frustration. At this rate, would he need to switch to a larger classroom for the next lesson? Since Qin Luo's diagnostics class was scheduled for the last 2 periods of the afternoon, he would be able to head home directly to wait for Lin Huanqi after the classes concluded. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, Wang Juzhou hurriedly caught up to him. "Teacher Qin," Wang Juzhou called from behind. "Yes. Is there something you need?" Qin Luo turned to look at her, inquiring. This girl demonstrated remarkable insight in her study of traditional Chinese medicine, rivaling even his aunt, who was affectionately referred to as the living herbal classic. Qin Luo could see that she genuinely cherished traditional Chinese medicine. "Teacher Qin, do you have time this evening?" Wang Juzhou asked with a smile, her eyes curved and her long lashes framing a charming expression. "Is your mother unwell?" Qin Luo questioned. Wang Juzhou longed to retort, "Your mother is the one who is ill," but faced with her favorite teacher, she could only stifle such thoughts. "No, my mother is in excellent health," Wang Juzhou replied, somewhat disheartened. Oh, then what is the matter? Qin Luo inquired, perplexed. Previously, this girl had asked for his phone number, claiming her mother suffered from some peculiar gynecological ailment. Now, she had come to inquire about his availability, leading Qin Luo to instinctively assume her mother had fallen ill. It is like this. Today marks the birthday of our classmate, Xiao Hua. She has reserved a private room at the KTV and invited all her classmates to celebrate. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us in this joyous occasion. Those who have attended university understand that when a student invites a teacher to their birthday celebration, it signifies that the teacher is immensely popular. Although Qin Luo has only been here for a few days, he has already won the hearts of all his classmates with his unique charm and exceptional medical skills. Should anyone dare to insult Qin Luo in front of their group, they would likely confront the offender publicly. Is KTV a place for singing? Qin Luo inquired. Indeed, came the response. Understanding the venue, Qin Luo nodded and remarked, everyone here is a student, and I am the only teacher. Would it be inappropriate for me to attend? Wang Juzhou squinted her eyes and laughed, questioning, isn't Teacher Qin someone who shies away from inconvenience? I quite appreciate that sentiment, he replied. Very well, I shall drop by for a while. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. Hooray! I will go inform them, Wang Juzhou exclaimed excitedly before rushing back to the classroom to notify everyone. Soon, the classroom was filled with applause and cheers. Qin Luo glanced at his reflection in his phone screen, thinking to himself that he looked rather dapper. However, he mused, this might be an ominous sign. One can be handsome, but one must not attract undue attention from the higher authorities. After indulging in a moment of vanity, Qin Luo dialed Lin Huanqi's number to inform her that he would be attending the birthday gathering and would not be returning with her. Chapter 31. Who says women are inferior to men? Xiao Hua is a girl with an oval face, slightly plump yet undeniably adorable. When she smiles, she reveals two deep dimples on her cheeks. Due to the small size of the class, Qin Luo has a faint recollection of her. On the first day when he provided free medical consultations for the entire class, he discovered that she had some bruising in her abdomen that needed to be addressed promptly. Otherwise, over time, it could develop into a mass or worsen into cancer. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Hua has always held a deep sense of gratitude towards Qin Luo. With all 49 students present, and Qin Luo as the sole teacher, the total number of attendees reached 50. Among the students, some came from affluent backgrounds and drove their own cars, transporting half of their peers. The remaining students took taxis to meet up. Some offered Qin Luo a ride, but he declined. As their teacher, he felt a responsibility for their safety, even during leisure activities. Qin Luo accompanied Wang Juzhou in the last taxi to arrive. Stopping in front of a lavishly decorated KTV, Golden Palm KTV, Qin Luo mused as he gazed up at the brightly illuminated sign, noticing the sky had just begun to darken. It appears to be quite expensive. Can Xiao Hua truly afford this for all of us? Although Qin Luo had never visited a KTV, he was familiar with such entertainment venues through television. Aware that expenses could easily spiral out of control, hundreds for a round of beer and even thousands for a bottle of wine, he felt somewhat guilty about a young girl treating them all. Xiao Hua comes from a wealthy family. We are dining in style, Wang Juzhou remarked with a smile. Students who had arrived earlier greeted them. Having already reserved their room, as Qin Luo and the others stepped inside, they found the spacious private room brimming with people. Xiao Hua approached with a radiant smile and said, Teacher Qin, please make yourself comfortable. Do not stand on ceremony. Happy birthday, Xiao Hua, Qin Luo replied with a grin. Wang Juzhou only informed me of your birthday after school, and I didn't have time to purchase a gift that I promised to make it up to you later. Your presence alone is the finest gift I could receive, Teacher Qin. You have no idea how many girls in our class envy me, Xiao Hua said with an innocent smile. Aren't you two being a bit too polite? You keep exchanging pleasantries, and just listening to you is exhausting, Wang Juzhou interjected playfully to lighten the mood. Xiao Hua, I hope there is something to eat. I'm absolutely famished. Jujia, I've ordered steak for everyone. It might not be the most authentic, but let us make do. There's also barbecue and some snacks. Feel free to order whatever you like, Xiao Hua said affectionately, holding Wang Juzhou's hand, indicating their close bond. I want to be courteous with you, Wang Juzhou replied with a smile. By the way, where are the others? This isn't enough. I was worried it would be too crowded, so I reserved 2 private rooms. They are next door, Xiao Hua explained. How generous of you. I fear your card will be maxed out today, Wang Juzhou teased, pinching Xiao Hua's chubby cheek. Not to worry. My father will send someone to settle the bill later, Xiao Hua replied nonchalantly. Soon, the steaks Xiao Hua had ordered arrived. The flavor was indeed not quite authentic, yet for those who had rushed over on an empty stomach to sing, it was still quite delectable. Qin Luo couldn't discern the authenticity of the taste as it was his first time eating steak, and he had no prior experience to compare it to. After satisfying their hunger, the boys began to drink. Some of the girls joined in, while others went off to choose songs to sing. Wang Juju took the microphone and said, "I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for attending Xiaohua's birthday party. On behalf of Xiaohua, thank you all. Now, let us dedicate a song, Curiosity Kills the Cat, to Xiaohua and our special guest, Teacher Qin Luo. The circle of darkness in my eyes watches you, eager to know your thoughts. You are as mysterious as Sicily, while I am like a curious little cat. They say curiosity can lead to folly. If you're aimless, it could turn out badly. Now it's time to clarify your goals. Don't lose your curiosity and compromise your pride." This is an exceptionally charming love song for young girls, with a refreshingly unique vibe. Wang Juzhuo's singing prowess vividly conveyed the sweet yet languid essence of girlhood. As the song concluded, applause erupted, mingled with the whistles of the boys. Wang Juzhuo set down the microphone and scurried over to sit beside Qin Luo, asking, "Teacher Qin, shall I dedicate a song for you?" Qin Luo shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, I cannot sing." "Hee, I knew you wouldn't. Did you really think I would let you sing? I fear that if you did, everyone might flee in terror," Wang Juzhuo quipped. "That is indeed a possibility," Qin Luo chuckled. "Will you be drinking beer or red wine?" Wang Juzhuo clutched a bottle of beer in one hand, while in the other, she held a bottle of Great Wall dry red wine. Gazing at Qin Luo as she spoke, in such a setting, Wang Juzhuo deliberately chose to overlook Qin Luo's identity, intentionally refraining from addressing him as teacher. "I do not drink," Qin Luo responded with a shake of his head. "Just a bottle of pure water will suffice." "Really, Teacher Qin, you don't drink at all? Given your attire, I would have thought you resembled those ancient heroes who can drink 1,000 cups without getting inebriated," remarked the burly Li Ming, who approached with several cans of beer, looking as if he intended to challenge Qin Luo to a drinking contest. "I truly cannot consume alcohol," Qin Luo replied with a wry smile. His grandfather had admonished him since childhood never to touch alcohol, and over the years, he had adhered to this counsel without fail. "Just have one bottle," Li Ming insisted. "Look, all those girls are drinking beer. You wouldn't want to be outdone by them, would you?" "Indeed," echoed another voice. "Teacher Qin, it's Xiaohua's birthday today. You must partake in a toast to celebrate, at the very least. We're not pressuring you. Just a little sip will do. If you happen to get tipsy, I'll escort you home." Wang Juzhuo chimed in, enticingly. "You're not harboring any ulterior motives in escorting Teacher Qin home, are you?" Li Ming grinned at Wang Juzhuo, who was considered a campus beauty, and usually, he would never muster the courage to converse with someone of her caliber. However, the unique atmosphere of the occasion seemed to foster a closeness among everyone, emboldening him to make such harmless jests. "Exactly as long as Teacher Qin does not vehemently protest, I shall turn raw rice into cooked rice," Wang Juzhuo teased, directing her gaze at Qin Luo. "You all have far too little respect for a teacher," Qin Luo admonished sternly. Within the classroom, we regard you as our teacher. Outside, you are our leader," Li Ming called out to his friends. "Isn't that right, everyone?" "Indeed, our leader," a chorus of boys echoed. Qin Luo chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Just drink your alcohol. Teacher Qin, today is my birthday, and I raise a glass to you." Xiaohua, the birthday girl, exclaimed as she returned from offering a toast to the next table, joining the lively atmosphere. "Teacher Qin, you must drink since Xiaohua is the guest of honor." "Yes, otherwise Xiaohua might very well shed tears," another chimed in. "Let those in favor of Teacher Qin drinking raise their hands. Look, even Teacher Qin himself has raised a hand. How cooperative." Qin Luo extricated his right hand from Wang Juzhuo's grasp, smiling wryly. "I truly cannot drink alcohol. How about this? I shall share a drink with Xiaohua, and thereafter, I will abstain for the rest of the evening. Is that agreeable to everyone?" Fearing that this group would continue to pressure him into drinking, he decided to set the terms up front. "No objections here, that we agree," Li Ming shouted. With no other choice, Qin Luo accepted the glass of red wine handed to him by Wang Juzhuo, raising his glass to Xiaohua and saying, "Xiaohua, happy birthday." "Thank you, Teacher Qin," she responded, tilting her head back and downing her drink in one swift motion. With the girls having finished their drinks, Qin Luo felt compelled to follow suit, steeling himself to finish the glass of red wine. It marked the first time in over 20 years that he had consumed alcohol, leaving him both anxious and anticipatory, worrying that, as his grandfather had warned, his body might indeed not tolerate it. What I anticipated was an unfamiliarity with the taste of wine. I licked my lips and savored the moment for a while. Qin Luo pondered whether it was truly remarkable. Just as he was about to express some thoughts, a sudden dizziness overcame him, causing him to tumble into Wang Jujia's embrace. Ah! Wang Jujia exclaimed as she caught Qin Luo, her voice laced with concern. "Teacher Qin, are you all right? Please, don't frighten me." "I'm fine," Qin Luo replied weakly, "just feeling a bit dizzy. Let me rest on the sofa for a moment." Although Wang Jujia's embrace was gentle, Qin Luo felt that even with his thick skin, it would be inappropriate to lay in the arms of his student in front of so many people. Wang Jujia responded, reassuringly. Without needing assistance from anyone else, she wrapped her arms around him and lifted him as if a burly man were carrying off his newly acquired bride. Qin Luo buried his face in Wang Jujia's long hair, filled with a sense of despair. How could this woman be so brazen as to carry him? Fortunately, the others were preoccupied with their concern for Qin Luo's well-being, and none noticed the color draining from his face. "Teacher Qin, are you all right?" Li Ming inquired, his expression tense with worry. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy," Qin Luo replied. "Perhaps I overindulged in the wine. A little rest should remedy it." However, Qin Luo was acutely aware that his condition was far more serious than mere dizziness. His veins were fluctuating erratically, and his stomach churned violently. It seemed that some chemical reaction had occurred between the alcohol and his body. The exact cause would warrant further investigation later. "Damn this constitution," Qin Luo lamented internally. He hoped fervently that no one would relay this scene back to the school. If his grandfather learned he had been drinking, he might face severe repercussions. Li Ming picked up the glass that Qin Luo had previously dropped, turning to Wang Jujia. "Did you give Teacher Qin red wine?" "Yes," she replied. "The same as ours?" "From the same bottle," Wang Jujia said, her eyes filled with worry as she glanced at Qin Luo. "That's peculiar. Red wine shouldn't have such an effect, right? Could it be that our Teacher Qin is indeed the legendary one-drink wonder?" Qin Luo silently vowed to deal with this audacious individual once he regained his health. Just then, a wave of nausea surged through his chest, as if something was threatening to erupt. He hastily sprang from the sofa and dashed towards the exit. "Hey, Teacher Qin, there's a restroom in the private room," Wang Jujia called after him, but Qin Luo was already too far gone to hear. He burst through the door and rushed outside. Concerned for Qin Luo's condition, Wang Jujia hurried after him. Li Ming attempted to follow but was halted by Xiao Hua, who grasped his arm and said, "Where are you going? Come, let us drink." The others paused momentarily before breaking into laughter and returning to their drinking. Upon escaping the door, Qin Luo walked briskly, and fortune smiled upon him as he soon spotted the restroom sign. As soon as he dashed into the restroom, he leaned over the sink and began to retch violently. After expelling the contents of his stomach, he continued to gag, as though attempting to purge his very insides. "Teacher Qin, are you all right?" Wang Jujia rushed in, gently patting his back. "How did you get in here?" A woman suddenly dashed into the men's restroom, causing a flurry of panic among the few men attending to their business. "I did not even glance at you all. What is the commotion about?" Wang Jujia retorted with irritation. "I'm perfectly fine." Qin Luo weakly waved his hand. "This is the men's restroom. How did you come to be here?" "I was worried about you," Wang Jujia replied. When Li Qingyang entered the washroom, he too was startled by the presence of a woman inside. After glancing at the sign to confirm he had not wandered into the wrong place, he struck a charming pose and smiled, saying, "Miss, you seem to be in the wrong location." "I am aware," Wang Jujia said, pulling out a tissue to dab the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. Go be honest. It was her first time bursting into a men's restroom, and she felt quite anxious, her gaze fixed on Qin Luo, too apprehensive to look elsewhere. "Is there anything you need help with?" Li Qingyang glanced at the beautiful woman beside Qin Luo, his expression suddenly darkening as he remarked, "It's you?" Qin Luo raised his head, equally surprised to encounter Li Qingyang in such a setting. "What brings you here?" Li Qingyang greedily eyed Wang Jujia, sneering as he said, "I truly misjudged you. I never imagined you were such a skilled womanizer. Which one is better in bed, this woman or Li Qinsheng?" Qin Luo too was curious about the answer to that question, but he was at a loss. "Your mouth is as foul as ever. Are you preparing to teach me a lesson?" Qin Luo straightened his posture with effort. "Well, what a coincidence we have here. Since you've brought it up, it would be remiss of me not to give you a little lesson in return." "What do you intend to do?" Wang Jujia questioned, fixating on Li Qingyang. This doesn't concern you. Step aside, Li Qingyang replied, preparing to corner the fellow in the restroom for a beating. The young man was neither taller, nor stronger, nor more handsome than him. Of course, fighting had nothing to do with looks. However, given his sickly appearance, he certainly did not seem to pose a threat. Get lost, Wang Jujiao shouted. Wretch, don't push your luck, I'll say it once more. Get out of my way, Li Qingyang. Now furious, pointed an accusing finger at Wang Jujiao. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. Wang Jujiao suddenly sprang into action, wrapping her arms around Li Qingyang's neck and delivering a heavy knee strike to his abdomen. Amidst his pig-like screams, she seized his hair with one hand and forcefully slammed his face against the mirror of the wash basin. Crash! The mirror shattered, and Li Qingyang's face was left marred. Chapter 32. I shall annihilate them. Wang Jujiao's attack was swift and decisive. Completed in the blink of an eye, but by the time Qin Luo emerged from his state of shock and grasped the situation, Li Qingyang was already disfigured. Wang Jujiao, perhaps feeling that her hands were a tad dirty from the scuffle, turned on the faucet to wash them and meticulously dried them with a tissue. Indeed, her fingers were exquisite, slender, fair, and perfectly proportioned. Noticing Qin Luo staring at her in a daze, she sweetly smiled, appearing quite demure as she said, Truth be told, I don't usually enjoy fighting, I could tell, Qin Luo said, betraying his conscience. Those 2 moves you executed just now must have been honed over several years of martial arts training, I presume? Teacher Qin, let us depart. Xiaohua and the others are still awaiting us, Wang Jujiao remarked. She stood at the entrance of the men's restroom, causing numerous men to rush in only to emerge with bewildered expressions. Some, particularly urgent, dashed into the stalls and shut the doors to attend to their bodily functions. Qin Luo pointed to Li Qingyang, who lay on the ground in a state of lamentation, and inquired, What shall we do about him? Wang Jujiao pondered for a moment before responding. Surely a kind-hearted individual will take him to the hospital. Otherwise, should we call for staff to assist him? And what if he decides to call the police? Qin Luo asked anxiously. I would merely claim he attempted to assault me. You could serve as my witness. As the 2 engaged in this serious discussion, they supported each other while exiting the restroom. That is a clever solution, Qin Luo acknowledged. But how did you gain entry to the men's restroom? He dragged me in, Wang Jujiao replied with a mischievous grin. Such an expression, in Qin Luo's eyes, bore a hint of devilishness. Had Li Qingyang, lying on the ground, heard this, one could only wonder if he might have been driven to a fit of rage. Upon their return to the private room, the atmosphere had become quite exuberant. Some were indulging in drinking games, others were engaged in dice games, while a group of men and women gathered to sing A Lifetime with You. As Qin Luo and Wang Jujiao re-entered, Li Ming and Xiaohua rushed forward to greet them. Teacher Qin, are you all right? Li Ming inquired with concern. I'm fine. Just a bit of vomiting has made me feel much better, Qin Luo replied, as he was helped by Wang Jujiao to take a seat on the sofa. Teacher Qin, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have pressured you to drink, Li Ming expressed remorsefully. It's nothing to worry about. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Go enjoy yourselves. Do not mind me. Teacher Qin, may I keep you company? Li Ming offered. The earnest admiration of such a robust man for another is indeed genuine and heartfelt. There is no need for your company. Let us go sing. Did you not say you could sing True Heart Hero? Let us choose that, Xiaohua urged as she pulled Li Ming along. Go ahead and sing. I shall keep Teacher Qin company, Li Ming, displaying great loyalty, insisted. You foolish person. Are you truly dim-witted or merely pretending? With Jujiao here, do you think your presence is necessary? Xiaohua exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Ah, right, we should go sing. Li Ming finally grasped the situation. When he looked back at Qin Luo and Wang Jujiao, the smile on his face appeared somewhat strange, clearly indicating that Xiaohua's hint had been rather obvious. Your thoughts are far from pure, Wang Jujiao teased, pointing at the 2. Indeed. We are all rather impure. Jujiao is the most innocent person in the world, they chimed in. Jujiao, the responsibility of accompanying Teacher Qin now falls upon you. We shall proceed to sing, Xiaohua laughed, as she watched the 2 rush off. Wang Jujiao turned to Qin Luo and asked, Would you care for something to drink? Perhaps pure water? Yes, pure water would be fine, Qin Luo replied. Wang Jujiao searched the room but found only beer and red wine, so she pushed open the door and stepped outside. With his eyes gently closed, Qin Luo listened to the melodies sung by his students. To be honest, aside from the song performed well by Wang Jujiao, most were merely howling in a cacophony. Yet, in such an environment, Qin Luo found no sense of noise. Rather, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Humans are social creatures, each yearning for companionship. Suddenly, a cacophony of intense argumentation erupted from outside. In the next instant, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. The melodious singing came to an abrupt halt, and all heads turned toward the entrance. A group of men clad in black stood blocking the doorway, with a young man sporting a close-cropped hairstyle at the forefront. His eyes, filled with a mocking yet sinister glint, surveyed the individuals within the room, as if preparing to engage in a game of cat and mouse. Wang Jujio found herself cornered at the entrance. Clutching 2 bottles of Kang Shifu mineral water, her expression one of vigilance, intent on preventing their intrusion. Qin Luo rose from the sofa, regarding the man with a question. "Who are you?" "Qingyang, come here. Identify the one who assaulted you." The man bellowed toward the outside, like Qingyang. His face partially obscured by a handkerchief, emerged from the throng, pointing at Qin Luo and Wang Jujio, declaring, "It's those two." Only then did the man fix his gaze on Qin Luo, stating, "The male will have his legs broken and his face scarred. The female will be taken away." "Understood." The group of black-clad men responded in unison, their demeanor imposing. "Damn it, who dares?" Li Ming finally reacted, seizing a bottle of red wine from the table and charging forward. The other young men quickly grasped whatever makeshift weapons they could find and positioned themselves behind Qin Luo. "Oh, so there are truly some who are not afraid of death," the close-cropped young man remarked, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, with a lackey at his side offering a lighter. After taking a deep drag from the cigarette, he exhaled the smoke in rings, the hazy tendrils swirling languidly in the dim light, exuding a certain nonchalance. Pointing with the hand that held the cigarette, he addressed Li Ming and the others, saying, "You're all students, I presume? I advise you to obediently find a corner to huddle in. Should any mishap occur, I shall not bear the responsibility." "Who the hell are you to dictate that? If you wish to harm Teacher Qin, you'll have to deal with me first." Li Ming stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qin Luo in his mind. He believed Qin Luo to be fragile, someone in need of their formidable presence for protection. "Indeed, if they intend to target Teacher Qin, we shall stand and fight." A voice called out from behind, joined by a chorus of supportive shouts, creating a palpable sense of unity. Students from the neighboring private room, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, effectively encircling the group of black-clad men in terms of numbers. Qin Luo's side appeared to have the advantage. However, he was acutely aware that should a physical confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly be his side that suffered. Who were these men? Thugs. Professional thugs. What was their line of work? Extortion, violence, and brawling. On the other hand, those standing with him were merely students who had scarcely ventured beyond the school gates, some of whom had never even engaged in a fight. In stark contrast, the outcome was evident at a glance. Moreover, should a brawl erupt, many students would likely sustain injuries. Such an incident, if it reached the school, would be a burden far beyond his capacity to bear. At the very least, he would be saddled with the accusation of leading students into a brawl. Wang Jujio harbored similar concerns. She had also learned a few grappling techniques and had previously exchanged blows with 2 members of this group at the door. Although she had not suffered any losses, she had not gained any advantage either. Their fighting style lacked technique, yet they were remarkably experienced. At times, experience can wield a more lethal impact. The man with the short hair seemed enraged by Li Ming's words, sneering as he retorted, "Who do you think you are? Superman? Spider-Man? Ip Man? If you wish to fall, then allow me to bring you down first. Brothers, since they refuse to retreat, let us impart a lesson." Li Ming, brandishing a bottle of alcohol, was about to charge forward when he was yanked back by Qin Luo. "Stand behind me," he commanded. "But Teacher Qin, I am behind you if I do not call for assistance. No one is permitted to strike," Qin Luo reiterated, his voice resolute and unwavering, leaving no room for dissent. "Oh, still wishing to play the hero? Fine, let's start with you." The short-haired man laughed heartily. The first figure clad in black lunged forward, only to quickly find himself crouching on the ground, clutching his fist in agony. The second assailant met with a similar fate. The third, however, paused mid-attack, bewildered by the inexplicable injuries of his 2 comrades. Seeking to discern how Qin Luo inflicted such harm, the short-haired man's eyes narrowed, a cold smirk forming as he remarked, "So that's how it is, a skilled fighter. Everyone, be cautious." He wheeled something in his hand. "Boss, can we use knives?" One of the underlings inquired. "Are you an idiot? They've already been incapacitated. What good is hiding a knife now?" The short-haired man scolded furiously. The young thug nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Brothers, grab your weapons. This fellow is a bit troublesome." Had Qin Luo's body been in its prime, he could have dealt with these ruffians with ease. However, having just suffered an allergic reaction and expelling a significant amount, he was currently weakened. In this moment, facing a group of knife-wielding thugs posed a considerable challenge. Although the Taoist 12 allowed him to remain clear-headed in critical situations, his strength had diminished significantly. One knife lunged towards his chest while another aimed for his abdomen. These men were indeed reckless, intent on inflicting fatal harm. Qin Luo stumbled back 3 steps before suddenly hurling the silver needles in his grasp. One assailant clutched his face and collapsed. Hearing his comrade's cry of anguish, another thug attempted to retreat, only to be met with a swift kick from Qin Luo. Li Meng could no longer contain himself. Smashing a bottle over one of the black-clad men's heads, the bottle shattered, and the thug, with great effort, turned to glance at Li Meng, as if to memorize his visage, before slumping to the ground. Upon witnessing Li Meng's counterattack, 2 more black-clad figures quickly advanced. Wang Jujiu, standing in a corner, anxiously dialed a number. Into the receiver, she shouted, "Zhang Yi, your daughter is on the verge of being killed." "Huh? Where? Where? Which scoundrel dares lay a hand on my daughter? Did you mention my name?" A woman's shrill voice echoed from the other end. "I'm at the Golden Palm." It has already erupted into chaos. "Mentioning your name is futile," Wang Jujiu replied in haste. "You reckless child, why must you always be such a source of concern? Daughter, hold on, wait for me. I will swiftly arrive to annihilate them. You won't be able to take them down alone. Hurry and have my father send help," Wang Jujiu corrected, genuinely fearful that her mother, often prone to impulsiveness, would charge in single-handedly. Chapter 33. The report was erroneous. The robe, when donned, indeed exudes an air of elegance, evoking a sense of grace reminiscent of a tall and handsome figure. However, in the midst of a scuffle, it proves to be somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, Qin Luo has worn this attire for many years, rendering it less awkward for him. Were Li Meng to don such garments, one could easily imagine him stumbling over his own feet with a single misplaced kick, failing to strike his foe. Nonetheless, it cannot be said that the outfit lacks any merit. At the very least, its loose sleeves and hem can serve to bewilder adversaries. They often find it difficult to discern the positions of Qin Luo's hands and feet, and by the time they realize it, they are met with a punch to the face or a kick to the abdomen. As he skillfully deflected a dagger's assault, Qin Luo seized the assailant's wrist, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent the black-clad assailant staggering back, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. The short-haired man, witnessing many of his subordinates fail to subdue Qin Luo, spat out a curse. "A bunch of useless fools. Don't you have a gun? Shoot him," Li Qingyang, standing nearby, urged them on. His animosity towards Qin Luo was palpable, and he naturally wished for the latter's downfall to be as tragic as possible. The short-haired man shot a scornful glance at Li Qingyang, retrieving a black handgun from his pocket and tossing it over, saying, "Aren't you proficient with this? Go ahead and give it a try." The moment Li Qingyang grasped the firearm, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Qin Luo with a single shot. However, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he offered a sheepish smile and returned the gun, saying, "Ran Gu, I truly cannot wield such a thing." The short-haired man accepted the gun back, tucking it away, and mockingly retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Why don't you pull the trigger? Whoever shoots is done for. I'm merely trying to help you out. You can't betray me like this if it weren't for your father's standing. Do you think I wouldn't just walk away? Hey, Rangu, I was just joking. There's no way I would truly let you do that." Li Qingyang replied with an awkward laugh. The short-haired man discarded his cigarette onto the ground, crushing it underfoot until it lay in tatters. He surveyed the battlefield and inquired, "How did you get entangled with him? This fellow possesses some skill. A few of my brothers have fallen at his hands. The remaining ones may not suffice to deal with him. He's just a teacher. Stepping on him is akin to squashing an ant, isn't it? Rangu, should we summon reinforcements? Call for what? When have I, Tao Ran, ever needed backup in a brawl? If you're not concerned about losing face, I certainly am. We're causing a ruckus in Kai Ji's territory. Even if he doesn't say anything, you'll still owe him some compensation. It wouldn't bode well for his business. Rest assured, I will treat Kai Go to drinks as an apology, Li Qingyang replied with a grin, though the injury on his face, a gash from shattered glass, began to bleed anew, causing him to grimace in pain. Tao Ran nodded and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, cease hostilities!" Upon hearing his command, the group of black-clad individuals he had brought swiftly halted their aggression. Some of the injured, writhing on the ground, were lifted and gathered around their leader. Tao Ran glanced at the battered students, chuckling, "You all are rather ruthless. These are merely students. If they end up hurt, who will take responsibility? Boss, we held back. But these ruffians hit far too hard." One of the subordinates, pointing to his panda eyes, defended himself by saying, "Hee, what can I do? After all, he is a student, a pillar of the nation's future." The short-haired man scoffed, "Do you even recognize the gravity of the situation?" Qin Luo asked with a smile. His physical strength was waning, and if these individuals refused to retreat, he was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Strange, with all this chaos, how come the KTV staff hasn't he noticed? And no one has called the police? Of course not. Otherwise, they would have been finished by now, Tao Ran candidly replied. Tao Ran was correct. These individuals dared not act too recklessly. Qin Luo's identity as a teacher, accompanied by students, meant that any real trouble could spark nationwide uproar. Such responsibility was not easily shouldered. Fortunately, the men in black understood discretion and showed restraint. Otherwise, several could have been grievously harmed. Nowadays, ruffians are increasingly clever in their dealings. "Let them go," Qin Luo directed, indicating his students. "This is my affair. It has nothing to do with my students." "All right, I will heed your words. I truly cannot impose anything upon them." Tao Ran nodded in agreement. "Li Ming, you lead everyone back, quickly," Qin Luo commanded. "Wang Jujia, you take the classmates back first. I shall stay here with Teacher Qin." Li Ming, wielding a half-broken bottle, glared fiercely at the group of men in black and shouted, "Xiao Hua, you take the others back first." Wang Jujia approached Qin Luo and shouted. Xiao Hua glanced around, burst into tears, and cried, "I want to leave. If we go, we all go together. We want to leave either. Teacher Qin, we absolutely will not abandon you." "Exactly. I refuse to believe they can do anything to us. Damn it, let us fight them." Observing the scene before him, Tao Ran shot a fierce glare at Li Qingyang and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, the bond between teacher and student is profound. I almost admire you. In this era, it is truly not easy for a teacher to reach your level." "You flatter me," Qin Luo replied coolly, though he felt a twinge of anxiety. He was genuinely worried about leaving these students behind. "How about this? I see you have decent skills. I've practiced Muay Thai for a few years myself. Shall we spar a few moves? If I lose, you leave. If you win, you apologize to my friend," Tao Ran proposed. Qin Luo shook his head. "What is the matter? Unwilling? It seems you don't have many options, do you? You merely need to choose between fighting back or taking a beating," Tao Ran sneered. "Regardless of winning or losing, I will not apologize to him," Qin Luo asserted. "Kid, you're quite tough. Just wait and see how I'll take you down." Li Qingyang spat venomously. "Haha, you have spirit." Tao Ran laughed. "However, I'm not particularly fond of overly spirited individuals." Removing his suit jacket and flexing his wrist joints, Tao Ran suddenly lunged forward, charging at Qin Luo like a tiger descending a mountain. Swift as lightning, Li Ming, the security manager of Golden Palm, was enjoying a light-hearted moment with the newly arrived box princess when a subordinate's call interrupted his leisure. "Manager, there's trouble at our Golden Palm." The voice of a security captain crackled through the receiver. Even this trifling matter to be brought to my attention. Why not just give him a good beating and throw him out?" Li Ming said languidly, eager to assert his dominance before the young female students of the art academy. "Manager, I dare not," replied the head of security. "Are you out of your mind? Who in their right mind would dare cause trouble at our Golden Palm?" Li Ming retorted angrily. "Manager, it's Tao Gu," the head of security informed him. "All right, I understand the situation. Keep an eye on things and ensure Tao Gu doesn't come to harm. I will report to the boss." Li Ming stated. "Is someone causing a ruckus?" a seemingly innocent and lovely girl inquired. "Hee, someone is courting disaster. They have only themselves to blame. You carry on with your tasks, and after work, I shall treat you to a late-night snack," Li Ming said, pinching the girl's cheek before hastily exiting. "Where is Tao Gu?" Li Ming asked the approaching head of security. "On the second floor," came the reply. "It seems the situation is spiraling out of control. Should we intervene?" the head of security suggested. "Intervene? You know Tao Ji's temper, don't you? Who would dare plead for mercy when he's in a rage? He shares a deep bond with our boss. Should anything occur, the boss will take the brunt of it, Li Ming responded. Then what shall we do now? What can we do? We wait. I will call the boss and see what he has to say, Li Ming said as he approached the door, preparing to report the situation. As the call connected, a slightly hoarse voice came through the line. What is it, boss? I have something to report, Li Ming said, bowing slightly in an attempt to convey his earnestness. Speak. The man replied tersely. It appears Tao Gu has had a confrontation with some customers in our establishment. It seems both parties have gotten physical. And it's quite loud, Li Ming explained. What is their background? After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming replied, they don't seem to have any significant background. Let them cause a scene. The man on the other end of the line promptly hung up with a decisive click. As Li Ming hung up the phone and turned to re-enter the establishment, a blinding light suddenly struck his eyes. For a brief moment, it rendered him momentarily sightless. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. A military green truck was stationed outside the Golden Palm, and a formation of armed soldiers was disembarking in rapid succession, aligning themselves with precision. The atmosphere was tense yet silent, punctuated only by the sound of their boots striking the ground with a weighty thud, evoking a sense of formidable power. Leading the group was a bespectacled young officer who waved his hand and commanded, "Move in. Rescue the commander's daughter." "Yes, sir," the men responded in unison, exuding an air of lethal determination. With a gesture from the officer, the soldiers charged into the lobby of the Golden Palm with a heavy footfall. As the manager of Golden Palm, Li Ming should have stepped forward to inquire about the situation. However, as the soldiers, armed with submachine guns and their gazes sharp as daggers, rushed past him, he found himself devoid of the courage to utter a word. He felt like an inconsequential passerby, as the soldiers paid him no heed. Perhaps his lips moved slightly, or perhaps he uttered something, but who could say for certain? Because these words can only be heard by him alone. What are these soldiers suddenly doing at the entertainment venue? Are they here to rescue the commander's daughter? Which commander? A terrifying thought suddenly arose in Li Ming's mind, causing his calves to weaken in shock. Could it be that the daughter of some commander is in their establishment? And furthermore, has she encountered some form of danger? Recalling the report from earlier, Li Ming became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Good heavens, isn't this a matter of life and death? Hastily, he pulled out his phone and connected to his boss, saying, "Boss, I made an error in my previous report. Those individuals are quite significant. Even the security has been mobilized." Before Li Ming could finish his sentence, a cacophony of shouts erupted from within the venue. People were rushing out, clutching their heads, and chaos had ensued inside. Chapter 34. The lovable beast of floods. To be honest, Qin Luo's experience in combat was rather limited. Before leaving the Qin family, due to health reasons, he had spent his days sequestered at home like a newlywed bride. He rarely had the opportunity to go out. And even when he did, it was always alongside his grandfather. There was simply no chance to engage in physical altercations. If there were any form of combat, it was merely the daily sparring sessions with his grandfather. Utilizing the pull-up technique against his grandfather's minor Taiyi, the two would exchange blows with great enjoyment. However, that kind of match was purely for physical training and bore no resemblance to the potentially injurious real combat involving live weapons. Qin Luo had never faced a Muay Thai expert, yet he was acutely aware of its ferocity. As a traditional martial art from Thailand, Muay Thai is characterized by its ability to deliver powerful strikes using elbows and knees at very close range, making it a ruthlessly effective form of combat with significant lethality. The prevalence of boxing in Thailand is evident in the saying, "Of 10 men, 9 practice boxing," illustrating its widespread popularity. Today, some nations' special forces incorporate Muay Thai as a fundamental training element. Tao Ran was indeed a Muay Thai master, exhibiting remarkable speed. As soon as he approached, he unleashed a heavy punch aimed at Qin Luo's face. Qin Luo stepped back, deflecting the punch with a palm strike to his arm, redirecting the attack. Realizing his current physical weakness, Qin Luo understood that he could not match his opponent's strength in a direct confrontation. He had to adopt a strategy of yielding to overcome, looking for an opening to defeat the enemy. His Taoist 12-section brocade was indeed an unparalleled method of using softness to conquer hardness, akin to the principles of Taiyi. He had often practiced push hands with his grandfather, mastering the art of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Just as he completed this maneuver, Tao Ran lunged forward, delivering a powerful knee strike to Qin Luo's abdomen. Bang! With no other choice. Qin Luo bent his knee to counter the strike, resulting in a heavy collision between their knees, forcing both to retreat a step. I don't believe you can keep dodging forever, Tao Ran said with a smug grin. I refuse to believe you can keep smiling, Qin Luo retorted, slightly hunched over as he rubbed his knee. Does it hurt? I've practiced that move for several years. I've broken quite a few sandbags with it. Upon witnessing Qin Luo's actions, Tao Ran felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. You can only break sandbags, Qin Luo replied with a smile, fully aware that the move indeed possessed immense lethality. His own body was simply not enough to withstand the impact. If he continues to assault me like this, I fear I might suffer a fracture. Without direct engagement, one can scarcely fathom the immense force behind the elbow strikes and knee blows of a Muay Thai expert. Very well, I shall demonstrate that I am capable of not only shattering sandbags but also breaking your bones. Tao Ran's face twisted into a sinister smile. Be careful, Teacher Qin. Oh, not confront him head-on. Wang Juzhou cautioned from behind. Qin Luo chuckled bitterly, fully aware of this truth. However, one must possess the means to evade such attacks. Not only does he wield great strength, but his speed is also astonishingly swift. Were it not for this damned innate young meridian, with my skills, I would hardly regard him as a threat. Yet here I am, a tiger fallen to the ground, bullied by dogs. Just as Tao Ran finished speaking, he lunged forward once more. This time, he unleashed a combination of a right hook and a side kick, attacking from both above and below. He was resolute in his intent to force Qin Luo to endure his assault instead of merely dodging. His scheme succeeded, as Qin Luo retaliated with strikes of his own. A smirk twisted at the corner of Tao Ran's mouth, and suddenly, his fist, followed by a powerful elbow strike, aimed directly at Qin Luo's chest. Qin Luo recoiled until the back of his legs made contact with the marble coffee table in the center of the private room. Tao Ran swiftly pursued, determined to complete this attack. A student let out a startled cry, shouting, Teacher Qin, be careful. Meanwhile, Tao Ran's lackeys wore smiles applauding. Yet, their expressions quickly froze. For Qin Luo executed an astonishing maneuver, leaning back and back, until he achieved a full 180-degree tilt, nearly bringing his head between his legs. His body moved as though devoid of bones, akin to a serpent, reminiscent of a dancer who had devoted years to practice. Indeed, this technique was one he had painstakingly honed over the years, derived from the 12 sections of Taoist silk reeling and echoing certain yoga poses favored by urban women. As Tao Ran's elbow missed its target, he was momentarily stunned by the spectacle, allowing Qin Luo the opportunity to strike. His fist shot out, landing squarely on the Shunmin acupoint, a location where even the slightest touch could inflict harm. The acupoint possesses the unparalleled ability to attack one point and cause the entire body to collapse. In terms of locating and striking acupoints, few in the world could rival Qin Luo. With a resounding slap, Tao Ran's body toppled backward, crashing to the ground without any forewarning, reminiscent of the time Qin Luo inadvertently dealt with Ma Heng's friend who danced on the streets. Boss, are you all right, brothers? Let us make this punk bleed. Avenge our leader. A raucous group of ruffians shouted, plunging the scene into chaos once more. Li Ming and Wang Juzhou rushed forward, shielding Qin Luo. The head of the security team, who had been watching the commotion from the crowd, rushed out upon witnessing Tao Ran's defeat, bellowing, What do you think you're doing? This is a place for leisure and entertainment, not a battleground. Is that so? Then what were you doing hiding behind the scenes, watching the spectacle? Wang Juzhou retorted with a cold smile. Being tall and sharp-eyed, she had already noticed the head of security lurking behind the crowd. Now, he emerged, likely concerned that they might harm the thug lying on the ground, who was hiding and watching. Which of your eyes saw that? A woman playfully tussled, exclaiming, Put down whatever you are holding. We have already contacted the authorities. This matter will be handled by JC. He is well aware of his employer's connections. Once those from JC arrive, they will undoubtedly settle this issue. No need. Wang Juzhou replied assertively. I have already summoned someone. Splendid. The captain of the security team sneered. Point 1 comes. Sees 1.2 come. Capture a pair. Let us see how many you can rally. Suddenly, the entire Golden Palm trembled. It began with a commotion on the first floor, intertwined with the piercing screams of women. Next, a cacophony of noises echoed from the staircase. When a battalion of fully armed, black-clad bodyguards materialized before them, the The faces of the security team turned pale with shock, leaving them momentarily stunned. Wang Juzhou spotted the bespectacled leader and exclaimed with delight, "Gao Shan, over here." The bespectacled man, upon noticing Wang Juzhou, signaled, and his entourage surged forward like wolves, encircling her protectively. The bespectacled bodyguard cast a glance at the thugs brandishing daggers and bellowed, "There are individuals attempting to harm the employer's family. The security team is ready for combat." Crack! The bodyguards stood at attention, disengaging the safeties on their assault rifles. The bewildered thugs finally regained their wits, discarding their daggers and kneeling in supplication. "Big brother, don't shoot. This has nothing to do with me. I did nothing. We were just having fun." Li Qingyang, witnessing this scene unfold, felt a wave of regret wash over him. What kind of people had he unwittingly provoked? Had even these monsters been unleashed? He glanced at Tao Ran, who lay on the ground, desperately signaling him, then shook his head, contemplating a discreet exit. However, just as he took a step back, he was spotted by Wang Juzhou. "Stop," she commanded. Pointing at Li Qingyang, she declared, "He attempted to harm me and has now returned with accomplices for revenge." "Is that true?" Gao Shan inquired, incredulously. "Do I appear to be lying?" Wang Juzhou retorted, her expression severe. "Bring him over to me," the bespectacled man ordered, and two bodyguards swiftly apprehended Li Qingyang, dragging him before Gao Shan. "Ever since I donned this attire, I have fancied myself a model citizen," the bespectacled man said darkly. He suddenly struck Li Qingyang across the face. "But today, I must voice my outrage. How dare you dare to harass a princess in our courtyard?" Slap! Another swift blow followed. "It has always been our princess who teases others. When have we ever been the objects of such mockery?" Slap, slap, slap. By the time the bespectacled man finished, Li Qingyang lay on the ground, barely conscious, not daring to utter a word in defense. "Your Highness, was that satisfying?" the bespectacled man inquired softly, stepping closer to Wang Juzhou. "It was acceptable." "What shall we do with those ruffians?" Wang Juzhou asked, gesturing towards the thugs sprawled on the ground. "Do not worry, they will all be taken back shortly. Did you not see? We are the security team on duty today. Their intent to harm the employer's family is a charge severe enough to ensure their punishment." The bespectacled man replied, his demeanor obsequious. "That is more like it, however. How could you bring people out with you?" "In accordance with my father's demeanor, he certainly would not grant you the opportunity to flaunt your authority," Wang Juzhou inquired with a sense of curiosity. Subsequently, the bespectacled man's expression turned peculiar as he whispered, "The boss is currently conducting an inspection. Suddenly, we received a call from your mother, stating that someone intends to assault you and urged the boss to dispatch assistance promptly. If it were to be delayed, your chastity would be at stake." Enraged, the boss sent us out at that moment. We were occupied with ensuring the boss's safety and had not even had the chance to disarm ourselves. Wang Juzhou felt a wave of frustration, contemplating how her extraordinary mother seemed to share a telepathic connection with her. Just as she intended to place the blame on Li Qingyang, her mother conveniently solidified their culpability. Even if this incident were to spread, others would merely assume that her father acted out of familial affection, which would not cast any negative light upon him. After all, anyone would make such a choice when a loved one finds themselves in such a predicament. "As for those ruffians, let us mourn for them. Has my mother arrived?" Wang Juzhou inquired. "Not yet." "What do you mean?" "Hee. She's on her way. You might as well prepare for your demise," the bespectacled man remarked while glancing at his mechanical watch. "Oh dear, your mother is coming. I must hasten to withdraw." "What do you mean? Why are you making my mother out to be some sort of terrifying beast?" Wang Juzhou retorted with displeasure. "Oh, your Highness. To liken her to a ferocious beast would be an insult. What calamity could possibly rival your mother's might? I think it prudent to take my leave," the bespectacled man said, his expression betraying a palpable fear when mentioning Wang Juzhou's mother. Observing this, Qin Luo found it curious. Hadn't Wang Juzhou mentioned that her mother was ill? Chapter 35. The Extraordinary Daughter, Part 1. As Qin Luo's stamina waned, he had once daydreamed of a squad of law enforcement officers clad in green combat gear, arriving in a speeding police car to rescue him. However, while he had correctly anticipated the beginning, he had failed to foresee the conclusion. What initially stemmed from an unrelated woman had escalated into a bloodbath due to the intervention of the security team. The Golden Palm was cleared out, and all patrons were excused from their expenses for the evening. The law enforcement arrived and subsequently departed. The owner of the Golden Palm, Wang Kai, also made an appearance, but regrettably, he was detained. Qin Luo felt as though the unfolding events were surreal, a sentiment echoed by Wang Juzhou's classmates. Having shared a class with Wang Juzhou for so long, none had any inkling of her remarkable lineage. They found it hard to believe that a girl who resided in a cramped dormitory with 3 others, consumed the notoriously unpalatable fried noodles from the school cafeteria, and carried 2 water bottles to the hot water room, could be the daughter of a proprietor. Even more disconcerting was the fact that she commuted via public transport, without the luxury of a private vehicle. Yet, a cadre of bodyguards clad in black vigilantly surrounded Wang Juzhou, compelling her classmates to suppress their excitement with utmost caution. Even the amiable Xiaohua found it daunting to approach her for a few casual words. Wang Juzhou sensed the awkward atmosphere and, with an air of authority, instructed the bespectacled man, "Have your men escort these ruffians away. Let things proceed as they should." The bespectacled man nodded and whispered a few words into the ear of a bodyguard, leading to the departure of a group of delinquents who exhibited no inclination to resist. Lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, Tao Ran and the half-conscious Li Qingyang were also dragged away. And how to handle the situation was no longer a matter for them to concern themselves with. Naturally, there would be others to manage everything. Wang Juzhou said to Li Ming, "There are still some matters to attend to. Please take everyone back first." "Understood," Li Ming replied. Leading a group of reluctant students away, "I will arrange for the vehicles." The owner of Golden Palm, Wang Kai, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of cultured elegance. However, at that moment, he was sweating profusely, desperately trying to appease the situation. "No need. We can take a taxi ourselves," Li Ming curtly declined. It was only now that he understood the reason for the absence of the bodyguards who should have been present during the scuffle. Naturally, he would not extend any courtesy to Wang Kai. Of course, Wang Kai said with a forced smile. "Li Ming, go arrange our vehicles to escort these university students home. They are all promising talents." "Hee, I also enjoy making young friends," Wang Kai said, casting meaningful glances at the security manager, Li Ming, who stood awkwardly nearby. He resolved that as soon as he got through this ordeal, he would replace this fool. How could he have believed that the other party lacked connections? Did they not appear to have any background at all? "However, we are not inclined to befriend individuals like you," Li Ming retorted, sarcasm lacing his voice. "Let us go. I'll cover the taxi fare today." Off we go. "Minggu is really generous today," the others cheered, surrounding Li Ming as they departed from Golden Palm. Wang Kai wore an embarrassed smile, rendered powerless by the situation. Other staff members observed their once dominant boss now reduced to such a subservient demeanor, and they could only wonder about their own feelings in witnessing this transformation. Wang Juzhou waved at Gao Shan, gesturing towards Qin Luo. "Let me introduce you to a friend. This is Qin Luo." Gao Shan's eyes sparkled behind his glasses as he appraised Qin Luo, chuckling, "Boyfriend." He was aware that Wang Juzhou was an individual of high pride, given her unique status and striking beauty, making her the belle of the courtyard. Among their peers, many harbored secret affections for her. Typically, she was elevated on a pedestal, with everyone referring to her as Your Highness. She had not introduced the others but had instead waved them off, deliberately leaving behind this young man and making a special introduction, which explained Gao Shan's surprise. Wang Juzhou kicked him playfully and replied with a stern expression, "What are you talking about? He is my teacher." Yet inside, she felt a surge of joy, a hint of sweet delight blooming within her heart. She thought to herself, "Gao Shan isn't so bad after all. Perhaps she should treat him a bit better in the future." "Oh, so he is your teacher? My apologies." Gao Shan quickly extended his hand to shake Qin Luo's. "Thank you for coming to help this evening," Qin Luo said with a smile. "No need for formality. We were fortunate to arrive early. Had anything happened to Your Highness, I would have torn down his establishment. The kids in our courtyard will not be bullied," Gao Shan chuckled, though no one would doubt the sincerity of his words. "The courtyard? You weren't aware?" Gao Shan looked at Qin Luo in astonishment, thinking to himself how impressive Wang Juzhou was for not flaunting her identity so ostentatiously. This is not in line with her character at all. When she was younger, the boys would often notice her beauty. Each time they approached her to bully her, she would fiercely threaten them, saying, "My father is so-and-so. If you dare to bully me, I will have him deal with you." Alas, in those tender years when the boys were just beginning to understand matters of the heart, their bullying was merely a misguided attempt to capture her attention. Was it fair for them to face such dire consequences for their actions? Thus, for a considerable period, the boys in the courtyard would avoid crossing paths with Wang Juzhou. As they grew older, their relationships gradually improved. Everyone knew they hailed from the same courtyard. If they did not band together, they would easily fall prey to others. This shared background became the foundation for their mutual support as they ventured into society. It is uncertain, but now some clarity has emerged. Qin Luo chuckled and shook his head. Wang Juzhou's identity indeed took him by surprise, he mused. As Wang Juzhou's teacher, he must feel quite the pressure, for she is no ordinary student. Previously, it was manageable, but in the future, there might be some strain. Qin Luo candidly remarked, even the wisest sage must bow thrice and knock their head 9 times before an emperor. Having such a person in his class, one could not tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Perhaps, moving forward, he ought to refrain from scolding her so harshly. At the very least, he should cease to falsely accuse her of murder. Glasses guy, shut your mouth, Wang Juzhou retorted, baring her teeth. It was utterly detestable that this rascal dared to speak ill of her in front of her beloved teacher Qin. Haha, I was merely jesting. Our princess has always been beautiful, noble, kind, and pure. Gaoshan quickly corrected himself. Wang Juzhou shot him a glare and approached Qin Luo, saying, Teacher Qin, how do you feel? Shall I assist you to sit over there for a while? Yes, let us sit for a bit. How can we resolve issues while standing? Wang Kai finally found his moment to speak, hastily instructing the attending staff. Soon, the CAF in the corner of the Golden Palm Hall was arranged. Red wine, coffee, and an assortment of fruit delicacies were brought in as if they were of no cost, filling several tables. Qin Luo, Wang Juzhou, and Gaoshan relocated to this area, with Wang Kai, the owner of Golden Palm, standing by, repeatedly apologizing for the inadequate hospitality and encouraging everyone to voice their needs. Are we here for something? Qin Luo inquired, glancing at Wang Juzhou. With a wry smile, she replied, my mother is on her way. She will be here shortly, Dado. Then we shall wait. Qin Luo nodded. When such a significant event occurs in a daughter's life, how could her parents possibly be absent? As they conversed, Wang Juzhou spotted a stylishly dressed woman striding in with an air of arrogance. Zhang Yi, over here, Wang Juzhou called out, waving to the woman. Zhang Yi appeared startled, nearly losing her balance on her high heels. Upon seeing her daughter, the poised and elegant demeanor she had just displayed vanished, and she hurriedly approached with her handbag in hand. The woman had fair skin and a sweet appearance. Like her daughter, she possessed large, expressive eyes, fluttering eyelashes, and her long, slightly curled hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, exuding a distinctly fashionable aura. Unable to discern her exact age, she appeared dazzlingly youthful, like a flower in full bloom. Though not as tall as Wang Juzhou, she exuded a more mature and voluptuous charm. This woman epitomized the archetype of a youthful-looking matron, the sort that would never seem to age throughout her life. Is she your mother? Qin Luo asked, astonished. He failed to notice that the enigmatic Gao Shun had already shifted his position, now seated at a table across from them. I hope she isn't. Wang Juzhou replied with a pout. Isn't it rather splendid? A mother and daughter resembling sisters, Qin Luo complimented with a smile. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he realized he had gravely erred. As the woman walked by, she pointed at Wang Juzhou and scolded, you little brat, always getting your mother into trouble. Is it easy for me to be your mother? You're a student. Why aren't you focusing on your studies instead of wandering into places like this? Is this where you're meant to be? I came to this wretched place for the first time. Who brought me here? Wang Juzhou retorted, exasperated. You dare to talk back? Just wait until we get home. I'll deal with you. The woman rushed over, tugging at Wang Juzhou, feeling her face and body, asking, did you lose anything? No, what are you touching? Wang Juzhou swatted her mother's hand away. It was utterly disgraceful to be groped in public. You are my flesh and blood. What's wrong with a little touch? As long as you're fine. Oh, has your father sent anyone? Where's that scoundrel Gao Shun? I distinctly called him. Auntie, I'm here. Gao Shun awkwardly stood up from the corner. Addressing the woman, don't call me auntie. Call me sister, Zhang Yi retorted, visibly annoyed. All right. This doesn't concern you. Just disappear on your own. Noticing his discomfort, Zhang Yi waved her hand dismissively. She then scanned the surroundings and inquired, who harassed you? Bring him back to me. Are you saying someone harassed me? Wang Juzhou asked, puzzled. No, but with your beauty, something happening to you in a place like this must surely attract lecherous men. Zhang Yi stated matter-of-factly. Madam, This is a misunderstanding. Wang Kai quickly approached with a placating expression, having realized the woman's identity. Who is he? The teacher you have a crush on. He seems a bit older. Doesn't he? Zhang Yi whispered into her daughter's ear. No. He is the owner of this KTV. A bad person. Wang Juju lamented. Zhang Yi grew furious, pointing at Wang Kai, berating, "What sort of creature are you? Do I know you? You just finished bullying my daughter, and now you come to ingratiate yourself with me? Do you think we're fools? Do I look like a fool to you? Not at all." Wang Kai shook his head. Of course not. What nonsense, what misunderstanding. My daughter called for help. Does that mean you want to frame her? And stop throwing around the word misunderstanding so easily. It's quite laughable. When we attempted to reason with you, you acted like a rogue. Now that we've turned the tables, you come back seeking reason. What kind of person are you? Even rogues should have some integrity. Once a rogue, always a rogue. Don't switch sides so easily. Qin Luo finally comprehended why Wang Jujio was so reluctant to acknowledge this mother. If it were him, he too would hesitate to admit it easily. Chapter 36. The Exceptional Daughter, Part 2. Under the relentless reprimand from Zhang Yi, Wang Kai felt as though he was driven to the very brink of self-destruction. I wish to uphold my dignity. I aspire to be unyielding, and I had indeed acted so in the past. However, you have summoned the security team. How can one possibly survive in such circumstances? Wang Kai had a modicum of connections in Yanjing. Otherwise, he would not possess the capability to manage such a large establishment amidst a chaotic assembly of varied characters. En route, he had contacted several individuals who had all promised to assist him. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, not a single one had reached out. He had just called the head of the local precinct, hoping to have the police take charge of the situation. That scoundrel had merely offered a perfunctory response before abruptly hanging up. At this juncture, who would be willing to wade into such troubled waters? Madam, this situation is truly a misunderstanding. I was at home resting this evening and did not anticipate that your esteemed daughter would encounter such an ordeal here. Of course, it is indeed my responsibility. I failed to implement adequate security measures at the club and did not ensure the safety of our guests. I apologize sincerely and wholeheartedly to your daughter. Wang Kai turned to Wang Jujio, his face adorned with a smile as he inquired, "What type of car does the young lady prefer? Just a few days ago at the auto show, I spotted a striking red Mercedes SLS AMG that I believe you would find appealing, particularly with its gullwing doors. I can have it delivered to your school tomorrow. What do you think?" Though the sports car was valued at over 3 million, Wang Kai deemed it worth the expense to resolve this matter amicably. However, to his surprise, Wang Juju shook her head and pointed at the security manager, stating, "I find your security measures quite perplexing." At that moment, when someone brought a group to attack us, the internal staff neither thought to intervene nor to call the police. Instead, they stood by, merely spectating. When my friend managed to subdue that ruffian, they then emerged to accuse us of causing trouble, demanding that law enforcement handle the matter. What is this? Do you think we are easy prey? Or perhaps you are acquainted with those ruffians? I doubt. I truly do not know, Wang Kai lamented, his face a mask of distress. He then turned and shouted, "Li Ming, come here at once." "Yes, boss." Li Ming approached, trembling. Upon realizing the identities of those involved, he understood that his fate was grim. Is what this young lady says true? Wang Kai inquired, pointing at Wang Jujio. Initially, Li Ming considered denying it, but upon seeing the intensity in Wang Kai's gaze, he quickly acquiesced, saying, "Yes, indeed. You are aware I possess the clout to shut down this establishment, are you not?" Wang Jujio interjected with a cold smirk. With a resounding slap, Wang Kai struck Li Ming across the face, chastising, "You spineless wretch. In business, we welcome all patrons. Why do you show favoritism?" "I apologize, boss. The individuals involved in the altercation are my friends," Li Ming admitted through gritted teeth. He recognized that someone had to take the blame for this incident. Since the boss had singled him out, he had no choice but to bear the brunt of it. He could only hope for some form of compensation from the boss in the future. Friends? Just because he is your friend, do you allow him to act as he pleases? How could I ever employ someone as servile as you? Now, gather your belongings and leave at once. You need not return to work again," Wang Kai declared, his face contorted with disdain. Yes. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I shall leave immediately," Li Ming replied, nodding repeatedly before hastily exiting. Only then did Wang Kai turn his attention to Zhang Yi, a smile gracing his features as he said, "I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that an insider would orchestrate this." This incident is a result of my poor judgment in hiring, and I take full responsibility. Whatever you deem fit to rectify the situation. I, Wang Kai, will comply without reservation. Enough, enough. Zhang Yi waved her hand dismissively. That act of feigned suffering was quite well executed. That slap was genuine too. It was far more entertaining than anything on television. I found it rather satisfying. Let us consider this matter settled. How can that be, madam? Please provide an address and I shall arrange for a car to be delivered. Regardless, this is my fault, Wang Kai insisted, his smile widening. I believe that Mercedes would suit your temperament perfectly. There's no need for that. Our little Jew is not the kind to indulge in luxuries. Just taking a taxi is quite extravagant for her. I wouldn't dream of allowing her to drive such a flashy sports car. Besides, I haven't even driven one myself. Haha. No worries, I will have 2 cars sent over. Are you finished, madam? When I say it is unnecessary, it truly is unnecessary. If you call me madam one more time, I shall be quite vexed. Am I that old? Zhang Yi scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Kai. Haha. My apologies, my mistake. Truly a slip of the tongue. Madam is exceptionally youthful and beautiful, Wang Kai replied, aware that he could not afford to offend the woman before him, and continued to smile apologetically. Jujiu, let us depart, Zhang Yi announced, daintily lifting her hand back. Wang Jujiu turned to Qin Luo with a wry smile, saying, Teacher Qin, shall we take our leave? Having a mother like this is truly embarrassing. Teacher Qin? Zhang Yi suddenly spun around, her eyes sparkling as they roamed over Qin Luo, her voice dripping with sweetness as she exclaimed, Oh dear, you must be Teacher Qin. I often hear our little Jew speak of you. She says you are handsome, a wonderful teacher, kind-hearted, and quite charming. Zhang Yi, could you not speak in such a manner? Wang Jujiu retorted, exasperated. Zhang Yi shot her daughter a sidelong glance and whispered, What do you understand? I simply wish to cultivate a good relationship with my future son-in-law. Even if you wish to foster a relationship, there is no need for such theatrics. You are a grown woman. Why feign youth? You insolent girl, do you dare believe I want to return home and give you a good thrashing? Who are you calling a grown woman? I am still quite young. Have you forgotten? The last time we went out, others mistook me for your sister. Wang Jujiu, fearing her mother might inadvertently reveal something embarrassing in front of Qin Luo, quickly interjected, All right, we have no further business here. You should hurry back. Gao Shun, please see my mother home. I will return to school with Teacher Qin. Jujiu, I may need to report back to the commander, Gao Shun said with a nervous smile, not daring to remain alone with Wang Jujiu's mother. I'll drop you off first before heading back. In a state of profound helplessness, she could only respond with a mournful countenance. Ah, why so soon? What is the rush to return? It's a rare occasion for everyone to gather. Come now, Xiao Qin, or rather, Teacher Qin, let us sit down and have a proper chat. Haha, how is our little Jew doing? She is well. She shows considerable potential in her studies, Qin Luo replied enigmatically. The way this woman gazed at her felt rather peculiar. Oh, aside from academics? Everything else is quite fine as well, Qin Luo laughed lightly, feeling increasingly bewildered. That is splendid. Haha, our Jew is just like me, beautiful and kind-hearted. You two must get along well in the future. Yes, we will, Qin Luo nodded. How is your health? I heard from classmate Wang Jujiu that you haven't been feeling well. Health? Oh dear, our Jew is truly thoughtful. I had thought she was carefree with me. Yet it seems she informed the teacher about my recent headaches. Zhang Yi initially paused, then exclaimed with delight. Headache? Qin Luo asked, puzzled. Wang Jujiu, anxious, gestured to her mother, feigning a pained expression while pointing to her abdomen. Yes. Actually, besides the headaches, my stomach hasn't been feeling too great either. Zhang Yi signaled an okay to her daughter, indicating her willingness to cooperate. Wang Jujiu frantically waved her hands, signaling that it wasn't that. Zhang Yi, flustered, pulled Wang Jujiu closer and asked, You naughty child, what ailment have you bestowed upon your mother? Gynecological issues. Gynecological? Zhang Yi fumed, raising her purse to strike Wang Jujiu on the head, scolding, You wretched child, of all ailments, why this one? If I had known, I would never have given birth to you. Wang Jujiu, shielding her head, retorted at that moment, Who could have foreseen? What's wrong with gynecological issues? Aren't they all illnesses? The mother and daughter immediately began to bicker, leaving the 3 men nearby utterly astonished. These 2 women, truly the relatives of a leader, seemed far from it. Could it be that they had been deceived? Wang Kai pondered with suspicion. Wang Jujiu, catching a glimpse of Qin Luo's expression, quickly halted, exclaiming, "Class, let us maintain decorum." Zhang Yi also realized they were not at home. Smoothing her disheveled hair from their earlier scuffle, she sweetly said, "Please don't mind us. We were just playfully teasing each other. Hee hee, our mother-daughter bond has always been this strong. No, we don't mind at all," the men replied, hastily waving their hands. Zhang Yi sat beside Qin Luo, earnestly remarking, "Teacher Qin, teaching is arduous. Do take care of your nutrition. If you have the time, do come over to my place for some soup. Is your soup even drinkable?" Wang Zhuzhou scoffed. "You insolent girl, can't you keep quiet for once? Do you want me to sew your mouth shut?" In an effort to maintain her ladylike demeanor before Qin Luo, Wang Zhuzhou restrained herself from retorting, "I will. Thank you," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "All right then, Jiu, I'll trouble you to escort her back to school." "Gao Shen, let us depart," Zhang Yi called out. Gao Shen emerged from the corner, his expression clouded with gloom as he assented. "Ha ha, I shall accompany you." Wang Kai promptly followed behind Zhang Yi, his face alight with mirth. What he had initially believed to be an intractable problem turned out to be effortlessly resolved by this woman, much to Wang Kai's astonishment. However, it seemed that Tao Ran would be a challenging case to extricate. But who cares? Each to their own, as they say. Offending someone of such stature surely warranted his misfortune. Oh, by the way, as they reached the entrance of the Golden Palm, Zhang Yi suddenly pivoted, as if recalling something of significance. "Leader, is there something you wish to instruct?" Wang Kai inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Unable to address her as Madame or Miss, he resorted to calling her leader, Gao Shen. "Seal this establishment tomorrow," Zhang Yi commanded. "Understood, I shall ensure the task is completed," Gao Shen replied with a grin. Wang Kai plopped down onto the ground, utterly despondent. Volume 3. The Contest of Beauties, Chapter 37. A fateful encounter. Upon exiting the Golden Palm, Qin Luo initially anticipated taking a vehicle back to campus. But unexpectedly, Wang Zhijiao suggested, "Teacher Qin, let us take a stroll. It has been ages since I've wandered the streets at night. You haven't experienced the nightlife of Yanjing, have you?" Seizing the rare opportunity to be alone with Qin Luo, she was determined not to let it slip away. A good man is to be seized. The woman must know how to create her own chances. Qin Luo had intended to return early, for he still needed to perform acupuncture detoxification for Lin Huanqi. However, since Wang Zhijiao had proposed the outing with such compelling reasoning, he found it difficult to refuse. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. But as I am a newcomer, I am not well acquainted with Yanjing. You must ensure I do not get lost. Giggle, fret not, I shall give you 20 yuan. Should you lose your way, simply take a taxi back," Wang Zhijiao said with a sweet smile, her dimples on either side deep enough to ensnare a man's gaze. The night in Yanjing was refreshingly cool. Although a slight chill lingered in the air, it remained comfortable. Accompanying a woman who was not entirely familiar, he traversed the vibrant streets of Yanjing, navigating unfamiliar avenues, observing the hurried crowds that flitted by, and listening to the ethereal strains of blues Beijing emanating from a nearby sound shop, alongside other poignant and impassioned old songs. Such an evening was indeed delightful. To be candid, shopping with a beautiful woman was hardly a burdensome task. Merely basking in the envious glances of surrounding men caused Qin Luo's slight vanity to swell momentarily. Although at times he would hear disparaging remarks such as flowers placed in cow dung, he paid them no mind. "Who is the cow dung?" "You are. Your entire family is. I am but a vase." In his heart, Qin Luo held a clear self-assessment. Wang Zhijiao quietly walked beside Qin Luo, a smile gracing her lips as she softly hummed along with the music. She appeared to embody tranquility and contentment, seemingly an exceedingly easily satisfied girl. Of course, with her background, her diligent pursuit of traditional Chinese medicine, always seated in the front row of the classroom, exuded an air of focus and dedication at any given moment. Yet, at present, Qin Luo remained oblivious to Wang Zhijiao's secret admiration for him. In truth, she often found herself captivated by the charisma he exhibited on stage and his profound knowledge when discussing traditional Chinese medicine cases. Have you not noticed? When a woman is infatuated, she appears utterly enchanting. "Do you enjoy singing?" Qin Luo inquired with a smile. "Indeed, singing brings joy to one's heart. Whenever I am feeling down, I sing loudly," replied Wang Zhijiao with a grin. Qin Luo turned to Wang Zhijiao and asked, "Do you also experience moments of unhappiness?" In Qin Luo's memory, this girl had always been smiling. With such a privileged background, what could possibly trouble her? Oh, quite a lot. How could one live without worries? Wang Juju chuckled. I feel unhappy when I think of you, when I hear rumors about you and Lin Huanqi, when I see you both getting into the same car, and when I come across your photos on the forum. Those feelings of discontent must remain buried deep within her heart, never to be revealed to him. What causes such unhappiness? Qin Luo asked. Smiling, that I in my childhood, I would get upset when Zhang Yi wouldn't let me call her mom. As I grew older, I became angry when she insisted I call her mom all the time. Wang Juju answered with a laugh. Haha, your mother is quite amusing, Qin Luo remarked with a chuckle. He held a rather favorable impression of Wang Juju's mother. Both mother and daughter had a remarkable ability to bring joy to others. They were genuine and unpretentious. Sometimes, intentional affectation could seem irresistibly charming. Take Zhang Yi's expression when she first entered the Golden Palm. Her initial demeanor was one of nobility, elegance, and an air of superiority. Yet, upon seeing her daughter, she transformed completely, rushing over while berating her daughter with abandon. It was as if two different people were present. Truly a perfect display of a sudden change in demeanor. Yes, she enjoys pretending to be youthful, Wang Juju scoffed, though the twinkle in her eyes revealed her underlying pride. Every time I return home with a new piece of clothing, she insists on trying it on. If she finds it appealing, she must rush out to buy the same item. Whenever we go out together and someone compliments her as my sister, she beams with joy, practically overflowing with gratitude. She spends more time getting ready than I do. With each outfit, she asks if it looks good on her. If I say it looks suitable, she replies, "Is that all?" and immediately changes. Only when I exclaim it looks stunning does she finally cease her cycle of self-criticism. Speaking of her mother, Wang Juju seemed to open up like a treasure chest, recounting amusing anecdotes that allowed even Qin Luo, an outsider, to clearly perceive their joy and the profound bond they shared as mother and daughter. To have such a mother is indeed a blessing. At least there exists no barrier to communication between you. In this regard, the Chinese often lag behind Western nations, for they believe love is manifested through actions rather than words. Many parents feel embarrassed to express their love for their children, leading to relationships that appear almost adversarial. Suddenly, Qin Luo's eyes narrowed, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. They are currently traversing an upscale hotel district, and at the entrance of a hotel named Donghuang Grand Hotel, he spots Ma Yukai and Wang Hao emerging side by side. The two appear to be engaged in lively conversation, standing in the parking lot for a while before shaking hands and parting ways. Do you know them? Wang Juju has been standing beside Qin Luo and naturally notices his unusual demeanor. They are two friends. Qin Luo responds with a smile. Indeed, they are two of his old acquaintances. With a history of enmity with Wang Hao due to Lin Huan 11.it is said that he publicly embarrassed Wang Hao's girlfriend, Qin Xiaoxue, causing him to lose face, which ultimately led to his breakup with her. When Lin Huanqi recounted this incident to him, she expressed a hint of regret. However, how can one expect that the love between a philanderer and a mistress could endure? They were never truly in it for love, and thus had no thoughts of shared honor or shame. As for Ma Yukai, their conflict is even more intense. Initially, there was the rejection during the infant infection incident, followed by Ma Yukai usurping his credit. Subsequently, due to a series of misunderstandings, he clashed with Ma's son and ended up being detained by the police. One is the director of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, while the other is the owner of a medical equipment company. How could these two individuals possibly collude? Suddenly, a possibility dawns upon Qin Luo. Those two aren't your friends, are they? Wang Juju inquires. How do you know? Because your smile seems rather sinister right now. Are those two in for a misfortune? Wang Juju teases with a sly grin. Haha. Let us go, I'll take you back to school, Qin Luo chuckles. Perhaps he could find a way to resolve the predicament for old Master Lin. The following day, the outcome of the Jean Palm incident was revealed, conveyed to him by Wang Juju. This sparked an unusual sense of admiration within Qin Luo towards the administrative institutions of the Huaxia nation for the first time. Of course, he was well aware that this was a result of pressure. The most tragic figure was Tao Ran, not only because he was the primary perpetrator but also due to the countless previous offenses that were now being uncovered. If Uncle JC were to get serious, it would be quite terrifying. To make matters worse, the security team found a handgun on him, further solidifying the charge of the chief's relative encountering danger. He would not only face criminal liability but could also be detained for further judgment by security forces. His group of subordinates, being accomplices, also had varying degrees of criminal records and were separately detained by law enforcement. Li Qingyang, however, emerged as the fortunate one. Although Wang Juju accused him of harassment, there was no witness or evidence. And he was indeed a victim. He truly was a victim. While he was contemplating an attack in the restroom, he was thoroughly beaten by Wang Juju. When the security team led by Gao Shen arrived, he attempted to flee but failed, resulting in him being called back in for a severe reprimand. Throughout the ordeal, he never had the chance to retaliate. A resounding slap rendered him unconscious. Consequently, he was taken to the hospital. After some efforts from his family, he managed to distance himself from the incident. After 2 classes of traditional Chinese medicine diagnostics concluded, Qin Luo was preparing to return to his office when his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" Qin Luo queried, noticing an unfamiliar number on the screen. "Guess who I am?" On the other end of the line was a woman's melodious voice. Qin Luo's first instinct was to think of Wang Juju's mother, Zhang Yi, as she often feigned youthfulness in such a manner. Qin Luo had a vivid recollection of her voice. However, it was implausible for Zhang Yi to possess her own phone number, nor was there any reason for her to call him at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Luo replied, "I don't know. You little rascal, after taking advantage of someone, you wish to simply slip away?" The woman's voice lamented with an infinite sense of sorrow. "I truly do not know who you are," Qin Luo said with a wry smile. When had he ever taken advantage of someone? He was uncertain about others' virginity, but surely no one knew better than him about his own. "How annoying that I am Qing Chung," the woman chimed in with a light laugh. "Qing Chung? What Qing Chung?" Qin Luo inquired. "Scoundrel, I am Li Qing Chung, the beauty you knocked over. Remember now? I distinctly called you at that time. Did you fail to save my number?" "Apologies, I forgot," Qin Luo responded, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he managed the situation. He indeed lacked the habit of saving others' phone numbers. "I know you have no classes during the last 2 periods this morning. Now, you must immediately wait for me at the school gate. I have matters to discuss with you," Li Qingcheng exclaimed on the other end, visibly exasperated by this forgetful man. The most intolerable thing for a beauty is to be overlooked. Chapter 38. The leggy model. Every encounter with Li Qingcheng evokes a sense of astonishment. She donned a minimalist, tailored mini dress that accentuated her waist, featuring a V-shaped neckline plunging below her chest. She wore no undergarments, presenting a completely bare facade, with adhesive pasties securing her curves in place. Her unique flat sandals were complemented by a sleek, black, patent leather handbag slung over her shoulder, while a delicately striped beret perched stylishly upon her head, reminiscent of a fashionable flight attendant's hat worn by an office lady. This eclectic style did not appear odd. Rather, it seemed remarkably harmonious, evoking a sense that this was indeed how one ought to dress. Both she and Lin Huanxi were stunning beauties, yet their auras were strikingly different. Lin Huanxi leaned towards a more traditional attire, neither outdated nor overly extravagant, while Li Qingcheng consistently stood at the forefront of fashion. Take her outfit today, for instance. It was likely that very few teachers at the school would dare to wear such a thing. Moreover, her audacious choice of being virtually bare would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the students. Qin Luo silently prayed for those students who were in the throes of hormonal surges. They must be living in a tumultuous state daily. Anyone who beheld this woman would inevitably associate her with a certain object, the bed. Upon spotting Qin Luo approaching, Li Qingcheng swiftly made her way towards him, wrapping her arm around his, then pinching him sharply as she scolded. "You heartless Qin Luo, you have wounded my pride. Countless people have sought my phone number, yet I have not shared it, and you, of all people, have managed to lose mine. Am I truly so detestable? Is it too much to ask for you to save a number on your phone? I genuinely did not mean to. I didn't think of it at the time and forgot afterward," Qin Luo explained with a pained expression. He attempted to free himself from her grasp, but instead, she tightened her embrace around him. "Oh, you didn't think of it at the time and forgot afterward? How trivial I truly am, it seems. You have wounded me, and yet you wish to simply walk away?" Li Qingcheng inquired, raising her beautifully arched eyebrows. "Do you not possess my number?" Qin Luo murmured in defense. "Of course, I have your number. What if you ran away and I had not noted it down? That is not the kind of person I am." Qin Luo cast his gaze downward, observing her exposed calves and knees, remarking, "It appears nothing is amiss, indeed. The abrasions from that time have long since vanished, leaving behind fair and delicate skin, adorned with a gentle radiance." He possessed unwavering confidence in the efficacy of his medication. "What are you staring at? Do you dare to provoke me, or shall I gouge out your eyes? How dare you brazenly take liberties in public?" Li Qingcheng reprimanded, delivering a light tap to Qin Luo's head. Turning around, Qin Luo noticed that many bystanders were regarding him as a lecher. His handsome face flushed crimson, and just as he intended to clarify, Li Qingcheng leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "If you wish to see, accompany me to a certain place, I shall indulge you." "Tio, what location?" Qin Luo, lacking in dignity, succumbed to temptation. "Just come with me, but I checked. You have only 2 classes this morning." "What do you mean, I? Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? I graciously overlooked the fact that you knocked me to the ground and we shared an intimate moment. And now you dare to haggle with me? Am I truly so worthless?" "No, I am merely concerned." Qin Luo thought it best not to mention Lin Huanqi in her presence, as it was evident that neither woman seemed particularly fond of the other. Li Qingcheng did not drive herself but instead hailed a taxi at the school gate. After pulling Qin Luo into the vehicle, she instructed the driver, "Take me to Xinhua Road, Qingqing International." The driver, greedily admiring Li Qingcheng's alluring languor and sensuality through the rearview mirror, started the engine and set off. "Where are we going, and for what purpose?" Qin Luo inquired. "Do you not enjoy gazing at women's thighs?" "I shall take you to see plenty of them," Li Qingcheng replied with a playful laugh. The driver nearly swerved, almost colliding with the car ahead. "I also appreciate women's thighs, too. Perhaps you could take me along for a viewing?" The driver mused inwardly. "Do you not have a car of your own?" Qin Luo hastily shifted the topic. "I do, but I dislike driving. You have no idea how terrible the traffic is in Yanjing. Taking a taxi is far superior. Should we encounter a traffic jam, I can simply recline in the back and sleep." "Beautiful women are meant to be slept with," Li Qingcheng remarked with a smile. "Not just with men, but also with oneself," Qin Luo thought, opting for silence. He realized that whatever he said, this woman would steer the conversation into realms he could not engage with. Too scared to speak? Afraid that I might devour you? I am not. Then it seems I truly might consume you." The more Qin Luo refrained from speaking, the more Li Qingcheng found him endearing, unable to resist teasing him. The journey was utterly captivating, and their discussions nearly caused the driver to crash into the guardrails on several occasions. After a long and arduous journey, Qin Luo finally arrived at his destination, letting out a sigh of relief, while the driver, drenched in sweat, appeared utterly exhausted. After paying the fare, Li Qingcheng watched as the driver vanished in the blink of an eye. For the sake of his own safety and the happiness of his family, he resolved to add her to his blacklist of passengers. This woman was simply terrifying. Qingqing International, officially known as Qingqing International Beauty Chain, seemed to be a side venture of Li Qingcheng, as suggested by its name. "Is this establishment yours?" Qin Luo inquired, pointing at the sign of Qingqing International. "Of course," Li Qingcheng replied with a smile. "Otherwise, why would it bear my name? Weren't you a teacher? Who says a teacher cannot have a side business?" Li Qingcheng looked at Qin Luo as if he were a country bumpkin. "Let me explain. How many medical school instructors do not also practice in hospitals or clinics? How many art school professors do not run their own studios? How many architecture teachers do not take on projects independently? What is so strange about me owning a beauty salon? It perfectly aligns with my profession, after all. Furthermore, I am a professional image designer and a certified nutritionist. So, what am I doing here?" Qin Luo asked. "Do you admire women's legs?" "Of course that I mean. Seriously, that I am being serious." Qin Luo realized he was utterly at a loss in communicating with this woman. Let us go inside. This place is like a kingdom of women. You are the only man allowed entry," Li Qingcheng said, playfully linking her arm with his as she spoke. "Good morning, President Li." "Good morning, President Li." Indeed, wherever Li Qingcheng went, her staff greeted her with utmost respect. It was evident that her authority was immensely high in this establishment. Li Qingcheng acknowledged them with a nod, but continued to lead Qin Luo deeper inside. The expansive building resembled a labyrinth. Upon reaching the second floor, they were greeted by the melodious sounds of laughter. A group of elegantly dressed women lounged on sofas, chatting animatedly. Some were extraordinarily beautiful, while others, though slightly less so, exuded an exceptional charm. It was clear they hailed from affluent backgrounds, at least well off enough to enjoy a life free from financial worries. Upon seeing Li Qingcheng and Qin Luo enter, they greeted them cheerfully. "Our stunning beauty Li has arrived." "Ha! Li Jie brought along a handsome young man today." "What is this? Have you switched partners again?" "Oh dear, look at how flustered the young man is." "Come here, little handsome. Sit with your sister. I'll take good care of you." Li Jie has changed her taste. Is she now going for the younger crowd? Li Qingqing playfully retorted. You lot are nothing but a bunch of gossip-mongers, each with sharper tongues than the last. Always ready to ridicule others. We share a legitimate friendship. He is not my man. Even if I wanted to be close to him, he wouldn't have me. I specially invited him to admire Sijuan's legs. Ha ha, Sijuan. He is here to see your legs. Stand up and give him a show. Indeed, the title of TWS top leg model is no empty boast. Stand up and let us bask in your glory, little brother. My legs are quite lovely too, you know. Surrounded by a throng of enchanting women, each taking turns to tease him, Qin Luo felt utterly embarrassed. Moreover, their gazes were audacious and brazen, each resembling a femme fatale, causing Qin Luo to wish he could burrow into the ground. Hello, I am Sichuan. I have heard about you from Sister It is a great honor to meet you, said a woman who rose from the corner of the sofa, extending her hand towards Qin Luo. The sudden movement startled Qin Luo, prompting him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. It was not due to any lack of beauty on her part, but rather because of her towering height. Standing at 176 centimeters with legs measuring an impressive 113 cm, her body proportions were an enviable 64. She also wore shimmering silver flats that made her appear even taller in front of Qin Luo. Hello. It is likewise an honor to meet you, Qin Luo replied, shaking hands with Chen Sichuan. Even now, he remained unclear about the purpose of his visit. Take a look at her thighs. Aren't they beautiful? Li Qingqing nudged Qin Luo and inquired. Obediently, Qin Luo glanced and nodded. Indeed, they are beautiful. The foolishness of Qin Luo's response elicited peals of laughter from the women, causing them to double over in mirth. Even Chen Sichuan stood before him, covering her mouth and giggling. Where did you find such an adorable little brother? Beauty. May I borrow him for a couple of days? Not a chance if I let you take him. You would surely devour him whole, Li Qingqing replied, laughingly chiding. Then, turning to Qin Luo, she asked, Did you not notice any flaws? Flaws? Qin Luo scrutinized her closely and indeed spotted a slender scar on her calf. It was hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Did you see it? Li Qingqing asked. I did. Qin Luo nodded. Sichuan is my dearest sister. You must have a way to assist her, right? Li Qingqing gazed at Qin Luo with an enchanting allure. It shouldn't be a problem. Could you please refrain from looking at me like that? I am quite nervous, Qin Luo said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The presence of so many women was overwhelming, and he had never before navigated interactions with such a multitude of them simultaneously. Chapter 39. Loyalty as a bargaining chip in betrayal. The leg modeling industry is relatively mature abroad, primarily serving the promotion and creative advertising for hosiery, knee-high boots, short skirts, and skincare products. Internationally, there are specific requirements for leg models. The proportions of the calf and thigh should be nearly equal or the calf slightly longer. With uniform thickness, elegant lines, delicate and smooth skin, devoid of noticeable scars, a straight midline, robust calves, rounded thighs, and no excess flesh on the buttocks, it is evident that even the slightest imperfection on a leg can be fatal for a leg model's career. Chen Sichuan is renowned as the #1 leg in TW, and describing her earnings as substantial would not be an exaggeration. However, during a recent advertisement shoot, her calf was inadvertently cut by some equipment. For most, a small cut on the leg may not signify much, but for Chen Sichuan, it jeopardized her future and livelihood. She and Li Qingqing were university classmates and friends. In a phone conversation, she expressed her distress to Li Qingqing. Initially, Li Qingqing offered comforting words, but upon discovering that the abrasions from her own fall had left no trace, she immediately shared this good news with Chen Sichuan. Chen Sichuan was filled with immense joy and promptly packed her belongings to rush to Yanjing that very day. Thus, Qin Luo found himself inexplicably dragged into this beauty salon, where women were held in the highest esteem. Is it truly possible to heal? Will there be no trace left? Chen Sichuan expressed her concerns. I apologized. It is not that I doubt your abilities. Li Marin has praised your medical skills highly. However, I still harbor some worries about her Mandarin, which carries a strong accent from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Yet, her pitiful demeanor evoked a sense of sympathy. Qin Luo gestured towards Li Qingqing's knee, stating, previously, her injury was far worse than yours. Now, can you still find any scars? You little rascal, you're publicly taking liberties with me, Li Qingqing teased, noticing Qin Luo's gaze drifting towards her calf, playfully licking her lips. I merely provided an illustration. Qin Luo quickly averted his eyes. Nonetheless, that action can easily be misinterpreted. Chen Xishuan chuckled. Li Marin also mentioned her knee had been injured, yet I cannot find a single scar. How can the recovery be so remarkable, appearing just as it did before? All right, Xishuan, regardless of what we say, you remain unconvinced. Let our charming young man examine your thigh, and your scars will vanish naturally. Li Qingqing suggested. So, you mean your leg's injury healed because he touched your thigh? A beautiful woman in a white shirt jested. Of course. Not only did I allow him to touch my thigh, but I also showed him some things that should not be seen, Li Qingqing retorted defiantly. What kind of things should not be seen? Someone inquired. How foolish. What is there that a woman cannot show a man? Li Qingqing scoffed. I truly did not mean to. You were sitting that way, and I couldn't help but see. Qin Luo explained with a wry smile. Standing amidst this lively group of women, their banter filled the air, making Qin Luo feel as though a swarm of bees was buzzing chaotically in his mind. The women laughed heartily, exclaiming, Little handsome, you are simply delightful, and no need for prodding. You have already confessed, so you truly have a connection. I thought Li Marin was merely jesting. After toying with eagles all day, has Li Marin finally been blinded by one? Little brother, aren't the appealing parts of Li Marin quite attractive? Before Qin Luo could utter a word of agreement, Li Qingqing pinched him sharply. Startled, he quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Not attractive at all. Thus, amidst the uproarious laughter of the women, he endured several more pinches from the furious Li Qingqing. Once the merriment subsided, Qin Luo ventured, Is it possible for the treatment to begin? Having delayed for such a long time, the last 2 classes at school may have already concluded. I must return to meet Lin Huanqi. I cannot keep the beauty waiting at school. Xishuan, sit down. For the sake of beauty, why not offer your thigh's chastity to our charming young man? Li Qingqing said with a smile, Is there chastity in a thigh? This woman is truly wicked. Qin Luo nearly stumbled in shock. No wonder the teachers at the school speak of this woman with such trepidation, for she indeed possesses an uncanny ability to stir gossip. So, have you not already made your contributions? Qin Xishuan retorted. Still obediently seated on the sofa, she slipped off her shoes and lifted her breathtakingly beautiful long legs before Qin Luo. Such a gesture truly evoked the image of one offering up their chastity. Qin Luo crouched down, retrieved a vial of golden powder from his pocket, and carefully poured out a small amount, gently applying it to Qin Xishuan's calves. He then delicately polished the scarred areas with his fingertips, not ceasing until the golden dust had fully permeated her skin. After securing the vial, Qin Luo instructed Qin Xishuan, Do not wash off the medicinal powder while bathing today. It will be fine by tomorrow. Really? Qin Xishuan gazed at Qin Luo in astonishment. Yes. Qin Luo nodded. Surely not. Handsome guy, things cannot be that simple. Exactly. You can't just casually apply some substance and expect us to believe it will work on Xishuan. You've touched her legs for quite some time. You ought to offer some form of assurance. Not only was Chen Xishuan skeptical, but even the bystanders expressed their doubts. He truly will be fine. Qin Luo replied, exasperated. Do not put Qin Luo in a difficult position. He treated me in the same manner. Li Qingqing interjected, aware of the efficacy of his powder, coming to his defense. Humph, beautifully, you can defend your little man all you want. We shall return in 3 days. If Xishuan's legs are not healed, we will strip you of your pants and take nude photographs. Very well. If Xishuan's legs are healed, you must present us with your last photo shoot of the so-called Golden Ring nude series for our enjoyment. Li Qingsheng provocatively challenged. She then turned to Qin Luo and asked, Do you know what the Golden Ring nude series is? I do not. Qin Luo shook his head. Indeed, I knew you wouldn't. You shall have the pleasure of feasting your eyes upon it then. Li Qingsheng chuckled. Li Qingsheng, you are courting disaster. A woman scolded, her cheeks flushed with anger. Qin Luo felt a sense of anticipation. He could only imagine that the Golden Ring nude series was something quite enigmatic. As he stepped out, the elder reminded him. This outing serves 2 purposes. First, to resolve that marriage matter from years ago, ensuring the young lady does not wait too long. Second, to broaden your horizons. Witnessing the Golden Ring nude series should be considered an experience, right? You can share it with me later. I certainly lack the fortune to see it myself. From the conversation among these women, Qin Luo gleaned that each possessed their own intriguing backgrounds. Notably, one woman with curly hair was, in fact, a somewhat famous celebrity in Huaxia, though Qin Luo, being quite naive, failed to recognize her. After enduring a playful teasing from the group of exuberant women, Li Qingqing stepped forward and declared, Ladies, Please continue your conversation. Qin Luo and I have a matter to discuss. I know you are eager to go ahead and take care of it. A short-haired woman cheerfully waved them off. You're the one who's always in a hurry, Li Qingqing retorted. Qin Luo covered his face in mock despair. Compared to them, referring to himself as a rogue felt like a grave insult to the very term. Li Qingqing's office was located on the third floor, elegantly and luxuriously decorated, in addition to the desk and a cabinet filled with books in the outer room. The inner chamber is furnished with a sofa, wardrobe, and other such amenities. It seems she regards this space not merely as a workplace, but also as a sanctuary for relaxation. Make yourself comfortable. Li Qingqing gestured toward the sofa, speaking casually. She removed her beret and hung it on the wall, her fingers lightly running through her hair, a gesture imbued with femininity. Thank you. Qin Luo obediently settled onto the sofa. Li Qingqing brought over 2 cups of tea and gracefully seated herself opposite Qin Luo. At this moment, the seductive and alluring expression on her face had vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as she regarded Qin Luo intently. Please, don't look at me like that, Qin Luo murmured, feeling a twinge of unease. What do you mean by that? Li Qingqing replied. Just don't look at me that way. Qin Luo leaned back slightly. When this woman adopted a normal demeanor, it rendered her presence rather unsettling. Hee, how adorably charming. Li Qingqing burst into laughter. Suddenly, she declared, I wish to strike a deal with you. What kind of deal? Qin Luo wondered, fearing it might involve the commodification of her own body. If she were to toss a stack of cash in her direction and say, accompany me tonight, and this money is yours, would she refuse? I have my eye on that powder of yours. Name your price and provide me with the formula, Li Qingqing stated candidly. Absolutely not. Qin Luo shook her head. That is a treasured heirloom of the Qin family. I intend to pass it down to my son. And then to my grandson. It is not for sale. Perhaps we could consider an alternative partnership. You could invest your formula as equity. I would handle the raw materials, production, promotion, and marketing, and we could split the profit 70-30. Li Qingqing continued to tempt her. No. Qin Luo shook her head again. If my grandfather finds out, he would surely break my legs. I cannot profit from this. 60-40. You take 60, and I take 40. That won't work. My family isn't in dire need of money. I spend very little, and I don't require such a large sum. 50-50. Li Qingqing interrupted, her determination unwavering. This truly cannot be done, and why parents wouldn't agree either. 60-40. You take 60, and I take 40. I have no authority to make such decisions. Please, do not put me in this position. 70-30. You take 70, and I take 30. Your sincerity has moved me. If I were to refuse, it would seem rather ungracious. Qin Luo conceded. Then let us finalize the deal. Chapter 40. Shocking secrets. Li Qingqing gazed at Qin Luo with a smile, waiting until the latter shyly averted her gaze before softly commenting. You truly are quite shameless. And you as well, Qin Luo replied with a stoic expression. Though he lacked knowledge of business operations, that did not imply he was a fool. He understood that if this powder were to hit the market, the profits would be staggering. The market value of Yunnan Baiyao has reached billions, and a remedy capable of alleviating pain, reducing inflammation, and swiftly restoring the skin surface would undoubtedly be even more beloved by the public. God has bestowed upon each individual a desire for beauty, yet not all are graced with a beautiful visage. Merely calculating the number of individuals worldwide who bear acne scars can provide an initial estimation of the market potential in this domain. Who would desire to have scars marring their face or body? Even if one were to offer Li Qingqing a profit margin of 30%, it would still amount to a staggering figure. Of course, Li Qingqing is well aware of this. Otherwise, given her astuteness, she would not have consented to such a collaborative arrangement. So, does this imply that we are like-minded heroes? Li Qingqing chuckled charmingly. This is a classic case of heroes being captivated by beauty, Qin Luo remarked. He made a concerted effort to divert his gaze from the plunging neckline of her attire, yet inadvertently, his eyes wandered back. It seems that every lecher is unable to control their desires. I find that answer rather appealing. Li Qingqing lifted her teacup, raising it towards Qin Luo, and declared, Here's to our fruitful collaboration. To a successful partnership, Qin Luo echoed as their cups clinked together. When I discovered that my leg injury left no trace, the thought of collaborating with you began to take shape. Are you aware of the current market size of the beauty industry? In Huaxia alone, it has reached 300 billion. If our Qingqing beauty powder were to be launched, I am confident we could swiftly capture at least 3 to 5% of the market share. Qingqing beauty powder? I named it. Sounds pleasant, doesn't it? This, he continued, is actually called Golden Pupa Nourishing Powder. Oh, that sounds even better. At least I don't understand it. What is a golden pupa? It's a type of indigenous insect, found in the ancient forests of Yunnan and Guizhou, and is exceedingly rare, Qin Luo replied with a wry smile. This presents our first challenge. It cannot be mass-produced, like Qingqing's slender, dark brows furrowed momentarily before they relaxed again as she inquired. Are there alternative materials? Yes, but their efficacy certainly cannot compare to that of golden pupa powder, Qin Luo explained. The essence of the Chinese soft-shelled turtle sells in the millions of boxes each year. Where would one find such a plethora of turtles to extract essence from? Li Qingqing countered. Observing Qin Luo sip his tea in silence, she chuckled softly and playfully nudged his calf with her toe, asking, "Handsome, are you just waiting to strike it rich? Once you have made your fortune, what is the first thing you wish to do? Get married." Qin Luo replied without a moment's hesitation. What a lackluster ambition. With so much wealth, why would you still worry about that? By then, you might find yourself inundated with women, unable to fend them off, Li Qingqing scoffed. Aside from that, establish a primary school in my name, Qin Luo answered. This time, it was Li Qingqing who was rendered speechless. She felt she had encountered a peculiar being. This man, or rather, this boy, was not as innocent as he appeared on the surface. Having declined Li Qingqing's invitation to lunch, he dared not linger with that group of unruly women. Over time, he feared that his virtue might truly be at risk. Qin Luo hailed a cab to the medical university. Wondering if Lin Huanqi was still waiting at the entrance, he initially considered calling her to say not to wait and that he would return home first. However, he hesitated, fearing she might inquire about the reason. For some inexplicable reason, on a subconscious level, Qin Luo was reluctant for Lin Huanqi to know that he had been with Li Qingqing. Perhaps, that evening, Lin Huanqi's expression made him realize that this ice and fire duality combination was, in fact, irreconcilable. The taxi halted at the school's entrance, and Qin Luo, failing to spot Lin Huanqi's champagne-colored BMW, noticed Wang Hao and Chen Xiaoxue engaged in a heated argument at the doorway. Chen Xiaoxue, with tear-filled eyes, attempted to grasp Wang Hao's arm to prevent his departure. Wang Hao, displaying a look of disdain, forcefully shrugged off her hold and climbed into his silver Mercedes, driving off into the distance. Driver, follow that Mercedes, Qin Luo instructed. Young man, this might not be advisable, the driver replied with an awkward smile. Without uttering a word, Qin Luo pulled out 2 large banknotes and handed them over. Rest assured. Sir, I won't lose sight of it, the driver said as he pressed the accelerator and followed suit. Qin Luo was unfamiliar with Yanjing, and even he was unaware of how many streets he had traversed, how many overpasses he had crossed, or how many traffic lights he had passed. When the silver Mercedes turned into a factory located on the outskirts of Yanjing, the taxi came to a stop not far away. How much? Qin Luo inquired. 195 yuan. I just gave you 200. You can keep the 5 as a tip. That was a prepaid fare. The driver turned the car around, tears brimming in his eyes as he sped away. Meizhou Aojia Medical Equipment Sales Limited Liability Company, Qin Luo remarked with a cold smile as he gazed at the golden sign on the factory. The tendency of his compatriots to idolize foreign brands was indeed severe. Everything had to bear a foreign name, as if that would lend it greater taste and sophistication. After Wang Hao's vehicle entered, the factory gates closed once more, heightening Qin Luo's sense of unease. It is often said that doors should be open for business. Why would they close them in broad daylight? From Qin Luo's understanding, the entrance would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Fortunately, this location was in the suburbs, leaving him puzzled as to why they had chosen such a secluded spot. Qin Luo walked along the corner of the factory's wall, proceeding to the rear. As he scanned his surroundings and confirmed no one was paying him any mind. He lifted the hem of his robe and secured it at his waist. After taking a few steps back, he dashed forward, using his feet to propel himself up the 2-meter-high wall. He crouched quietly on the wall, attentively listening, and soon heard voices nearby. Second brother, the boss has received a new batch of goods recently, hasn't he? A youthful voice inquired. Indeed. Still coming from that direction, a hoarse voice replied, accompanied by a slight cough that indicated the speaker was a smoker, with considerable lung ailments. Alas, what a pity. The boss isn't lacking in funds. Why not procure some genuine merchandise properly? Li Lingxi, are you trying to get yourself killed? Is this something you should be saying? Us workers have no business concerning ourselves with such matters. Whoever pays our wages is our lord. Why should we fret over this? Second brother, I only mentioned it because it troubles me. This is something you can share with me. Do not utter it to anyone else. Otherwise, you might find yourself in serious trouble. Those in leadership here, aren't they all related to the boss? Understood, brother. Let's go eat. It's time. As the words faded, the sound of footsteps gradually receded. Qin Luo, perched atop the wall, listened intently to their conversation, becoming increasingly certain that there were issues within the factory. He raised his gaze to survey the premises, which lay in eerie tranquility. Aside from the distant shadows of people moving, the backyard was virtually deserted. With a light touch of his toes, Qin Luo gracefully leaped down from the wall, resembling a nimble fox as he darted into the factory. Inside, the atmosphere was ominous, permeated by a musty odor. From Qin Luo's expert perspective, the sanitary conditions alone failed to meet the standards required for the operation of medical supplies. Yet, in the realm of domestic enterprises, such matters were often overlooked. Few truly regarded it as a benchmark to scrutinize others. With the right connections, one could even produce health products in a public restroom. Have we not seen reports from Deep Zhang television about unscrupulous stinky tofu workshops using excrement to hasten fermentation? In the wondrous land of Huaxia, anything is possible. The floor was strewn with infusion sets, syringes, dental instruments, catheters, surgical supplies, and even disposable leather packaging emblazoned with the logo of an internationally renowned manufacturer. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Luo immediately grasped the extent of Wang Hao's nefarious dealings. Fortunately, Qin Luo had recently learned to take photographs with his mobile phone. He snapped a flurry of pictures of the scene before stealthily pocketing several samples and slipping out. Just as he climbed back onto the wall, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket, nearly causing him to tumble down. Quickly landing, he pressed the answer button and, with a hint of irritation, inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me." Lin Huanqi's calm voice resonated from the receiver. "Sister Lin, where are you?" Qin Luo asked, realizing his tone had been somewhat brusque. "I had a reception task at noon and have just found a moment to breathe. I may not be able to return for lunch," Lin Huanqi explained. "Haha, no worries that I can manage on my own," Qin Luo replied. "All right then," Lin Huanqi said. "Goodbye." After hanging up, Qin Luo hurried towards the main road. After waiting for a while, he finally boarded an empty vehicle back to Yanjing. Upon returning home, he found Lin Xingyuan perusing the newspaper on the balcony. The notification of the old man's early retirement had arrived. Accompanied by the appointment letter for Ma Yukai, as the director Neme Yukai had long harbored grievances against Lin's patriarchal control over the hospital. Now that he had ascended to a position of power, he was determined to eliminate dissenters and promote those who would blindly follow his lead. Feeling powerless to effect change, Lin Xingyuan opted for the path of least resistance, choosing to avoid the hospital altogether. Upon seeing Qin Luo return, Lin Xingyuan set aside the newspaper and asked, "Qin Luo, why are you alone? Where's Huanqi? Didn't you come back together?" Sister Lin said she had a reception task and wouldn't be back for lunch. Qin Luo replied with a smile. "Oh, then let us dine," Lin Xingyuan suggested. "Grandfather Lin, let me show you something first," Qin Luo said with a grin. "What is it?" Lin Xingyuan inquired. Qin Luo then retrieved the medical instruments he had collected from his pocket and presented them to Lin Xingyuan. "What is this?" Lin Xingyuan asked, his face a picture of confusion. "This is a treasure I have discovered. With it, you may yet return to your position as the dean," Qin Luo teased. Chapter 41. A date noting Lin Xingyuan's continued bewilderment. Resembling an eager student yearning for further enlightenment, Qin Luo could only sigh softly. Perhaps Lin Xingyuan possessed remarkable medical skills. However, when it came to the intricacies of power struggles and cunning maneuvers, he was utterly out of his depth. It was no wonder that Ma Yukai, in the role of vice dean, could stir up trouble within the Chinese medicine hospital, his words wielding more influence than Lin Xingyuan's. Qin Luo ushered Lin Xingyuan into the room, presenting him with a disposable packaging bag, inquiring, "Do you see this? What is it?" "The packaging bag for Kong Ao's instruments. How could I not recognize it?" Lin Xingyuan replied with a smile. "And what about this?" Qin Luo asked, handing Lin Xingyuan some medical instruments. "Isn't this also from Kong Ao's?" Lin Xingyuan queried, puzzled. Qin Luo shook his head with a smile, explaining, "If these were indeed Kong Ao's instruments, they would have been sealed upon importation. Why would they need to repackage them domestically? Are you implying that someone has counterfeited them?" Lin Xingyuan finally grasped Qin Luo's intention. "Indeed. However, to describe it with a different term, it's called private labeling," Qin Luo elaborated. Incidents of private labeling abound in Huaxia. Some replicate Dior clothing designs for resale, while others imitate Converse shoes for discounts. There are even cases of counterfeit electrical appliances and smartphones. More absurdly, people can be labeled as well. Did you not see the recent news about a bureau official's daughter posing as a student to attend university? Qin Luo placed an intravenous drip tube into the Konghao's packaging, stating they acquired Konghao's packaging without authorization, then purchased it themselves to fabricate counterfeit packaging. They sell inferior products as if they were genuine, distributing them to various hospitals and clinics, holding the large array of instruments. Lin Xingyuan inquired, "Where did you acquire these items?" "From Wang Hao's factory," Qin Luo replied. "Who is Wang Hao?" Lin Xingyuan asked, unfamiliar with him. A distributor of medical devices. "Such occurrences are rampant. I have grown accustomed to it. But what does this have to do with who becomes the dean of the Chinese medicine hospital?" Qin Luo added with a grin, "Of course, he has another identity. He is a friend, or rather, a business partner of Ma Yukai." "Does he have connections with Ma Yukai?" Lin Xingyuan asked, astonished. "Indeed, I once saw them leaving a hotel together, quite intimately," Qin Luo affirmed with a nod, "if I am not mistaken. The authority to procure medical equipment for the Chinese medicine hospital lies with Ma Yukai, does it not?" Lin Xingyuan nodded, "Yes. The department heads select medications based on physicians' feedback, which are then submitted to Ma Yukai for approval." Qin Luo acknowledged, noting that the fate of pharmaceutical companies rests in the hands of doctors and department heads, which is why medical sales representatives are willing to offer such substantial kickbacks to physicians and key decision-makers. "I believe that the medical machinery utilized by the traditional Chinese medicine hospital is precisely this," Qin Luo stated bluntly. "What? How dare they? With such exorbitant profits, what are they incapable of doing?" Qin Luo replied with a laugh. "And what about those infection incidents involving the children?" Lin Xingyuan's complexion changed dramatically as he spoke with a tremor in his voice. "Indeed, the resistance of newborns is exceedingly weak. If they are using these medical devices on infants, then it is entirely normal for them to become infected. Everything they have done is unhygienic, and their sterilization standards are grossly inadequate. Moreover, some of these are simply repurposed medical waste purchased from abroad." "Crack!" Lin Xingyuan glared fiercely, the infusion tube in his hand snapping with a loud crack. He exclaimed angrily, "Is there no medical ethics? Is there no humanity? Life and death are at stake. How can they do this? How can they? They nearly destroyed the traditional Chinese medicine hospital." Qin Luo felt a deep bitterness, recognizing the extreme irony of someone who nearly brought ruin to the hospital being appointed as its director. "I must report them," Lin Xingyuan declared, filled with righteous indignation. "I cannot allow them to harm others any longer." Qin Luo intercepted the furious Lin Xingyuan, saying, "Reporting them outright will only alert them. By the time those in authority decide to investigate, Wang Hao will have already covered his tracks. Nothing will be found, so what now? Should we just allow them to endanger patients? Who knows how many more terrifying infection incidents might occur?" Lin Xingyuan said in a fit of rage. "That certainly won't happen," Qin Luo replied. "However, we must first understand how he colluded with Ma Yukai. If we can uncover evidence of their partnership, how can we ensure that Ma Yukai faces legal consequences? He is still the director of the hospital. He can simply switch to collaborating with another medical equipment company." "Qin Luo, what should we do then?" Lin Xingyuan, recognizing Qin Luo's reasoning, turned to him for help. "We need to accomplish two tasks simultaneously. First, expose Wang Hao's factory. Second, find evidence of his collaboration with Ma Yukai. However, the latter must be resolved before the former. Leave the task of finding evidence to me." "Sigh. Then I must entrust this to you," Lin Xingyuan said with a heavy expression. "At my age, there are some things I increasingly fail to comprehend. Evildoers will eventually reap their just rewards. It is merely a matter of time." Qin Luo reassured him. Qin Luo had initially thought that discovering evidence of Ma Youcai's illegal activities might lighten Lin Xingyuan's mood, as it could potentially remove him from his position of authority. However, Lin Xingyuan's spirits did not improve. Instead, he began to worry about how many more patients would suffer before they were caught. Even during lunch, he had no appetite, hastily consuming only a bowl of plain rice before retreating upstairs to rest. "What an unenlightened old man," Qin Luo mused as he watched Lin Xingyuan's silhouette ascend the stairs. Yet, this only deepened Qin Luo's admiration for his character. Only individuals of such caliber can truly embody the spirit of the Huaxia nation. They are not the rotund officials engaged in corruption and malfeasance, nor are they the merchants who view everything through the lens of profit, nor the unscrupulous vendors who resort to any means, including gutter oil and foul-smelling stinky tofu, in their relentless pursuit of wealth. Although Qin Luo had acquiesced to the request of the venerable Lin to expedite the unearthing of this matter, he nonetheless encountered a formidable challenge. Where could he possibly seek evidence of collusion between Wang Hao and Ma Yukai? Perhaps an investigation into financial gains could yield some insights. However, as a mere commoner, utterly inept with technology to the point of being unable to even turn on or off a computer, how could he delve into others' financial records? He could only seek assistance from others, Qin Luo pondered. But whom should he approach? The one family presented itself as an excellent option. Truth be told, if Qin Luo were to voice his request, the one family's influential status would render the resolution of such a predicament remarkably effortless. Yet, under what pretext could he solicit their aid? Having just rebuffed their daughter, it seemed rather impertinent to now seek their assistance. Suddenly, a thought struck him: Wang Juzhou. With her formidable background, if she were willing to lend a hand, the solution would undoubtedly be within easy reach. Resolute, Qin Luo promptly dialed Wang Juzhou's number. "Teacher Wang," came her uncertain voice from the other end of the line. "Yes, it's me," Qin Luo replied, feeling at a loss for words as he connected. After all, she was merely a student. Asking her to engage in such matters felt somewhat inappropriate. "Teacher, is there something you need?" Wang Juzhou's tone brightened noticeably, her voice lifting with excitement. "Ah, do you have time?" "I do. Shall we meet this afternoon?" "Sure. Where shall we meet?" Wang Juzhou giggled mischievously. "You can decide," Qin Luo responded. "Let us meet at that Starbucks on Yinfu Road," Wang Juzhou suggested. Qin Luo was taken aback. He had anticipated that she would propose a location within the school, yet she had chosen a venue outside its confines. However, having allowed her to make the decision, he felt it inappropriate to counter her choice. "Very well then, we shall meet at 3 this afternoon." After hanging up, Wang Juzhou tossed her phone onto the sofa, then erupted into a fit of ecstatic laughter. Zhang Yi, sitting nearby and applying cucumber slices to her face for a beauty treatment, was startled by her daughter's exuberance. As a result, one of the cucumber slices slipped from her hand and tumbled into the open neckline of her nightgown. Flustered, she hurriedly retrieved the cucumber slice lodged between her bosom. Exclaiming in exasperation, "You silly girl, why are you screaming? No one has wronged you." "Zhang Yi," Wang Juzhou exclaimed, "he asked me out. He asked me out." "Wang Juzhou, I will give you one last warning. If you dare to call me Zhang Yi again, you can forget about ever acknowledging me as your mother." "Who asked you out?" "It was Teacher Qin. He just called and asked to meet me at Starbucks this afternoon," Wang Juzhou replied, her joy palpable. "You've already snagged him so quickly? How utterly unchallenging," Zhang Yi remarked. "What do you know? We are simply going to nurture our feelings for one another. You wouldn't he understand?" "Who says I don't understand? How could I possibly not understand?" Zhang Yi retorted, grabbing a cushion from the sofa and playfully tossing it at her daughter's head. "You simply do not comprehend. What does a woman on the brink of menopause know about love?" Wang Juzhou retaliated by seizing a pillow. "How could I possibly not understand? If I were incapable of grasping the essence of love, how could I have brought you into this world? Then I am left in the dark. Perhaps you are not even my biological mother," Wang Juzhou declared. "You insolent girl, dare you speak so defiantly? Just watch as I do away with you. Do not strike my face. Then why are you grasping my chest?" After the two, like a pair of children, had their fill of bickering, they lay breathlessly on the sofa. "Why, dear daughter, do you truly care for him?" Zhang Yi inquired. "Certainly," Wang Juzhou replied. "Very well then. Mother shall assist you in securing him." "No need, I shall handle my own affairs. Do you not think it would be easier for you if I accompanied you? If he dares to overstep, I can protect you. And if you wish to overstep, dear mother can stand guard at the door." Chapter 42. Evil begets evil. How about this one? "No, it is too plain that it lacks the audacity to reflect my daughter's true style." "What of this?" "Absolutely not. That it appears too naive." "Zhang Yi, if you dare to call me naive again, I shall take offense," Wang Juzhou retorted angrily. Zhang Yi smacked her daughter's head and scolded, "You ungrateful child. Your mother only wishes what is best for you. Who goes out on a date wearing denim? Are those long legs merely for show? How about this one?" Wang Juzhou held up a blue floral maxi dress, modeling it. "The style is quite nice. Yet it is somewhat conservative. It reveals neither cleavage nor curves and lacks allure." Zhang Yi shook her head. "I am meeting with Teacher Qin, not exposing myself." Wang Juzhou rolled her eyes. "Besides, I am not well endowed." "Alas, dear, that is not something your mother wishes to hear. How could my daughter possibly lack in that regard? Have you not heard the saying? A woman's bosom is like Lu Sun's time. Squeeze it a little, and it will emerge. Come, try on this black one. Mother will help you enhance your figure. Zhang Yi, if you dare to be so crude again, do you believe I will not throw you out? Wang Jujiao sighed in exasperation. She truly found her rogue mother insufferable. All right, I shall cease my banter. I believe none of your clothing is suitable. Either too plain or too conservative. Why not wear my white silk t-shirt? Absolutely not. That garment is utterly terrifying, resembling something that has been cut away. Wang Jujiao fervently shook her head. To her surprise, Zhang Yi became serious, scrutinizing her daughter from head to toe, and remarked, quite nice. You will undoubtedly look alluring in it. I refuse. I must wear it. I have stated that I will not. You shall wear it, that I will handle my own matters. Yes, your mother. It is my duty to assist you. Wang Jujiao, now enraged, grasped her mother's hand and dragged her out, slamming the door behind them with a resounding thud. Wang Jujiao inhaled deeply. As the world fell into silence, why, dear daughter, the neckline must be lower. Just a tad lower. Trust your mother. It will be worth your while. The amount of salt I consume surpasses the rice you eat. How could I not discern what men desire? You are so naive. Zhang Yi shouted from the doorway. Wang Jujiao felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. My mother cannot possibly be my biological mother, she pondered with skepticism. What kind of mother would allow her daughter to dress so provocatively to entice men? Wang Jujiao declined her mother's repeated offer to accompany her and hurriedly drove her mother's Audi to the Starbucks where she had arranged to meet Qin Luo. Yinfu Road is also a main thoroughfare, bustling with thriving businesses. Wang Jujiao parked her car in front of Starbucks and walked inside with her bag in hand. Although she was aware that one should arrive fashionably late by 5 minutes for a date to convey a sense of reserve, she arrived punctually. Qin Luo was already seated by the window, and upon seeing Wang Jujiao approach, he gestured eagerly to her. Teacher Qin, have you been waiting long? Wang Jujiao smiled as she settled onto the sofa opposite him. I just arrived myself, Qin Luo replied with a grin. He had always admired Wang Jujiao's beauty, which possessed a refreshing elegance that exuded a unique charm. It was evident that she had made a special effort for today's meeting. She had lightly applied makeup, accentuating her naturally fine and dark eyebrows, which were striking even without enhancement. Particularly noteworthy was her t-shirt, which featured a substantial cutout in the front. With the slightest lean, one could catch a glimpse of what lay beneath. Wang Jujiao had ultimately succumbed to her mother's insistence and donned the white silk t-shirt. Though the garment was exquisite, its large U-shaped neckline was something she found unacceptable. Therefore, she layered it with a fitted black blazer. Nevertheless, she was determined to look beautiful. Wang Jujiao felt both shy and elated under Qin Luo's gaze, and asked, Teacher Qin, have you ordered anything? Not yet, he replied. Shall we have tea then? Wang Jujiao inquired, speculating that, given Qin Luo's disposition, he would likely prefer tea over coffee. Yes, I will have tea. You may have coffee, Qin Luo smiled. What a refined and virtuous young lady you are. No, I also prefer tea, Wang Jujiao responded. She summoned a server to order beverages and snacks, and then, noticing Qin Luo hesitating to speak, she cheerfully asked, Is there something on your mind, Teacher Qin? Actually, I need your assistance with something, Qin Luo replied. Assistance. Despite realizing that Qin Luo had ulterior motives for their meeting, Wang Jujiao felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, she remained eager to help. What do you need? Qin Luo glanced around before sitting beside Wang Jujiao, quietly sharing his discoveries and suspicions with her. How despicable! How can such scum exist? They should be executed on the spot, Wang Jujiao declared vehemently. After hearing Qin Luo's words, she too was enraged. For university students like them, who had yet to encounter much of the darker side of life, it was difficult to fathom such a reality. However, we lack evidence of their collusion, Qin Luo lamented. I understand. Wang Jujiao nodded. Having grasped the nature of the task Qin Luo sought her assistance with. Retrieving her phone from her bag, she dialed a number and spoke into the receiver. Hi, I need a favor. Yes, please help me locate a medical equipment company. After a brief discussion on the line, Wang Jujiao ended the call and informed Qin Luo, It's all sorted. We will have the police handle this matter directly. Just report that we received a tip-off about a fugitive hiding in that factory. By a stroke of luck, we managed to uncover an underground medical equipment facility. Additionally, to prevent the factory owner from fleeing the country, I have already arranged for him to be monitored. We are also keeping an eye on that dead horse. What if Wang Hao does not identify my Yukai, and we cannot find evidence of their collaboration? Qin Luo asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Once they become criminal suspects, the police will have the authority to investigate. They could even uncover instances from their childhood, like bedwetting. There's no need for concern, Wang Jujiao reassured him with a shake of her head. Satisfied, Qin Luo nodded, knowing that in the face of true violence, all disguises are mere illusions. Observing Wang Jujiao's decisive demeanor, he remarked, "You shouldn't pursue traditional Chinese medicine. If you entered security or a government role, you would have greater potential." Wang Jujiao squinted playfully at Qin Luo, responding, "I believe studying traditional medicine is wonderful. It also allows me to know Teacher Qin." There was a captivating sparkle in the girl's eyes. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Luo found Lin Huanqi back home, just as she had been during their first meeting, dressed in a white casual outfit watering the flowers in the courtyard. Serene and beautiful, she was more radiant than the blossoms themselves. Noticing Qin Luo's arrival, she spoke, "A research team came from above today, and I am responsible for reporting on a project, so I cannot return for lunch." It seemed she had felt guilty for not being able to accompany Qin Luo for lunch. "It's all right. If you're busy, I can manage to return alone," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "That won't happen again," Lin Huanqi stated softly, yet with a hint of determination. By the way, where's Grandpa Lin?" Qin Luo inquired. "He has gone out," Lin Huanqi replied, setting down the watering can and turning to look at Qin Luo. "He has also informed you of his findings. Thank you for everything you have done." "Haha, Grandpa Lin is quite something. He repeatedly told me to keep it confidential to avoid leaks, yet he couldn't help but spill the beans first." Qin Luo teased with a grin. "I still owe you my gratitude," Lin Huanqi said earnestly. Lin Qingyuan returned just in time for dinner, his face beaming with joy that was hard to conceal. "Grandpa Lin, what good fortune has you so elated?" Qin Luo asked knowingly, aware that it was undoubtedly related to Wang Jujiao's associates springing into action. "Indeed, Qin Luo, you have aptly stated, evil begets evil. It is merely a matter of time. Truly, the net of heaven is vast and intricate, and nothing escapes its grasp. No one can evade divine retribution." "Has everyone been apprehended?" Qin Luo queried. "Indeed. It's quite the coincidence that JC managed to catch a fugitive right in that factory belonging to Wang Hao, dismantling his underground operation in one fell swoop. Subsequently, reporters arrived to cover the story, yet even those who wished to lend their voices found themselves unable to do so. Eventually, JC unearthed a document on their computer, which meticulously detailed instances of Wang Hao bribing various officials at prominent hospitals in Yanjing. The revelations were utterly shocking. This time, the higher-ups were infuriated, demanding a thorough investigation into all individuals and matters involved in this case. "Every nefarious character must be eradicated. I always suspected as much. Wrongdoers often record their misdeeds in diaries. There will inevitably come a day when the truth is unveiled. What of my Yukai? Is he unscathed?" Qin Luo inquired with concern. "How could he possibly be unharmed?" Lin Qingyuan scoffed. "He is the most culpable of all. That factory still holds 20% of his shares. This was disclosed by Wang Hao under police interrogation. Now, my Yukai has also been detained by JC. Do you know why I returned so late?" "What is the reason?" Qin Luo asked with keen interest. "That old man truly is something. With Ma Yukai in custody and the Chinese medicine hospital leaderless, it was only natural for them to recall this veteran. Is there any need for speculation? The higher-ups summoned me for a discussion. They mentioned my health is satisfactory and have requested me to serve another term as the president of the hospital." Lin Qingyuan excitedly revealed the truth. "Splendid news. I must extend my congratulations to Grandfather Lin," Qin Luo exclaimed joyfully, as if only now grasping the reality of the situation. Lin Huanqi regarded Qin Luo with a meaningful glance, subtly curling her lips in a smirk. Chapter 43. In deep waters and fiery trials, after completing the acupuncture session, and having traversed 5 miles and 3 acupoints, Qin Luo began to tidy away the needle case, stating, "Today marks the final session." Lin Huanqi's heart plummeted, as if something precious were slipping away. "The last session?" Lin Huanqi asked uncertainly. Even she was unaware of her growing infatuation with this sensation. Each evening after dinner, she eagerly anticipated this moment of warmth. Even during their quiet exchanges, where not a single word was spoken, she still felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. She did not believe it was love, nor did she think she possessed the capacity for love. Yet, she remained oblivious to the nature of these feelings. They were indescribable, boundless, yet never-ending. Qin Luo nodded, saying, "Excessive treatment can be detrimental. Continuing the acupuncture would drain your vital energy, rather than restore it. Very well. You are the doctor. Your word is final, Lin Huanqi replied, nodding. She tugged at her clothing to cover her thigh and added, would you care for a cup of tea before you depart? Certainly, Qin Luo agreed. Having helped Lin Qingyuan resolve a lingering concern, his spirits were notably elevated. Moreover, the exposure of Ma Youcai's misdeeds was largely attributable to his efforts. After all, without his audacious venture into the lion's den, and without his boldness in enlisting Wang Juzhou's assistance, the subsequent JC manhunt for the fugitive would never have transpired. Yet, this achievement remained unrecognized by anyone, leaving him with a sense of frustration. Performing a good deed anonymously is akin to a woman parading in splendid attire under the cover of night. One receives neither the approval of peers nor the admiration of the opposite sex, which is indeed a disheartening predicament. Qin Luo now comprehended that the disparity between himself and the late Lei Feng was far more substantial than he had previously perceived. One can endure the unacknowledged solitude for decades. Yet I find myself unable to withstand even a few days. The balcony of Lin Huanqi's bedroom is a cherished venue where the two of us regularly partake in tea. Under the bright moon and expansive sky, with the cool breeze gently caressing us, warm water and fragrant tea at hand, accompanied by a beautiful companion, such a life is indeed filled with happiness. In the past, Qin Luo often sipped tea, but the only presence beside him was that of a fixed, utterly unappreciative old man. Moreover, that old man would unexpectedly toss out perplexing questions, leaving one flustered and bewildered. Each tea session was devoid of flavor. Thus, after experiencing this contrast, Qin Luo felt that his current life was akin to paradise. Southerners predominantly enjoy kung fu tea, while Northerners favor tea served in large bowls. Perhaps in deference to Qin Luo, a Southerner, Lin Huanqi had procured exquisite porcelain from Jingdezhen, clear after the rain, and her skill in brewing kung fu tea had become increasingly refined. Grandfather has gone to the hospital for rounds, Lin Huanqi remarked. Indeed, it is beneficial for the old gentleman to remain active. Qin Luo replied, it is natural to feel a sense of reluctance when one suddenly departs from a place they have devoted decades of labor. He understood Lin Qingyuan's state of mind well. Having been ousted, he was now severed from any connection to that hospital. Furthermore, the thought of relinquishing the position of director to Ma Youcai was utterly unacceptable. One can only imagine the inner turmoil that must have consumed Lin Laoji. However, when our Spider-Man, Qin Luo, intervened, the situation took a dramatic turn. Ma Youcai was apprehended by Uncle JC, and Lin Laoji was reinstated as the director. The recent commotion among the hospital staff was swiftly quelled. If I were Lin Laoji, I too would occasionally find myself parading before those who had previously mocked my departure. Qin Luo mused inwardly. When others seek to impede your peace, do not allow them comfort in return. Thank you, Lin Huanqi said softly, placing a cup of tea before Qin Luo with her tweezers. What do you thank me for? I haven't done anything, Qin Luo chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Lin Huanqi gazed at him, perhaps due to the backlight, her beautiful eyes shimmering with myriad colors as she spoke. Perhaps grandfather will accept JC's fortuitous explanation regarding the dismantling of the underground factory. Yet, I do not believe it. Why did it not happen before? Why did it only surface when you began to take an interest in it? With Wang Hao's extensive network, how could the police have made no attempts to obstruct the case? Why was there such particular focus on the relationship between Wang Hao and Ma Youcai, leading to intensive interrogations? What are you implying? Qin Luo asked, astonished as he looked at Lin Huanqi. They say women are large-breasted and lacking in intellect, but it seems that is not entirely true. You are the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, Lin Huanqi asserted. Ha, how could that be? I lack such capabilities, Qin Luo humbly replied, though his expression conveyed a silent acknowledgement of her words. I also happen to know that you have a student who is the daughter of a military district leader. Lin Huanqi's lips curled into a gentle smile. Qin Luo's face lit up, akin to a flower blooming, experiencing the delight of finding a kindred spirit. You are aware of that? Ha. I thought this matter was a well-kept secret. In truth, I merely approached Wang Juzhou with a mindset of trial and error, never anticipating her actual agreement. Moreover, JC's efficiency is remarkably high. He managed to clarify all matters within a single day. By the way, please do not mention this to Grandpa Lin, as I prefer to keep this knowledge from too many people. Though he outwardly expresses such sentiments, Qin Luo secretly wishes for the whole world to acknowledge that it was indeed his doing. Like a child who performs a good deed, He longs for his mother's praise and perhaps a sweet treat in return. Qin Luo has always regarded Lin Huanqi not merely as a mother figure, but as an elder sister, an older sister of the refined kind. Now that his actions have garnered Lin Huanqi's approval, he experiences a profound sense of accomplishment. The two conversed late into the night, and only upon noticing the fatigue etched on Lin Huanqi's face did Qin Luo finally rise to take his leave. "By the way, I have something for you," Lin Huanqi remarked as she stood up. "What is it?" Qin Luo inquired. "A computer," she replied, approaching with a case in hand. "I need a computer to handle some documents, and I thought I might as well prepare one for you too. It's essential to acquire this skill when entering the workforce." "Indeed, I shall learn it well," Qin Luo declared joyfully as he accepted the device. "Thank you, Sister Lin. Go rest now," Lin Huanqi said, momentarily lost in thought at being addressed as Sister Lin by a mere boy, considering herself older. This sudden reflection on age, a matter she had long overlooked, occupied her mind. Qin Luo's teaching methodology is distinct. He relies on his own learning journey rather than textbooks, imparting knowledge based on his experiences. A book may contain merely a few 100,000 words. Yet what can one truly glean from it? The content often remains superficial. To genuinely become a competent physician, what is taught in textbooks is far from sufficient. Qin Luo has expressed his desire for every student who remains until graduation to evolve into an exemplary doctor, and he diligently strives towards this goal. I understand that memorizing the tangent song is quite challenging. It took me several days to master it as well. However, this does not excuse any of you from sloth. What if I were to require you to memorize the entire compendium of Chinese herbal medicine? How would you respond? I am aware that some may deem such teaching methods foolish, yet if one cannot grasp these fundamental concepts, how can they apply their knowledge effectively? To learn and apply knowledge means to adapt based on the severity of a patient's condition after mastering the properties and formulas of various herbs. By our next class, I expect everyone to proficiently recite the tangent song. All right, class dismissed. As Qin Luo stepped out of the classroom, a chorus of sighs echoed from within. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of the expression he bore when his grandfather had tasked him with memorizing the same material. Ultimately, he had succeeded. It was precisely because he had committed it to memory that he could appreciate the profound utility of those verses. Qin Luo's teaching style is both adaptable and dynamic, yet this does not imply a lack of rigor. Just as he was about to reach out to Lin Huanqi, his phone vibrated in his pocket. A message from Lin Huanqi appeared on the screen, reading, "I'm waiting for you outside." "All right, I'll be right there," Qin Luo replied. He had now mastered the art of typing and could manage around 5 to 6 words per minute. Qin Luo hurriedly made his way to the school entrance, acutely aware that if he were to arrive late, Lin Huanqi would once again become the object of attention for the students outside. Given her aloof demeanor, it was certain that she would not relish such scrutiny at tea times. Qin Luo found it puzzling why one would persist in doing something they disliked. He had previously suggested that if she emerged first, she could leave without waiting for him, only to be met with a firm refusal. Upon reaching the school gate, a melodious voice called out, "Qin Luo." Turning around, he beheld Li Qingqing, her face alight with a smile. Standing just behind him, "Teacher Li, is there something you need?" Qin Luo inquired, his gaze drifting towards Lin Huanqi's BMW. Concerned about her witnessing him with Li Qingqing, "Is it not permissible for me to seek you out if there is nothing amiss?" "I have missed you," Li Qingqing purred, taking a couple of steps closer and reaching out to link her arm with his. "Teacher Li, propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. Others may see us," Qin Luo replied. A look of anxiety etched on his face as he recoiled, prompting a fit of giggles from Li Qingqing. "Qin Luo, you are becoming increasingly endearing," she exclaimed. "Come, accompany your elder sister for a meal. Your sister Su Xian is treating you, so do not dare to claim you are unavailable," Li Qingqing chimed cheerfully, relishing the sight of Qin Luo's cheeks flushing, reminiscent of a bashful young man. Of course, Qin Luo was indeed still a virgin, yet such matters were not easily proven to others. He is, in fact, preoccupied. A cold voice interjected on his behalf. As the two conversed, Lin Huanqi emerged from her car. Li Qingqing's gaze remained fixed on Qin Luo until she noticed Lin Huanqi approaching, her eyes widening in surprise as she shifted her attention between Qin Luo and the renowned ice queen of the school. A surge of competitive spirit igniting within her. "Who are you to him? Family? And what of it? How do you know he is unavailable?" Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow, questioning. "Because he promised to accompany me for a meal," Lin Huanqi stated, How unfortunate, for he just made the same promise to me, Li Qingqing retorted. Do you have any proof? Lin Huanqi inquired. Should everyone record their conversations? Li Qingqing countered. I do, Lin Huanqi declared, retrieving her phone to showcase the message Qin Luo had sent her moments ago. Chapter 44. A Duel of Beauties. Li Qingqing was genuinely unaware of any prior connection between Qin Luo and Lin Huanqi. How could a charming boy she had fortuitously encountered possibly have any ties to the school's ice queen? Furthermore, much like her own notorious reputation, Lin Huanqi's peculiarities were widely discussed throughout the school. Some claimed she was frigid, while others whispered that she had an inclination towards women. Li Qingqing had witnessed firsthand her disdainful attitude towards men. After a symposium on life sciences within the educational system, a male instructor from another department engaged her in conversation, only for her annoyance to become evident. When the instructor continued to prattle on, she simply turned and walked away, leaving him standing there, awkwardly holding his plate. As for the gossip swirling around the supposed student-teacher romance between Lin Huanqi and Qin Luo, she had never heard a whisper of it, for her unconventional nature had rendered her friendless in the school. No one would disclose such matters to her, nor would she care to know. She is a person who lives very much for herself, indifferent to how others perceive her. However, Li Qingqing could perceive that Lin Huanqi's anxiety regarding Qin Luo was genuine. A person as proud as she would not confront a woman with such a notorious reputation unless she truly cared about someone. In fact, during their previous encounters, they would hardly exchange greetings. It is said that teacher Lin maintains her integrity, keeping a distance from all men. It seems those rumors may not hold true after all. Lin Huanqi did not expect her opponent to present evidence, leaving her at a loss. Unwilling to concede so easily, she sought alternative avenues to regain her footing. I have also heard that teacher Li changes partners more frequently than she changes clothes, and her tastes are rather eclectic. It appears the rumors are not unfounded. Lin Huanqi retorted without hesitation. Flattery, flattery. Yet, I must confess, I have indeed developed feelings for Qin Luo, Li Qingqing remarked with a giggle. Glancing at Qin Luo, please, no need for such politeness. However, I am under no obligation to yield to you. Oh. So Qin Luo is indeed fortunate. I shall not let go. You are late. In the end, what determines victory or defeat? How can one know the outcome of morning versus evening? If the distinction is already made, what need is there to discern victory or defeat? One woman, blooming like a flower, and the other, as cold as a frigid pool, engaged in a fierce verbal duel, neither willing to relent. Qin Luo, the focal point of their contention, stood by, unable to interject, merely listening to their exchange, feeling as if he were caught in a tempest of fluctuating temperatures, akin to living in a state of turmoil. I shall treat for lunch. Shall we go eat? Qin Luo finally mustered the courage to interrupt their debate. No need. The two women replied in unison. Qin Luo wore an awkward smile, surprised by the synchronicity between the two. Qin Luo, my dear, I must make my exit. I shall return later. Remember our agreement, Li Qingqing said, winking flirtatiously at Qin Luo before hailing a taxi and disappearing from sight. Faced with Lin Huanqi's skeptical expression, Qin Luo awkwardly explained, we have no agreements, it's merely your matters. I do not need to be involved. Lin Huanqi responded, turning to walk toward her BMW. Qin Luo paused, then hurried to catch up. The ride was silent, with Lin Huanqi maintaining a stern demeanor, leaving Qin Luo unsure of what to say. It seemed that the more he tried to clarify, the murkier the situation became. So he opted for silence. Upon returning to the villa, they heard the voices of men in the living room, indicating that guests had arrived. Entering the room, all three men turned their gazes toward them. Two older gentlemen, Lin Qingyuan and Elder Wang, along with a strikingly handsome young man exuding an air of arrogance whom Qin Luo did not recognize. Lin Qingyuan smiled and said, welcome back, we have guests. Elder Wang stood, approached Qin Luo, and said, Yang Xin, this is the successor of the Taiyi Divine Needle I mentioned. Qin Luo, you are both outstanding talents in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Do introduce yourselves? Wang Yangxin, captivated by Lin Huanqi's beauty, found his gaze drawn to the cold, enchanting goddess standing beside Qin Luo. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Elder Wang, I shifted my gaze to Qin Luo. After observing his youthful visage, I couldn't help but regard him with a hint of disdain. With a smile, I remarked, Elder Wang isn't deceiving me, is he? He truly is the successor of the Taiyi Divine Needle? Though he and Qin Luo appear to be of similar age, he addressed Elder Wang as Old Wang. indicating that he must hold a significant position within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. What reason would I have to deceive you? I have witnessed him wield the Taiyi Divine Needle to ignite the mountain fire with my own eyes. Many can attest to this. Elder Lin was present at the time as well. Elder Wang chuckled. It was then that Wang Yangxin rose, scrutinizing Qin Luo from head to toe before extending his hand, saying, "Wang Yangxin." "Qin Luo," he replied, shaking Wang Yangxin's hand. However, he harbored a dislike for this individual before him. When he sized others up, he wore an air of superiority, as if everyone else were his subordinates. This demeanor made the equally proud Qin Luo feel exceedingly uncomfortable. "You are proficient in the Taiyi Divine Needle?" Wang Yangxin inquired. To some extent, Qin Luo nonchalantly responded. Is that truly the case? If you believe it, then it exists. If you do not, then it does not. Qin Luo shrugged indifferently. "What concern is it of yours whether I can perform? Could you demonstrate it right here?" Wang Yangxin smirked, his lips curling upwards. "Demonstrate?" Qin Luo regarded Wang Yangxin as if he were a fool. "Why would I need to perform for you? Is that not possible? Or perhaps you are incapable?" Wang Yangxin continued. "The Taiyi Divine Needle is reputed to be a miraculous technique, lost to the ages without a successor. Its authenticity can be discerned with a mere glimpse." He assumed Qin Luo's reluctance to perform stemmed from an awareness of his own inadequacies. "That is not the issue at hand. I believe you have misunderstood a fundamental point," Qin Luo interjected, raising his hand dismissively. "What does my proficiency in the Taiyi Divine Needle have to do with you? Whether you choose to believe it or not is of no concern to me. Moreover, the Taiyi Divine Needle requires the manipulation of qi. Do you think I have nothing better to do than perform before someone as inconsequential as you?" Qin Luo was particularly averse to such individuals, who, believing themselves to possess a few remarkable skills, flaunted an air of superiority. They rarely took action, often turning a blind eye to those in need, hoarding their techniques as if they were treasures. They would not even share with their own family members if they were to bear no male heirs. Yet, when confronted with a competitive scenario, their true nature emerged, as if they could not consider themselves heroes unless they vanquished their opponents. Instead of wasting time on demonstrations, he would rather rush to a traditional Chinese medicine hospital to tend to a couple of patients and accrue some good karma. "Demonstrate? Why on earth would I need to perform for you? Your lack of decorum is astonishing. It is commonplace for peers to engage in friendly exchanges. How has it devolved into something else in your eyes? I simply do not wish to perform. And that is that, do you have anything further to say?" Qin Luo retorted with a cold smirk. Utterly oblivious, Wang Yangxin scoffed. "It appears you are merely a hollow figure of renown." Elder Wang, who had initially anticipated a camaraderie between the two, was taken aback by their immediate discord. He quickly intervened to mediate, saying, "Qin Luo, Yangxin, let us not allow anger to cloud our judgment. The field of traditional Chinese medicine is already fragile. We must stand united. Your bickering is causing distress among us elders. Indeed, Qin Luo, young people are often impetuous. Temper your disposition. I had hoped you both might become friends." Lin Qingyuan also stood up and spoke. "Old Wang, it is not that I lack respect for you. You boast of his exceptional medical skills and claim he possesses the Taiyi Divine Needle. I was inclined to accompany you to witness it. However, it appears to be nothing extraordinary. The needle techniques of our Wang family, renowned for their mastery, are not something just anyone can excel in. This counterfeit Taiyi Divine Needle is hardly worth my time. I shall take my leave." With that, Wang Yangxin flicked his sleeve and made to depart. "Wait!" Qin Luo called out. "What is it? Do you feel the need to prove you are not a fraud?" Wang Yangxin turned to regard Qin Luo with a mocking inquiry. "What is this Needle King family you speak of?" Qin Luo asked. "You have not even heard of the Needle King family, yet you dare to claim knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine?" Wang Yangxin scoffed. "I have heard of the 8 major schools of traditional Chinese medicine, but I have yet to come across the Needle King family. Here, allow me to bestow upon you an opportunity." "Feel free to boast as much as you wish," Qin Luo said with a grin. "Do we truly need to boast about the reputation of the Needle King?" Wang Yangxin retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Luo in a fit of rage. Old Wang promptly interjected. "Yangxin's grandfather is the esteemed Wang Xiushan, a venerable figure of the Needle King lineage. Master Xiushan hails from the Manchu Yanjing, a third-generation court physician. He began his medical studies at the tender age of 8, assisting in diagnoses by 14. With rigorous study and practice, he acquired profound knowledge of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine, establishing a unique and unparalleled style. Master Xioshin's medical expertise is profound, his ethics exemplary, and his skills remarkable, having treated countless patients. Thus, the younger brother of the last emperor, Taiyi, inscribed the three-character Shenzhen Wang in honor of Master Xioshin. This accolade is widely acknowledged by his peers, and he is a figure I greatly admire in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Qin Luo nodded, remarking, in the realm of peers, if one can earn the respect of others, it speaks to the true excellence of Master Xioshin's needle techniques. Hearing old Wang's introduction and Qin Luo's commendation, the pride on Wang Yangxin's face became even more pronounced. That is only natural point one can only deceive for a moment, but the truth will eventually be unveiled. Yet, I find it perplexing, Qin Luo continued. Looking at Wang Yangxin, with such an illustrious grandfather, what precisely have you learned? Your attitude and conduct bring shame to the name of the Needle King. Some may boast, but whether I bring shame to the Needle King is a matter for my peers to judge. Yet, you appear to have learned little, lacking even the courage to present yourself, and you dare to speak of the path of traditional Chinese medicine, why medical skills are for saving lives, not for mere display. Qin Luo said with a smile. Furthermore, the reason I do not wish to show you is that I deem you unworthy. You are neither deserving to observe nor to be my rival. Casting a glance at the visibly shaken Wang Yangxin, Qin Luo added, when I find the time, I shall personally pay a visit. Your grandfather, Wang Xioshin, is the one I wish to challenge. Alas, after so much talk, I find myself quite hungry. Grandpa Lin, is dinner ready? Qin Luo, weary of engaging with this individual, rubbed his stomach and strolled toward the dining room. Chapter 45. The Ascension Journey of Dianbai. Wang Yangxin stormed off, casting a final glance at Lin Huanqi. Old Wang looked at Qin Luo with an expression of embarrassment and said, Qin Luo, I sincerely apologize. I did not expect things to unfold in this manner. I had originally thought that the two of you could engage in a meaningful conversation. It's all right. This is not your fault, Qin Luo remarked with a smile. I shall go take a look. You all enjoy your meal. Wang Lao nodded in agreement. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Xingyuan, he hastened to catch up with Wang Yangxin. Lin Xingyuan sighed and said, Wang's intentions are commendable. Both of you are outstanding figures in the younger generation of traditional Chinese medicine, and he holds your medical skills in high esteem. This time, he brought the little divine needle Wang Yangxin to pay a visit, with the intention of fostering an introduction between you two, to exchange ideas and collaboratively elevate our traditional medicine. Unfortunately, Lin Yi, I understand the sentiments of you esteemed seniors. Having benefited from the virtues and skills of traditional Chinese medicine myself, I am naturally dedicated to serving it with utmost diligence. However, I truly cannot endure Wang Yangxin's demeanor when conversing with others, Qin Luo candidly expressed. Even someone as good-tempered as myself finds it hard to resist the urge to strike him when we speak point. One can only imagine the depths of his arrogance. Indeed, Wang Yangxin is rather conceited, yet he possesses a notable reputation within the industry. He is referred to as the Little Divine Doctor, said to have inherited the true teachings of his grandfather, Lin Xingyuan acknowledged. He, too, disapproves of excessive arrogance among the youth. Qin Luo is a remarkably talented young man, yet he remains humble and respectful towards his elders. That individual named Wang Yangxin refers to Wang Lao as Old Wang, which is quite jarring to the ears of Lin Xingyuan, an elder. The Wang family has a high lineage, and given Wang Yangxin's standing in the industry, it is not surprising that he would address Wang Lao as an equal. However, at the very least, he should address him with respect, calling him Wang Lao Sr. Look at my granddaughter's husband, Qin Luo. He excels in this regard, having also inherited the true teachings of my grandfather. Qin Luo said with a smile. Haha, soon it will be the era of the youth. I truly look forward to the day when you can exchange ideas, Lin Xingyuan said with a sense of gratification. Yes, there will be opportunities. However, he is not my equal, Qin Luo remarked earnestly. Lin Xingyuan pondered that, in terms of arrogance, his own family member was not much inferior to Wang Yangxin. Yet, why did he find himself increasingly fond of this young man? Haha, good. Young people should possess such a bold spirit of ambition. If a doctor lacks confidence in the prescriptions they write, how could they possibly earn the trust of their patients? Lin Xingyuan laughed heartily. All right, the food will become cold. Let us eat swiftly. After lunch, Qin Luo dashed to his room. Lin Huanqi had purchased a laptop for him, which he greatly cherished. Back at home, his grandfather had never allowed him to touch such devices, claiming that the radiation was too intense and detrimental to his health. Now, with no one to oversee him, he could freely indulge in it. Although Qin Luo was unfamiliar with computers, he could certainly read. The laptop bag even included a manual. Following the instructions in the manual, Qin Luo pressed the power button. In no response, he pressed it again. Still no reaction. After studying the manual for a considerable time, he finally realized he had forgotten to install the battery. Thus, following the illustrations in the manual, Qin Luo successfully installed the battery. Pressing the power button once more, the indicator light finally illuminated, and the screen displayed the booting sequence of Windows XP. Once the computer had completed its boot-up process, Qin Luo began to click the mouse haphazardly. Before long, he inadvertently shut it down. This won't do. Figuring things out on my own is not feasible. I must seek out a teacher, Qin Luo pondered. Thus, he dashed out and knocked on Lin Huanqi's door. What's the matter? Lin Huanqi inquired as she opened the door and saw Qin Luo standing there. I would like to ask you to teach me how to use a computer, Qin Luo said, his face flushed with embarrassment. In this day and age, being unable to operate a computer seems rather unflattering. Indeed, the corners of Lin Huanqi's lips gently lifted. Though her smile was not fervent, Qin Luo could still discern the warmth in her expression. Very well, Lin Huanqi replied. Thank you, Qin Luo exclaimed, eagerly leading Lin Huanqi back to his room. Upon entering, Lin Huanqi noticed that the laptop she had purchased for Qin Luo was already powered on, displaying the classic Windows desktop adorned with blue skies and white clouds. You know how to turn it on? Lin Huanqi asked. Of course. Qin Luo replied with excitement, nodding vigorously. You just press this black button. Then it can be shut down as well? Absolutely. Shutting it down is just as simple. You hold this black button down? Qin Luo answered matter-of-factly. Lin Huanqi felt a slight headache coming on. It seemed this fellow had no foundational knowledge whatsoever, lacking understanding of cold and warm starts, and was relying solely on brute force. The road ahead for her teaching journey appeared long and arduous. However, she did not mind the feeling of being with Qin Luo. I will first teach you how to turn the computer on and off. This is the most fundamental and simplest skill, Lin Huanqi stated. Your method for powering it on is correct, but your shutdown method is not. When the time comes, I will demonstrate it for you. Do you have anything specific you wish to learn? Yes. What would you like to learn? I want to learn QQ.QQ. The online chatting platform? Yes. Qin Luo nodded eagerly. He had long heard that one could connect with girls from all over the country through QQ, and he had been yearning for the opportunity. Surprisingly, Lin Huanqi did not refuse, saying, all right. However, this requires an internet connection. Each room in the Lin family's villa was equipped with a network socket, eliminating the need for an additional installation by the telecommunications company. Lin Huanqi fetched a network cable to connect Qin Luo's computer to the internet, then proceeded to download the QQ chat software, stating, to use this software, you must first apply for a number. The number needs to be applied for? I thought I could just input any random number and start using it. Qin Luo remarked. It must be applied for, Lin Huanqi confirmed, clicking the button to apply for an account. Now, choose a name for yourself, your online alias. Tilting his head in contemplation, Qin Luo replied, let us go with the divine healer Tang Bohu. His favorite film was Tang Bohu Spot's Autumn Fragrance, and he admired the character Tang Bohu, renowned for his poetic brilliance and unmatched charm with women. Deep down, he had fantasized about becoming a modern-day Tang Bohu in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. The divine healer Tang Bohu? Yes. Lin Huanqi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and inputted this rather pretentious nickname. As the system prompted that the word count had exceeded the limit, Lin Huanqi realized that she had not utilized this chat tool for many years. We need to remove one, Lin Huanqi remarked. Remove one? Qin Luo pondered for a moment, deeming it inappropriate to eliminate any character from either traditional Chinese medicine or master hand. Thus, he suggested, let us name it traditional Chinese medicine master Tang Yin. Following the indicated steps, Qin Luo successfully registered his very first QQ account. Now, we can log in, Lin Huanqi stated, demonstrating while explaining to Qin Luo. Although he had logged in, Qin Luo found himself devoid of any friends on QQ. Is there no one online? He inquired, somewhat bewildered. What is your number? May I add you? After considerable contemplation, Lin Huanqi recalled a number she had used years prior. Under her guidance, Qin Luo added his first online acquaintance. Lin Huanqi, how do I chat with you? Click the icon, and then you can type, she instructed. Can you type? Yes, I can use Pinyin, Qin Luo replied. He double-clicked on Lin Huanqi's icon, clumsily typed in the message box, and then clicked send. Why is there no response? I am not online. Then go online. We can chat there. Lin Huanqi felt an urge to scold him. Why say something in person that one must take online? I am going to sleep. You can figure it out on your own, Lin Huanqi stated, her interest in chatting with Qin Luo online decidedly lacking. Oh, fine. Qin Luo responded, disappointment evident in his tone. Standing at the podium, Qin Luo smiled broadly at the nearly 100 students in the classroom and announced, "Before we begin today's lesson, I have some delightful news to share. Teacher, what is the joyous occasion? Could it be that Teacher Qin is marrying Teacher Lin? Haha, perhaps." Speculations ran rampant among the students, as the post about Qin Luo and Lin Huanqi's romance had garnered over 100,000 clicks and 1,000 comments on the school forum. The students chattered away, oblivious to Qin Luo's authority, for their ages were comparable, and his teaching style was notably casual. Thus, they shared a cordial rapport, readily regarding him as a brotherly figure. Qin Luo waved his hand and clarified, "It's not as you speculate. I have learned to use QQ. Therefore, you can all reach out to me for a chat in the future." Unfortunately, after a day and a night of waiting for his QQ application to process, Qin Luo found himself with not a single friend, the only icon appearing gray. Eagerly, he resolved to announce his QQ number in class so that the students could add him and they could chat online. Oblivious to the existence of a tool on QQ called Find Friends, he asked, "Using QQ? Teacher Qin, you couldn't have just learned this, could you? Dude, you are so out of touch. Please don't tell anyone you are our teacher when you go out. Teacher Qin, can we video chat?" Qin Luo waved his hand and earnestly remarked, "Please note down my number and be sure to add me as a friend." As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and recited a series of digits. The students hurriedly grabbed their pens and paper, diligently jotting down the number. Wang Juzhou immediately took out her phone, logged into QQ, and added the number. Qin Luo felt quite pleased with his little advertisement. Surely, he would amass many friends now. "Well then, let us commence the lesson," Qin Luo announced. Qin Laosher called a bespectacled, delicate girl, lightly knocking on the doorframe of the classroom. "Is there something you need?" Qin Luo turned, smiling as he addressed her. The newcomer was Xiaomin, a clerk from the office. "The director requests your presence in his office," she conveyed. "Now?" "Yes, now. But I have class." "Please go after your lesson," Qin Luo replied. "As a teacher, what could be more important than imparting knowledge to students?" After the course on traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis concluded, Qin Luo made his way to the administrative building, rapping on the door of the department head's office. "Come in," came the steady, authoritative voice of Director Guo from within. "Director Guo, you summoned me?" Qin Luo entered, observing Director Guo, who was seated at his desk, marking documents. "Yes, Qin Laosher. Please take a seat for a moment while I handle an urgent matter." Director Guo gestured for him to sit on the sofa. "All right," Qin Luo nodded in agreement. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock and the soft rustle of pen against paper. Qin Luo waited quietly, pondering the reason for Director Guo's hurried summons. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, Director Guo finally closed the file before him, set down his pen, and rose. "Would you like something to drink?" "Qin Laosher," he inquired. "Tea, please," Qin Luo responded. After lecturing for an extended period, he found himself quite parched. Director Guo felt a surge of irritation, contemplating how this young man seemed entirely oblivious to decorum. Previously, he had sent Xiaomin to fetch him, only to be rebuffed with the excuse of being in class. Such disregard for his authority was quite audacious. When he asked what Qin Luo would like to drink, it had merely been a courtesy. He hadn't anticipated the young man would take him literally, expecting the director himself to pour the tea. With a suppressed fury, Director Guo poured a cup of tea for Qin Luo, his expression darkening considerably. "Xiao Qin, I called you here to discuss a matter," Director Guo said, settling into the sofa with his thermos cup, gazing at Qin Luo. "I am aware," Qin Luo replied. "Isn't that obvious? You wouldn't summon me without reason." "Indeed," Director Guo continued, "I have always been quite pleased with your work. You are a young man full of vigor. Even if occasional mistakes arise due to inexperience, we can overlook them. They are of no great consequence." Qin Luo adopted a patient demeanor, ready to hear the forthcoming twist in the conversation. "However, there is a matter we have both overlooked." Director Guo gazed at Qin Luo and inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" Qin Luo responded, fully aware that the main act had commenced. "It is reported that within our traditional Chinese medicine college, individuals lacking both teaching qualifications and medical licenses have been employed to instruct students, adversely affecting their academic pursuits." Director Guo elaborated. He observed Qin Luo's expression closely and, seeing him unfazed and composed, felt a surge of irritation. He thought to himself, Do you truly believe that Li Yonggang can ensure your perpetual tranquility? He continued, you are aware that in other departments or specialties, the absence of these two certificates may not pose an issue, as the principle of appointing the capable prevails. However, we are a medical college, a prestigious institution dedicated to training future healers capable of saving lives. Therefore, the standards for our instructors must be considerably higher. Furthermore, there was an incident in your class involving a student transferring courses, which has also been duly recorded. Thus, the administration has mandated an investigation into this matter and a re-evaluation of your teaching qualifications. So, what are your thoughts on this? With a sly smile, Qin Luo squinted and placed his empty teacup on the table. Responding, Director Guo, please be candid. What is your assessment? I must ask you straightforwardly, do you possess both a teaching qualification and a medical license? Director Guo queried in a formal tone. Aware that Qin Luo was sent by Li Yonggang, he treaded lightly, not wishing to provoke him unduly. No. Qin Luo replied, I do not even possess a kindergarten diploma, as I have never attended school. Director Guo's demeanor shifted as he remarked, regrettably, I must inform you that you are dismissed from the traditional Chinese medicine college. We cannot employ an instructor with no educational background. That would be an egregious dereliction of responsibility towards our students' futures and the safety of patients' lives. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need to concern yourself. You only need to be accountable to certain individuals. Qin Luo understood that the sudden scrutiny from the department head indicated the presence of influential figures harboring disdain for him. What do you mean by that? Director Guo retorted darkly. Enough of this. It serves no purpose. Qin Luo chuckled, retrieving a bank card from his pocket and waving it in front of Director Guo. Don't you have any idea how much money is on this card? That is your personal matter. How would I know? Director Guo replied curtly, bewildered by such a trivial inquiry. This card holds 1 million. Moreover, at least 10,000 is deposited into it each month, Qin Luo declared. When I initially agreed to teach, the school offered me a salary of 5,000, meaning I would have to work here for 20 years to amass that amount. What exactly are you trying to convey? Director Guo asked, growing impatient. I wish to convey that I am in no need of financial support. My motivation for teaching stems from passion, not a reliance on this for livelihood. If you believe that dismissing me would sever my means of existence, I must assert that you are exceedingly naive. How can you speak so brazenly? What do you mean by that? Who intends to dismiss you? You cannot blame anyone for your lack of certification. The elegance once embodied by Director Guo has vanished, his contorted face pointing accusingly at Qin Luo. Enough of these trivial conversations. I must bid farewell to my students. Qin Luo stood, stretched languidly, and made his way outside. With a resounding crash, Director Guo hurled his thermos against the wall, vehemently cursing. That scoundrel! He inhaled the fresh air of the campus, watching the vibrant smiles of youthful girls as they passed by. Qin Luo felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. When one invests immense effort into a pursuit, only to have it severed before the harvest season arrives, the sensation is indeed disheartening. Ever since he had committed to becoming a traditional Chinese medicine teacher, his thoughts had been solely focused on education. He harbored no selfish desires and generously imparted the knowledge he had painstakingly acquired through suffering and hardship. Some say, teach your apprentice, and you starve yourself. He had never subscribed to such a notion. When an industry truly flourishes, its practitioners can all thrive. For instance, in Western medicine, despite the multitude of practitioners, each can find prosperity. In contrast, traditional Chinese medicine remains rather feeble. Qin Luo fervently hoped to cultivate a remarkable cohort of disciples in medicine. Upon their graduation, he envisioned each one becoming an esteemed practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. They would then utilize their knowledge to heal the sick or, like him, share their wisdom, passing the torch of knowledge through generations, ensuring the eternal existence of traditional Chinese medicine. However, after his prolonged efforts, a single utterance from another had cast his endeavors into doubt, adversely affecting the students' learning and exhibiting a profound irresponsibility towards their futures and the safety of patients' lives. Such criticism was a significant blow to the proud Qin Luo. Yet, as others occupied the moral high ground, cloaked in the guise of righteousness, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to rebut. Their claims were indeed factual. He lacked a teaching certificate and had never even crossed the threshold of a formal educational institution. How could someone like him guide students? Upon returning to the classroom, Qin Luo found that the lesson had already commenced for several minutes. The students were chattering jovially, and upon seeing him ascend the podium, They hastily flipped through their textbooks to memorize the convoluted and obscure Tang Tu Gu. Qin Luo tapped the desk with an eraser, signaling for silence. The chorus of recitation gradually diminished until it ceased entirely, replaced by eager faces looking hopefully at Qin Luo, hoping he might grant them additional time. "Have you all memorized it?" Qin Luo inquired with a smile. "No," the students chorused in unison. "I suspected as much," he replied. "However, with earnest effort, it is quite manageable to commit it to memory. Tang Tu Gu is a treasure of our traditional Chinese medicine, a crystallization of the wisdom of countless sages. Mastering it will greatly benefit your journey to becoming competent physicians." His gaze swept across the familiar faces of his students as he continued. "Perhaps I will not have the opportunity to assess your mastery of this verse. Nevertheless, even in my absence, I earnestly hope that you will fulfill the assignment I have entrusted to you. Thus, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone." Upon hearing Qin Luo's serious account of the situation, the students' previously jovial expressions vanished, replaced by a visage of contemplation and gravity. They all sensed that the atmosphere today was amiss. Although Qin Luo maintained a smile, the substance of his words bore the weight of farewell. Could it be that Teacher Qin was leaving? "Teacher Qin, what do you mean by that? Why will there be no opportunity for us to be assessed?" Wang Zhujiu inquired aloud. "Indeed, Teacher Qin, even if there is no assessment this lesson, there could be one in the next." "How can there be no opportunity? Teacher Qin, you aren't truly leaving, are you?" Observing the anxious and distressed faces before him, Qin Luo felt that his efforts were indeed worthwhile. At the very least, his students deeply cared for him. He raised his hand to signal for silence and said, "I have deceived you all. In fact, I have two pieces of good news to share today. The first is that I have finally learned to use QQ, which I have just informed you about. Now, let me share another piece of good news. I have been dismissed from the school. I can no longer compel you to study tedious and monotonous subjects. You see, I have expressed my discontent. Are you not a bit happier now? Teacher Qin, please do not jest. Is what you say truly the case?" Li Ming stood up to ask. "Indeed, Teacher Qin, what is truly happening? On what grounds can the school dismiss you? Unless they intend to appoint you as principal, in which case I would have no objections. Otherwise, they cannot expect you to leave." "Teacher Qin, please do not frighten me, I might cry," a girl with a flushed face said, her eyes glistening with moisture. Chapter 47. Conspiracy and Deception. Qin Luo was taken aback by the intensity of their reactions. He had anticipated their reluctance, but he did not foresee it would manifest to such an extent. Wang Zhujiu rose abruptly, nearly toppling the first row of desks. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indignation as she glared at Qin Luo and asked, "Who is responsible for your dismissal? On what basis could they dismiss you? In the entire medical university, is there any teacher whose teaching prowess exceeds yours?" "Exactly. I propose that our entire class unite to sign a petition expressing our stance to the school. Previously, I felt as if I were merely passing time at school, but since Teacher Qin's arrival, I have genuinely developed an interest in traditional Chinese medicine and have indeed learned something valuable. If Teacher Qin leaves, I shall leave as well. Teacher Qin, if you go, we will follow suit. I too shall depart. Count me in." One by one, the students stood to show their support for Qin Luo, their resolve unwavering and their expressions fierce. Qin Luo raised his hand and smiled, saying, "The school has its own reasons. They requested my teaching credentials, which I indeed do not possess, though confess without fear of ridicule. I have never experienced formal schooling." "What does a piece of paper signify?" Li Ming shouted, his face flushed and neck taut. "There are teachers with credentials whose abilities are inferior to yours. Teacher Qin, we only acknowledge you. We do not recognize anyone else. Indeed, what era are we in, that we still cling to the importance of certificates? If you desire a certificate, I can arrange one for Teacher Qin." "Wang Liang, cease your boasting. Where do you plan to obtain a teaching qualification?" "How am I boasting? There are plenty available under the overpass, merely 20 yuan each. Any certificate you desire can be procured. Even a virginity certificate can be fabricated." Qin Luo raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down, stating, "Let us all remain calm. This is my matter, and I shall handle it appropriately. As a teacher, my duty is to impart the knowledge I possess to you. Your role as students is to learn. Regardless of who can teach you, you must approach your studies with diligence. However, we wish for Teacher Qin to instruct us in traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis. Indeed, we have had experiences where we successfully dismissed teachers before. Teacher Qin, should the school dare to dismiss you, we shall confront them. Precisely, life would become unbearable. Just as Qin Luo was about to mediate, his phone in his pocket rang. He smiled apologetically at everyone and swiftly exited the classroom. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number without a name. "Hello, who is this?" Qin Luo inquired upon answering. "Is this Qin Luo? This is Li Yonggang." A cheerful male voice resonated through the line, "Li Yonggang." Qin Luo momentarily failed to grasp the name, though it seemed somewhat familiar. When he recalled who Li Yonggang was, he quickly responded, "Principal Li, greetings." Director Guo has always regarded Qin Luo as Li Yonggang's confidant. Thus his demeanor was particularly unique, warm yet cautious. Had he known that Qin Luo nearly forgot this name, he would surely have had mixed feelings. Ha. "Greetings, I just obtained your mobile number from old Lin. I hope I am not interrupting your class," Li Yonggang inquired with a smile. "Not at all. Does Principal Li have something to discuss with me?" Qin Luo queried, pondering if Li Yonggang had learned of his dismissal and whether he was only now becoming aware of the situation. If that were the case, it would suggest that the individuals behind this were quite formidable. Otherwise, Director Guo would not have made such a one-sided decision. "Well, I just heard about your situation. If you are not busy, would you like to come to my office for a chat?" "Certainly. Where is Principal Li's office?" Qin Luo asked. Li Yonggang provided the address before hanging up. Upon re-entering the classroom, Qin Luo addressed the students. "I understand that everyone is feeling quite agitated. Even if I were to compel you to listen to the lesson, your minds would not be receptive. I have a matter to attend to, so you may review freely." As Qin Luo exited the classroom, Wang Zhujiao hurried after him. "Zhujiao, is there something you need?" Qin Luo inquired with a smile. Since the recent KTV incident and Ma Youcai's downfall, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Qin Luo now regarded her not merely as a student, but as a trustworthy friend. "Teacher Qin, where are you headed?" Wang Zhujiao asked with concern. She feared that once Qin Luo left, he would vanish without a trace. "Principal Li has requested to speak with me." Qin Luo replied cheerfully. "Principal Li wishes to speak with you? In that case, I shall accompany you," Wang Zhujiao asserted. "And what purpose would you serve in this?" Qin Luo looked at Wang Zhujiao, both amused and bemused. "As the student representative, I intend to negotiate with Principal Li," Wang Zhujiao declared resolutely. "Nonsense. What is there to negotiate with Principal Li? He is not the one who dismissed me. Hurry back to class. This is my affair, and I shall speak with him," Qin Luo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Turning away, he prepared to leave alone. "Qin Luo, stop right there," Wang Zhujiao shouted loudly. "I am your teacher. You ought to show me some respect within the school, right?" Qin Luo turned back, astonished at being addressed by his students so directly. It felt rather peculiar to him to be called by his name. "If you do not take me along, I assure you, I will return and lead the entire class in a sit-in at the school gate," Wang Zhujiao insisted, biting her thin lip with determination. "I am not threatening you. You may refuse me," Wang Zhujiao stated. "You are indeed threatening me," Qin Luo retorted, fixing his gaze upon her. "If that is how you perceive it, then so be it." Their eyes clashed in the air, creating a notably tense atmosphere. "Very well, let us go," Qin Luo said with resignation. Wang Zhujiao's tense expression suddenly transformed into a radiant smile as she rushed over to clasp Qin Luo's arm, exclaiming, "I knew you would agree. Maintain your distance. Propriety dictates that men and women should not engage in such familiarity." Qin Luo quickly extricated himself. "Hearing your words, I almost wish you were dismissed from the school. Then I could embrace you without fear of reproach. I can't help but feel you are increasingly resembling your mother. I am her child. Who else would I resemble? Li Yonggang, the president of Capital Medical University, is undoubtedly the foremost authority among the various faculties of this institution. His office is located in the venerable Zhixing building, the oldest structure on campus, its exterior somewhat darkened, yet it exudes an air of antiquity and weightiness. Upon knocking on Li Yonggang's office door, a bespectacled young man answered. Upon seeing Qin Luo, he smiled and said, "You must be Teacher Qin. The principal has been expecting you." "Thank you," Qin Luo replied with a smile. The young man, noticing Wang Zhujiao following Qin Luo, felt puzzled yet still courteously invited both to enter. Li Yonggang was engrossed in his work, signing documents before passing them to the bespectacled man, saying, "Xiao Li, please distribute these." "Certainly," the young man replied, but instead of executing the task immediately, he first poured tea for the guests before closing the door behind him. Li Yonggang then sat down before Qin Luo, observing the girl who was glaring at him with evident hostility, and inquired, "And who is this young lady?" "I am Wang Zhujiao, a representative of the clinical medicine program from the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine." And also a student of teacher Qin. I am here to negotiate on behalf of my 49 classmates and 45 auditors, Wang Zhijiao stated with a serious expression, presenting herself formally to Li Yonggang. Negotiate. What is the subject of this negotiation? Li Yonggang turned to Qin Luo, who responded with a wry smile. We wish to understand why the school intends to dismiss teacher Qin, Wang Zhijiao stated. That is precisely why I summoned Qin Luo for this discussion, Li Yonggang replied with a smile. Well then, what is the reason? The reason is that Qin Luo lacks a teaching qualification certificate. Yet, teacher Qin is the finest instructor in traditional Chinese medicine. I believe what you say, remarked Li Yonggang. But do others believe it? What does it matter to us whether others believe or not? Retorted another, we are students. We know where we can acquire knowledge. The school has always preferred to deceive us with subpar instructors, but now, after much difficulty, they have finally provided us with a truly skilled teacher. We are unwilling to let him go. Li Yonggang shook his head with a bittersweet smile and said, Young lady, you are still too naive. Once you step into society, you will realize that some matters cannot be resolved merely by consensus. What is not. What is not, can be. Wang Zhijiao waved her hand dismissively and declared, Do not speak to me of such profound concepts. We simply do not wish for teacher Qin to depart. This is the request from our entire class to the school. We may be young, but if the school refuses to acquiesce, we, as the youth, shall take actions befitting our age. Oh, the young lady is even threatening the principal. Li Yonggang chuckled in astonishment. She just threatened me in the same manner. Qin Luo said with a wry smile, I never noticed it before, but in moments of crisis, this woman is as fierce as her mother. Neither is one to suffer losses lightly. Ha ha, Qin Luo, having students threaten you is indeed a stroke of good fortune, Li Yonggang remarked. I have been so busy that I truly had no time to concern myself with your situation at school. It appears you possess quite the talent for teaching. Now it seems that talent is as fragile as a thin sheet of paper, Qin Luo teased. Alas, if it weren't for that inexplicable call I received from above, I would never have anticipated such an occurrence. After consulting Director Gua, I learned of your dismissal from the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Li Yonggang sighed. He cast a glance at Wang Zhijiao before addressing Qin Luo. The old principal personally called to convey that the school cannot appoint teachers based solely on connections. There must be a strict evaluation of teaching qualifications, grounded in a commitment to both students and patients. Director Gua, being a protégé of the old principal, dismissed you without my approval, and of course, the department heads do possess the authority to directly manage faculty recruitment without needing to report to me. It seems I have offended someone of great stature, Qin Luo said with a wry smile. Indeed, Li Yonggang acknowledged. Due to the connection with Lin Qingyuan, I find myself without particular reservations. Strategies manifest as both conspiracies and overt plans. We are untroubled by the former, for we can simply expose them. However, the present situation involves an overt strategy, which places us in a difficult position. The absence of experience in the medical college and a teaching qualification undoubtedly constitutes your Achilles heel. Is there truly no other recourse? Wang Zhijiao inquired anxiously. Chapter 48. Your entire family are enchantresses. Director Gua paced restlessly in his office before finally dialing a number. Hello, old principal. This is Xiao Gua, he said respectfully, his face a mask of deference. Xiao Gua, what is it? Came the voice of an elderly man from the receiver, resonating with authority yet devoid of excessive emotion. The voice resonated with clarity and strength. Esteemed principal, I have attended to the matters you entrusted to me. I have conversed with Qin Luo, and it is indeed true that he lacks a teaching qualification. Moreover, he himself divulged that he has no experience from any formal educational institution. Consequently, I have dismissed him from the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine in accordance with the relevant regulations, reported Director Gua in detail. This is utterly absurd. What sort of individuals are being recruited as teachers? Should we not be concerned about the school's reputation? What about the future students who may aspire to become physicians? Indeed, this is my oversight. I have not exercised sufficient vigilance, Director Gua promptly apologized. However, it was Principal Li who sanctioned the arrangement. I had little choice but to comply. Principal Li authorized this. Is there still a written order? There is no written order. It was a phone call. Then let it be, the elder replied. What if Principal Li calls again to intervene? Do not heed it. This time, no one's face should be spared. We cannot allow such unqualified individuals to tarnish our teaching staff. Yes, I shall heed the wisdom of the esteemed principal, Director Gua responded with a smile. Li Qingyang, whose face was shrouded in layers of bandages, emerged and, after the elder concluded the call, inquired, Grandfather, was that a call from Director Guo? Indeed. Qin Luo has been terminated, the elder remarked, his hair and beard as white as snow, his expression grave. Even when facing his own grandson, there was not a trace of mirth. Li Qingyang felt a surge of joy but was quickly reminded of his injuries, causing him to wince in pain. You must refrain from causing trouble outside, the elder admonished, feeling a mix of pain and anger at his grandson's condition. Grandfather, I understand, I have been so thoroughly bullied. Can this truly be deemed as causing trouble? Li Qingyang pointed to his face. Qin Luo is easy to deal with. Crushing him is akin to squashing an ant. Yet, what shall we do about that female student of his? The mere thought of her sends a chill down my spine. She is far too formidable. The first blow I endured was when she seized my hair and slammed my head against the mirror. It was sheer brutality. But what can we do? When has security ever intervened in educational matters? Besides, we are not fabricating accusations. He genuinely lacks a teaching qualification. Can we allow a barefoot doctor, who has never even attended school, to teach? Enough. Go rest. I shall handle this matter with discretion. The elder gestured dismissively. Li Qingyang's lips moved slightly, yet fearing his grandfather would chide him for cowardice, he refrained from speaking. Li Yonggang observed the worried expression on Wang Zhizhuo's face. Contemplating that Qin Luo indeed possessed some remarkable qualities, in less than a month of teaching at the medical university, he had garnered such affection from the students. Little did he know that Wang Zhizhuo's feelings for Qin Luo were driven more by love, with adoration being an inconsequential detail. Fear not, young lady. This matter can be approached gradually. We simply need to apply the right remedy. I am aware that the call came from the esteemed principal, and I shall visit him this evening to discern what unresolved issues remain. Li Yonggang reassured Wang Zhizhu while simultaneously comforting Qin Luo. What is the surname of the esteemed principal? Qin Luo inquired. Surnamely. Although Principal Li is now retired, he still holds the esteemed title of honorary principal at the school. Furthermore, his influence is profound, as he has nurtured countless scholars. His words carry considerable weight within the system. If he were to earnestly pursue this matter, it would indeed prove to be quite challenging. Nonetheless, I shall go and offer him an explanation. I hold your medical skills and teaching proficiency in high regard, Li Yonggang remarked with a smile. Does Principal Li have a grandson named Li Qingyang? Qin Luo furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired. To his recollection, he had only offended this particular individual with the surname Li. Moreover, due to the incident involving Li Qingxing, he had encountered 2 confrontations with Li Qingyang. The second altercation resulted in Li Qingyang being beaten to a pulp by Wang Zhizhuo, and it was rumored that he was still hospitalized. It seems that Li Qingyang hails from a prominent background. If indeed his family cannot tolerate this affront, retaliation against me is a distinct possibility. Do you know Li Qingyang? Li Yonggang asked, his expression one of confusion. Not only do I know him, but we have also had our differences, Qin Luo replied with a grimace. Wang Zhizhuo also realized who they were discussing and, with a face full of fury, declared, it was only because someone intervened that he wasn't taken away. This scoundrel dares to resurface and perpetrate evil once more. Just wait and see how I deal with him. What exactly transpired? Please, enlighten me. Li Yonggang's demeanor turned serious. Thus, Qin Luo recounted how he was misunderstood by Li Qingyang during his time with Li Qingxing, leading to a verbal dispute, as well as the incident at the KTV where Li Qingyang and a group intercepted him, ultimately resulting in Wang Zhizhuo calling for reinforcements to teach them a lesson. When the subject of Li Qingxing arose, Wang Zhizhuo's lips pursed in disdain, clearly aware of Li Qingxing's reputation and displeased with Qin Luo's association with her. So that is how it is. I have also heard about Principal Li's grandson being injured and hospitalized, and I even made a point to call and extend my sympathies. I had no idea this situation was connected to you all. If that is indeed the case, extricating ourselves from this predicament may prove to be quite difficult, Li Yonggang said, rubbing his aching temples. Li Yonggang, it matters not. Regardless of whether I am able to teach at the medical university, I am grateful for the opportunity you have afforded me, Qin Luo shrugged indifferently. His original purpose in coming to Yinjing was to annul a marriage proposal, and he subsequently became entangled in the poisoning incident involving the students at the traditional Chinese medicine university. He had not initially intended to teach at the school. It was only through the persuasion of Lin Qingyuan and Elder Wang that he consented. Even if he were truly dismissed from the institution, he could easily return home. This matter holds little significance for him, save for the unfortunate loss of such delightful students, in a way. Teacher Qin must stay, Wang Zhizhuo insisted resolutely. Very well, I shall first attempt to communicate with Principal Li. There is no need for you to worry. I will contemplate further strategies, Lianggang stated. Qin Luo, until we reach a resolution, your classes will be temporarily covered by other teachers, lest we provide ammunition for criticism. I understand. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. A smirk crept onto Wang Jujio's lips as she thought, letting someone else take over? Impossible. Exiting Lianggang's office, Qin Luo and Wang Jujio walked side by side along the tranquil path shaded by camphor trees. Teacher Qin, there's no need for you to be anxious. I will certainly find a way to assist you, Wang Jujio remarked. Qin Luo shook his head and replied, Jujio, I am aware of your impressive background. However, I must insist that this matter does not involve your family any further. I have already troubled you twice, and it would be rather unseemly of me to continually seek your assistance. Moreover, this concerns the education system, which is rightly pointing out that I lack a teaching qualification. If they choose to be unyielding, it will only complicate matters for those you might enlist in my esteemed teacher Qin. How could I ever allow you to humble yourself in seeking my aid? It is merely a humble girl who admires your remarkable brilliance, willingly sacrificing her own resources to assist you, Wang Jujio said with a beaming smile. This statement served both as jest and declaration, left to the interpretation of those involved. What does it matter if they show no regard? Respect is reciprocal. I could call 10 individuals, and they might all disregard me, yet in doing so, they would simultaneously offend 10 others. For the sake of ensuring they do not create future inconveniences for themselves, I must seek assistance. Qin Luo felt a chill of sweat on his brow. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be most formidable. When a woman sets her mind to something, her reasoning often defies conventional logic. As they continued their silent walk, Qin Luo's phone in his pocket vibrated once more. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw the name Sister Li flashing brightly. Sister Li? Li Qingqing. Wang Jujio, with her keen eyesight, immediately spotted the incoming call. Ha! She wrote that herself, Qin Luo said, awkwardly smiling. Hemph. Wang Jujio scoffed. Hello, there's something you need. Qin Luo inquired. Little brother, why are you being so polite when talking to your sister? Can't I just call you for a chat? Li Qingqing's enchanting voice emanated from the receiver, causing Wang Jujio to frown. There's something you require? I am rather busy. If not, I shall hang up, Qin Luo stated. With students present, he could hardly endure the teasing from the bewitching woman. You detest me that much, do you? Humph, just wait until tonight. I shall have my revenge. You must be out of class now, right? Not yet. I have 2 more classes following this one, Qin Luo replied. That's a lie. I have your department schedule in my hands. You have classes until noon, but none afterwards. Little brother, stop struggling. You cannot escape from your sister's grasp, Li Qingqing said with a triumphant smile. Oh, perhaps I misremembered. Is there something you need? Qin Luo discreetly glanced at Wang Jujio as he asked. The women he knew were all so formidable, each one seemingly more powerful than the last. It was truly challenging to deal with. Of course there is. You must come to Qingqing International immediately. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Remember, no escaping. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Now, give me a kiss. Moi? In a panic, Qin Luo hastily ended the call, fearful that Wang Jujio would overhear the inappropriate exchange. Teacher Qin seems to be quite familiar with her, Wang Jujio said, her gaze scrutinizing Qin Luo, her expression darkening. Not familiar at all. Not in the slightest. Qin Luo hurriedly explained. Not familiar, yet you were indulging in such exchanges? Wang Jujio gestured with a playful kiss. Just a jest? She delights in jesting. Qin Luo was on the verge of tears from the questioning. If that is the case, can every woman joke with you in such a manner? Not at all. Not at all. Then why is she able to, while others cannot? Qin Luo thought, perhaps it would be better if I were to perish. Suddenly, Wang Jujio's previously stern expression transformed into a radiant smile, as if a myriad of blossoms had burst forth in an instant. He, I knew that Teacher Qin was not that kind of person. Indeed, I am not the person you imagine. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Long live understanding. However, others may very well be that kind of person. Wang Jujio remarked. It is rumored throughout the school that she is a seductress. Any man who comes into contact with her is bound to be ensnared by her charms. Therefore, Teacher Qin, it would be wise to maintain your distance. If you seek a girlfriend, you may consider me. I have plenty of resources at my disposal. A seductress? Qin Luo pondered. You are also a seductress, as is your entire family. Chapter 49. Do not leave just yet. I still wish to devote myself. As Qin Luo's figure vanished from sight, Wang Jujio remained rooted to the spot, biting her lip.li Ching Chung. She is indeed a formidable rival. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jujio retrieved her phone from her pocket. Upon connecting the call, she spoke with a face full of lament. Zhang Yi, I have been bullied once again. Who? Who has dared to bully our Jujio? After a brief pause, the voice on the other end took on a more somber tone, saying, My dear daughter, are you not a bit too inviting of trouble? In Yinjing City, with millions of inhabitants and over 1 million women, why is it only you who is perpetually bullied? What do you know? They are bullying teacher Qin, Wang Jujio retorted indignantly to my son-in-law. Who has dared to bully him? Can't you handle them? I truly cannot manage them. Wang Jujio replied pitifully, Hee, so you have come to seek your mother's assistance. Who has dared to bully my son-in-law? I shall deal with them. Zhang Yi chuckled with pride. It is at school. School? How could the school bully him? They claim he lacks a teaching qualification certificate and intend to dismiss him. A teaching qualification certificate? What on earth is that? Zhang Yi, I understand your lack of education, but do try not to make it so painfully obvious, shall we? You do not even know what a teaching qualification certificate is? What do I know about it? Do you know which foods can enhance one's bosom? Do you know when is the best time for beauty treatments? Do you know how to drink water for skin whitening effects? I specialize in my own field. Wang Jujio intended to counter, but recalling her dependence on the dim-witted woman, she chose to explain. A teaching qualification certificate is the credential required for teachers to assume their positions. Without that certificate, one cannot teach. You have attended university. How can you not comprehend this? Alas, your mother has not been a student for many years. Who has the time to remember such things? I do not consider it a matter of great significance. If one does not wish to be a teacher, then so be it. Ask him which department he desires to join, and I shall assist him. How about the education department? Not feasible? Then perhaps the military would suffice. However, given his constitution, he may not be suitable for a combat role. Perhaps he could join the military arts troop. Becoming a military doctor is also a viable option. The promotion is swift. I insist that he becomes a teacher. Wang Jujio interrupted her mother's ramblings with irritation. Can we obtain a certificate now? It cannot be supplemented. Can it be purchased? It would be discovered. What if no one investigates? Someone will undoubtedly look into it. Thus, Wang Jujio embellished the events that transpired at the KTV while recounting them to her mother. She also shared her speculation that the other party might seek revenge against Qin Luo with this certificate. Zhang Yi, on the other end, was seething with rage, exclaiming, What a bunch of scoundrels! This is utterly outrageous. It has always been I who bullies others. When did it become our turn to be tormented? Where does that principal reside? Give me his address. I shall set up a stool at his doorstep and berate him for 3 days and nights. Wang Jujio erupted in laughter, saying, You would actually stoop to such a disgraceful act. Of course, I wouldn't take matters into my own hands. I would hire 100 laborers to rain curses upon them until they are drenched in humiliation and too afraid to step outside. Mom, that plan is too absurd. Just make a few calls to your friends. After all, you were a prominent figure at Yin University back in the day. You must have a wide network. Resolving such trivial matters should be a piece of cake. Wang Jujio flattered her mother lightly. Indeed, in my day, I was renowned throughout Yinjing. The suitors vying for my affection could line up from Wangfujing to beyond the 5th Ring Road. Alas, the flowers inevitably fall upon cow dung. Isn't it enough reminiscing? Hurry and make that call. Wang Jujio urged. All right, I'll call right away, Zhang Yi replied. Dio hurry, if Qin Laosher is driven away, I might just jump from the rooftop. That's a brilliant idea. You should ascend to the highest rooftop at your school and threaten them, saying that if they do not retain Qin Laosher, you will leap off. I'll even send a few reporters to capture the moment. That should frighten them. Together, the mother and daughter would conspire to handle this matter beautifully. Zhang Yi, are you truly my biological mother? I was merely jesting. You genuinely want me to jump from a building? What kind of mother are you? Wang Jujio exclaimed in exasperation. Someone might actually find that plan appealing. As Qin Luo exited the medical university, he waited for a while before spotting a taxi approaching, and he promptly signaled for it. The driver, noticing the fare, steered the vehicle towards him. Just you? The driver inquired, glancing around cautiously. It's just me, Qin Luo affirmed with a nod. The driver's demeanor and questioning struck Qin Luo as peculiar. Could this be a scheme to deliver him to some remote corner and then rob him? Oh, splendid. Get in, the driver said, visibly relieved. Dio, you know me. Qin Luo asked as he opened the car door. I do. Last time you and your girlfriend were in my cab, you nearly met with an accident. Have you forgotten? I truly cannot recall, Qin Luo chuckled, shaking his head. Well, it's normal for you to forget me. I, however, remember you quite well. The number of individuals adorned in such attire has diminished, and yet you possess a rather alluring girlfriend. The driver chuckled heartily as he ignited the engine. She is not my girlfriend? Qin Luo clarified. Oh, feeling shy, are we? Despite your closeness, she is not your girlfriend? Having a girlfriend like that must be quite a burden, wouldn't you say? To phrase it more eloquently, it is akin to suffering while finding pleasure. The driver, fully embracing the jovial spirit typical of a Beijing taxi driver, engaged Qin Luo in friendly banter. However, if your girlfriend were here today, I would hesitate to accept your fare. Earning money is important, but safety is paramount. Last time I drove you, my hands trembled the entire journey. I apologize, Qin Luo said, his face flushed with embarrassment. He mused, this enchanting vixen possesses formidable powers. Even a taxi driver who had merely transported her once remembered her vividly. Upon their next encounter, he seemed reluctant to engage in any business with her. Qin Luo alighted at the entrance of the Qingqing International, where he was promptly greeted by a staff member in uniform. Mr. Qin, Miss Li is awaiting you on the second floor. The uniformed beauty smiled warmly. The second floor? Qin Luo felt a flicker of anxiety. That floor was notorious for hosting gatherings of rather forward women, whose lascivious gazes and bold flirtations would surely overwhelm a pure-hearted novice like him. Might I wait for her on the third floor? Miss Li specifically mentioned that she has matters to discuss with you on the second floor. Pertaining to Miss Chen Sichuan's treatment. Oh, very well. Qin Luo nodded in acquiescence, though he felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, he believed that the golden pupae powder he had applied to Chen Sichuan's legs should have eradicated those scars. Could it be that the scars had not been entirely removed? Just as he feared the worst, upon entering the grand hall on the second floor, he was greeted by a chorus of melodious laughter. Mr. Qin, please, the uniformed beauty gestured invitingly as she noticed him hesitating at the entrance. The women, engaged in their playful banter, turned their attention toward Qin Luo. Oh, look, Miss Li's little paramour has arrived. Everyone, make some space. Handsome lad, come on in. Are you afraid we might devour you? Indeed. We are not tigers. Come sit beside us. Qin Luo's smile froze as he raised his hand in greeting, saying, Hello, everyone. Oh my, have you noticed? Our little paramour has a rather charming wave, exclaimed a woman with curly hair, her demeanor seemingly innocent. That is Miss Li's little paramour. What concern is it of yours, Zhou Yun? Precisely. Are you hoping for a scenario of one man and two women? Li Qingqing rose from the sofa, playfully chiding. I must insist that you refrain from such wickedness. You might frighten my little brother away. Look at that, Miss Li admonishes us for our wickedness, while she herself is even more mischievous. Constantly mentioning her little brother, Qin Luo felt an instinctive urge to flee. This group of women was 100 times more terrifying than a pack of tigers. With a beaming smile, Li Qingqing approached and took Qin Luo's hand, saying, Come, sit with us. Our beautiful Sichuan wishes to express her heartfelt gratitude to you. How do you feel about offering yourself in return? Very well, Qin Luo nodded. He merely felt a haze in his mind, hardly paying attention to what Li Qingqing was saying. The group of women paused momentarily, then erupted into even louder laughter. Siyuan, hurry and offer yourself. The handsome lad has given his consent. Indeed, he said it's all right. Haha, this little man is simply adorable. When will you lend him to me for some fun? Chen Siyuan, blushing, stood up and gave a deep bow to Qin Luo, dressed in a powder blue low-cut t-shirt. Her ample D-cup figure was quite evident to Qin Luo as she bent forward. Mr. Qin, I truly must express my gratitude. Your medical skills are extraordinary. My leg has healed completely, without a trace of scarring. Chen Siyuan lifted her head, gazing at Qin Luo with awe. She had never encountered such miraculous medicinal powder. It was nothing short of a miracle. Qin Luo had not only healed her leg but had also salvaged her career. Initially, she believed she would never return to her beloved profession. It's no trouble at all. You needn't be so formal. Qin Luo quickly waved his hand. As the women laughed, he felt increasingly flustered. Glancing down, he confirmed that the scars on Chen Siyuan's leg had indeed vanished without a trace. He smiled and remarked, It's good that everything is fine. I have some matters to attend to. You all carry on. I shall take my leave. He was solely focused on escaping this den of seduction, as the women's overt flirtation made him feel as though he were standing before them in a state of undress. "Oh, Mr. Qin, please don't go. I still wish to offer myself. I would like to invite you to dinner," Chen Siyuan stated, realizing her slip of the tongue. This woman, celebrated as TW's top model with the most beautiful legs, felt an unfamiliar flush of embarrassment, her stunning visage radiating like a rose in bloom. In her moment of panic, she had mistakenly expressed her desire to invite Qin Luo to dinner as a wish to offer herself, all thanks to the suggestive teasing from the other women. The group fell silent for an instant before erupting into even louder laughter, with some doubling over on the sofa, oblivious to their own indiscretions beneath their short skirts. Chapter 50. I will support you even on the way to dinner. The women continued to tease Qin Siyuan about her verbal blunder. "Siyuan, if you're going to offer yourself, why did you bring us along? Are you foolish? If you're to offer yourself, you must first have dinner. Without a meal, how could one possibly have the energy to offer oneself? Being a doctor is truly advantageous. Heal a beautiful woman's ailment and she'll repay you with her body. Please, stop teasing me," Qin Siyuan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. She was genuinely intimidated by this group of flirtatious women. Her leg had completely healed, and she was ready to return to work. Having purchased a ticket for tonight's flight, she intended to treat Qin Luo to a meal before departing, to sincerely express her gratitude for his healing. She had hoped to convey her thanks during dinner, but alas, this group insisted on tagging along. Thus, she had no choice but to invite them all. Li Qingqing noticed Qin Luo trailing behind with an awkward expression and slowed her pace to wait for him as he entered. He naturally linked his arm with that of the sharp-tongued red-haired woman ahead. Addressing her, "Ranyu, did you not say that as long as our Qin Luo could cure Xin's leg, you would unveil your golden ring series for him to see? My brother expressed his desire to view your golden ring ensemble. Did he not, Qin Luo?" Qin Luo, caught in a dilemma, could neither nod nor shake his head, wearing a stiff, foolish grin like a simpleton. "Eli Marin, are you out of your mind? Why don't you just strip bare for him?" Ranyu retorted sharply. "I would, but he is disinterested." Li Qingqing countered playfully, "I lack your voluptuousness. Those with ample bosoms and curvaceous figures are what these young men find most alluring." The two women exchanged banter, sparring fiercely with words. Others joined in, adding to the commotion. It was precisely this lively atmosphere that alleviated some of the pressure on Qin Luo. He cast a grateful glance at Li Qingqing, who seemed to sense his appreciation and turned to him with a flirtatious smile. This seemingly eccentric woman possessed a delicate sensibility. She understood that Qin Luo was still adjusting to the ambience. Thus, she proactively drew the attention onto herself. Their dining venue was the Yuehai restaurant. Renowned for its southern cuisine, it remained a mystery how Li Qingqing had gleaned Qin Luo's southern origins and specifically chosen this place for him. As Yuehai restaurant was conveniently located near Li Qingqing's Qingqing International, no one had opted to drive. Qin Luo walked alongside a bevy of enchanting women along the sidewalk, undeniably attracting attention. Some individuals, so engrossed in observing them, nearly collided with the vehicle ahead. Having made a reservation in advance, they simply provided their names upon arrival and were promptly escorted to a private room. Amidst the teasing of the women, Qin Luo ordered 2 dishes and then relinquished the ordering authority to them. The red-haired woman, Ranyu, declared that to commemorate Chen Xishuan's forthcoming contribution, she had specially ordered a fiery lamb kidney dish to invigorate vitality. A gaggle of mischievous women cheered for the two, with Chen Xishuan, accustomed to the limelight, remaining composed. In contrast, Qin Luo, the bashful man, felt overwhelmed by their jesting, burying his face in his tea, too embarrassed to lift his gaze. Li Qingqing, seated beside him, discreetly nudged him with her foot and inquired softly, "What troubles you today? You seem perpetually glum." "That it's nothing," Qin Luo replied, shaking his head. "Little brother, I've told you, you cannot escape my grasp. Be a good boy and confide in your sister. Perhaps she can assist you," Li Qingqing said, licking her moist lips in a coy manner. Witnessing her seductive demeanor, any ordinary man would be tempted to pin her down and unleash his desires. "I was dismissed from my job," Qin Luo muttered softly. "What?" Li Qingqing raised her voice. "I was expelled from school," Qin Luo repeated, his voice even quieter this time. Being expelled from school was hardly a matter of pride, and he felt too embarrassed to disclose it in front of such a table full of beautiful women. "Expelled from school? Whatever for? On what grounds do they dismiss you?" Li Qingqing inquired frostily, her face a mask of displeasure. "They claim I lack a teaching certificate
Qin Luo replied with a bitter smile, as he observed the group of women, each staring at him with wide eyes and serious expressions. His confidence began to wane at a teaching certificate. What value does that hold? Fine. If they wish to terminate my employment, so be it. From now on, you shall work for me, and I shall support you, Li Qingqing declared, her face etched with anger as she comforted Qin Luo by patting his shoulder. Isn't he already working with you? Who else would he be working with? Ran Yu interjected. The women were momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned upon them. They erupted into hearty laughter, banging on tables and clattering dishes. Sisters, tell me, who among us is the most unscrupulous? Li Qingqing, the chorus rang out. Who is the most lustful? Li Qingqing. And who is the most rogue? Still Li Qingqing. Work with me, I shall support you, Li Qingqing. You are truly outrageous. This is the first time I've seen a woman so boldly take on a younger partner while maintaining such a serious demeanor. Indeed. Did you not notice the expression on the enchanting beauty's face when she made that remark? Tisk tsk. Enchanting beauty, what price are you willing to pay for our handsome lad? Only then did Li Qingqing realize her misstep, echoing Chen Sichuan's earlier blunder. However, her extroverted nature allowed her to navigate the situation with ease. She picked up a chopstick, playfully lifting Qin Luo's chin, and said, that depends on the young lady's performance. If you serve well, I shall reward you handsomely. If not, I shall kick you off the bed and withhold food for 3 days. After sharing a lively moment filled with laughter, the dishes they ordered began to arrive. Beauty and delectable food. Both are a woman's greatest delights. With the arrival of the meal, they finally found a moment of peace for their incessantly chattering mouth. Li Qingqing leaned in closer to Qin Luo and whispered, everything was going well. Why were you suddenly dismissed? I heard you were quite popular with the students. Speaking on this topic made Qin Luo feel somewhat dejected. He cast a resentful glance at Li Qingqing and replied, isn't it because of you? Because of me? What do you mean? Li Qingqing asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Do you remember Li Qingyang? Qin Luo queried. Was he behind this? The once jovial expression on Li Qingqing's face darkened. Her long, seductive eyes now filled with fury. Pretty much, Qin Luo nodded. Enraged, Li Qingqing slammed her palm on the table and erupted in a tirade. What does Li Qingyang think he is? Just because I don't fancy him. He seeks revenge? Why involve my friend? If I ever cross paths with him, I shall make him regret it. What happened? Enchanting beauty. What is going on? The group of women, still trying to piece together the situation, began to ask questions. Li Qingqing, suppressing her anger, recounted the entangled relationships and grievances involving herself, Qin Luo, and Li Qingyang. Damn it, sisters, let us take him down. Otherwise, this despicable man realized the gravity of his actions. How dare he bully our enchanting beauty? Truly, he does not know the peril he is courting. A group of women grew increasingly agitated as they spoke, ultimately deciding to forego their meal and head directly to the school to confront Li Qingyang. Qin Luo hurriedly intervened, pleading with them to calm down. Everyone, please don't be so upset. Principal Li has already promised to assist me, and the issue should be resolved shortly, she reassured them with a smile. However, the fervor and camaraderie displayed by these women at that moment truly impressed her. Qin Luo, are you also from the medical university? I have an uncle who serves as the vice principal there. I can make a call to inquire about the situation, one woman offered. Yes, I have a friend in the Ministry of Education. I'll ask him to intercede on your behalf. It's absurd that one cannot teach without a certificate. Another chimed in, my father works for the municipal government. I'll see if he has any connections who might be able to help. Indeed, these women were not ordinary individuals. After hearing Qin Luo's words, they each pulled out their phones, seeking out contacts within their networks who could assist her. This is the power of human connections. Qin Luo expressed her gratitude. Thank you all so much. Just call me sister. A charming young woman said with a sweet smile. Qin Luo recognized her as Xiao Yi, although they had scarcely spoken directly before. Still, she noticed that Xiao Yi had discreetly made a phone call moments ago. Sister would be more fitting. Qin Luo replied with a grin. Li Qingqing then clapped her hands on the table, declaring, all right, let us eat first. We need our strength to converse. Only then did the group lift their chopsticks. Li Qingqing ordered 2 more bottles of red wine to liven the atmosphere. This time, Qin Luo resolutely refrained from drinking, prompting Li Qingqing to request 2 cans of Wangleji for her instead. Such behavior earned Qin Luo a round of disdainful glances from the group of women. That moment, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Qin Luo approached and opened it, encountering a well-dressed man standing at the threshold. "May I ask who you are looking for?" she inquired. "Is Miss Qin Sichuan here?" The man asked with a smile, his gaze having already passed through Qin Luo to spot Qin Sichuan seated inside. Unfamiliar with the man, Qin Luo assumed he was a friend of Qin Sichuan's and stepped aside to let him enter. The man in the suit strode straight to Qin Sichuan, whispering something in her ear. Some in the room recognized that he was speaking in Taiwanese, yet none were proficient in the dialect and were left puzzled by his words. As Qin Sichuan listened, her expression shifted to one of discomfort, and she began to argue back vehemently in Taiwanese. The man appeared to grow increasingly irritated, raising a finger in front of her, as if they were haggling over a price. "I told you I'm busy. Please leave," Qin Sichuan said coldly, gesturing toward the door of the room. "Miss Qin, while business may not have concluded, there is no need for such rudeness. Do you truly believe yourself to be a goddess? One drink costs 10,000. That is the rate for a top-tier star. If it weren't for being in Yinjing, do you think you could find such a good deal?" Since Qin Sichuan spoke in the Huaxia language, he too switched to it, albeit with a heavy accent. Nevertheless, everyone could hear him clearly. It seemed that this man had come to solicit her services. Chapter 51. The Enchantress. While Qin Sichuan was indeed beautiful, few in Yinjing could claim to know her well. However, some guests from TW who have come to Yinjing for business are quite different. The man, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, exuding an air of refined elegance, is Yahweh, an assistant manager at Qingning Enterprises in TW. This time, he accompanies the company's owner to Yinjing for business negotiations. Coincidentally, the clients have invited them to dine here today, and as the group engages in conversation at the table, they notice a bevy of stunning women with varying charms entering the room. Among them, one woman, exceptionally tall and striking, stands out as none other than Qin Sichuan, hailed as the first leg model by the people of TW. Thus, Boss Guisu, with a tone of boastfulness, turns to the clients and inquires, "What do you think of that woman in the blue dress?" Naturally, the clients express great admiration for the long-legged beauty, smiling as they respond, "What? Mr. Gua, you know everyone, even the girls of Yinjing." To which Guisu corrects, "She is not from Yinjing. She is the first leg model from TW. If Mr. Huang is interested, I could arrange for her to join us for drinks. With the right company, one can enjoy drinks without intoxication." Mr. Huang laughs heartily. It is difficult for men to refuse women, especially those of exquisite beauty. Consequently, Guisu instructs Yahweh to invite Qin Sichuan over for drinks. Having previously conducted business in TW, the two parties are not unfamiliar with each other, as Qin Sichuan has also endorsed products for Qingning Group. Initially, when Yahweh invites Qin Sichuan to join for drinks, she politely declines, stating that she is dining with friends, making it inconvenient for her to join. Subsequently, Yahweh resorts to financial temptations, suggesting that a drink costs 8,000. With no limit on the quantity, if she is willing to provide additional services, the price can be negotiated separately. This provokes Qin Sichuan's ire. Although she is part of the entertainment industry, she has always maintained her integrity. Even when attending some business gatherings, it is solely for work, and she ensures her relationships with clients remain appropriately professional. Yahweh's intentions are quite clear. He is seeking to lure her into joining for drinks. Should she be willing to entertain the client in a more intimate manner, then the pricing would be discussed separately. Qin Sichuan, unable to tolerate his demeanor, furiously refuses. Feeling his pride wounded, Yahweh retaliates with disparaging remarks. "If you think the price is too high, you can seek someone else for such services. I do not engage in this line of business. Furthermore, I am dining with friends. Please do not disturb us." Qin Sichuan firmly insists on dismissing him. This intruder has disrupted her farewell gathering with Qin Luo and others, igniting her anger. "Qin Sichuan, what are you so high and mighty about? Aren't you just a prostitute whose worth is measured by how widely you spread your legs for money? You are no different from any other star. I have encountered countless women, yet I have never seen one so oblivious to her own worth." Despite Yahweh's poor command of the language, his insults are venomous and harsh. His foolishness is evident, as his words are akin to a clumsy child throwing a stone into a hornet's nest. He fails to recognize his position, confronting a group of women who are anything but docile. "And what are you? Just a pimp. Why act so arrogant? I've seen dogs, but never one so brazen. Sichuan, go and teach him a lesson. Should he dare to retaliate, I would undoubtedly beat him to the ground, leaving him desperately searching for his teeth." When these women unleash their fury, it becomes utterly impossible to regard them as ordinary individuals. The lexicon of the Huaxiao language is inherently rich, and these women are masters of invective. They exchange barbed remarks and scathing insults, each volley unique, for over 10 minutes. Even that seemingly pure and charming Xiao Yi, in Qin Luo's eyes, possesses a repertoire of insults so vicious and nuanced that one might find themselves reminiscing about it 3 days later. Still feeling the sting, Yahweh, standing there with a flushed face and a thick neck, attempted to retaliate several times, yet found no opportunity to interject. He resorted to using Taiwanese dialect, which others could not comprehend, rendering his efforts utterly futile. He wished to curse in Huaxia, but struggled to articulate his thoughts fluently, nearly bringing this grown man to tears out of frustration. To borrow a title from a book by Hai Yin, one might express it thus: "What shall I use to insult you, you wretched beings?" Qin Luo, observing the scene, felt a surge of trepidation, contemplating that it would be wise to minimize interactions with this group of women. Should he unwittingly find himself on the opposite side of their ire, he could very well be verbally annihilated. "Harlots! You bunch of harlots!" When the women finally paused to sip tea and moisten their throats, Yahweh seized the opportunity to unleash his own fury. Li Qingqing, with a bewitchingly charming demeanor, stood up and approached Yahweh with a smile, sweetly inquiring, "Is the offer of 10,000 yuan per drink still valid?" "Of course it is. Are you willing to go?" Yahweh was taken aback by the willingness of another woman to undertake this task. Moreover, in terms of allure and seduction, she rivaled Chen Sichuan. Naturally, he readily agreed. His earlier harsh words stemmed from the fear of failing to fulfill his boss's expectations, risking embarrassment in front of clients. Now that someone had stepped up to the challenge, he could hardly contain his eagerness. He would simply explain that Chen Sichuan was unwell and had sent her friend to accompany the customers instead. "I am not inclined to go." Li Qingqing maintained her innocent, yet seductively playful demeanor. Shaking her head, "I am here to slap you in the face," she declared with a grin. "Do you have any objections?" Qin Luo broke into a cold sweat, questioning what scheme this enchantress was concocting. Did she intend to strike someone and then inquire if they objected? In his moment of fluster, Yahweh found himself at a loss for words. "If you remain silent, it signifies your acquiescence." Li Qingqing remarked in the blink of an eye. She struck with lightning speed, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Yahweh's face, leaving him reeling from the fiery pain on both cheeks. "All done. We still have dinner to attend to. Could you please step out for a moment?" With her big, innocent eyes wide open, Li Qingqing pleaded earnestly. Yahweh nodded, turning to exit the private room. Bang. Once Yahweh had stepped out and closed the door behind him, the group of women gazed at Li Qingqing in a daze. "Li Marin, how did you manage that? Did you cast some sort of enchantment? How could he let you slap him twice without a single protest? Indeed. What on earth just transpired? I don't quite understand. Was that man daft?" Li Qingqing, blushing and seated beside Qin Luo like a newlywed bride, softly replied, "That is simply because he has a splendid name. With a single glance, I could captivate an entire city, and with a second, I could ensnare yet another. I have gazed upon him several times. If he remains unperturbed, does that not imply that I possess little allure?" The first part of the statement remains composed, yet the latter reveals my true nature. How infuriating! The red-haired Ranyu feigned a retching motion, her face contorted with disdain. "Little brother, do you think your sister is charming?" Li Qingqing inquired of Qin Luo. "I suppose so." Qin Luo stammered, hastily bowing his head to sip his tea. "Is that so? Then why are you so flustered?" Li Qingqing's expression shifted abruptly, her brows furrowing in a cold glare. Upon witnessing Qin Luo's embarrassment, the group of women erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Yahweh, standing at the entrance of the private room, remained in a daze for some time, only snapping back to reality when the room was filled with the melodious laughter of women. He rubbed his still aching face, seething with frustration. In all his years, he had never been so humiliated. Initially intending to storm in and engage the women in a fierce debate, he wisely opted to retreat. Recalling their formidable nature, outnumbered and outmatched, he decided to seek reinforcements. He dashed to the restroom to splash cold water on his face, and once the redness had subsided somewhat, he returned to the private room to report to his boss, Guosu, about Chen Sichuan's refusal of his invitation, along with some rather unflattering remarks. Naturally, he concealed the fact that he had been slapped. Such matters are seldom recounted in public by those involved. Years later, Yahweh would reminisce about the moment a woman struck him, and how he obediently turned to leave. It still felt like a haunting nightmare. What a wretched creature, utterly oblivious, Guasu remarked coldly. What happened, General Gua? Has the beauty turned into a fiery pepper? Huang, with a smile, inquired. Some women are perpetually foolish, failing to recognize their own standing, Guasu replied, his expression darkening. Indeed, there are far too many such simpletons. However, if they were to receive a lesson, they would soon learn to behave. Huang chuckled. So, General Huang, do you have any effective methods for teaching them a lesson? Guasu asked Ayan Yinjing. I cannot allow my friends to be wronged. Leave this matter to me, Huang confidently stated. Very well, I appreciate it. When the opportunity arises to visit TW, I shall extend my hospitality, Guasu expressed gratefully. No need for formality, Huang replied, pulling out his phone to make arrangements. With no further interruptions, the meal proceeded with exceptional merriment. The women were lively and witty, delighting in playful banter. Although they often placed Qin Luo in awkward positions, he found a peculiar pleasure in their company. In other words, Qin Luo had a somewhat masochistic fondness for being surrounded by these audacious women who frequently took liberties with him. Since Chen Xishuan had invited Qin Luo to express her gratitude for his medical assistance, there was no rush to settle the bill. The group exited the restaurant in grand fashion, once again drawing the attention of onlookers. Perhaps Qin Luo had become accustomed to this role of being admired, for he appeared far more composed when meeting the gazes of others, General Huang. They emerged from the establishment in the parking lot in front of the Weihai restaurant. A black van contained someone making a phone call to report in. Yes, proceed as I instructed earlier. Remember to take photographs, Huang stated, standing by the window of the private booth, gazing at the alluring silhouettes of the women. Chapter 52. Insidious and Ruthless Sichuan. When will you have the chance to visit us again after returning this time? Ranyu playfully inquired, tugging at Sichuan's hand. Very soon, indeed. Our company will be engaging in some business collaborations with the mainland, Chun Sichuan replied with a smile. Hee, those unfortunate men are in for a treat. They get to see our Sichuan's unbeatable legs once more. Qin Sichuan cast a glance at Qin Luo, who was trailing behind the crowd, and remarked, Could you refrain from being so wicked? We are merely here for work. Her gesture caught the attention of another woman, who laughed and asked, What? Are you reluctant to part with our handsome boy? It's perfectly fine. Let the enchantingly borrow you for a few days of fun. Of course, I have objections, Li Qingqing retorted sharply. If I lend myself to others, how am I supposed to get by for the next few days? You are being rather ungrateful, Li. For the sake of sisterhood, one ought to be willing to go to great lengths. Why don't you use a cucumber or an eggplant to entertain yourself first? Ugh, you are utterly revolting. I refuse to engage in such antics. I only desire my little man. For him, I would gladly betray my sisters. Go to hell. A group surged forward, brandishing their bags to retaliate against the audacious Li Qingqing. It was at this moment that Qin Luo realized Chen Sichuan was indeed leaving. However, it was understandable. Her legs had healed and naturally, she was set to return to work. These stars earn money by the day. Who would wish to delay for an extended period? Reflecting on how someone had approached Chen Sichuan today, offering an extravagant price of 10,000 for a drink, Qin Luo felt a pang of envy. Life was truly unfair. Why were there no women inviting men to drink? Yet, the greatest injustice lay within herself. Even if a beautiful woman were willing to pay such a sum for his company, wouldn't he have the fortune to earn that kind of money? Life is but a dream. Chun Sichuan slowed her pace, evidently waiting for Qin Luo to catch up. She seemed to have something clandestine to share. Just as she was about to speak, a black van suddenly barreled towards them. The doors swung open, and a heavily made-up woman leaped out, shouting, Qin Sichuan, you shameless hussy, how dare you come to Yinjing? Do you have no sense of shame? Stealing someone else's man, and you dare to flaunt it so brazenly? Why don't you just die? As she hurled insults, the woman rapidly charged towards Chen Sichuan. The others, preoccupied with their playful chase of Li Qingqing, had moved ahead. Chen Sichuan had deliberately slowed down to wait for the lagging Qin Luo, causing her to become detached from the group of women. Now, only Qin Luo and she stood together. The van came to a sudden halt, and the woman's swift appearance left everyone startled, even Chen Sichuan, who stood there, mouth agape, astonished by the unfolding scene. Vile harlot, wretched creature, seizing another's man, do you not wish for me to rend your contemptible lips? The woman has approached Chen Sichuan and, in a moment of fury, raised her hand to strike the bewildered face of Sixian, Be careful, Sichuan, Li Qingqing shouted, already rushing towards her. Yet, time was no longer on their side. The woman's hand was perilously close to Chen Sichuan's face. A triumphant smirk adorning her features, a camera lens protruded from the window of a black van, clearly indicating that someone was poised to capture this dramatic scene on film. What is the most lethal weapon for a star? Scandal. Certain rumors can catapult one's fame to unprecedented heights, significantly enhancing their market value. Much like the infamous Beastgate incident for a man who is a stranger to her. Witnessing a beautiful young lady so ardently perform for the sake of art is likely to elicit gratitude from every man. Thus, in the days to come, it would be only natural for them to pursue her familiar backdrop, funding her various commercial endeavors. However, some scandals possess the potential to utterly annihilate a rising star's career. Akin to the Mistress Gate controversy. One must never underestimate a woman's animosity towards a mistress. They are sharp-tongued and cutting, reveling in disdainful mockery, longing for the chance to lash out. Even men, when confronted with a third party in films, often harbor feelings of hostility. Hence, this type of scandal is the most exasperating. Once exposed to the public eye, a beloved celebrity can swiftly become a pariah, reviled by all. The camera peering from the car window only confirms that they had anticipated this very moment and had made meticulous preparations. Whether the footage is handed over to the media for sensational reporting or presented to the artist for some form of sacrifice would depend on their whims. The cunning and treacherous nature of these individuals is evident in their ability to devise such a scheme in a short time. Just as the woman's hand was about to strike Chen Sichuan, Qin Luo intervened, firmly grasping her wrist suspended in midair. "Madam, let us converse civilly. I believe there has been a misunderstanding," he said with a reassuring smile. He was a kind-hearted and innocent soul, oblivious to the fact that this incident was merely retaliation from the earlier group. His unfamiliarity with Chen Sichuan's character also played a role, given that they had only met twice. Had Lin Huanqi been at his side, he would have unhesitatingly delivered a resounding slap in return. "You are the mistress. Your entire family are mistresses?" The woman, taken aback by this unexpected intervention, seethed with fury. She was a woman who relied on her body for survival. Although this particular assignment was peculiar, it was not entirely unexpected. Moreover, she had agreed upon a price with her counterpart, 1,000 yuan for each slap. As she initiated her attack, she had assumed the money was already within her grasp, only to have it slip away due to this man's interference. "Release me, you bastard. Who do you think you are? What does it matter to you if I strike that vixen? Do you possess no compassion?" The woman struggled fiercely to free herself, yet Qin Luo's grip was too firm. She could not pull away. "Madam, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I truly do not know you. She has never stolen anyone's boyfriend." Chen Sichuan finally came to her senses and explained earnestly. "Are you Chen Sichuan?" "Yes, you shameless harlot," the woman exclaimed, swiftly raising her left hand to strike Chen Sichuan. Qin Luo intervened once more, intercepting the woman's attack. Chen Sichuan screamed and dodged, narrowly escaping yet another peril. "Madam, please refrain from acting impulsively. Let us converse calmly. Resorting to violence is unwarranted. I believe this is a misunderstanding. Sichuan is not that kind of person." Qin Luo grasped the woman's wrists with both hands, their stances resembling an odd tango, provided one overlooked the expressions on their faces. "Misunderstanding? My foot. Let go of my hand, you fool." The woman, now agitated, lifted her foot to kick Chen Sichuan in the abdomen. A kick worth 2,000. That's quite a price. With lightning speed, Qin Luo raised his leg, striking the woman's calf with the tip of his foot. The woman let out a pained scream, her complexion paling as she groaned. "You may insult me, but do not speak ill of my mother," Qin Luo warned. Such a woman lacked basic decency, attacking others' parents at the slightest provocation. After 3 successful interventions from Qin Luo, the woman's assaults were rendered futile. Meanwhile, Chen Sichuan had distanced herself to a place of relative safety. Li Qingqing and the others arrived, encircling the woman. "Who are you? What do you want?" Li Qingqing demanded. "Who am I? Why should you care?" Chen Sichuan steals other people's men. "I'm here to slap her, that shameless harlot." The woman, seasoned in the ways of the world, remained unfazed despite having her wrists held by a man and her calves throbbing with pain, confronting a group of 10 women with a defiant spirit. "Who is your man? On what grounds do you accuse Sichuan of seducing your husband?" Ranyu asked, her face flushed with anger. "What business is it of yours who my man is?" And who are you all? Humph. Just by looking at you, it's evident you're all mistresses. Don't you feel ashamed for stealing someone else's man? Unable to divulge her own partner's identity, the woman intentionally shifted the subject, unwittingly inciting the ire of the gathered women. You're the mistress. Have you lost your vision? I am a virtuous maiden. The woman's audacity was infuriating. It was no wonder she couldn't keep her man. If I were her partner, I too would be tempted to seek solace elsewhere. Is this a woman? Is this a human being? Li Qingqing pondered thoughtfully, sensing something was amiss. She gestured for everyone to quiet down and, fixing her gaze on the woman, asked, Do you harbor a grudge against Sichuan? Of course I do. If someone took your husband, you would loathe her to the core, wouldn't you? The woman faltered, hesitating to meet Li Qingqing's piercing gaze, as if fearing her facade would be exposed by those captivating, beguiling eyes. I speak plainly. Do not respond with nonsense. Otherwise, when I speak nonsense, you will have no chance to retort, Li Qingqing remarked coldly, recognizing the hesitation and evasion in the woman's eyes. When a woman cannot meet your gaze, it signifies that she harbors no guilt. However, if you are professing your affections to her, the situation may differ, for she could be feeling bashful or feigning shyness. I find your words perplexing. The woman cast a furtive glance backwards, only to discover that the van which had brought her was now a short distance ahead, no longer in its original position. This revelation stirred a sense of urgency within her. I inquired, Who sent you here to tarnish the reputation of Xi? The smile on Li Qingqing's face faded significantly, transforming into a foreboding expression. I came here of my own volition. I do not require anyone's direction, the woman retorted defiantly. It appears you are beyond redemption, Li Qingqing remarked with a cold smirk. Ran you, contact the authorities. Let them conduct a thorough investigation into her. I refuse to believe she can maintain her bravado indefinitely. Chapter 53. A stolen kiss. Ran you possesses considerable influence within the JC system. Thus her intervention in alerting the police would undoubtedly facilitate matters. Moreover, it is conceivable that the investigative results may surface before Chen Sichuan boards her flight. Upon witnessing the call to law enforcement, the woman in red finally began to feel a pang of anxiety. If the JC were to apprehend her, her profession would be laid bare. With her career exposed, the facade of her current role as a busta-figure would inevitably crumble. Help! Help! I am being assaulted! The woman in red shouted to the gathering crowd. Given that this was a main thoroughfare, numerous onlookers had already converged upon the scene of the commotion. The spectators, with expressions of amusement, pointed and laughed, while others brandished their phones, eager to capture the moment for later display or to share on forums for sensational gossip. The notion of a group of beautiful women attacking another beauty would undoubtedly make for an enticing headline. The woman in red had overestimated the moral compass of humanity. Not everywhere is one likely to encounter a heroic defender. While perhaps in M country there are those still dreaming of such saviors, in Huaxia, such foolish children do not exist. Noticing the lack of intervention from bystanders, the woman redirected her hope towards the black van ahead. Hey, help, third brother. Save me, she called out, waving frantically at the vehicle. She was aware that they could observe the unfolding events through the rearview mirror. Yet, no one emerged from the van, which remained ominously still. It was at this moment that the crowd took notice of the black van. Who is third brother? Li Qingqing inquired, fixating her gaze on the vehicle. I cannot disclose that, the woman replied. There are always those who can extract the truth from you. Li Qingqing shot her a frosty glance, ceasing further inquiries. I'll go take a look, Qin Luo remarked. Peering at the van, unable to discern its interior, Li Qingqing grasped his hand and said, Silly brother, if you pursue them, they will surely flee. How could your 2 legs outpace 4 wheels? Third brother, what should we do? Should we return and rescue her? It would be dire if they delivered her to the police station, the long-haired man with the camera said, glancing at the bald man in the passenger seat. Wait, the bald man instructed, retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Sanner, is everything in order? A man's resolute voice resonated from the other end of the line. Boss, the situation has become chaotic. The hired help had no opportunity to take action against Chen Sichuan. Now, the person is surrounded by them. The bald man reported cautiously, useless. The man's voice rose considerably. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What purpose do I have in keeping you? I'm sorry, boss. The bald man asked nervously. Should we go and rescue her? I'm afraid they might call the police. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, then it replied. No need. Don't escalate the situation. Sanner, you should find an excuse to take the blame. Just say you had a conflict with Qin Sichuan. I'll arrange for someone to give the JC Bureau a heads up. They will ensure your release. Understood, boss, the bald man replied. After hanging up, he glanced at the situation in the rearview mirror and said in a somber tone, drive. The young man driving the van, lean and agile, immediately started the vehicle and fled the scene upon hearing the bald man's command, Sanner, you can't leave. Sanner, you must save me. The woman shouted desperately as she saw the van receding into the distance. It wasn't until the van turned at the next intersection and vanished into the bustling traffic that the woman's composure shattered, and she buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. She understood that she had been abandoned. Although she had resigned herself to being a mere pawn, the reality of the situation weighed heavily on her heart. She was a human being too. Soon, JC arrived. A handsome young man in plain clothes jumped out of the police car and hurried over to Ranyu, smiling as he said, Sister Ran, what brings you here in such urgency? Ranyu pointed to the woman in red and said, we suspect she has been instigated to tarnish the reputation of artists. Take her back for questioning and uncover the scoundrel behind her. The male officer glanced at the woman in red and smiled. Don't worry, Sister Rand, I won't let you down. All right, go get to work. Ranyu waved her hand. Sure thing. Goodbye, Sister Rand. Call me if you need anything, the male officer replied with a smile. He then gestured, and two uniformed JC officers rushed over to take the woman in red away from Qin Luo. Ranyu? Who is that man? He shows you great respect, as if you were calling him like a son, a woman teased. You can't expect anything decent from a dog's mouth. He is a friend from my circle. Ranyu shot a glance at the voluptuous woman. Hee, if a dog could produce ivory, I would go home and raise dogs, the curvaceous woman retorted, as the crowd began to disperse upon realizing there was no more excitement to behold. Li Qingqing approached Chen Sichuan and asked, Are you all right? I'm fine, Chen Sichuan replied, shaking her head pitifully. Ever since entering this industry, I had prepared for the worst. I had heard of predecessors facing similar situations and felt sympathy for them. I never imagined it would happen to me today. I truly do not know her. I know, of course, you do not know her. Li Qingqing said it is clear that she was being manipulated. Who instigated her? I haven't caused any trouble in Yinjing, Chen Sichuan inquired. Li Qingqing rolled her eyes, exasperated. You just rejected someone, didn't you? How could there be no trouble? Huh. Is it him? Perhaps. Li Qingqing nodded and said, Sichuan, upon your return, you must exercise caution and avoid any contact with them. Yes, I understand INTW. They dare not act recklessly, Chen Sichuan replied. That's good. Your flight is around 5 in the afternoon, so during this time, refrain from wandering about. Later, I will accompany you to the airport with Qin Luo. All right, thank you. I appreciate your assistance, Chen Sichuan said, turning to Qin Luo with gratitude. Our little heartthrob has once again played the hero today. This marks the second time he has rescued the leggy queen, doesn't it? Sichuan, I'm afraid you might truly be smitten, someone chimed in. Indeed, if you think the time for devotion is too soon, perhaps you could let our charming young man have a feel of your lovely legs first. Men are often swayed by flattery. If he can't gain any advantage from you, who would be willing to help you next time? Qin, go ahead and touch them, don't be shy. Sichuan won't slap you with her hand. You just blocked 2 fierce blows for her. She is grateful beyond measure. The group of women, eager to incite chaos, offered dubious suggestions from the sidelines. Isn't this inappropriate? Qin Luo said uncertainly, sneaking a glance at Chen Sichuan's beautiful legs. Such stunning long legs are indeed tantalizing to the imagination. If I were to touch them, the sensation must be exquisite. How regrettable it is that I didn't take the opportunity during the last treatment. Perhaps I was too nervous at the time. What is inappropriate? If she allows you to touch, then go ahead. The sisters will vouch for you, Li Qingqing remarked, observing Chen Sichuan blushing like a peach blossom, her eyes shimmering with embarrassment, silent in the corner. Privately, she found it quite incredible. Logically, Chen Sichuan, as an entertainer, should be accustomed to such scenarios. Why did she now appear like an innocent newcomer, blushing so profusely? Could it be that she harbored intentions toward Qin Luo? Li Qingqing watched Qin Luo, who was still feigning innocence, and couldn't help but feel amused. This foolish girl has truly fallen for him? If only she knew the true face of this devil, she would probably regret it too late. For Chen Sichuan's safety, Qin Luo accompanied Li Qingqing to personally see her off at the airport. The trio exchanged pleasantries in the departure hall until the announcement urged them to proceed with check-in. Chen Sijuan's gaze shifted to Qin Luo. Mr. Qin, I have a few words I wish to share with you. Li Qingqing waved her hand, saying, all right, that if you have something to say, hurry up. If there are matters to attend to, do so quickly. I shall go grab a cup of coffee and will not accompany you further. With that, the woman truly turned and walked away. Mr. Qin, I am incredibly grateful to you. You have saved me twice now, and I am at a loss for how to express my thanks. Please accept this small token of my appreciation, Chen Sijuan said, pulling a thick envelope from her LV bag and handing it to Qin Luo. You've already thanked me, Qin Luo replied with a smile. Have I? Yes, indeed. You have expressed your gratitude verbally numerous times and treated me to a delightful meal. He chuckled, returning the envelope to her. Chen Sijuan gazed at Qin Luo with sparkling eyes. After a moment, as Qin Luo's pale complexion transformed into a delicate shade of pink, she remarked, very well, I shall not press you further. If the opportunity arises, do come find me in TW, where the scenery is breathtaking and the beauties abound. I shall introduce you to a few more. All right, Qin Luo replied, nodding awkwardly. Hee, what a delightful younger brother you are. Suddenly, Chen Sijuan leaned forward and pecked Qin Luo swiftly on the cheek. You know, for a tall woman, the success rate of stealing a kiss is quite high. Before Qin Luo could react, a faint O-shaped lip print appeared on his face. Bewildered, he wore a confused expression, his smile still rigid. Why did she kiss me? By what right did she kiss me? Chen Sijuan stood by the boarding gate, waving at Qin Luo while holding her suitcase. Remember, you must come find me in TW when you have the chance. I will also make my way to Yinjing to visit you. With her tall stature and radiant smile, Chen Sijuan was exceptionally beautiful at that moment, capturing the attention of the bustling crowd. Once her figure vanished from sight at the ticketing area, Qin Luo lowered his gaze to his own form. A delightful younger brother? Apart from being flexible, there was nothing particularly special about him. This day marked a memorable occasion for Qin Luo. After more than 20 years in this world, aside from his mother, it was the first time a woman had kissed his perpetually handsome right cheek. Chapter 54, Fatal Temptation. On the way back, Qin Luo remained enmeshed in the incident of Chen Sijuan's stolen kiss. Engaging in conversation with Li Qingqing, he appeared somewhat detached, his responses to her teasing lacking their usual sharpness. In fact, when she spoke seductively, Qin Luo found himself utterly perplexed by her words. Meanwhile, the taxi driver was thoroughly enchanted by this enchantress, causing the vehicle to weave in an S-shaped pattern, akin to a thrilling game of reckless driving. Has your soul been taken away? Shall we turn back and buy you a ticket to TW? If we hurry, we might still catch up. Noticing Qin Luo's dazed demeanor, Li Qingqing pinched his thigh sharply. Ah, what? Qin Luo exclaimed in pain, finally snapping back to reality. I said, the person has long gone. How much longer do you intend to remain in this stupor? Li Qingqing retorted with irritation. I'm not dazed. Qin Luo protested. He was merely pondering matters normally. I ought to have captured your foolish expression just now. Qin Luo smiled awkwardly. Anyone would likely react similarly upon losing their first kiss. He considered himself quite resilient. After all, in the movies, when women inadvertently lose their first kiss, they often weep and despair. Observing Qin Luo's expression, Li Qingqing leaned closer, her body half reclining against him, her soft bosom inadvertently pressing against his arm. Leaning in, she whispered alluringly, it feels rather nice to be kissed by a woman, doesn't it? Qin Luo nodded. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he asked, what did you say? Hadn't Chen Sijuan already departed when she stole that kiss? How could one possibly know such matters? Could it be that Chen Sijuan divulged this information to her? That seems implausible. She has no reason to share such things with Li Qingqing. Moreover, at this moment, she has just boarded the plane. Her phone is likely prohibited from being activated. To declare her departure yet secretly observe from the sidelines is behavior utterly contemptible. It is no wonder that our elders have advised us. It is better to believe in the existence of ghosts than to trust a woman's loose lips. Do not pretend. I have seen it all. That Li Qingqing remarked with a playful smile. Little brother, you are quite impressive. After only 2 encounters with our Sichuan, you have already ensnared her affections, even bestowing a kiss upon her. Truly, you are full of surprises. We are merely bidding farewell as friends. Qin Luo explained sheepishly. It is akin to how people in M country greet one another with a kiss. Indeed. I comprehend completely. You share no connection whatsoever. It is a purely platonic relationship between a man and a woman, Li Qingqing said with a serious expression. She then shifted the topic, inquiring, "Tell me, should our children address me as sister or would aunt be more appropriate?" "Call me sister. It makes me seem younger. Being called auntie would age me," she replied. This woman always had a way with words that was rather striking. Upon returning to Qinqing International, most of the women had departed. Only Ran Yu and Xiaoyi remained seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing the two enter, Ran Yu inquired, "Have you seen off Sichuan? I just called her, but her phone is turned off. The verdict on her case has been issued. That woman is a courtesan from Yijiangnan, hired to tarnish Sichuan's reputation." "Hired by whom?" Li Qingqing asked, her brow furrowed. "Lin San," came the reply. "Who is that?" Li Qingqing asked, puzzled. "A petty thug. It is said that after failing in his romantic pursuits, he sought revenge on Sichuan." Ran Yu scoffed. "He should take a look in the mirror and reflect on his own character. Him, seeking to woo our leggy queen? Qin Luo would be a more fitting target for his affections." "Him? Not a chance." Li Qingqing shook her head, stating that Lin San is undoubtedly a scapegoat, pushed forward by someone else. The true mastermind behind this malice must be that scoundrel who hired Sichuan to serve drinks. I had the same thought. However, Lin San is quite obstinate, and no matter how much we interrogate him, he refuses to speak. We can only treat him as the primary offender and penalize him accordingly," Ran Yu lamented. "Moreover, even if we could uncover the true villain, so what? An apology? Perhaps a monetary settlement? Alas, it is truly arduous for women to navigate these matters." "Indeed," Li Qingqing nodded in agreement. "You need not worry about this issue. It has always been you who takes advantage. Who would dare approach you with ill intent? Who would provoke you, the venomous spider? They would be lucky to escape unscathed," Ran Yu teased. "I possess no such ability to cause harm. Undressing, perhaps, but not inflicting pain." "I ask that not so, little brother," Li Qingqing teased, inadvertently shifting the focus onto Qin Luo. "I have no idea." Qin Luo hastily shook his head, thinking to himself that if you were truly to hold a knife to my throat and compel me to undress, I might just acquiesce. Compared to life, chastity is truly insignificant. I can hardly endure this couple's antics. I have made plans with Xiao Yi to go shopping. You two can conjure storms as you please." Ran Yu chided playfully. "Qingqing sister, Qin Luo brother, enjoy yourselves." Xiao Yi sprang up from the sofa, making faces at the two individuals. "Xiao Yi, you should limit your interactions with Ran Yu. Otherwise, you may end up learning bad habits," Li Qingqing called out as they departed. Once the two had left, the lively and boisterous hall on the second floor was left with only Li Qingqing and Qin Luo. Li Qingqing approached Qin Luo step by step, her bosom rising and falling with each breath, her enchanting eyes shimmering like water. She gently nudged Qin Luo with her arm and inquired, "Little brother, it seems we are the only ones left. Don't you wish to do something?" "Ah." Qin Luo felt his throat dry, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "What do you want to do? How annoying that I am a woman, after all. What could I possibly want to do?" Li Qingqing's hands coiled around Qin Luo's neck like sinuous serpents, her body inching closer to his. Apart from the thin layer of fabric separating them, they were in close contact. Qin Luo's heart raced at an astonishing pace, as if ready to leap from his chest at any moment. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, and his fingers trembled slightly. He was gradually backed into a corner by Li Qingqing until he lost his balance. Collapsing onto the sofa, Li Qingqing leaned forward, her voluptuous form falling heavily into his embrace. Her slender fingers, adorned with black nail polish, caressed his thigh, while her exquisitely beautiful face drew nearer to his. Qin Luo could feel her lips brushing against his ear. Li Qingqing's voice was sweet and sultry as she whispered, "How about we?" Qin Luo felt tears welling up. "Is there anyone as tempting as you? I'm a man too, you know." Little brother is perfectly capable of being normal. A fierce internal struggle ensued within him. What if she made such a request? Should he agree? Yet, his conscience weighed heavily on him. He was a pure man, a man who had transcended base desires, a man filled with innocent fantasies of love. He had always yearned for a genuinely loving woman, dreaming of the sacred moment on their wedding night when, upon lifting the red veil from her face and she from his, he would wholeheartedly offer her his first time. What a beautiful and sacred moment that would be! But to refuse her? His heart ached at the thought. Denying a woman would mean causing her pain. As a doctor, one who upheld the traditional virtues of Chinese medicine, his duty was to heal and protect women, not to harm them. Such a choice would be a disgrace to his profession. More importantly, Li Qingqing was undeniably alluring. Just look at her ample bosom, her curvaceous figure, her moist lips, and her stunning beauty. If he turned her down this time, what if she became angry and never gave him another opportunity? Blushing, Qin Luo softly suggested, "Shall we go to the third floor?" He understood that the third floor was Li Qingqing's private domain, furnished with a sofa, a bed, and a large desk spacious enough for two to lie upon. There, she could choose to torment him however she pleased. "What business do we have on the third floor?" Li Qingqing queried. "I believe it would be more appropriate there. Someone might come by and see us," he replied. "And what of it? Why fear being seen?" Li Qingqing's voice was sweet and beguiling. "However, it would be rather embarrassing." Qin Luo pondered. Could it be that this woman enjoys engaging in such antics in front of others? What a peculiar fascination indeed. Embarrassed? We are simply having a conversation. What is there to be embarrassed about? Li Qingqing remarked with a sly smile at a conversation. Qin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Of course, it is a conversation. What do you wish to do? Qin Luo felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by this woman, I meant to say, "We could go upstairs for some tea." Li Qingqing contemplated for a moment and replied, "That makes sense. Let us ascend then." "No." Qin Luo hastily waved his hands. "I just remembered. I have a few matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Good heavens, I must vanish quickly. Otherwise, perhaps this woman should just disappear. Don't be in such a hurry to leave," Li Qingqing said, loosening her grip on Qin Luo's neck, her demeanor becoming more composed. "I still have matters to discuss with you." "What matters? Can't we talk about it another time?" Qin Luo inquired. "No, it must be discussed now," Li Qingqing insisted. "Very well," Qin Luo reluctantly acquiesced. "I have already taken the prescription you wrote and submitted it for product development. Once the product is ready and we obtain the necessary approvals, we can commence production. I have consulted with Sushuan, and she has agreed to be our spokesperson free of charge in gratitude for your medical assistance. At that point, we will be able to launch the Golden Cocoon Nourishing Powder directly into the market. However, prior to that, I plan to establish a beauty company specifically to manage the brand for this product, encompassing production, promotion, and distribution. Since you have been expelled from school, why not abandon the idea of teaching altogether? Let us partner up. I will oversee the company's operations, while you focus on product research and development. If you agree, you will become the second in command of the company, enjoying a life of luxury, driving the finest cars, and mingling with the most beautiful women." Li Qingqing paused. Observing that Qin Luo remained unyielding, showing no inclination to agree, she continued to entice him. "If, and I emphasize if, I happen to be in a particularly good mood or perhaps a rather foul one, I might just entertain the idea of accompanying you to the third floor to AT that time. You may do as you please. What do you think?" Volume 4. A Contest of Skill. Chapter 55. Poisoned. If Qin Luo wished to be a recluse, oblivious to the world outside, wholly devoted to the study of medical prescriptions, he could safely remain within the confines of his family. The profound heritage of a centuries-old medical lineage afforded the Qin family a natural advantage. Whether it be in the rare medicinal materials or the treasured texts, as for indulging in luxury, driving the finest cars, and courting the most alluring women, Qin Luo was not overly concerned. If it came to him, well and good. If not, he would not press the issue. The Qin family possessed its own substantial business, albeit not as colossal as the Wunren family. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to ensure that Qin Luo, the sole scion of the Qin family, would lead a life free from financial worries. During his time at home, whenever his grandfather spoke of the state of traditional Chinese medicine, there was a palpable sense of frustration and indignation at its decline in the face of the rising popularity of Western medicine. The invaluable treasure, which had been passed down through millennia in China, was lamentably facing extinction. There are even those who vehemently criticize traditional Chinese medicine, citing instances of harm caused by its practices. An advocate for its abolition by the state, it is not that traditional Chinese medicine lacks merit. Rather, in times of necessity, there are few willing to step forward. Those who truly possess exceptional skills often cling to their secrets, solely preoccupied with amassing wealth, indifferent to the greater cultural responsibilities of humanity. Meanwhile, those who roam the world, claiming to be inheritors of imperial physicians and specializing in the treatment of syphilis and other toxic ailments, are often devoid of real competence, merely fabricating a series of medical mishaps that provide the staunchest ammunition for proponents of the uselessness of traditional Chinese medicine argument. When the fortunes of the nation plummet to their nadir, countless heroes have risen to the occasion. When the lands and seas of China face encroachment, innumerable soldiers have bravely advanced. Now, As traditional Chinese medicine languishes on the brink of extinction, it too requires champions to emerge. To nurture individuals, one must first cultivate a backbone. Without a backbone, one is no better than a mere shadow of humanity. If no one else will, then let one's own slender shoulders bear the weight of this tradition. Traditional Chinese medicine must thrive, Qin Luo told himself. This was the goal he had set based on his observations after emerging from his reflections, Ionit Man, when Hung Jinbao was brutally defeated yet refused to relent. Was it not because he discovered something worth defending with his very life? In life, there are indeed things that merit your protection. Rejecting the generous financial temptations offered by Li Qingxing, Qin Luo returned to the Lin family home, the clock having struck past 8 in the evening. Upon seeing Qin Luo enter the living room where Lin Xingyun was sipping tea, Lin hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Qin Luo, you have finally returned. I was about to call the police if you didn't show up soon. Why is your phone always unreachable?" Unreachable? Qin Luo fished his phone from his pocket, only to realize it had powered off. He had only charged it once since purchasing it, and after receiving several calls today. It had automatically shut down without his knowledge. "It's out of battery," he chuckled. Noticing Lin Xingyuan's anxious expression, he inquired, "Grandfather Lin, is something the matter? Old Li called today asking for your phone number, that time. I thought he was reaching out for work-related matters. Later in the evening, he called again, saying you had been dismissed from the Chinese Medicine College. Is there any truth to this?" Lin Xingyuan pulled Qin Luo to sit on the sofa and personally poured him a cup of tea. "Yes, I was indeed dismissed from the college." Qin Luo replied with a wry smile, "It is truly absurd, I knew it. These individuals are utterly misguided. While other places are eager for talent, they, on the contrary, drive it away. I am not boasting. With your medical skills, you would qualify as a chief physician at the Chinese Medicine College. How could you not excel as a teacher?" Lin Xingyuan said indignantly. "Grandfather Lin, if I truly wish to work as a physician at a Chinese medicine hospital, I imagine you would find it challenging to arrange," Qin Luo remarked with a smile. Lin Xingyuan fell silent, then sighed heavily. Whether in academia or healthcare, one invariably requires that certification. Lacking that stepping stone, one's name lacks credibility, and one's words carry no weight, inviting scrutiny from others. Which hospital would dare to hire a physician without a medical license, who hasn't even crossed the threshold of a legitimate institution? While individuals are alive, systems remain rigid. Such systems can save lives, yet they can also inflict harm. The crux of the matter lies in who wields the authority to establish the regulations. Alas, you need not be concerned. Lao Li has assured me that he will assist you in finding a solution. I shall also endeavor to leverage my connections on your behalf, if all else fails. Perhaps you could consider taking a position at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. I refuse to believe anyone could impede your progress." Lin Xingyuan's words were evidently tinged with emotion, conveying a sense of coldness and indignation. "Grandfather Lin, I am not worried. There is no need for you to fret. Where there is a will, there is a way. We will surely devise a plan." Qin Luo comforted with a smile. He was indeed unperturbed. On the contrary, Li Qingyang's vengeance only served to ignite a rebellious spirit within Qin Luo. The more she sought to drive him away, the more resolute he became in staying. Moreover, he was determined to thrive. Your mindset is commendable," Lin Xingyuan remarked with a sense of satisfaction. "Have you eaten anything this evening? Shall I have someone heat up a meal for you?" "No, thank you, Grandfather Lin. I have already dined." Qin Luo replied with a smile, for he had indeed shared a meal with Li Qingxing. "Very well then. Huanqi is upstairs. Why not go up and chat with her? She has been trying to reach you on your phone all day without success." "She is quite concerned about your dismissal," Lin Xingyuan suggested. If the opportunity arises, he would certainly advocate for his granddaughter with a few kind words to enhance her standing. "All right," Qin Luo said as he rose from the sofa and made his way to the second floor. Standing at the threshold of Lin Huanqi's room, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to knock. Instead, he returned to his own room to take a warm bath. After being surrounded by a throng of admirers today, his clothing had inevitably absorbed some of their fragrance. What if Lin Huanqi caught a whiff of it? After a refreshing shower and changing into clean attire, he plugged in his phone to charge and opened his laptop. Once the system had fully booted up, Qin Luo's first action was to click on the little penguin icon. For someone yearning to become a fashionista yet still a novice with computers, this was the only form of entertainment he had mastered thus far. He entered the QQ number recorded on his phone, followed by the 6-digit password. Thus, the little penguin began to frolic about the screen. Hardly had he logged in when a cacophony of system notifications erupted. Teacher Qin, it's me, Shaoman Teacher Qin. I have something special to share. Teacher Qin, guess who I am? Hee hee, it's Xiao Hua. The students did not disappoint Qin Luo. They rushed online to add him as a friend the moment class ended. He clicked accept repeatedly, and soon his QQ friend list swelled to 62. Are you there? An avatar of a long-haired girl popped up. Her username reading Yixia Qingliang. Who are you? Qin Luo inquired, pecking at the keyboard with one finger, as he was only familiar with pinyin input. Lin Huanqi. Qin Luo was taken aback, not expecting her to reach out to him online. Initially, she had declined his fervent requests. Haha, I'm here, Qin Luo replied, his response rather foolishly simplistic. You can reply if you're not here. I know there's something you need from me, Linjia. It took Qin Luo 2 to 3 minutes to type out that line, as he clearly needed to practice his typing speed. Upon returning, I learned of your unjust dismissal from the school, which has left me quite indignant. Principal Li called to assure me he would offer assistance. And grandfather will also endeavor to find a solution. Do not fret. Matters will be resolved expeditiously, Lin Huanqi consoled. It was then that Qin Luo understood why Lin Huanqi had been chatting with him on QQ. She sought to provide him comfort. Yet, with her disposition, such words of solace were difficult for her to express directly, thus resorting to this indirect means of communication. This woman is adorably foolish, rest assured. I am well, Qin Luo replied with a smile. Teacher Qin, are you online? Hee hee, I know you are. I have something splendid to show you. A bearded individual named Zhirua Yong messaged from the friend list. Subsequently, a URL appeared in the message box. Qin Luo clicked the mouse, and his eyes instantly sparkled. The link led to an exhilarating site filled with numerous captivating images of beautiful women. More importantly, many of these women appeared disinclined to wear clothing. Qin Luo was ecstatic. As a physician, he had ample reason to seek a deeper understanding of the female form. However, opportunities had eluded him in reality. At last, he could explore multifaceted perspectives of those who might become his patients. There were cold and alluring mature women, voluptuous lolas, enticing uniforms, and sensual married women. Qin Luo felt as if he had stepped into a grand garden of wonder, each image a delightful novelty that filled him with joy. He clicked through the pictures, entranced. What have you sent? Lin Huanqi inquired. What? Qin Luo was perplexed, having been absorbed in browsing images without sending her any messages. See for yourself. How do I look? Open the dialog box. How do I open the dialog box? Lin Huanqi was taken aback by Qin Luo's confusion and, abandoning any sense of reserve, sent a QQ message containing an image. An explosive striptease, an alluring nude maiden. Do you wish to catch a glimpse? Please click the website. The image displayed a provocative woman, her bosom exposed, legs apart, hand concealing her most intimate area. Beside her, a red arrow pointed. Want to see more? Click to view. Qin Luo was utterly stunned. This image was not sent by him. What was happening? Then, an even more disastrous scene unfolded. Teacher Qin, what on earth have you sent? Teacher Qin, I disdain you for such lewdness. Hee hee, this is so outdated. Would you like something even more thrilling? We could explore this together? Teacher Qin, you are quite scandalous. With a thud, Qin Luo's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the floor. Chapter 56. Dongshi imitates Pan Jinlian when Teacher Zhu opened the office door. She found Director Guo engaged in a phone conversation. His expression was quite uncomfortable, yet his tone retained a hint of insincere cheerfulness. Chen Chu, your words are too formal. We are old classmates. How could I possibly refuse you this favor? Haha, indeed. Rest assured I will certainly find a way to assist you. However, I'm also quite helpless in this situation. A student has submitted a report, prompting the school leadership to suddenly demand a thorough investigation into the matter. In an instant, Teacher Qin has become the quintessential example of this situation. Indeed, I shall find a way to address this. Upon hearing the contents of Director Guo's phone call, Teacher Zhu pondered to himself. Could it be that someone is interceding on behalf of Qin Luo? Is it possible that the rumors hold some truth, and he possesses a formidable background? He then shook his head, contemplating that if he truly had such a powerful connection, he would not have been dismissed by the director. It is rumored that he was introduced by Principal Li Yonggang. Perhaps someone from that side is advocating for him. The most pleased by Qin Luo's dismissal from the department is undoubtedly Teacher Zhu. In stark contrast to the silence he maintained while Qin Luo was present, these past 2 days, his voice in the office has noticeably risen. The respectful demeanor of his colleagues when speaking to him has brought him considerable satisfaction. Teacher Zhu has not missed this opportunity to kick someone while they are down, once lamenting in the office. Some young individuals just entering society still lack the experience to navigate interpersonal relations. They are oblivious to many established protocols. Only those who can endure until the end can truly savor victory. I find Xiaomin to be quite impressive. The young lady possesses great potential for development. Xiaomin smiled awkwardly, refraining from responding. Having previously served as an officer in the student council, she is well aware of the intricacies of office politics. Teacher Zhu is deliberately elevating himself at the expense of Qin Luo. As one of the parties involved, she would never allow herself to feel smug, believing that Teacher Zhu is genuinely praising her. After hanging up the phone, Director Guo rubbed his aching temples and addressed Teacher Zhu. Please, have a seat. Certainly, Teacher Zhu nodded in acknowledgement. He shares a distant familial connection with Director Guo and is one of the more senior educators. Thus, he does not overly exhibit deference towards his superior, instead projecting an air of presumptuous superiority. Alas, we have invited a harbinger of misfortune, Director Guo said with a face full of ire. Recalling how Qin Luo had mocked him while leaving with a credit card in hand, his anger flared. Just now, was someone indeed interceding for him? Teacher Zhu inquired, observing Director Guo. This marks the 36th call I have received, all advocating on his behalf. Who would have thought? This fellow possesses quite the influence. Representatives from various departments have come forth, even from the National Security Bureau, Director Guo remarked, his tone devoid of humor. He felt more inclined to weep. On one hand, there was the insistence of his former superior. On the other, the pressure from numerous individuals wielding real power. Having offended so many, he realized he could only navigate the confines of the medical university from now on. Otherwise, he could only speculate on how those individuals might retaliate against him. Teacher Zhu was internally astonished and somewhat relieved that he had not made his relationship with Qin Luo too contentious. Yet, he remarked, Director, you are handling this matter with due diligence, considering the reputation of our Chinese medicine college and the futures of those students. I maintain that those who are inexperienced in the ways of the world are bound to falter. How old is that lad, Qin Luo? Even if he had begun studying traditional Chinese medicine from the womb, it is doubtful he would have acquired substantial knowledge. It is said he has never even set foot within the school gates. How could such an individual have a solid foundation? Thus, I contend that his dismissal is warranted. The sooner one is dismissed, the sooner one is liberated. If we were to wait until complications arise before terminating the employment, would not the responsibility ultimately fall upon the director? Director Guo waved his hand and remarked, one knows their own affairs best. You cannot fathom the pressure I am currently under. Thankfully, with the former principal bearing the brunt, I find myself contemplating personally bringing back this esteemed figure. You cannot imagine the caliber of individuals who call me, who would wish to offend such a multitude. Upon seeing Teacher Zhu still offering words of comfort, Director Guo continued, it is what it is. All I can do is brace myself and endure. I have my principles and my laws. Even if they wish to voice their concerns, they have no grounds. That fellow never possessed the qualifications to be a teacher in the first place. Director Guo rose and settled onto the sofa opposite Teacher Zhu, gazing intently at him as he stated, Teacher Zhu, I have summoned you today to discuss a matter of importance. Teacher Zhu nodded, adopting a posture of earnest attentiveness. The department may have dismissed Qin Luo, yet someone must still shoulder the responsibility of teaching the course on traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis. It is said that those students are rather unruly. If there is no instructor present for the next class, I fear they may cause a disturbance to me teach diagnosis. Teacher Zhu expressed a hint of trepidation. Traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis is a course demanding profound practical knowledge. One must not only comprehend the pathophysiology, but also the methods of treatment. A teacher capable of imparting this knowledge must be an exceptionally skilled physician. Previously, I have only taught the theoretical course-selected readings of the inner canon, and now I am thrust into this precarious situation. I find myself lacking in confidence. Indeed, Director Guo acknowledged. However, I am not well versed in this subject either. Without a lesson plan, it may prove challenging to teach. Teacher Zhu replied, Director, you are aware that finding a teacher for this course is no simple task. Those of lesser ability will leave the students dissatisfied, and we are reluctant to engage them. Conversely, those of higher caliber are often more inclined to pursue their practice in hospitals rather than teach. You would merely be stepping in temporarily. Once we find a replacement, you will be relieved. I still harbor some concerns, Zhu replied. Old Zhu, you are a veteran educator in our department, the most experienced among us. Who else in our office is suitable for this role? Director Guo said, patting Teacher Zhu's hand earnestly. Upon hearing the director's high regard for him, Teacher Zhu felt a surge of gratitude. It would be inappropriate to decline further. So he nodded and said, "Very well. Since the director holds me in such esteem, I shall give it a try." Precisely. A senior must set an exemplary standard. When challenges arise, one must be capable of bearing the weight. Director was stated with satisfaction. "Old Zhu, this matter is settled. However, I must caution you about one thing. Those students have a good rapport with Qin Luo. Be wary of them attempting to undermine you in your class. Should they prove disobedient, do not hesitate to assert your authority. I shall grant you 1 expulsion quota and 3 major demerits. You may handle it as you see fit." Old Zhu, brimming with confidence, replied, "Director, worry not. I, Old Zhu, have been in education for decades. Dealing with these young rascals requires a modicum of experience. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. This afternoon, there are 2 sessions of traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis scheduled. When the bell for class rings, Teacher Zhu will enter the classroom, holding the textbook under his armpit and a thermos cup in hand. Teacher Zhu casts a cursory glance around the classroom, which appears to be filled with nearly 100 students. This sight grants him a profound sense of satisfaction in his self-esteem. In the past, only a handful of students attended his classes. Never had there been so many willing to listen to him from other disciplines. Setting the textbook and thermos on the desk, he surveys the class with an air of authority before clearing his throat and stating, "Some of you may already be aware, while others may not. Allow me to clarify on behalf of the school. The previous instructor of traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis, Teacher Qin, lacked a teaching qualification and was therefore unqualified to be an educator. Consequently, he has been dismissed. For the time being, I will take over this course until the school recruits a competent teacher to assume the role. What do you all think?" As he delivers this speech, Teacher Zhu forces a stiff smile, attempting to adopt a gentle demeanor to instill a sense of comfort akin to a spring breeze. However, the response from the class is far from favorable. "Not great," the students collectively retort. The smile on Teacher Zhu's face falters, and his expression darkens. After surveying the students once more, he sternly declares, "You are students of this institution and must adhere to its regulations. Now, please open your textbooks." "But Teacher Qin never made us open our books during his lectures," a student interjects. Indeed, Teacher Qin would lecture without any reference to the text. Why should we open our books when his level of teaching was so inadequate? Another chimes in, "Teacher Zhu, weren't you teaching selected readings from the inner canon? You were quite good at that course. We most enjoyed dozing off in your class. Why are you now attempting to teach diagnosis? Why engage in something you're not proficient at?" The students chatter mockingly, disregarding the fact that he has been repeatedly recognized as an excellent teacher. The muscles in Teacher Zhu's face begin to twitch as he seizes the eraser and strikes the lectern with force, exclaiming, "Silence! I demand silence." Every teacher has their own teaching style. Who decreed that only those who lecture without notes are good teachers? That is the mark of a lazy educator, one who is irresponsible in their vocation. If one is too indolent to prepare lesson plans, how can they aspire to be a good teacher? "I believe Teacher Qin was indeed impressive," a student retorts. "Exactly. Mediocre individuals often seek excuses for their mediocrity. Teacher Zhu, you should refrain from comparing yourself to Teacher Qin. It is merely self-inflicted discouragement. Why not return to teaching selected readings from the inner canon? I quite enjoyed your lullabies." With a resounding clap, Teacher Zhu slams his palm on the lectern and bellows, "How can you conduct yourselves as students? Do you not understand the rules? Let me inform you that when I arrived, the department had already briefed me. I possess the authority to expel a student and to issue severe reprimands to 3 others. I do not wish to create discord with you, but do not compel me to seek trouble with you either. If you are given a severe reprimand, it will become a lifelong blemish on your record. In the future, you may find it challenging to secure employment." Teacher Zhu pointed towards the classroom door and declared, "Those who are unwilling to listen to my lecture may leave. I shall not hinder you. Rest assured, during the final examination, I will bestow upon you a score of 60. He had heard that Qin Luo had once employed this very tactic to subdue his students. Now, he too attempted to try it out, refusing to believe that these audacious students would indeed dare to leave in his presence. Wang Jujio, seated in the front row, removed her earbuds and stuffed them into her bag. Then, without a word of farewell, made her way towards the exit. With a clamor, the entire classroom trembled as all the students hurriedly packed their belongings and rushed outside in the blink of an eye. Only one student remained in the classroom. The boy, whose leg was bandaged, wore a forlorn expression and shouted loudly at the departing students, Hey, you bunch of rascals. If you're leaving, take me with you. I injured my leg playing football. Don't you have any sense of camaraderie? Chapter 57. The Thoughts of a Beauty Today. Qin Luo did not venture outside, instead secluding himself in his room to study computer knowledge. After attending 2 classes at the medical university in the morning, Lin Huanqi also stayed home in the afternoon to serve as his computer instructor. Undoubtedly, Qin Luo was a genius in the field of medicine. However, when it came to computer technology, he was undeniably a novice of the highest order. Even now, he could not comprehend how he had contracted a virus. He had only interacted with this computer. No one else had used it. How could it possibly be infected? Who had poisoned it? As a skilled physician, Qin Luo understood that every effect has its cause. If a person were poisoned, it must have been due to either deliberate malice or accidental consumption of tainted food. What, then, was the nature of this computer virus? After a thorough explanation from Lin Huanqi, Qin Luo finally grasped the situation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Is it truly possible for someone to poison me from such a distance?" Viruses are transmitted over the internet. Wherever there is a network, there is the potential for viruses. How can I ascertain whether I have been infected? Install antivirus software. If there is a virus encroachment, the software will alert you to delete it. Once I install antivirus software, I shall no longer be at risk of infection. Qin Luo's face lit up with excitement. This seemed to him like the renowned elixir of life circulating in folk tales. That might be the case. However, you should endeavor to avoid those risky websites in the future. I accidentally clicked on one, Qin Luo sheepishly explained. You might want to consider how you will explain this to your students. Lin Huanqi remarked, I'll simply say I was infected. They are bound to understand, Qin Luo replied with a smile. At that moment, his phone on the table buzzed. The caller ID displayed Wang Zhuzhou's number, leaving him curious as to why she would be calling at this hour. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Wang Zhuzhou's voice came through, asking, Teacher Qin, are you quite close to Xiao Ziyuan? Xiao Ziyuan? I don't know her. You don't know her? Yet you are promoting her. I had thought you two were quite good friends. Wang Zhuzhou chuckled on the other end of the line. I have not been promoting her, Qin Luo replied, perplexed. Where has he ever assisted others in advertising? Lin Huanqi could no longer bear to listen and gently closed the door before rushing out. Upon hearing Qin Luo's serious demeanor, Wang Zhuzhou's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving her with a sensation akin to being choked. Teacher Qin, you can't possibly not know who she is, can you? I truly do not know. The name sounds like it belongs to someone from the East. I have never dealt with anyone from the East. There aren't even any from the East among my patients. Every man must have interacted with her. However, I genuinely have not. Defeated by Qin Luo's ignorance, Wang Zhuzhou remarked, Xiao Ziyuan is the woman in the picture you sent us. This time, it was Qin Luo who nearly choked. Teacher Qin, you are quite behind the times. You should really find someone to give you a proper lesson. Wang Zhuzhou teased. Ha. I've merely been afflicted by a computer virus. It's not as you imagined. I shall pretend to believe you. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too embarrassing for you? What kind of teacher sends such links to students? Wang Zhuzhou laughed so hard on the other end that she could hardly breathe. Wang Zhuzhou, is there something you need? Qin Luo inquired with a bold face. He planned to hang up as soon as she said there was nothing. Of course there is something. Teacher Qin, why didn't you come to school today? Wang Zhuzhou finally regained her seriousness, abandoning her jesting tone. I have been dismissed from the school. Why would I still go? Qin Luo replied with a bitter smile. But we are all here. You are students. It is only natural for you to attend class. Regardless of who teaches you, you must attend. Qin Luo stated, we came to hear you teach. Wang Zhuzhou retorted indignantly. Qin Luo fell silent, taken aback by the student's determination. You weren't here. It was Teacher Zhu who previously taught selected readings of the inner canon. He said that students who did not wish to listen to him could leave. As a result, we all walked out. Li Guang's leg was fractured during soccer yesterday, and he was carried out by 2 boys. It was hilarious. As she recounted the story, Wang Zhuzhou burst into laughter on the phone. Sigh. You really don't need to act this way. You are students. No matter who teaches you, as long as you learn something, that is what matters, Qin Luo lamented. Teacher Qin, spare us the lecture. We are all adults and know what we are doing. When you weren't here, we referred to Teacher Zhu as Mama Zhu and called his lessons Mama Zhu's lullaby. Some even made a point to attend his class just to sleep, aiming to have him lull them to sleep. What could such a teacher possibly impart to us? With all this commotion, what does the school say? The school? I couldn't care less about their opinions. Whenever they invite you back, that is when we will resume classes. Wang Zhuzhou, Do not lead everyone to skip class, Qin Luo admonished sternly. He was acutely aware of the influence this girl wielded among her peers and feared that this boycott was orchestrated by her. Qin Luo, do not abandon us and flee, Wang Juzhou stubbornly replied. We are waiting for your return. Goodbye. Without allowing Qin Luo a chance to respond, she had already hung up the phone in Director Guo's office. A haze of smoke lingered as he, who usually maintained a polished image, proactively requested a Huanghe Tower cigarette from Teacher Zhu today. Director Guo, I believe one quota for expulsion is insufficient. At least a dozen would be necessary, Zhu remarked, nestled comfortably on the sofa, exhaling smoke rings as if to dispel the pent-up frustration that weighed heavily on his heart. A dozen isn't enough, is it? We need 4 or 5 dozen, Director Guo replied, his expression darkening. Startled, Zhu sat upright on the sofa and exclaimed, Director, that simply won't do. There are responsibilities to consider. Nonsense, I'm well aware of the responsibilities involved. What difference does it make if I expel a dozen or several dozen? I would still bear the brunt of the responsibility, Director Guo retorted, clearly irritated. This old Zhu truly lacked perception, unable to recognize the irony in his own words. Noticing the director's rising temper, Zhu adopted a more humble demeanor and said, So what shall we do now? The students refuse to heed my guidance, leaving me at a loss. You will need to seek someone more capable. I intend to teach them myself. I refuse to believe this group of students is insurmountable. Director Guo declared, forcefully extinguishing the cigarette, but in the ashtray in the spacious and opulent office. Wenren Muyu reclined languidly in her swivel chair, her head facing the door, her posture relaxed as she gazed through a large floor-to-ceiling window at the shimmering lights of the city below. Moths fluttering around snow willow golden threads, laughter mingling with faint fragrances, she mused, reciting poetically, in search of him 1,000 times. I turned suddenly, and there he stands amidst the dim lights. Unable to restrain herself, she found the words slipping from her lips. Miss, what did you say? Ma Yu, holding a folder and reporting on work matters, looked at her in surprise, questioning whether she had misheard. Nothing of consequence, I merely recalled a line of verse. Please continue, Wenren Muyu replied, not turning to face Ma Yu. The Triumph Group has consented to sell the land to us, albeit at a price 5% higher than our initial offer. Offer them 3%, she instructed. Yes, the Jiuchong Tian Garden, in collaboration with Jincheng Boya, has been completed with a booking rate of 30%. Instruct the marketing department to ramp up advertising efforts. We must achieve a 70% sales volume within 3 months. Negotiations with Boeing have reached an impasse. The government of M country has intervened, citing concerns over potential national security leaks, and has refused to provide us with the core technology for private jets. Acquire the technology. Simultaneously, we must also seek to influence their legislators, she commanded. Understood, I will ensure the operations continue, Ma Yu affirmed, glancing at the back of Wenren Muyu's head, his expression betraying a hesitation to speak further. Is that all? Wenren Muyu inquired. That's about it. If there is something, then there is. If not, then there isn't. That I dislike the word about in such contexts, she stated. Indeed. Mississippi, there is one more matter that requires your attention. Qin Luo has encountered some difficulties, Ma Yu reported. Wenren Muyu lightly tapped her toes, her chair turning to finally present her exquisite visage to Ma Yu. What has happened? She asked. He was dismissed from the traditional Chinese medicine college due to the lack of a teaching qualification. Ma Yu succinctly relayed. With a light chuckle, Wenren Muyu covered her mouth and burst into laughter. In that moment, the already stunningly beautiful woman appeared even more resplendent. Miss, Ma Yu gazed at Wenren Muyu in astonishment, perplexed by her sudden mirth. Why does he put himself through this? Wenren Muyu inquired, lifting her gaze to Ma Yu. I do not know. Ma Yu replied candidly. A man who has rejected the opportunity to inherit a vast fortune chooses to become a teacher and ends up dismissed. Perhaps it is indeed hard to believe. Miss, should we consider contacting the Ministry of Education? She suggested, aware that her current mistress desired to cultivate a sense of favor from Qin Luo. No need. Wenren Muyu replied. If he cannot resolve such matters, he would truly waste the 65 points you have afforded him. Very well, Ma Yu acknowledged. We have preliminarily devised a plan for your interactions with him. May I inquire what your anticipated objective is? Objective? Wenren Muyu chuckled softly, shaking her head. This is not a matter of commercial investment. I merely wish to meet him to discern the kind of person he is. Wenren Muyu rose from her seat and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the myriad lights illuminating the night. Some women evoke the sentiment that no one in the world would dare to treat them poorly. Yet, this woman finds herself deprived of the kindness she has long yearned for. If a woman encounters such a man, does she not then deserve to succumb to her emotions at least once? Chapter 58. Please return Teacher Qin to us. Teacher Zhu's dismissal by the students placed immense pressure on Director Guo. He understood that if he could not manage the situation himself, there would be no need for others to intervene on his behalf. He would have to find a way to bring Qin Luo back. Otherwise, he would have no justification for explaining the matter to the school. While he could dismiss Qin Luo for lacking a teaching qualification, Li Yonggang could similarly use incompetence as an excuse to adjust his own administrative duties. It was known that Li Yonggang had been tirelessly addressing the issue concerning Qin Luo over the past few days, even personally visiting the former principal's home to plead for intervention. However, the old principal, preoccupied with his grandson's grievances, had coldly rebuffed him, leading to a rather unpleasant confrontation between the two. Director Guo had not taught for quite some time, occasionally giving a political thought lecture to the entire grade. This time, he resolved to personally teach traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis. He aimed to instill a sense of authority among the students, suppressing their arrogance and rebellious attitudes. If their momentum continued to grow, the situation would become increasingly unmanageable. Upon arriving at classroom 722, Director Guo was taken aback to find the room filled to capacity, with nearly 100 students present, far exceeding the number on the attendance list he held. This unexpected turnout thwarted his original plan to call the roll and establish his authority. He could not recognize each student's face, and even if one were absent, the others would likely cover for them. Curious, he noted that this contradicted Teacher Zhu's account. Wasn't it said that the students were highly agitated and unwilling to attend class? Yet, they appeared remarkably composed. With a furrowed brow, Director Guo approached the podium, wondering if they had somehow been forewarned of his arrival. Upon contemplating this possibility, Director Guo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction welling up within him. "Dear students, I am Guo Runhuai," he proclaimed, beaming from the podium as he introduced himself. "As the dean of the faculty, I believe we are acquainted." Wang Juju removed her earphones and scoffed. "I didn't expect Director Guo to come in person. The battles ahead are going to become increasingly arduous. However, for the sake of Qin Luo, they must persevere, regardless of whether it is a director or a principal who is sent their way." Director Guo glanced at the girls seated in the front row, feeling an instantaneous sense of admiration. With a warm smile, he remarked, "This young lady has made an error. Since I have entered this classroom, it signifies that I am your teacher, and my duty is to ensure that you acquire genuinely useful knowledge. Thus, you may disregard the empty title of director if you wish. Feel free to call me teacher. If that does not please you, you may simply refer to me as Old Guo. I am well aware that you all call me that behind my back." It must be said, Director Guo was quite adept at connecting with students. His words effectively bridged the gap between himself and his pupils. By playfully revealing that they referred to him as Old Guo, he humorously exposed a personal quirk, further endearing himself to them. Unfortunately, he now faced the peculiarities of Class 722. "Old Guo, please bring Teacher Qin back. We wish to attend his classes," Wang Juju declared boldly. "Aren't you the one who self-deprecatingly insists on being called Old Guo?" "Allow me to oblige," she added. Director Guo's expression stiffened, barely suppressing his irritation. Aside from a select few leaders or peers from other departments of equal standing, who would dare to address him as Old Guo in his presence? What was even more exasperating was that this informal address came from a student of the traditional Chinese medicine college, his own student. Humility? Merely a reflection of his modesty. Did these students truly lack intelligence? Could they not comprehend even his humble remarks? Director Guo felt an impulse to slam the table and storm out. He could finally empathize with Old Guo's frustrations when he had come to him in a foul mood. At this moment, he yearned for the comforting embrace of someone with a generous bosom to cry upon. Director Guo's countenance shifted dramatically, cycling through shades of black, purple, and red, before finally settling into a semblance of normalcy. "I believe my students are not fully apprised of the situation. Teacher Qin has been criticized for lacking a teaching qualification certificate and has not undergone formal medical education. I, too, have received a verbal warning." He sighed. "Alas, Xiao Qin is an excellent teacher, and I hold him in high regard. The thought of dismissing him weighs heavily on my heart." Director Guo scanned the room, smiling as he continued, "Fortunately, he is still young and possesses great potential for development. Before his departure, I had a thorough discussion with him, encouraging him to seek further education at another institution and obtain a teaching qualification upon graduation. Our traditional Chinese medicine college will always welcome him back. Teacher Xiao Qin himself has agreed and expressed his determination to improve. Before Teacher Qin returns, your task is to focus on your studies and not to let him down. Old Gua, we believe Teacher Qin is quite competent. If he pursues further studies, who will teach him? Indeed. What if Teacher Qin surpasses his own instructors? Isn't that rather embarrassing for the teacher? Old Gua, please invite our Teacher Qin back. We would all like to treat you to a celebratory drink. With a loud crack, Director Gua slammed the chalkboard eraser onto the podium, his face darkening as he bellowed. This is utterly outrageous. Don't you possess even a shred of student decorum? Are you truly still students? Do your families send you here to study with such ease? Should I call your parents here to discuss this? Or are you hoping I would expel you all? The dean of the institute suddenly erupted in anger, his authority palpable. The students exchanged glances, none daring to confront him at that moment. Director Gua, we merely desire a competent teacher. Is it too much to ask the school for such a request? I firmly believe no one is more exceptional than Teacher Qin. Wang Jujio would not yield, even in the face of his wrath. She stood her ground, unwavering, until a suitable instructor for the course of traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis is found. I shall continue to teach you this subject. I will do my utmost, and I implore you all to have faith in me. Wang Jujio's eyes sparkled as she proposed. The requirements for practical application in traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis are exceedingly high. How about this? We will pose 3 questions that if Director Gua can answer them all, we shall cease our request for Teacher Qin's return. What do you think? We are unwilling to be misled by an incompetent teacher. They must be questions from the textbook of traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis, Director Gua stated. Certainly, Wang Jiju nodded. Very well, you may formulate the questions, Director Gua replied. Although he had not taught for many years, his extensive teaching experience and knowledge of the subject would likely render the students' questions insufficiently challenging for him. Would a skilled physician be stumped by a patient's inquiries? The probability is exceedingly slim. Director Gua, recite the Song of Decoctions, Wang Jujio suggested. The Song of Decoctions? Director Gua exclaimed in astonishment. Who would be foolish enough to memorize such things? He had indeed read it numerous times in the past, but had long since forgotten. What is the matter? Director Gua cannot recite it. Such fundamental knowledge, I have not truly paid attention to. Personally, I place greater emphasis on practical skills. I believe there is no need to commit these theoretical concepts to memory. Understanding is sufficient. Director Gua forced a smile, his facial muscles nearly cramping. Wang Jujio turned and snapped her fingers, declaring, ready. Begin. Point 4 Gentleman decoction harmonizes with ginseng, atractalodes, poria, and licorice, enhancing it with summer's chen pie. 6 Gentleman expels phlegm and replenishes qi for yang deficiency, while removing and expelling ban xia known for its unique efficacy, or adding xiang sha for stomach cold. The entire class recited this obscure and difficult song of decoctions in unison, their voices resonant and fluid. Remarkably, even the auditing students, who had taken to heart Teacher Qin's encouragement to memorize the verse before his departure, had diligently committed it to memory. Once they finished reciting, the class fell silent, their expressions solemn and respectful. Stand up, Wang Jujio commanded. With a rustle, all the students rose, standing tall and straight, their gazes fixed upon Guo Renhuai at the podium. Guo Renhuai instinctively stepped back. What were these students planning? With a bow, all the students lowered themselves at a 90-degree angle, directing their reverence towards Guo Renhuai, whose face bore an expression of trepidation. Wang Juzhou lifted his head and spoke in a solemn tone. Director Gua, you cannot fathom the significance that Teacher Qin holds for us. He is a remarkable elder brother, a trustworthy friend, and a teacher of extraordinary talent. We believe that as long as Teacher Qin is willing to impart his knowledge, we will become the finest practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Director Gua, please return Teacher Qin to us. The entire class echoed, please return Teacher Qin to us. Guo Renhuai gazed upon the earnest and determined faces of the young students, let out a gentle sigh, and silently stepped down from the podium. It became evident that the heights he had surpassed were now insurmountable for others. At that moment, Qin Luo was unaware of the unfolding events at school. He was engaged in a game of chess with Lin Qingyuan. During his time at the Qin household, he often accompanied his grandfather for a few rounds, honing his skills in the game. Coincidentally, Lin Qingyuan had taken the day off, and Qin Luo was eager to play. The two of them, one old and one young, were engrossed in their battle. As Qin Luo prepared to advance his knight to capture Lin Qingyuan's pawn, his phone, resting nearby, suddenly buzzed with a message. It was from an unfamiliar number, bearing the playful text. Hee hee, guess who I am? From the hee hee, Qin Luo deduced that the sender was a woman. Is this Wang Erseo from next door? He replied, as he found women's little games rather bothersome. At Si Huan came the response. The phone chimed again. Oh, is there something you need? Qin Luo asked. Can I not reach out to you unless there's something urgent? I wanted to express my gratitude for the warm hospitality during my trip to Yinjing. If you have the time, do come visit TW, she concluded. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. You carry on. Quickly, urged Lin Qingyuan, who disapproved of Qin Luo's interactions with any woman except his granddaughter. All right, Qin Luo said, moving his knight, only to have one of his pawns captured in return. After a few more moves, his phone buzzed once more. This time, it was a call, and the screen displayed Li Qingqing's number. Qin Di, come quickly. We have a major client here who specifically requests to see you. Li Qingqing called out excitedly through the phone. You must come. You absolutely must. After delivering her message, she swiftly hung up, leaving no room for Qin Luo to decline. And of course, if given the chance, he would indeed prefer to refuse. However, her abrupt disconnection left him in a quandary. Should he stay? There were guests awaiting him. His curiosity piqued at the prospect of the significant individual who warranted such a fuss. Should he go? He felt a tinge of apprehension at the thought of visiting Qingqing International. Perhaps it was due to the company one keeps. The women there were anything but ordinary, each a superwoman in her own right. After much deliberation, Qin Luo finally addressed Lin Qingyuan. Grandfather Lin, a friend called with an urgent matter that requires my presence. Lin Qingyuan set down his chess piece and replied, Go ahead. You young people ought to live your own lives. It's beneficial to make more friends. Then I shall head over, Qin Luo affirmed. Very well. Go on, Lin Qingyuan said with a smile, waving him off. Continuing on, it was as if he suddenly recalled something in passing and addressed Qin Luo, saying, By the way, will you be returning for lunch? It's possible that Huanqi will come back to join us. All right, I shall do my best, Qin Luo replied. Having received the answer he desired, Old Master Lin finally felt at ease. He said, Very well. The rest nothing more to worry about. You may go now, Otto, and Qin Luo, when you have the time, do consider obtaining a driver's license. I shall gift you a car. Let me think about it. Qin Luo nodded, rising to make his way outside. Upon arriving at Qingqing International in a taxi, he was greeted once again by the uniformed beauty who had welcomed him previously. Qin Luo heard Li Qingqing call out. Her name was Xiao Wan, the VIP client relations representative at Qingqing International. Seeing Qin Luo alight from the car, Xiao Wan hurried over with a smile, saying, Mr. Qin, you've finally arrived. President Li has called to inquire several times. There was a bit of traffic on the way, Qin Luo replied with a smile, thinking to himself that Li Qingqing was indeed quite astute. She had accurately anticipated his arrival, thus refraining from calling him directly until she had confirmation from her subordinates. No matter. Let us head upstairs quickly. President Li and the others are waiting for us. Xiao Wan gestured invitingly, indicating that Qin Luo should proceed first. Who has arrived? What important guest is here? Qin Luo inquired with curiosity, as Li Qingqing had abruptly hung up the phone, leaving him without the chance to ask. I'm not entirely sure, Xiao Wan said apologetically. If you are unaware of their identities, how can you ascertain that they are important guests? Xiao Wan paused, pointing to the two black cars parked at the entrance, and whispered, Look, they arrived in those vehicles. Two bodyguards and one assistant, accompanied by 3 individuals attending to them. This is akin to the grandeur of a princess on an outing in ancient times. Is it not? Surely they are significant figures? Qin Luo could not identify the seemingly cumbersome vehicles, nor did he wish to embarrass himself by asking in front of the beautiful lady. Though he felt somewhat uninformed, he did not want to appear overtly ignorant. He feigned understanding, nodding and saying, Oh, I see. However, this is a matter for your beauty salon. What do you require my presence for? I am not quite certain about that, Xiao Wan replied with a playful laugh. As they entered the lobby, Qin Luo immediately spotted 2 men in black suits standing there, in a room adorned with soft pink hues. The presence of such robust men felt rather out of place. Are they the bodyguards brought by the important guest? Qin Luo queried. Yes. Qingqing International has a strict policy against admitting men, and they cannot be an exception. However, President Li has permitted them to wait in the lounge on the 1st floor. Xiao Wan explained. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he found Ran Yu and Xiao Yi among others present, though occasionally some familiar faces would be absent while new ones appeared. Upon seeing Qin Luo, Ran Yu smiled and remarked, Ah, handsome lad. You've finally made it. You've nearly driven the enchantingly to despair. Indeed. Let us head inside. There are beauties to behold, absolute stunners. After you've seen them, you'll turn back to us and realize we're merely a group of plain-faced women. Another chimed in, It seems that Li Marin is now under considerable pressure. Nonetheless, I still hold a fondness for our Li Marin. Just imagine how fortunate would be the man who marries her. In the bedroom, she must undoubtedly be quite captivating. Indeed, while that woman possesses extraordinary beauty, she also exhibits an excessive haughtiness, does she not? It feels as though she is not of our ilk. Qin Luo, I stand in support of Li Marin. You must not forget your old love upon finding a new one. Qin Luo responded with a wry smile. I am at a loss regarding your conversation. Forget it. Once we enter, we shall understand. Ran Yu chimed in with a laugh. When Ma Yu emerged, she immediately recognized Qin Luo, clad in a black robe. In this modern metropolis, such attire certainly renders one somewhat eccentric. However, she was well versed in Qin Luo's background and understood that this was a family tradition. It was not merely him. All men from the Qin family dressed in this manner, and thus, she felt no curiosity. Are you Mr. Qin Luo? Ma Yu approached him and inquired. This marked their first meeting. The man who had received a mere 65 in her evaluation, now re-entering their line of sight. One would have thought they would never cross paths in life. Yet here they were, meeting at a specific moment and juncture. One cannot help but remark that the Almighty appears to possess a penchant for humor. Qin Luo nodded and replied, I am Qin Luo. Please follow me. You made a formal gesture of invitation. Qin Luo glanced at Xiao Wan, who nodded in affirmation. Thus, he trailed behind this woman towards the VIP care area established by Qingqing International. This was a multifunctional high-end spa room, designed for skin care, hot spring treatments, and equipped with sofas for guests to relax and converse. As Qin Luo entered behind the alluring Ma Yu, he felt as though his eyes had been suddenly illuminated. Akin to a dark night sky ignited by fireworks, or a bud that abruptly blossoms. It was a beauty that astonished due to its extremity and delighted through its suddenness. The woman, clad in a black fitted shirt and adorned with a brown leather belt and a distinctive wristwatch, was none other than Li Qingqing. Her masculine attire was remarkably successful, embodying both the sophistication attributed to men while simultaneously accentuating a bewitching allure, creating a striking visual impact that melded ice and fire. Seated on a single sofa was a woman with eyes as captivating as the vast ocean of stars. Yet Qin Luo did not recognize her. Though unfamiliar, she did not feel strange. It was a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of reuniting with a childhood companion long forgotten. Such sentiments typically belong to third-rate television dramas, yet they undeniably stirred within Qin Luo's heart. Perhaps it was the oddity in her gaze as she looked at him that prompted this feeling. Qin Luo mused. It was at this juncture that Qin Luo comprehended the implications of the earlier conversation among the group of women outside and understood their lackluster demeanor today, their voices notably subdued compared to usual. Remarkably, they refrained from making any inappropriate jokes. One cannot deny. She is an exceedingly beautiful woman. Upon beholding her, a myriad of exquisite words springs to mind, alongside countless sentences that eloquently depict a beautiful woman. Yet, when one attempts to apply these descriptions to her, every term and phrase appears woefully inadequate. She is unique, unparalleled. Were I to possess exceptional literary talent, perhaps I could compose poetry in her honor. Clearly, Qin Luo did not perceive himself to possess such gifts. Thus, he could only resort to a rather mundane characterization. An extraordinary beauty like Qingqing cast a knowing glance at Qin Luo, then rose with a beaming smile, declaring, This is Qin Luo, our esteemed medical practitioner at Qingqing International, catering exclusively to our elite cardholders. His medical expertise is truly remarkable. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult him. I shall leave you to your conversation and not impose any further. This woman, capable of embodying both human and spirit with equal finesse, conducted herself with grace and propriety in the presence of more serious individuals. She nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from uttering a word. Li Qingqing soon exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. The woman's gaze scrutinized Qin Luo, sweeping from his feet to his head, and then lingering on his features, as if she discerned a blossom nestled therein. Of course, in the interest of self-preservation, Qin Luo too took several bold glances at her thighs and decolletage. Qin Luo? The woman inquired, her voice melodious and captivating. Indeed, it is I, Qin Luo replied. Noting her lack of invitation to sit, he took it upon himself to settle onto the sofa, reasoning that this beauty salon was not her private establishment. I have heard of your remarkable medical prowess and have come to pay my respects. She continued, observing his movements, her eyelashes fluttering with a hint of excitement. There's something you wish to inquire about? Or do you experience any discomfort? Qin Luo asked, adhering to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasize observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. If you are indeed skilled, there should be no need for me to elaborate. You would already discern any ailments afflicting your patient. Conversely, should you merely be a quack, no amount of detail from my end would enable you to identify the underlying issues. Wouldn't you agree? Her voice was light and airy, as if she were unconcerned by anything around her. Yet, Qin Luo discerned an underlying tone of provocation in her words. Indeed, he acknowledged. Then you may proceed with my diagnosis, she stated. Rising, Qin Luo approached her, meticulously examining her complexion. Remarkably, she remained unfazed by his scrutiny, meeting his gaze with audacity, her expression betraying no sign of discomfort. This left Qin Luo with a sense of frustration. Did he truly lack even a modicum of talent for lechery? Your complexion is rosy, your skin radiant, indicative of good health. Your voice is clear, devoid of impurities, also a sign of vitality. There is no need to ask further. You wouldn't divulge it, Qin Luo declared, seizing her hand with determination. Now, I must take your pulse. Chapter 60. You are insane. Before Wen Renmu you could intervene. Her hand had already been enveloped in Qin Luo's grasp. Observing his seemingly frail disposition, one might assume he is in poor health. However, his agility when in motion is astonishing. It is akin to the poetic descriptions found in martial arts novels, portraying a master of the martial world. As still as a sick rabbit, yet as swift as a spirited hare. Moreover, after a meticulous analysis by the prodigy Wenren, whose intellect at the tender age of 2 soared to an IQ of 152, almost surpassing Einstein's 160, the conclusion drawn was that he possesses a formidable aggression, coupled with an innate arrogance. Intriguingly, he is indeed a perilous man. A subtle smile graced the corners of Wenren's lips, curving into an enticing arc as she relinquished her struggle and abandoned her intention to deliver a forceful counterattack on Qin Luo. Her hands had never been clasped by a man before. Qin Luo was the first, the inaugural one to dare tread upon such uncharted territory, and thus warranted some measure of retribution. Unbeknownst to Qin Luo, Wenren's thoughts were far removed from him. He was simply engrossed in admiring her delicate hands. Many literati might poetically liken a woman's hands to fingers as slender as bamboo shoots, wrists akin to white lotus roots. Yet neither bamboo shoots nor lotus roots could ever compare to the exquisite beauty of a woman's hands and wrists. This woman was evidently favored by the divine, every inch of her meticulously crafted by the hands of the Almighty. Even her hands, often referred to as the second defining feature of sensuality, were no exception. Pale, smooth, and with elegantly tapered fingers, they suggested an exceptional proficiency in playing the piano. Such hands, if not employed in music, would indeed be a lamentable waste. All doctors engage in dual focus when taking a female patient's pulse, as you do? Wenren inquired. You noticed? Qin Luo exclaimed in astonishment. He had always maintained a reserved demeanor, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue, seemingly unaffected by her beauty. It is not discernible from the surface. Rather, it is perceived from within, Wenren replied. Perceived from within? Do you also practice medicine? I do not pursue medicine, yet I possess an understanding of human nature. Once one comprehends an individual's character, one can anticipate their subsequent actions or a series of them. I surmise that you must be quite convinced at this moment, believing every word I utter, while outwardly feigning tranquility, Wenren remarked with a light laugh. Qin Luo was once again taken aback. This woman was formidable, capable of accurately discerning his innermost thoughts. It seems my conjecture holds true, Wenren observed, noting the astonishment etched on Qin Luo's face. Your pulse is balanced, your constitution harmonious. Miss, you are the healthiest individual I have encountered. I fear I am of little assistance to you. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Qin Luo declared, releasing Wenren's hand and turning towards the door. This woman was far too dangerous. It would be prudent to depart swiftly. Wait. Just as Qin Luo reached for the doorknob, Wenren called out. He turned to see her gracefully rising from the sofa, her tall figure exuding elegance. evidently the product of a refined aristocratic upbringing. The cultivation of a noble family requires the concerted efforts of many generations, and in the land of Huaxia, families that can rightfully claim the title of noble are exceedingly rare. Wenren approached Qin Luo from behind and stated, "I do not accept your diagnostic conclusion." "What do you mean?" Qin Luo inquired. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes deduction, moving from the external to the internal, extrapolating the condition from the symptoms. Well then, could you indulge me in a little reasoning? You are not ill, so how can one reason? Qin Luo pondered, wondering if this woman had come seeking amusement out of sheer boredom. Such a display was perplexing. A skilled physician ought to discern the essence through the phenomenon. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Luo squinted, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Wenren Muyu and inquired, "What is it that you wish to know?" Seeking a doctor, naturally, implies a desire for treatment. Qin Luo nodded, stating, "Indeed, you are unwell. Furthermore, your condition is quite severe and I am eager to hear more. You are afflicted with a mental disorder, or to put it plainly, you exhibit symptoms of neurosis," Qin Luo remarked with a cold smile. "Is this truly the diagnosis of a competent physician? It seems that hollow fame can lead one astray." Wenren Muyu, however, remained unfazed. Qin Luo slowly approached her, gazing at her exquisitely flawless visage, and said, "Miss, we are strangers, I can assure you, with all my integrity, that I have never laid eyes upon you before. I fail to comprehend your purpose in seeking me. Perhaps this is merely a frivolous jest concocted by the wealthy. Yet, I regret to inform you, I have no interest in participating in such games. As a physician, my duty is to heal and save lives. If you were my patient, I would exhaust every effort for your well-being. However, I kindly ask that you refrain from wasting both your time and mine. Farewell." As he reached the threshold, Qin Luo turned once more, smiling as he added, "It would be best if we never meet again. That would signify your restored health." With a clank, Qin Luo nodded at Ma Yu, who was stationed by the door. Before striding out, Yu observed Qin Luo's retreating figure for a moment before finally pushing the door open. "Miss, are you all right?" Ma Yu inquired softly, noting Wenren Muyu's contemplative expression. "I am fine," Wenren Muyu replied quietly. "Are you satisfied with this meeting?" Ma Yu asked in a hushed tone, perceiving the apparent lack of rapport between them. "Satisfied?" Wenren Muyu chuckled lightly. "Ma Yu?" He called me insane. Ma Yu's expression darkened, pulling out her phone to dial the number of the bodyguards downstairs, intent on intercepting Qin Luo. "No one dares insult the Mississippi. We cannot allow such a person to linger. Ma Yu, let it be." Wenren Muyu waved her hand dismissively. "It is a rather peculiar feeling. Fundamentally, I find myself in agreement with his diagnosis. Miss, however, I believe a slight modification is in order. I am not insane. I am merely neurotic. What do you think, Ma Yu?" "Miss, I cannot say," Ma Yu replied candidly. "If I were not neurotic, why would I have wished to meet him? I should harbor resentment towards a man who so readily cast me aside. Miss, in the future, you may choose better. We are all in accord that he is unworthy of you." Ma Yu consoled her. The formidable heiress of the Wenren family, who could command the tides of commerce with a mere flick of her wrist, found herself entangled in the age-old dilemma of gain and loss much like any other young lady. "Better?" Wenren Muyu replied, "I do not lack for better options. I simply seek a more fitting one. Let us go. We are heading back. There is still much to be done." Indeed, Mississippi as Ma Yu made a phone call to instruct the bodyguards downstairs to prepare the vehicle, she guided Wenren Muyu toward the exit. A throng of individuals escorted Wenren Muyu into the specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, often referred to as the mobile castle on land. Once the vehicle began to roll forward, Ma Yu turned to Wenren Muyu, who was savoring her red wine, and inquired, "Miss, shall we remove Qin Luo from the list?" "Remove him? Why would we do that?" Wenren Muyu retorted, "He may not be exceptional, but he is not hypocritical either. Moreover, he is quite an intriguing man. Then, miss, shall we categorize him as a key subject for further evaluation?" Ma Yu asked. Wenren Muyu shook her head, replying, "I intend to assess him personally." With a gentle sigh, Ma Yu recognized that her mistress might be making a sensory misjudgment. Her years of experience had taught her that only data could truly reveal a person's caliber. Li Qingqing personally came to see Wenren Muyu off, and after the car had driven away, she hastily made her way to Qingqing International. Upon reaching the second floor, a group of gossiping women surrounded her. "Li Marin, who on earth is that woman? So arrogant," one exclaimed. "Indeed, I have never seen anyone arrive in a Rolls-Royce for a beauty treatment. Another chimed in. She even had 3 bodyguards with her. How enviable. Li Qingqing playfully chided. You all should just stew in your jealousy. Have you seen what true nobility looks like? Have you witnessed what elegance entails? Do you still dare to be so brazen? You bunch of rustic girls? Ah, Li Yaoya, your words are rather unjust. We concede that we have been overshadowed by her. But what makes you any better than us? Ran Yu pointedly remarked. Li Qingqing's smile faltered, and with a wry expression, she lamented, it truly defies reason. How can such a woman exist in this world? Is there no respite for the rest of us? Exactly. Why would she come for beauty treatments and seek out Qin Luo? Xiaoyi asked curiously, by the way, where is Qin Luo? Li Qingqing quickly moved toward the inner room, realizing she had been so busy that she had not noticed Qin Luo's absence. Just as Qin Luo emerged from the restroom, he was intercepted by Li Qingqing, who seized his hand and pulled him toward her office on the 3rd floor. Once inside, she closed the door and, brimming with excitement, asked, So, how did it go? How was your conversation with her? It was fine, Qin Luo replied. Li Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, saying, as long as it was fine, I was worried you might say otherwise. Who is she? Qin Luo questioned, puzzled. How should I know? But judging by her demeanor, her presence, and her air, she is certainly not an ordinary person. You must be on your best behavior. She is my major client. She has not only purchased a premium annual card for 290,000, but is also considering membership services for the female executives of her company. Then you must be poised to make a substantial profit. Indeed, Li Qingqing exclaimed with a gleam in her eye. Glancing at Qin Luo, she added, rest assured, I won't shortchange you. However, you need to manage her well. If the situation calls for it, sacrificing a bit of your charm would be acceptable. I won't hold it against you. Indeed, it is evident that she holds a considerable level of satisfaction with your medical expertise. Before her departure, she even expressed her intention to seek your treatment again in the future. What ailment does she suffer from? Is it serious? If it is grave, shall I assist you in handling her? These affluent individuals are quite protective of their lives. They would not hesitate to spend vast sums on medical care without feeling a pang of regret. Serious. Quite serious. What is her affliction? A mental disorder. Surely, you cannot be serious in saying that? Li Qingqing chuckled softly. Indeed. I have said just that. Really? The smile on Li Qingqing's face faded. Truly, Li Qingqing's eyes darkened, and her body slumped against the sofa. Chapter 61. Do I know you? How can this be? She is my most significant benefactor this year. Li Qingqing groaned in distress. Qin Luo, feeling helpless, replied, aside from the mental disorder, I genuinely cannot identify any other suitable diagnosis for her condition. What on earth transpired? Li Qingqing leaned languidly against the sofa, tilting her face to gaze at Qin Luo as she inquired, I am unacquainted with her, yet she summoned me for a consultation. After thorough examinations, I discovered that her body exhibited no issues whatsoever. In fact, she is remarkably healthy, devoid of even the slightest signs of suboptimal health. Yet, she insists that I conduct a pathological analysis for her. How can I perform such an analysis on a person with no ailments? Li Qingqing rubbed her temples and asked, Do you suspect that she is merely toying with you? The thoughts of the wealthy elude my comprehension. I have no desire to fathom her motives. However, one thing I can ascertain is that my medical skills are reserved for those in genuine need. I refuse to become a mere tool for someone else's amusement. Nor will my art be used as such, Qin Luo stated with a solemn expression. Li Qingqing silently nodded. It is indeed rare to encounter a young individual with such steadfast principles. Were it any other man facing a woman of her caliber, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to appease her. Not to mention, they would eagerly indulge in even a mere physical examination. Qin Luo is unlike others. Perhaps this is why he captivates my interest. Li Qingqing mused. Upon her arrival, she specifically requested to meet you. I assumed she had heard of your medical prowess from some source, hence her call for your presence. I did not anticipate the subsequent unpleasantness. Nevertheless, she is a remarkably astute woman. I must exercise great caution when conversing with her, as I often feel as though she could see right through me. If you should have the opportunity to meet her again in the future, you must indeed be wary. There shall be no further opportunity for such encounters, Qin Luo replied, pondering that not only does he feel as though he is being scrutinized, but even someone as enchanting as Li Qingqing acknowledges her cunning nature. Is it a blessing or a curse to have such a fiancée? However, how could you treat a woman of unparalleled beauty so callously and label her a lunatic? How could you bear to do so? I did not label her thus. Qin Luo replied that a mental disorder, or perhaps a psychiatric condition, is merely an illness. The actions and behaviors of those afflicted are often incomprehensible to the average person, appearing peculiar and distinct. Under the dominion of pathological psychology, there exist tendencies towards self-harm or aggression, actions that inflict injury upon others. Based on the symptoms she has exhibited, there appears to be a certain resemblance to this affliction. This is merely my diagnostic assessment concerning her condition. Li Qingqing chuckled charmingly, pointing at Qin Luo, and remarked, "You wicked fellow, refusing to acknowledge your insults while stubbornly conjuring up some rationale. I merely speak the truth." Qin Luo replied with a smile, "It seems I can no longer serve as your golden goose." Li Qingqing shook her head, her alluring gaze drifting across Qin Luo's face, and said, "Yet she appears quite pleased with your medical skills, expressing a desire for further treatment in the future. It seems your misdirected efforts have borne unexpected fruit." Qin Luo shook his head, inwardly sighing. "What a futile endeavor this is to be. By the way, there is something I have been meaning to ask you, which I keep forgetting." Li Qingqing leaped from the sofa, regarding Qin Luo with keen interest. "What is your relationship with Lin Huanqi? A friendship, perhaps?" "What kind of friends?" she inquired. "Just good friends," Qin Luo responded, unsure of how to categorize their relationship. "Have you shared a bed?" Upon seeing Qin Luo's face flush crimson at her words, unable to articulate a response, Li Qingqing erupted into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. "What is this? Have you not succeeded? Blushing like that, you can't still be a virgin, can you? And what of it?" Qin Luo retorted defiantly. "Being a virgin is nothing to be ashamed of. Ha! I never imagined you would still be one. Dear Qin, you seem to be quite out of touch. Today's high school students are far more advanced than you." "We are not that kind of friends," Qin Luo said, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He mused that the next time someone questioned him, he could simply claim he was no longer a virgin. After all, men do not possess that particular membrane. Even if they were to shed their trousers for inspection, it would likely be impossible to discern the truth, wouldn't it? Li Qingqing leaned closer to Qin Luo, her bosom rising and falling tantalizingly beneath his gaze. The sight of her ample flesh caused him to swallow discreetly several times. "Little brother, who do you find more beautiful, me or Lin Huanqi?" "Both are beautiful. If you had to choose one of us as your wife, whom would you select?" "Both are fine." "What does both are fine mean?" "Little brother, are you being greedy? Do you wish to choose us both? Two women serving one man?" No, I have never thought of that." Qin Luo hastily waved his hands. Any normal man would entertain such thoughts. He wished he could, yet he understood the impossibility of the situation. "Humph, at least you know your place. If you must choose, then choose me, all right? I will consider it," Qin Luo said. "I have matters to attend to at noon. I must take my leave." Qin Luo was not adept at such conversations and yearned to escape swiftly. "I was hoping to have you accompany me for lunch," Li Qingqing lamented. "Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not press you further." Qin Luo had initially planned to take a vehicle straight back to the Lin family villa, but as the car passed by the gates of Capital Medical University, he called out, "Master, stop here." After settling the fare, Qin Luo proceeded on foot into the campus. Originally intending to visit the classroom where Wang Jujiao and the others were studying, he hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding against it. His presence would only serve to put those students in an uncomfortable position. He was aware that Lin Huanqi had classes during the last 2 periods of the morning. With only a few minutes left until the end of class, it seemed opportune to seek her out and catch a ride. As Qin Luo arrived at the entrance of the School of Bioengineering, a flamboyant red Ferrari audaciously pulled up beside him. "Is it you?" The man in the car removed his sunglasses and inquired, gazing at Qin Luo. "Indeed, it is I." Qin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Had the man not initiated conversation, he would have struggled to connect this impeccably dressed, sunglass-clad individual driving a sports car to the Wang Yangxin he had encountered earlier at the Lin residence. Previously, he could only describe him as arrogant. Now, he could only label him as exceedingly conceited. However, it was puzzling why he had come here. "What brings you here? I heard you were expelled from the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine," Wang Yangxin remarked with a mocking grin as he stepped out of the car, clutching a large bouquet of roses from the passenger seat. "To be honest, I do feel a tinge of sympathy for you. Last time, old Wang praised your so-called Taiyi Divine Needle, making you sound like a paragon of excellence. I genuinely thought you were formidable. Do you remember what I said? Falsehoods will ultimately be revealed. One can deceive for a moment, but not for a lifetime. The leaders of the school of traditional Chinese medicine possess discernment, swiftly unearthing your true nature. Qin Luo furrowed his brow and replied, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" "What I wish to convey is this. Do you believe you are worthy of Huanqi? What methods do you intend to employ to deceive her? Whether I am worthy of her is our concern. The means by which I might deceive her is my prerogative. What business is it of yours?" Qin Luo retorted coldly. It seemed that this fellow had not been idle of late, having thoroughly acquainted himself with the intricacies of the situation. Upon their first encounter, he had noted that the man's gaze was somewhat peculiar when directed at Lin Huanqi. To think he had entered the pursuit phase so swiftly was surprising. In a wonder, it is said, "Those who act swiftly seize the day, while the slow miss their opportunity. A good partner is often won back through decisive action." We are all intelligent individuals. There is no need for such cryptic exchanges. I am aware that you harbor feelings for Lin Huanqi. Unfortunately for you, I do as well, Wang Yangxin declared, gesturing to the roses in his arms with a smile. "That is your affair and has nothing to do with me," Qin Luo replied. "There are many men who admire Lin Huanqi. There have been many in the past, and there will be many more in the future. Yet, what does that matter? They have all been dismissed in turn. I merely advise you. Do not engage in foolish endeavors. That advice applies equally to you." The two men exchanged grim smiles, their gazes clashing in the air. Filled with unspoken tension, as the class dismissal bell rang, they finally withdrew their eyes and turned towards the glass atrium of the teaching building. Like boiling water, the school erupted from stillness into commotion. Sounds of chairs scraping and indistinguishable chatter filled the air, accompanied by the thudding footsteps of students descending the stairs. Those who exited first were naturally drawn to the Ferrari parked at the entrance, with some girls squealing and taking photos, while the boys gazed at the car with gleaming faces. Even with a disdainful expression on his face, he harbored a tinge of envy within. Which man does not yearn to drive a flashy sports car to pick up his beloved woman from work? Wang Yangxin, handsome and charming, leaned against the sports car while holding a bouquet of roses, making it evident who the true owner of the vehicle was. Of course, his concerns were unfounded. No one would doubt that this Ferrari was driven by Qin Luo. Clad in a gray robe, yet, Qin Luo also attracted his fair share of attention. "Ah, that man seems strangely familiar." "Are you foolish? Isn't he the student rumored to be involved with Lin Huanqi? Even if you forget his face, surely you can remember the robe he wears, right? Isn't he supposed to be a teacher at the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine? I heard he was expelled a few days ago." Such gossip naturally reached Qin Luo's ears, but he merely smiled in response. Outsiders are forever mere spectators. The truth remains in the hands of a select few. When Lin Huanqi descended the stairs, her gaze immediately fell upon Qin Luo standing at the entrance. Her heart leaped with joy, though she did not let it show on her face. Unbeknownst to her, her steps noticeably quickened. "What brings you here?" Lin Huanqi inquired as she approached Qin Luo. "I happened to be passing by, so I thought I would drop in," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "Well then, let us return." Lin Huanqi nodded, preparing to unlock her carriage. Huanqi, Wang Yangxin rushed forward, presenting the vividly blooming roses with both hands. Though gifting roses may seem trite, the vibrant red hue perfectly conveys a sentiment. Lin Huanqi did not reach for the flowers.